Chapter 451. Annie smiled at Sullivan, who was kneeling on the ground looking bewildered, and said, "I won't kill him, he's my friend." The nightmare shrugged, indifferent, and turned to walk away. Sullivan then came to his senses, looking around blankly. He saw a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood all around him. His 100-man squad had been decimated, and some shadow demons were delivering the final blows to the struggling soldiers on the ground. General Redside and several powerful Feng Yuan warriors were long gone. What's going on?" Annie laughed and said, "It's what you see. Redside lost and escaped with 4 other Feng Yuan experts. But they can't escape. The exit has been blocked by trolls, and the blood demon, the succubus, and the captains of the 1st and 2nd guard zones have all caught up. They have nowhere to run." Sullivan was utterly shocked, clutching his hair and saying, "My God, is this really real? Demons and humans united? Is this reasonable?" "Nothing is unreasonable. Everything in reality is reasonable. Sullivan, are you ready to accept reality?" The shock in Sullivan's eyes was already. His initial excitement slowly turned to fear, and his gaze towards and changed. "Anna, who are you? You help me. I have no reason to hide it from you. I am Ngor, the sister of the Marquis of Jinbei in the Norma Empire." "And?" Sullivan felt as if he had been struck on the head again, his whole body spinning. "How is this possible? You are Anne? How is this possible?" He couldn't believe that he had helped such a dangerous person enter the palace of Stonekin City, and then arranged for her to be sent to the northern wasteland. If the royal family found out, they would probably tear him to pieces. "Sullivan, I'm sparing your life mainly because you helped me before. I think you're a decent person, and I can guarantee your safety, but only if you stay put, understand?" Sullivan sighed dejectedly. "It's come to this. What else can I say? This is a game between you big shots. I can't interfere at all. Besides, I'd rather you win." And raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Why? Aren't you Harry's most loyal subject?" "I used to be, but not anymore." Sullivan's eyes were filled with disappointment. "My loyalty is worthless in their eyes. They don't even treat me as well as you do. How can I remain loyal?" Then Sullivan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I think you probably want. You want to escape from here? I might be able to help." And was taken aback. "You want to help? How?" "There's only one exit here, and that's the iron chain. But we need permission from above, plus a special rhythmic signal, to get the guards to lower the chain. Neither you demons nor the guardians have that ability, but I do, because I was sent down from above." Anne's heart skipped a beat. "This is no small matter. Once you do it, it's complete betrayal. Have you thought it through?" Sullivan gave a self-deprecating laugh. "There's no point in thinking about it. If I don't help you, you won't be able to escape, and I'd be trapped here too. Even if you manage to get me out, my suspicion won't be cleared, and the royal family won't trust me anymore. I might as well just join you." And smiled slightly. "Good. Your appearance is unexpected, but it's also a good thing. You don't need to participate in the rest. Go back to the base and rest." Sullivan followed Anne's gaze to the base of the 1st guard zone. Inside, a blood demon seemed to be cleaning up the battlefield. He swallowed hard and asked, "Won't they eat me if I go in?" "We don't eat you, you're not tasty." The blood demon raised its head and said slowly. Red, dragging his injured arm and drenched in sweat, ran frantically across the wasteland, cursing inwardly, "What the hell? What's going on in this wasteland? The guardians have all mingled with the demons." Beside him were 4 powerful Feng Yuan warriors, also wounded, though not seriously, but terrified. They never expected that the guardians, fellow humans, would suddenly appear and deliver such a heavy blow. Behind them, a streak of blood-red light moved close to the ground, like a fish swimming on ice. Addison and the captain of the 2nd Guardian District followed closely behind, not much slower, while the succubus, not adept at speed, could only trail far behind. "General, this won't work," a lieutenant cried. "With them chasing us like this, we can't possibly get over the iron chains, and we can't even send a message." Redstead's face darkened. "So if you hold them off while I go and send a message. As long as you hold on, we get reinforcements." The men paled. Wasn't this just sending them to cover their retreat? Seeing the silence, Redside barked, "What? Are you scared? There are 4 of them, and 4 of you too. What's there to be afraid of?" The group inwardly grumbled, "Including you, that makes 5 of us, more than them. Why are you running?" The demons were already stronger than humans, and the blood demons and succubi had very peculiar attack methods, making them easy targets. Add to that 2 exceptionally experienced guards, and the succubi that hadn't yet caught up, and this was practically a suicide mission. Soon, they arrived at the checkpoint, but instead of officers, they were greeted by a group of tall, imposing, and terrifying trolls. The troll leader roared to the sky, raising his club high, and the dozen or so trolls behind him roared back, shaking the ground. Redside was utterly devastated. The troll leader was also at the peak of the transformation realm, and with the berserk effect, he could unleash the extraordinary power of the abundant origin realm. The other trolls were equally incredibly strong. Even without using their magic, they posed a significant threat. There was no escape. Their retreat was cut off. The dozens of men who had been guarding this place had vanished without a trace. Whether they were killed or escaped, they didn't know. In any case, the iron chains were definitely useless. Damn it! Redside gritted his teeth, turning to roar, Editon. Are you really going to betray the Empire? Editon stopped, calmly observing the crowd before him. The Empire betrayed me. Back then, I was a spirited young man, now I'm nearly 50. I worked diligently my whole life, but how has the Empire treated me? They left me here to fight the demons endlessly. Even if I achieve merit, even if I become the strongest guard captain in the wasteland, what does it matter? The Empire doesn't see it, the royal family doesn't see it. And you mediocre people, relying on power and sycophancy, have climbed step by step to high positions, possessing countless high-quality cultivation resources, enjoying the pleasure of advancing even while lying down. Have you ever thought about us? Redside's eyes were filled with extreme malice. What's the use of saying all this? You already committed a heinous act. I advise you to turn back now, and I might spare your life. Spare my life? Addison sneered. Forget it, it's more practical for me to spare your life. If you give up resisting now, I might spare your life. Ha ha! Redside laughed loudly. How arrogant! I think you've gone mad from being stuck in the wasteland. You're just a third-tier Feng Yuan cultivator, yet you dare to challenge me. If it weren't for the blood demon's help earlier, you might not have been able to ambush me. Whether it's arrogant or not, we find out after a couple more moves, won't we? Then tell them not to interfere. Redside pointed at the blood demon and the belatedly arriving succubus. A playful glint appeared in Addison's eyes. All right. He then turned to the blood demon and the succubus, saying, I duel him, life or death. Don't interfere, wait until we decided the winner. The blood demon shrugged. Whatever. It'd be a good opportunity for me to see if you improved these past few years. The succubus also chuckled, I love watching people fight. Don't disappoint me. Addison pointed his long sword, his aura suddenly surging. The surrounding water elemental power rapidly converged on him, his entire being condensed and restrained, demonstrating his extraordinary control over magic. Reside's eyes widened in surprise. This was no ordinary feat in the outside world. With its abundant elemental resources, manipulating magic was relatively easy. But here, the elements were chaotic and mixed, making their use far more difficult. Take this. Addison shouted, his figure suddenly lunging forward, his long sword slashing in an arc towards Red's neck. Red stomped his foot, a burst of air rising from his feet, lifting him into the air. He then somersaulted, his long sword poised to cleave down. Addison was prepared. He stepped forward with his right foot, dodging the slash to the side, while simultaneously pressing down with his left hand, securing Red's sword hilt. Ice crystals rapidly condensed on his left knee, slamming into Red's chest. Ugh! Red groaned, staggering back several steps. Fortunately, he had used his wind shield to protect his chest in time, otherwise, this attack would likely have injured him. Addison pressed his advantage, thrusting his sword straight down. Enraged, Resider felt underestimated and unleashed the full power of his 5th-tier Feng Yuan magic, roaring Storm Blade. Whoosh! A massive azure blade, tens of meters long, appeared in the void, carrying endless gales as it hurtled towards Addison. Addison's gaze sharpened. He raised his left hand, creating an ice wall to block it, while simultaneously curling up into a ball beneath it. With a deafening boom, the ice wall shattered instantly, the blade slamming into the ground, leaving a deep, long trench. Ha ha! Resider laughed loudly, now you know how powerful I am. Ice shards rained down, and everyone held their breath, watching the scene unfold, searching for Addison. The succubus frowned and said, this is high-level magic. Its power is indeed immense. Can Addison withstand it? The blood demon pointed forward and said calmly, he's alright, over there. Everyone looked ahead and saw Addison standing beside the ravine, his face covered in blood, his long sword broken, and his body covered in wounds. Clearly, even he couldn't have escaped unscathed from this advanced magic. But everyone saw the determination and fighting spirit in his eyes. Addison gently flicked his broken sword, gathering wisps of water elemental magic on it, repairing the broken part with an ice blade, then slightly raised his eyes and said, again. Resider was stunned. This attack hadn't killed his opponent. Even if it hadn't killed him, it should have severely injured him, right? But his opponent still seemed capable of fighting. But then Resider revealed a fierce expression. Even if he could still fight, so what? Both were injured, and his opponent's injuries were definitely more severe than his own, plus the overwhelming difference in their cultivation levels. The next strike must utterly crush my opponent. Thinking this, Red once again channeled his magic power, preparing for a final blow. However, he froze, realizing that his current magic power was insufficient to unleash another high-level spell. What's going on? While Red was still stunned, Addison had already arrived. He seemed like a demon god crawling out of a sea of blood, covered in gore, but expressionless, seemingly indifferent to everything. His longsword unleashed a barrage of thrusts at Red like a storm. Red was caught off guard and easily exploited. Addison found an opening, and with a hiss, the tip of his sword pierced Red's left shoulder. Aya! Red screamed in agony. His left arm was already injured and immobile. This latest stab caused excruciating pain that contorted his face. The ensuing battle was almost entirely one-sided. Deprived of his magical support, Resider became a lamb to the slaughter, utterly defeated by Addison's relentless attacks. Resider's lieutenants were utterly defeated. It was over. Completely over. Their commander had lost. What was the point of continuing? With a thud, Addison found another opening, kicking Resider in the chest. Resider was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could even get up, a cold sword was pressed against his throat. You lost? Addison's chilling voice was like a bucket of cold water, drenching Resider completely. Clap, clap, clap. The blood demon clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. Looks like you improved. You can challenge opponents of higher levels now. Addison raised his eyes to the others. Do you still want to fight? Resider's lieutenants exchanged glances, then lowered their weapons, indicating their surrender. The trolls stepped forward, confiscated their weapons, and shackled them, then escorted them all to the second guard area. The blood demon examined Addison's injuries. You're badly injured. Most people probably couldn't move. You still managed to defeat an opponent stronger than yourself. No wonder you're the strongest guard of the wasteland. Addison collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. There's no such thing as the strongest, only the most determined. Chapter 452. Hey, have you heard? The first guard district has fallen. The general of the Northern Frontier Military Region went down to retake it, but he failed. The news has already reached the higher-ups. Yeah. I ran into a braider on patrol the other day. He asked me how many years we had left before he ran off in a hurry. I was thinking of bringing him over for a chat. Why would he ask about that? The service years of the team members are all recorded. What does it have to do with him? Who knows? But the first guard district is really in a bad way. It was wiped out overnight. I wonder where they are now. They must have escaped to the second guard district. After all, the two squadrons are the closest. But now is not the time to worry about them. The shadow demon attacked the other day. Things seem a bit unusual. Due to the turbulent situation in the wasteland, for safety reasons, all the members of the 6th Guard District stopped patrolling. They gathered at the base, quietly waiting for the higher-ups to send more experts to quell the unrest. With nothing else to do, they started chatting, and the topic always inevitably turned to the capture of the 1st Guard Zone. That Edison is called the strongest guard in the wasteland, but I think he's all talk and no action. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated so easily? You don't know anything. How long have you been here? Haven't you seen Captain Edison unleash his fury? Even the blood demon had to give way. Besides, if you say Edison is no good, what about Redside? He's a 5th-tier Feng-Yuan expert, the highest-ranking administrative officer of the Northern Frontier Military Region. He personally brought over 100 men, and in the end, they were all wiped out. His own fate is still unknown. At the mention of Redstead, a figure huddled in a corner, silently munching on potatoes, stirred slightly, raising a pair of clear blue eyes to look at the group engaged in lively conversation. The others seemed to sense his gaze, and glanced over as well. A skinny man grumbled, "What are you looking at? Eat your potatoes?" The figure remained unmoved, seemingly used to the man's tone. Seeing his lack of reaction, the skinny man grew even angrier, throwing his cup at him. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? You stinking Norma dog, just looking at you annoys me." Everyone burst into laughter. The skinny man arrogantly stood up, walked to the figure's side, and looked down at him. A piece of trash, like you should be hanging out with those demons. I really don't know what the higher-ups were thinking, making you a guard. Do you even know that deep in the wasteland there's some damned regent from your Norma kingdom? Ha ha ha. I wonder if he's dead yet. Was it completely devoured by the demons? The figure trembled slightly, a low voice emanating from deep within his throat. You'd be out of here in a few years, don't go looking for death. The skinny man was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You actually dare to threaten me? That's hilarious. Everyone knows your Norma Empire only has one mage at the Liyuan realm. What nonsense are you spouting? With that, he raised his foot and kicked the figure hard to the ground. The figure rolled twice awkwardly before lying motionless on the ground. The skinny man chuckled smugly. You've been here for almost a year now, and I never seen you lift a finger. Come on. Let me see what this Norma dog is really made of. I'm not making a move because I want to stay in the Hairy Empire. The figure slowly propped himself up. But recently I thought it through. Rather than lingering in this place where life is worse than death, I rather live life to the fullest. The skinny man rubbed his hands together, a malicious look on his face. That's a good idea, but here, without strength you're nothing. You only deserve to live like a dog, understand? Whoosh. Countless water droplets began to condense around the figure, emitting a pale blue light, appearing extremely fantastical. The skinny man paused, then laughed. Oh! A water elemental mage, how rare. Too bad it's just a Norma dog. The figure slowly straightened up, his eyes filled with despair, pain, hatred, and resentment. His voice, slightly hoarse, said, I've been in the Hairy Empire for almost 10 years. For 10 years, I tried so hard to integrate, to become one of us. I've been obsequious, avoided conflict with any Hairy, treated everyone with sincerity, repaid evil with kindness, even betrayed my homeland, my family. And this is the end result. Why? Why? The skinny man, upon hearing this. What are you yelling about? You're just a Norma dog. The Empire won't waste its time on someone like you. What you call betraying your country and family. Those were your own choices. How can you blame it on the Hairy Empire? It's all because of you. The figure roared. If you hadn't given me hope, I wouldn't have done this. Now it's all over, everything's over, my life is ruined. The skinny man was startled by the roar, his anger flaring up instantly. You got some nerve, he said, then lunged forward to kick him again. But this time, the figure didn't stand still. He suddenly raised his head, revealing a face hidden beneath his long hair, a face remarkably similar to that of a young Jonathan, as if they were cast from the same mold. That's right. This man was none other than Dickel Rambeau, the eldest son of the Rambeau family, who had sided with the first prince, betraying the Rambeau family to seek a knighthood, and the brother of Katniss and Keller. The Dickel of today was vastly different from the one of 10 years ago. His once handsome and dashing demeanor was gone, replaced by wrinkles and scars on his once striking face, giving him a weathered look. Clearly, his experiences in the Hairy Empire over the past few years had not been smooth sailing. During the Marcello Rebellion, Dickel had favored the first prince. His reasons were simple. Firstly, the first prince had placed the second prince under house arrest. Secondly, most of the court officials sided with the first prince. And thirdly, the first prince had become the de facto ruler of the entire empire. Secondly, Marcello Perrin, the strongest of the three marquises, also supported the eldest prince. At the start of the battle, Marcello overwhelmingly defeated the northern territories, and the entire situation was developing in the prince's favor. Therefore, after failing to persuade Jonathan, Dickel directly sided with Marcello. Of course, Brian's influence was undeniable. As a necromancer who had been secretly working with Dickel, Brian played a crucial role in many aspects. Most notably, this was regarding Keller. In his youth, under Brian's influence and manipulation, Dickel saw Keller as the biggest obstacle to his succession to the Marquis's title. Thus, while his mother was pregnant, he secretly planted Brian's corpse-raising curse on the fetus, ultimately leading to Keller's death. Of course, Keller was indeed dead, a fact he was unaware of. Because Bourne had used Keller's body to perform a possession ritual, everyone believed Keller had been resurrected, including Dickel. The failure of the corpse-raising curse enraged him, leading to a major argument with Brian. To save face, Brian secretly organized an assassination attempt against Keller. However, the assassination failed because Katniss was present, preventing Brian from succeeding. Afterwards, Keller's behavior largely spiraled out of Dickel's control, intensifying his already existing sense of crisis. So, rather than betraying his family, it's more accurate to say he was seeking a way out, but he gambled wrongly. After Marcello and Segura's defeat, Brian immediately moved his men to the Hairy Empire, including Dickel. Upon arriving in the Hairy Empire, Dickel was filled with despair. He had chosen the wrong side, suffered a crushing defeat, and now had to leave his homeland for this completely unfamiliar place. Fortunately, Brian treated him fairly well. Within the Black Claw Mountain Legion, he followed the usual rules, allowing him to accept missions, earn military merits, and then exchange those merits for training resources, including the Secret Realm. Apart from Brian, the others weren't so kind. Everyone knew Dickel came from the Norma Empire and looked down on him from the start, never giving him a friendly look. Dickel was different from Brand. Although Brand was also Norma, as Brian's apprentice, he was almost always with Brian, and no one could say anything about it. Upon arrival, Dickel was immediately assigned to the combat unit, living and eating with ordinary soldiers, enduring the worst living conditions. However, in order to gain a foothold in the Hairy Empire, Dickel endured this humiliation silently. Even after he broke through to the Qiyuan realm, he didn't make a big fuss. In fact, no one knew he had broken through. Just when Dickel was preparing to continue cultivating diligently until he reached the Huayuan realm, hoping to gain the attention of the Hairy royal family, things suddenly took another turn. The Black Claw Mountain Legion was defeated in the Norma Empire, and its commander, Nessus, was killed on the spot. This was a bombshell, instantly sending the entire Hairy Empire into an uproar. Who was Nessus? He was a transformation realm expert. His death in the Norma Empire demonstrated its immense power. The Hairy royal family was immediately enraged. This was utterly humiliating. For a nation that had stood for millennia to suffer a defeat at the hands of the far weaker Norma Empire was laughable. Therefore, the royal family immediately dispatched General Reside, the Grand General of the Northern Frontier, to personally lead the campaign and ensure the Norma Empire paid the price. However, things didn't go as planned. The Hairy Empire's actions had already provoked widespread discontent, especially with the papacy and the Austin Empire threatening the Hairy royal family with full-scale war. Left with no other option, the Hairy royal family had to order Reside to remain inactive for the time being. Although Reside couldn't immediately go to the Norma Empire, he wasn't just waiting idly. He immediately gathered the remaining members of the Black Claw Mountain Legion and conducted a thorough investigation. Through his investigation, Red also learned about Dickel's situation. He showed no mercy to this Norman and immediately ordered Dickel to be expelled from the Legion. The news struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Dirk completely stunned and at a loss for what to do. What would he do after being expelled from the Legion? Without the Legion's protection, no one would take him in. However, this wasn't the worst-case scenario. Even without the Legion's protection, even without anyone to take him in, with his current strength, he could still eat, though there would be no longer a sufficient supply of training resources. But his nightmare was far from over. Soon, Red had other ideas. That day, he received a new application from the Northern Wasteland requesting an increase in guards, and he remembered that the guards there had suffered heavy losses recently and hadn't been replenished for a long time. He immediately set his sights on Dirk. Rather than letting him leave the Legion, it would be better to send him to the Northern Wasteland to continue serving him. Therefore, Red applied to the Stonkin City military headquarters to allow Dickel to serve 50 years in the Northern Wasteland. Before arriving in the Northern Wasteland, Dickel had no idea what it was, and thus harbored some illusions. If he performed well, would his term be shortened and he be released sooner? However, after a year of hardship, he had completely given up hope. Resources were scarce. Even food was extremely limited and unpalatable. Moreover, he was assigned to the 6th Guard District, a very remote area. Most of the people here had to serve for more than 30 years. Their temperaments had been worn down by time, and they had little entertainment. Dickel's arrival brought them amusement. Unsurprisingly, these people treated Dickel coldly, and even more so, they scorned his Norma identity. Dickel rarely went out on patrol missions, spending most of his time at the base handling personal tasks for his so-called teammates, such as washing clothes, mopping floors, and cleaning toilets. Due to his submissive nature, no one knew his true strength, but since he was a Norman, everyone assumed he wasn't strong enough to reach the transformation realm. However, his true strength had already reached the transformation realm, thanks to his previous accumulations in the Black Claw Mountain Legion, including the secret realm origin. After arriving in the Northern Wasteland, the harsh environment there stimulated him, allowing him to break through to the transformation realm in a short period using the secret realm origin. He didn't mention this, because no one listened to him anyway. But today, he couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly raised his hand, grabbed the skinny man's right leg that was kicking at him, and pulled hard. A cracking sound was heard, followed by a piercing scream from the skinny man. "Aya! Aya!" My leg. My leg is broken. Everyone was stunned. What had gotten into Dirk, who was usually so polite to everyone? More importantly, how could he be so powerful? A murderous intent blazed in Dirk's eyes. The water droplets around him spun rapidly, shooting at the skinny man like bullets, making splattering sounds and spraying blood. The skinny man didn't even have time to scream before he was riddled with bullets and died instantly. Dick, are you insane? Someone shouted in shock. Dick casually tossed the dead skinny man aside and said indifferently, I'm not insane. I figured it out. Rather than pandering to you, I rule you, just like those demons. Chapter 453. Everyone reacted quickly, grabbing their weapons and charging towards Dickel. Dickel remained unfazed. He already killed one, so killing a few more wouldn't matter. With the captain of the 6th Guard District absent, the strongest in the entire base was only at the peak of the transformation realm, slightly stronger than Dickel, but in Dickel's eyes, this was no problem. The moment they attacked, they realized something was wrong. They suddenly couldn't use their magic. What's going on? My magic. My magic. The fastest one had already reached Dickel when he realized he couldn't use his magic, but it was too late. Dickel swiftly swung his blade, slicing across the man's throat. A line of blood appeared on his neck, followed by a gushing of blood. Blood splattered onto his face, but he didn't even blink. The bloodstains made his once handsome face appear somewhat sinister and terrifying. If you dare take another step, you will die without a doubt. I mean it. Dickel's words pierced everyone's hearts like needles. They had no doubt that Dickel would keep his word, because he had already killed 2 people without even blinking an eye. What exactly do you want? Someone asked. I don't want anything. I just want to become the leader here. As long as you behave, I guarantee you live better than before. Wishful thinking. Wait until the captain returns, and we see how you die. A murderous glint flashed in Dickel's eyes. Before I die, none of you here will live. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. Madman. Absolutely a madman. This Dickel is a complete madman. Helpless, they could only temporarily lower their heads. Survival was paramount. Everyone has no objections now. If no objections, I begin. Dickel glanced around and said calmly, from now on, everyone must obey my orders. Your first task is to kill the captain. These words reignited the crowd's emotions. Do you know what you're saying? The captain is at the Fengyuan realm. You can't kill him by yourself. Stop daydreaming. Faced with the crowd's objections, Dickel simply waved his hand casually, and countless water droplets condensed beside him, floating in the air. The crowd's hair stood on end. They had already witnessed the power of these water droplets. No one wanted to be the next one to be pierced through. One of them stammered, but our magic is sealed by you. How can we do anything? Another said, since you can seal our magic so easily, why don't you seal the captain's magic yourself? That way he won't be able to resist you, right? Dickel wanted to do that, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Having worked odd jobs in the 6th Guard District for a long time, he had discovered some strange plants in the wasteland, including a clover-like ice crystal plant. If ingested, it would seal one's magic. However, this toxin seemed ineffective against those at the Fengyuan realm or higher. He had experimented by mixing a small amount of the toxin into food. Comparatively, those at lower realms were more strongly affected, while the captain, as a Fengyuan realm expert, was almost unaffected. Just do as I say, no need to ask questions. Dickel said calmly. The captain should be back this afternoon. Maintain your previous demeanor, and don't let him notice anything amiss. After Dickel finished speaking, everyone froze, unsure what to do. What will you do after you kill the captain? I'm going to establish my own territory here. Dickel's eyes burned. The northern wasteland is remote and harsh. The Empire has never bothered with it. Why not leave it to me? I will become the sole king here, ruling everything. Seeing Dickel's slightly crazed expression, everyone fell silent. Soon, there was a knock on the base door. The captain had returned. Everyone quickly took their positions, dragging the 2 corpses away and hiding them. They cleaned up the splattered blood, and the entire base looked no different than before. A squad leader went to open the base's iron gate. Standing at the entrance, he looked inside and, seeing everyone was present, shouted, Everyone, gather around. I have something to tell you. The others were slightly taken aback. Why now of all times? They all quickly gathered in the meeting room, eager to know what message their captain had brought back. The captain took a deep breath and slowly began, Most of us in our guard area have exceeded our 20-year time limit. By the time we complete our mission and leave, we be old and frail, having missed our prime training years, and our lives will essentially be over. I don't know what you all think, But if I have the chance, I must get out. A squad leader said, Of course we want to get out. Everyone wants to get out. I didn't mean waiting until the appointed time to go out. I meant going out early. His. Everyone gasped. What's going on today? Has Dickel gone mad? How come even the captain has gone mad? Captain, you're not joking, are you? Even a powerhouse like Addison couldn't go out early, how could we? Now the opportunity has arrived. The captain's eyes were filled with excitement. Addison has shown us a new path. Cooperating with the demons. What? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Captain, demons are ferocious and bloodthirsty. They even see us as food. How could we possibly cooperate with them? Wouldn't that be like offering ourselves up for consumption? Exactly. I never heard of a human cooperating with demons before. The captain had anticipated everyone's reaction. He smiled faintly and said, No precedent doesn't mean it's impossible. I didn't believe it at first either. It wasn't until I saw the Blood Demon and Addison together that I became convinced this plan was truly feasible. The Blood Demon? Could it be the Blood Demon that Addison nearly beat to death before? Just one Blood Demon doesn't prove anything, does it? The captain nodded. It certainly doesn't prove anything, but what if the Succubus and Nightmare are also there? My God. Everyone was utterly shocked. So the demons have united now? Then what about the capture of the first guard zone? Was it all a hoax? The captain shook his head. That doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that Addison and the Demon Alliance successfully defeated Redside, the great general of the northern frontier. He's the culprit who sent us here to suffer. Everyone was filled with excitement, except for one person. This isn't right. This exclamation instantly pulled everyone back to reality. Yes. Now wasn't the time to be excited about something like this. The captain looked at Dirk with surprise. Oh. Dirk, do you have a problem with this? Dickel shrugged. Editon has been here longer than any of us. If he could cooperate with the demons, why did he wait until now? Isn't that illogical? Everyone held their breath. The atmosphere became somewhat silent. The captain looked surprised, puzzled as to why Dirk, who was usually so quiet, had suddenly become so unusual. However, his question was indeed on everyone's mind. I don't know the specifics, but it wasn't Addison who made contact with the demons, but two other people. You might even recognize one of them. It's Amida, the regent of your Norma Empire. Dickel frowned deeply. Him? Wasn't he dead? The captain's tone was full of admiration and praise. This man is no ordinary person. He's been in the heart of the wasteland for 10 years, and not only did he not die, he gathered all the demons together, forming a force not to be underestimated. This news was indeed somewhat unexpected, but Dickel was unsure. After all, his stance and Amida's were opposite back then. Now that Amida possessed such power, would he still take him out? Everyone's eyes turned to Dickel. They wondered how he would react to this news. Would he continue with his original plan, or would he join Addison's alliance with the captain? The second scenario might be more difficult. After all, Dickel had already killed 2 people and poisoned the others, planning to kill the captain. No matter what, the captain couldn't possibly leave unscathed today. Dickel thought the same way. In his view, even if their positions had differed back then, they were still Norma, and Amida wouldn't ignore him no matter what. Even if Amida harbored resentment about what happened back then, he could simply find his own way out after leaving and not return to the Norma Empire. But the prerequisite was that what he had just done absolutely could not be revealed. A smile crept onto Dickel's lips. He had already decided what to do. In that case, there's nothing more to say. I support your plan. Everyone was somewhat surprised, while a hint of joy appeared on the captain's face. Because Dickel was also a Norma, their 6th Guard district should have an advantage in joining the alliance because of Dickel. Does anyone else have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. How could they dare to have any objections? Their magic was sealed. If they said anything, they'd probably be the next ones killed. Alright, since that's the case, everyone should rest first. Tomorrow morning, we all go see Addison to discuss the joining matters. Dirk asked, Are they in the 1st Guard district? The captain shook his head. No, the 1st Guard district is currently occupied by demons. They're in the 2nd Guard district. Since we already cooperated, why haven't they returned the 1st Guard district? That seems to involve their next plan. I'm not entirely sure how it will work out. They tell us after we join. The meeting ended, and everyone prepared to rest. In the small room, everyone lay on their beds in silence, the atmosphere unusually heavy, which struck the captain as odd. Normally, before bed, they would play cards and chat, staying up for at least an hour or 2. What was going on today? Hey, aren't you guys playing cards today? Ahem, Captain, I'm a little tired today and want to rest early. Yes, you've been out all day, you must be tired too. We won't disturb your rest. The captain was somewhat speechless. You're never this considerate usually. What's wrong today? Can anyone tell the truth? Everyone remained silent. Suddenly someone shouted, Dickle's gone. What? Everyone almost simultaneously sat up, looking towards Dickle's bed, which was now empty. What happened? What did he do? The captain asked, frowning. With Dirk gone, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out what had happened that day. Captain, run. Dirk's gone mad. He's trying to kill us, and he's poisoned us. All of our magic is sealed. What did you say? The captain exclaimed in shock. What does he want? He wants to break free from the Empire's control, rule this place, and establish his own power here. Then where is he now? Everyone shook their heads, exchanging bewildered glances. We don't know. His original plan was to kill you here. The captain's eyes widened suddenly. So you all want to kill me too? Nobody told me this before I got back? Everyone lowered their heads. If someone had stood up to resist, given their numbers, Dirk couldn't possibly kill them all even if he wanted to. But ultimately no one dared to step forward. To put it bluntly, it boiled down to 2 words. Fear of death. So many of you are afraid of a mere Norma dog? What a disgrace, a bunch of useless trash. The captain stood up, put on his clothes, and roared, Everyone get up. Go find Dirk for me. Someone stammered, but our magic is sealed. Even if we find him, we'd just be sending ourselves to our deaths. You're afraid of him, but aren't you afraid of me? The captain's eyes widened. I could kill you all right here, and then blame it on Dirk. Everyone's hair stood on end. The quick-witted ones had already stood up, donned their gear, and started heading towards the door. However, just as everyone was about to move, the door to the room exploded with a deafening roar. The massive shockwave instantly shredded the 2 people who had reached the doorway. The others were also left disoriented, utterly disoriented. What's going on? The captain exclaimed in shock, but still shouted, Everyone stay calm. Someone go out and check what's happening. But now no one dared to go forward. Everyone hid behind cover, peeking out half their heads to observe the situation outside the door. Before the smoke cleared, a dazzling light flashed outside the door, shooting into the room like a meteor. Someone shouted, It's a magic cannon. Everyone was terrified. At such close range, in such a confined space, using a magic cannon to attack, wasn't this just one-sided slaughter? It was obvious who was operating that magic cannon. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out within the base, instantly sending sparks flying and screams echoing everywhere. Chapter 454. Dickle stared indifferently at the ruins of the 6th Guard District base. 5 magic cannons, still smoking, lay before him. While everyone else was resting, he had moved the cannons, originally intended for killing the captain, to the doorway, and placed flammable and explosive fire elemental magic stones throughout the room. He was usually responsible for their safekeeping, so no one noticed anything amiss. After bombarding the room, Dickle went outside the base, where the 5 loaded magic cannons were already positioned. He unleashed another round of bombardment on the already crumbling base. Bang! A broken piece of iron was gently pushed aside, and a man covered in blood and ash crawled out with difficulty. It was the captain of the 6th Guard District. Under such close and intense bombardment from the magic cannons, even as a powerful cultivator, he was now severely injured. To avoid being killed, he had used all his magic power for defense. He struggled to lift his head and saw Dirk standing before him, his voice filled with boundless resentment. I'm going to kill you. Dirk scoffed, Kill me? What are you going to use to kill me? How could you do such a thing? This is blatant betrayal of the Empire. Dirk looked at them calmly, his tone firm and resolute. I have never belonged to the Hairy Empire, so how can there be any talk of betrayal? Besides, you have never treated me as a true Hairy, filled with discrimination and prejudice against me. Your biggest mistake was never accepting me, a stranger. Now let's part ways. His voice carried a hint of determination and indifference. After speaking, Dickle gently raised his finger, and a crystal-clear droplet of water flew from his fingertip, traversing space at astonishing speed and striking the captain directly between the eyebrows. The captain's eyes widened, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Even in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, seemingly unwilling to accept death. Having done all this, Dickle breathed a sigh of relief. The entire 6th Ward was annihilated. This way, no one would know what he had done. A smile played on Dickle's lips. He was now going to the 2nd Ward to find Amida and join that so-called alliance. Upon learning of Redside's defeat, the Harry royal family immediately assembled the strongest forces from each military district, preparing to launch a powerful attack on the northern wasteland. However, before these forces could fully assemble, new news arrived from the wasteland. The 1st Guard District had been recaptured. According to the description from the wasteland outposts, the 1st Guard District's captain, Edison, in conjunction with other Guard Districts, launched a counterattack, successfully defeating the demons and recapturing the 1st Guard District's base. Unfortunately, Redside and several powerful Feng Yuan warriors had already been killed by the demons, and they could not be rescued. To investigate further, the Empire dispatched Gert personally. Gert had actually retired and did not want to accept this mission, but since it was a royal commission, he could not refuse. When Gert arrived at the 1st Guard District, he found that it had indeed been recaptured, and the traces of battle were everywhere, indicating how fierce the fighting had been. Gert immediately relayed the news back to Stoneken City. After discussion, the royal family decided to send some more supplies to the wasteland as encouragement, and would no longer send troops to support it in the future. After all, the Empire had a more pressing matter to deal with. What would happen to the Northern Frontier Military District without Redside? The Empire needed to appoint a new commander for the district, otherwise, such a large district without a leader would descend into chaos. This was almost entirely in line with Annie's prediction, and the entire 1st Guard District erupted in celebration. Thanks to the efforts of Addison, Abrador, Otto, and others, most of the Guard District's members had been recruited into the Alliance, leaving only the 6th and 7th Guard Districts. These 2 Guard Districts were far from the 1st Guard District, and Abrador had finally managed to contact their captain and explain the situation. Based on his assessment, most of the members in the 6th Guard District still had a considerable amount of time left and should all join, and the 5th Guard District should also have more than half join. With that, the plan to unite all the Guard Districts was complete, and now it was time to prepare to take action against the outposts. Just as everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, Otto suddenly brought someone over. "Captain, something's wrong." Seeing Otto's grave expression, Addison quickly asked, "What happened?" Otto pointed to the person behind him and said, "He's from the 6th Guard District." The entire 6th Guard District was attacked and wiped out, only he escaped. "What?" Addison frowned. "Who did it?" Otto looked at the man, who bowed slightly, and said with deep sorrow, "I'm Dirk. I was originally in charge of logistics in the 6th Guard District. A few days ago, the captain suddenly returned and told us about the Alliance. Our entire Guard District was preparing to join the Alliance. To be on the safe side, the captain asked me to contact the neighboring 5th Guard District, but when I returned, the entire base was in ruins. I have no idea who the enemy is. Could it be the corpse demons and ogres?" Otto guessed. Editon shook his head. "Hard to say. Let's go ask Amida." "Where are they now?" Otto replied. To avoid running into the higher-ups, they went back to the center of the wasteland. If it really was the corpse demons and ogres, what should we do? At this crucial time for the demons' alliance with us, their actions could have a very negative impact, causing concern among the other guarded areas. We must resolve this properly as soon as possible. Otto asked hesitantly, "Should we ask for her opinion?" "Of course," Editon said without hesitation. "But she's with Amina now. Let's talk about it when we get there." Dickel's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that the captain of the 6th guarded area had mentioned that there were 2 people who facilitated the alliance between the demons and humans. One was Amida, but the other hadn't been mentioned. So he asked, "Who is this you're talking about?" Otto smiled mysteriously. "Come on, you know when you see her." Filled with doubt and trepidation, Dirk followed Addison to find Amida and find out the current situation of the demons. Along the way, he encountered shadow demons, dark elves, and trolls, but these demons, upon seeing the 2, not only did not attack, but greeted them very amicably, which greatly surprised Dirk. Seeing Dirk's shocked expression, Addison said calmly, "The demons revere the strong. After so many years of fighting each other, in their eyes, we are already worthy opponents. With the current alliance, their attitude is not surprising." Dirk frowned. "The demons killed many of our guards before. Doesn't anyone hold a grudge?" Addison sighed. "How could no one? But compared to getting out of here, what do the past matters? Everyone knows our battle is meaningless. Continuing this deadly fight won't benefit anyone. Could someone be pretending to join the alliance while secretly reporting to their superiors?" "That's a possibility," Addison said. "Someone might be trying to use this opportunity to sabotage our plans and curry favor with their superiors. That way, they don't have to join our alliance and participate in the battle, and they can leave here openly." Dirk. He swallowed hard. That was exactly what he was thinking. And he didn't just want to get out, he wanted to gain the approval of the Harry family, and thus reap greater benefits. So how do you plan to deal with this situation? It's simple. We cut off all communication between the outposts and the higher-ups. The officers and soldiers at the outposts are under our control. No one can contact the outside world except ourselves. Dickle's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the Alliance to act so quickly. Luckily, he hadn't gone to the outposts immediately, but had come here first. Passing through layers of guards, they finally arrived at their target location. There was a large herd of desert antelopes, unfazed by the arrival of two strangers. Whoosh! A ball of blood-red light gathered from all directions, coalescing into the shape of a blood demon. Editon, what brings you here? Who is he? I need to see Amida. It's urgent, I must discuss this with him immediately. These are members of the 6th Guard District. There are some things I need him to say personally. Blood Demon glanced at Diker, a strange glint in his eyes, but said nothing more. All right, follow me. Led by Blood Demon, they passed through the herd of antelopes and arrived at the core. However, upon arriving, Addison was dumbfounded, for he saw a figure who shouldn't have been there, the Corpse Demon Leader. The Corpse Demon Leader was sitting opposite Amida and Nightmare, discussing something. The Corpse Demon is about to join. Blood Demon explained calmly. At the same time, Amida also looked over. Captain Addison, is there a problem with the Guardians? Addison quickly explained the situation. Something happened to the 6th Guard District. They were attacked by an unknown force and wiped out, with only one survivor. At first, I thought it was the Corpse Demon and the Ogre who did it. He then looked at the Corpse Demon Leader. The Corpse Demon Leader jumped to his feet, shouting nonsense. We already decided to join the Alliance. We wouldn't do such a thing. Addison frowned and asked, what about the Ogres? The Ogres probably won't either. The Corpse Demon Leader said firmly. They told me they can't stand the smell of human flesh and can't join the Alliance to fight, but they clearly stated they won't attack the guarded areas in the near future and won't cause us any trouble. What was the scene like back then? The Blood Demon asked. Addison stepped aside for Dirk behind him. He's the survivor of the 6th guarded area. Let him tell us himself. The moment Amida saw the person behind Addison, her eyes narrowed sharply. You're Dickle? Dickle smiled and said, Your Majesty, it's been a long time. A flood of memories rushed to Amida's mind, and she said in a cold tone, you traitor? How is it being a dog in the Harry Empire? Dickle's eye twitched. You're as sharp-tongued as ever. But I come here to pledge allegiance, and I hope you can forgive and forget. After all, we're both Norma. Amida sneered, My Norma Empire has no heartless scoundrels like you. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Addison's face turned cold as well. He turned to Dickle. What's going on? Who are you? Dickle explained, I was originally a nobleman of the Norma Empire, but I came to the Harry Empire because of the war. You really know how to downplay your abilities. How come I never noticed you had this talent before? Amida mocked. Back then, you betrayed your country and helped Marcello's rebels attack your father's territory. Later, after Marcello's defeat, you fled Norma with the people of the Harry Empire. So he was a traitor. Everyone secretly despised Dickle. Dirk shrugged. That happened over 10 years ago. I was young and ignorant, and I made a mistake. I regret it deeply, but it's too late to undo it. What's the point of saying anything more? I'm here to join the Alliance. Everyone in the 6th Ward is dead. I'm the only survivor. Dirk then ignored Amida's hostile gaze and turned to Blood Demon, saying, The 6th Ward is now a ruin. It's unclear who attacked it. I suggest we increase our defenses. We can't let it affect our plans. So you mean this matter doesn't need to be investigated? A voice suddenly rang out behind Dickle. Everyone turned to look at the voice. Addison was the first to react. Anna, you're here. Anna? Dickle frowned, a deeply uneasy feeling rising in his heart. But when he saw who it was, he was struck dumb, frozen on the spot. Annie looked at him indifferently. Dickle, after we parted ways in the capital, I truly never imagined you'd turn out this way. Dickle swallowed hard. He finally knew who the other person the 6th Ward captain was referring to was. Before Dickle could speak, a shadow demon quickly appeared before the group and said to the Blood Demon, I just returned from the 6th Ward. It's now a complete ruin. It looks like it was caused by a magic cannon attack. Everyone inside was killed, except for their captain, whose body was intact, but something pierced his brow, leaving his eyes wide open in death. The Blood Demon nodded slightly. So, it wasn't an ogre that did it. If it were an ogre, they would have devoured all the corpses, leaving no intact remains. Dickle shuddered. He hadn't expected the Blood Demon to be so quick, already sending people to investigate the 6th ward. What exactly happened? Addison stared intently at the blood demon. The blood demon then looked at Dirk. Actually, I wanted to say this for a while. When you arrived, I noticed a strong smell of blood on you, indicating that you had just experienced a massacre. In that case, you are the most suspicious person. Chapter 455. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all looked at Dirk. Dick's mind went blank. He'd been exposed. He hadn't expected the other side to uncover the truth in this way. No, it wasn't me. Then tell me where the bloodstains on you came from, Addison demanded. Dick pointed at the blood demon and shouted, he's lying. Where are the bloodstains on me? You rather believe the demons than me? Amanda retorted without hesitation. Why should I believe a traitor like you? I known the blood demon for nearly 10 years, and he's never lied to me. Seeing that no one believed him, Dirk gritted his teeth and turned to run. Addison reacted quickly, reaching out to stop him. Dick roared, his voice booming like thunder. Get out of my way. At the same time, he swung his right hand, and countless crystal-clear water droplets shot towards Addison like a torrential rain. Each water droplet contained immense power and speed, as ferocious as a bullet. Faced with this sudden attack, Addison's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. He drew his long sword with a clang, the blade gleaming coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the sword danced, ripples spreading outwards, forming an impenetrable defensive net that blocked all the water droplets. Then, he flashed behind Dickel, grabbing his right hand. Dickel's magical power surged, and simultaneously, he threw 2 magic stones with his left hand, which exploded with a bang under the influence of magic. Addison was startled and quickly released his grip, only to discover that the Philosopher's Stone had no power whatsoever. Dickel had already seized the opportunity to slip into the flock of sheep, but when he emerged, the scene outside had completely changed. A cold wind howled, and a group of black-armored warriors stood solemnly before him. Their helmets bore a distinctive insignia, the meaning of which Dickel would never forget. The Marcello family. What the hell? Dickel exclaimed. A hand landed on his shoulder, startling him. He quickly turned around and saw it was Brian. Dickel, what are you daydreaming about? We be in Rambo soon. Have you thought about how to face your father? Dickel looked at him suspiciously. What are you talking about? How are we already in Rambo? Brian glanced at him indifferently and pointed ahead. Look for yourself. Dickel looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a narrow valley blocking his way. Beyond the valley, a majestic city could be vaguely seen standing on the plateau. Dickel swallowed hard. That was Mount Mobies, the only entrance and exit to Rambo territory. He had lived here for over 10 years. He couldn't be mistaken. This can't be. Brian ignored him and continued. Bialik is preparing a night attack on Rambo. We're about to enter the mountain pass. Dickel trembled. He vaguely remembered the crushing defeat that day. From that day on, his fate had been turned upside down. No! We can't attack! Dickel shouted hoarsely. Brian was taken aback. Huh? Didn't you yourself say there were no ambushes on Mount Mobies, and now was the best time to attack? Dickel shook his head in horror. No! There are ambushes there. Don't go! Brian frowned. It's too late. The main force has already entered the pass. Dickel's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to look towards the pass. He saw a dark shadow looming on both sides of the valley, followed by a deafening roar. His eyes widened in horror as countless huge boulders rained down from the sky, crashing down on Marcello's army. These boulders were like cannonballs, incredibly powerful. They struck the ground with lightning speed, kicking up clouds of dust and smoke. Marcello's soldiers had no time to react before being struck by the boulders. Some died instantly, while others were severely wounded, lying on the ground groaning in pain. The entire battlefield descended into chaos, soldiers scattering in all directions, desperate to escape the sudden catastrophe. As boulders continued to fall, screams and wails echoed across the battlefield, weaving a mournful symphony. Dickel watched this unfold, his heart filled with shock and terror. How is this possible? Why? Why am I back here? Because you're not only a traitor, but also a piece of trash. Annie's cold voice rang in his ears. The scene before him blurred, and he was back among the sheep. Gone were the Maserati army and Mount Mobies, only Amanda, Addison, the blood demon, and the nightmare demon remained. The nightmare stroked his beard with his long slender fingers. Was my dream realistic enough? A dream? Dickel was still gripped by fear, not understanding the situation. What should we do with him? Amanda asked and sighed deeply. He's Jonathan's son. To be honest, I didn't want to kill him, but his actions have crossed the line. Over 30 lives have been lost at his hands in the 6th Ward. Those were his teammates. How could he do that? Amanda shook her head. But he is Jonathan's son after all. If possible, let's take him back. Let Jonathan decide how to handle him. What do we do now? Lock him up? Addison asked. But there are no prisons here in the wasteland. It's a giant prison in itself. No problem. Nightmare chuckled. I can lock him up in my endless dream prison. No one who goes in will ever come out. And nodded. That works. Thank you. No problem. After resolving the Dirk issue, the 7th Ward finally joined the alliance. All the forces in the northern wasteland were now united. In this storm, no one could remain unscathed. Edison, through various means, interrogated all the outposts in the wasteland and obtained their contact information. After some discussion, it was decided to begin the operation in a few days. According to Anne's speculation, the Harry family would surely elect a new general for the Northern Frontier Military Region soon, and a new broom sweeps clean, with the first move undoubtedly reaching the northern wasteland. After all, the previous Northern Frontier general, Resider, died here. If the new general could establish his reputation here, it would prove his strength. Therefore, they had to act immediately before the new general noticed this place. The plan wasn't complicated. Their first step was to send Edison, Blood Demon, Nightmare Demon, and Succubus, these top-tier experts, up to the top, allowing them to instantly gain an advantage and seize the exit checkpoints. This would cover the others as they gradually ascended. Once more people reached the summit, they could disperse and attack other checkpoints, opening multiple exits. The rest was self-explanatory. Edison chose the checkpoint closest to the 2nd Guard area. It faced south, with the Northern Frontier Military Region's garrison below. If they could seize it silently, nothing that happened on the mountain would reach the Northern Frontier Military Region. Annie agreed with his assessment, but she planned to depart from the outpost of the 7th Guard District with Amanda, Abrador, Otto, and the others. Since it faced north, Annie intended to take Amanda directly into the elf forest after they emerged. Everything was ready, and the day of the operation quickly arrived. About 100 people from the 5th, 7th, and 8th Guard districts gathered in front of the outpost. The soldiers inside had already been arrested. The captain of the 7th Guard district looked at the iron chain before him, carefully recalling what he had learned from the soldiers at the outpost. He then took a deep breath, reached out, and grasped the chain, and began to shake it rhythmically. Clang, clang, clang. The iron chain struck the rock wall, producing a series of clanging sounds. After a while, the iron chains were shaken from above, making another sound. What does this mean? Abramov asked. The captain of the 7th Ward was also bewildered. I don't know. They never mentioned anything like this before. Could that guy be lying to us? Otto clenched his fist. Probably not, Annie said. During the interrogation, the Nightmare used his ability to make the other party unintentionally reveal the whole truth. Could it be that some information wasn't complete? Abramov asked. Otto, his face filled with anxiety, asked, What do we do now? Won't the higher-ups become suspicious if we wait too long? Annie frowned. Right now, we must get them to open the protective magic circle. The captain of the 7th Guard district pondered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. I got it! But this method is very risky. It might not succeed. If it fails, it could expose our plan. Everyone looked at the captain of the 7th Guard district. Amanda immediately said, Whatever it is, we have no other choice now. We have to try. The captain of the 7th Guard district said seriously, This is an emergency signal. Once they receive it, the higher-ups will briefly activate the magic circle, but this circle can only support one person. If that person can't control the situation, things will be difficult. Everyone fell silent. This was truly a desperate gamble. Whoever went up would bear all the pressure. Success was good, but failure would mean certain death for them. I go! Annie stepped forward and said. Abrador's expression changed. There might be Feng Yuan-level experts up there. How do you think you can deal with them? If I can't, do you think you can? Abrador was speechless. The strongest here was only at the peak of the Huayuan realm. If everyone went up together, dealing with a Feng Yuan-level expert wouldn't be a problem. The problem was that only one person could go up, and no matter who went, there was no guarantee of success. How confident are you? Amanda asked. At least 30%. Anna, this is no joke. Otto looked incredulous. Our fates are all in your hands. I'm not joking, Annie said firmly. To be honest, I'm actually a necromancer. I can summon undead to fight, and I have an undead that can cast a spell similar to invisibility. I want to use this undead to control the guards at the checkpoint first, and get the method to open the magic circle from them. Before the others can react, I open the magic circle, and let you all come up. Then we proceed according to plan. Everyone was stunned. Really? That's invisibility. One of the 4 major auxiliary spells, invisibility, appearing on an undead, it's too ironic. Is this true? The captain of the 7th Guard District was still somewhat skeptical. Amida stepped forward and said, I believe her. If you have a better idea, you can suggest it. If not, this is the only way. Everyone looked at each other, but finally decided to proceed accordingly. After all, time was of the essence. If it dragged on too long, the higher-ups would definitely become suspicious. Without further hesitation, the captain of the 7th Guard Ward grabbed the iron chain and began to shake it. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds echoed upwards, and sure enough, a pale blue light appeared on the iron chain shortly afterward. The magic circle had activated. Success? Abramovich's face lit up with joy, and leaped up, grabbed the iron chain, and nodded to the crowd. Everyone, wait here for my news. Everything went smoothly. Everything went smoothly. The crowd shouted, their voices filled with hope and anticipation. A gentle force lifted Annie upwards. She ascended smoothly along the almost vertical rock face with minimal effort, and was filled with mixed emotions. She had been in this northern wasteland for over 2 months. Her original service term was 5 years, but now she was illegally absent, which, according to the laws of the Harry Empire, constituted treason. But she didn't care about that. Given her previous actions, her name was already on the Harry family's kill list. As they neared the summit, Annie summoned Bourne. Annie had already discussed the plan with Bourne, and Bourne agreed to it. He immediately used invisibility to reach the mountaintop outpost first. Only one soldier guarded the outpost, peering down and waiting for a message from below. Bourne's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a soft shout, Soul Stealer. A powerful surge of magic erupted, striking the soldier directly. The soldier's eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness. Bourne leaped up, producing a rope as if by magic, and quickly bound the soldier tightly. Soon, the soldier broke free from the Soul Stealer's mental control, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself bound and unable to move, with a beautiful young girl standing before him. He cried out in terror, who are you? Annie's lips curled into a smile. You don't need to know who I am. Just tell me how to activate the magic circle, and I spare your life. Chapter 456. Foolish Dreams. With a thud, Annie kicked him in the face, forcefully silencing his words. Don't blame me for not warning you. This is beyond your imagination. If you cooperate, you might survive. If not, we can find a way ourselves, but you certainly won't live. The soldier writhed on the ground in agony. You, who exactly are you? Annie sighed. Alas, I wanted to give you a chance, but it seems you won't appreciate it. With that, she lightly waved her right hand, and a dark magic circle appeared. A necromancer? The soldier exclaimed in shock, shrinking back in terror. What are you going to do? Annie didn't answer. The magic circle flickered, forming a dark and terrifying passage. Akeem emerged from it, his face filled with murderous intent. Ah! The soldier screamed in terror. This was understandable. Akeem's appearance was truly horrifying. Are you going to kill this coward? Akeem asked, staring at the soldier. Annie shook her head, pointing to the iron chains to the side, and said, I want to know how to activate this magic circle. This person knows, but won't say. Akeem immediately understood, grabbed the soldier by the collar, and lifted him up. 5 minutes later, I give you the answer you want. With that, he and the soldier vanished from the checkpoint in a flash, followed by a series of screams. Less than 5 minutes later, Akeem returned with the battered soldier. So fast? Annie was somewhat surprised. Akeem threw the soldier, who looked like a dead dog, on the ground, clapped his hands, and said, This guy has no backbone. I hadn't even revealed my tricks yet, and he confessed everything. Immediately, following Akeem's instructions, Annie activated the magic circle, and a blue light enveloped the iron chains. Success? Annie exclaimed with delight, surprised by how smoothly things had gone. However, just then, footsteps sounded from outside the sentry post, accompanied by a drunken shout. It's so cold, Kohler, do you have any more wine? Annie and Akeem exchanged a glance, then quickly took cover on either side. A figure carrying a wine bottle walked in through the doorway. He immediately saw the wounded soldier lying on the ground. His heart skipped a beat, and his previously dazed eyes widened instantly. At the same time, a bone spike shot out from the left. The figure roared, swung the magic-infused wine bottle, and smashed it down. With a crash, both the bottle and the bone spike shattered into pieces. But then a whooshing sound came from behind. The man had no time to think. He drew his sword and turned to parry. With a clang, the blade struck a bone spear, but the spear was incredibly powerful. The man roared, straining with all his might to change the spear's trajectory, and it pierced his shoulder with a soft thud. "Aya!" The man screamed, quickly unleashing a bolt of lightning that blasted the stone roof above him to smithereens. Pebble rained down, and the man used the opportunity to escape, and felt a sense of foreboding, while Akeem, without hesitation, immediately gave chase. But after taking only one step, another bolt of lightning struck him head-on. Akeem quickly pulled out a bone spike to block, but was still sent flying by the lightning. Akeem struggled to his feet from the rubble and whispered to Annie, "It's a Feng Yuan expert." Annie frowned deeply. Her worst fears had come true. The person before her had reached the first level of the Feng Yuan realm. She had barely managed to injure him during her sneak attack, but in a direct confrontation, Annie knew she was no match. Although Annie had now reached the peak of the Huayuan realm, the difference between these two realms was immense. A Huayuan realm mage could harness the magical power of heaven and earth to create countless spells. However, human strength is finite. No matter how powerful a Huayuan realm mage was, their magical power was limited, and the magical power they could draw upon was even more finite. But Feng Yuan realm mages were different. After breaking through that major realm, their magical power was like a vast ocean, allowing them to cast spells of any level with ease. For example, normally, Bond would exhaust all his water elemental magic power to cast an incomplete high-level spell, 10,000 miles of ice. But if he reached the Feng Yuan realm, even casting the complete 10,000 miles of ice wouldn't deplete his magic power in one go. Therefore, against such an opponent, a war of attrition was completely ineffective. To unleash a concentrated burst of magic power, catching the enemy off guard and delivering the strongest blow, is even more difficult. High-level cultivators have undergone years of arduous training, especially in the Harry Empire. Those who have directly fought against demons are the ones who have the opportunity to break through to the high-level realm. Such individuals possess rich combat experience, and the magic they have learned is all designed for battle. The high-level cultivator was slightly taken aback when he saw Annie and Akeem, never expecting that the one who ambushed him was a young girl and a skeleton. "Who are you? How dare you attack the northern wasteland?" And gathered her thoughts. Since they couldn't win now, and the magic circle on the iron chains had already been activated, as long as they could buy time, the people below could come up. So she slowly said, "We are spies sent by the royal family to gather information. Please forgive us if we have offended anyone." Akeem looked at Anne in surprise. She was lying without batting an eye, just spouting nonsense. Had she learned this from Bon? The Feng Yuan expert paused, then angrily said, "Are you playing me? The royal family doesn't have any spies. Besides, what information could we possibly gather here?" "What do you mean there's no information?" And smiled and said, "Resident died here recently, and the situation was quite suspicious. To find out if there were any traitors, the royal family specifically sent us here secretly to investigate. We didn't expect you to discover us." Wasn't this matter already concluded? Lord Resident was. He was killed by the demons, and Captain Addison avenged him later. There's no need to investigate, just ask anyone. But what everyone knows isn't necessarily the truth. Annie said with burning eyes. Redside, a fifth-tier Feng Yuan expert, couldn't capture the 1st Guardian District's base even with over 100 elite soldiers. What makes Addison so capable? Could he possibly be stronger than Redside? The Feng Yuan expert hesitated. To be honest, he himself had some doubts, but since his superiors weren't pursuing the matter, why should he, as a mere deputy general, worry about it? However, he still asked, "Do you have anything to prove your identity?" Annie racked her brains, trying to think of something she could use to intimidate him. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She took out a token she had previously obtained from Redside from her breastplate. The token seemed to be from the royal family, but its specific function was unknown. Upon seeing the token, the powerful Feng Yuan expert's eyes narrowed sharply. Even though he didn't know its specific function, the gleaming royal insignia on it made him certain he wasn't mistaken, but then he realized something was amiss. Such royal insignia were usually found on the tokens of high-ranking nobles, and were always held by the individuals themselves. This young woman didn't seem to be a high-ranking noble in the Empire at all. However, he had a backup plan. He immediately put on a smiling face. "Ah, so you come from the royal family. My apologies. Is there anything I can help with? I will certainly do my best to assist you, and will tell you everything I know." And was also taken aback. She hadn't expected the other party to believe her so quickly, and her prepared next line of explanation was now useless. We haven't found anything yet. The information we gathered so far isn't unusual, and we're preparing to move to another location. The Feng Yuan expert smiled and approached, saying, to be honest, I also feel there's something strange about the northern wasteland. The demon clan painstakingly captured the first guarded area, so why was it so easily retaken? This whole thing is incredibly eerie. Annie unconsciously took 2 steps back. Perhaps that Addison really has some extraordinary abilities. Are you acquainted with him? The Feng Yuan expert shook his head. I never been down there, and don't know him, but I heard of him. His reputation is truly that of a hero. To be able to single-handedly make all the demons retreat is something no ordinary person could do. Annie flattered, I think your strength is also quite impressive. If it were you, you might have done even better. Ha ha ha. The powerful Feng Yuan laughed loudly, you're really joking. I also fought against the demons back then. Everyone knows how powerful the demons are, but I experienced it even more deeply. If you say the demons would submit to anyone, I don't believe it at all. It can only be said that Edison has thoroughly understood the nature of the demons, and mastered the rules for dealing with them. Annie frowned slightly. Yes, he is indeed very powerful. She watched the other man approach, her guard rising. The powerful Feng Yuan continued, anything that happens in the wasteland now is difficult for us to control. We can only rely on Addison and his group. Under these circumstances, I highly suspect they have ulterior motives. Why do you say that? Annie silently took a step back. It's simple. If they can unite all the guards, they might be able to release a false signal from the checkpoint and escape via the iron chains. Annie's heart tightened. Is that really feasible? The powerful Feng Yuan shrugged. Why wouldn't it work? For example, if someone wants to come here, they must pass through the checkpoint ahead and be checked by me. But you appeared here suddenly, as if you fell from the sky? His gaze sharpened. You claim to be gathering information, but you tortured the guards here, and even tried to kill me when I arrived. What he's doing really makes him seem like a guard who escaped from below. Annie swallowed hard. Your speculation is interesting, but I have a token. How could a guard have a royal token? You're right. The powerful Feng Yuan laughed again. A guard certainly wouldn't have a royal token. But the next moment, he attacked suddenly, his entire body flashing with lightning. A thick lightning bolt, like a python, coiled towards Annie. Although Annie was on guard, she didn't expect him to attack without warning. In the nick of time, she quickly summoned Born. Let's see if your lightning is stronger or mine. As soon as Born appeared, he activated the power of retribution, attaching it to the soul-severing blade, and slashed fiercely at the lightning bolt. The two violent forces collided, immediately unleashing a violent explosion, booming loudly. The opponent, worthy of being a powerful expert from the Feng Yuan realm, had transformed his lightning bolt spell beyond its initial level. It was now an intermediate spell, enhanced and modified through multiple upgrades, possessing greater resilience and binding power, and even a paralyzing effect. However, the power of retribution was no pushover. As the strongest and most unyielding force in the world, it easily withstood the encroaching magic of the lightning bolt. But force cannot be neutralized. Born felt a tremendous force strike him, forcing him back several steps. There are undead too? The opponent was taken aback, then launched a series of attacks on Born. Born was momentarily flustered. Annie, we have to use our full strength. Annie nodded, activating her spirit division technique. Various elemental magics converged, forming a powerful magical storm. Born's soul fusion technique was equally powerful, and the two techniques complemented each other, resulting in a geometric increase in power. Sensing the increase in the opponent's power, the Feng Yuan expert was quite surprised. He had never seen such magic before, capable of increasing a person's power so much in a short time, even surpassing a major realm, making them capable of fighting him. Who exactly are you? With your strength, you should be considered a powerful figure in the wasteland. Why have I never heard of you? So you already determined that I'm the guardian of the wasteland? What's there to be unsure of? The Feng Yuan expert sneered. That token in your hand is something only a high-ranking noble could possess. Considering your previous actions and your sudden appearance here, I know you must have obtained that token from General Redside. You think you can fool me with such a clumsy lie? As he spoke, he launched another fierce attack, but this time, Born was supported by even greater power, and the two fought to a standstill. Especially the endless stream of heavenly soul power emanating from Born's hands caused considerable trouble for this Feng Yuan expert. 10,000 miles of ice seal. Born unleashed this advanced spell using the power of the raging heavenly soul, the powerful magical fluctuations radiating outwards, forming a vast domain. The Feng Yuan expert's movements were immediately restricted, slowing them down. Seizing the opportunity, Annie swung her wand forcefully, and a huge phantom of an evil spirit appeared in the void. The evil spirit opened its massive maw, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave that shook the entire mountaintop. Awooh! What the hell is that? The Feng Yuan expert was shocked. He had never seen such an attack before, and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, only able to gather his magic and raise his arms to block. Being struck head-on by the evil spirit's roar, even he was momentarily stunned, his consciousness thrown into chaos. Attack! Born pushed off with both feet, unleashing his maximum speed. The soul-severing blade flashed with a cold light, and purple lightning, like divine punishment descending upon the world, slashed towards his opponent with boundless destructive power. Ah! The Feng Yuan expert mobilized all his magical power, desperately resisting the mental attack brought by the evil spirit's roar, but the fear in his heart could not be erased. Thunder God Armor. He roared, finally activating a high-level spell. A purple light flashed, and an advanced version of lightning armor draped over his body, causing his aura to surge. He finally broke free from the control of the evil spirit's roar, his figure transforming into a bolt of lightning, dodging Born's fatal blow. Chapter 457. The back of the powerful Feng Yuan was soaked with cold sweat. This was truly a close call. He could even feel the immense power of Born's attack. Even clad in the Thunder God armor, he couldn't withstand the attack of the Judgment Force. With a deafening roar, the Judgment Force slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater and sending countless fragments of rock flying. Born returned to Annie's side, his face grave. What a pity, he said. I couldn't kill him in one strike. My magic power is exhausted now. It'd be difficult to hold him off any longer. Annie's mind raced. She immediately said, It's all right. You fight him a little longer, and I provide ranged support. Hold him off for as long as you can. Born nodded and charged forward again. However, this time, he was without magic power, while his opponent was empowered by the Thunder God armor. He instantly found himself at a disadvantage. Annie still had magic power, but it was running low, and she had to conserve it. Therefore, she could only offer limited assistance. Shortly after, Born was sent flying again, 2 ribs broken, looking utterly disheveled. This won't do. Born cried, This isn't working. Annie, however, smiled slightly. No need, this is enough. Immediately, several figures leaped up from the iron chains, Abrado, Otto, and the others. The Feng Yuan expert, having just gained a slight advantage and feeling elated, was suddenly surrounded by a large group of people, and was immediately terrified. How did you get up here? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how foolish his question was. Did he even need to ask? Of course, it was that girl's doing. I see you cultivated to such a level with great difficulty. I advise you to surrender. Our goal is simply to escape, not to kill. Annie said calmly. The Feng Yuan expert gritted his teeth and said, If I let you go, the higher-ups will definitely punish me. Besides, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you outnumber me. You're just a bunch of peak-stage transformation realm mages. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Seeing that a battle was inevitable, Annie didn't try to persuade him any further, and everyone swarmed forward. Although the Feng Yuan expert was powerful, he couldn't fight against so many opponents, especially since he was facing peak-stage transformation realm experts, some of whom even had 1 foot in the Feng Yuan realm. Combined with the exhaustion from his previous battle with Annie, the Feng Yuan expert was quickly defeated and hacked to pieces. This powerful life force was naturally absorbed by Bon, bringing him great benefits. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the forward outpost, hearing the commotion, rushed over and witnessed their leader being killed. Terrified, they were powerless to fight, and scattered in all directions. Otto was about to give chase when a braider stopped him. Don't go. It's useless. The news will definitely leak out. What we need to do now is get out of here. More and more people came up the chains, including some dark elves, escorting Daikel, who was trapped in the dream. Seeing that Amida and Daikel had arrived, Annie said to Abraider and the others, The plan is complete. We take our leave now. Until we meet again. Abraider and the others, even the dark elves, bowed deeply to Annie. We will never forget this kindness, Miss Annie. Until we meet again. The group dispersed in different directions, each pursuing their own goals. Although there were outposts at the foot of the mountain range surrounding the northern wasteland was simply too vast. Even the Empire's outposts couldn't cover the entire area. According to the established plan, Annie, along with Amida and Diker, headed north and quickly entered the misty forest. Accompanying her into the misty forest were the Dark Elves. Through their interactions over this period, the Dark Elf leader had become completely convinced of Annie's abilities. "Miss N, thank you so much this time," and waved her hand and said, "It's just mutual help, no need to thank me. By the way, I never asked your name before. My name is Lester, the reserve warrior captain of the Dark Elf race. I sincerely invite you to visit my tribe. I would be very happy to. Please remember to give my regards to the martial arts master when you return." Lester was taken aback. "You really know the martial arts master?" and gave a wry smile. "So you never believe me?" Lester quickly waved his hand. No, it's not that I didn't believe you, but the martial arts master will help." "A human? This is simply unbelievable. You see, the martial arts master is notoriously disdainful of humans, and openly forbids any human from setting foot in our territory. Why does he hate humans so much? Perhaps he was once tricked by a human." Lester's expression was somewhat strange. Over 300 years ago, he encountered a human, said to be very strong, no less than the martial arts master. They fought to a standstill, and finally the human proposed a wager. They would stand face to face, and whoever moved first would lose. Annie's eye twitched. What kind of bet is this? Lester was also speechless. It seems like nothing to us now, but to these supreme beings, there's nothing left to pursue besides winning or losing. That human completely tricked him. Annie had a bad feeling. He didn't just quietly leave, did he? "You're right." Lester shook his head with a wry smile. "That guy had no sense of honor whatsoever. He just dropped a puppet and ran away." The martial arts master held out for 10 years before realizing he was facing a puppet. Annie scratched her head. No wonder the martial arts master was so angry. But if it weren't for Lord Foxy, he probably wouldn't have been willing to help me. "I don't know Foxy, but I know the martial arts master doesn't easily help others. You must have shown something extraordinary to earn his approval." Annie thought for a moment, but couldn't remember showing anything extraordinary. At this moment, Amanda asked, "Who is that human? If he's so powerful, how come I never heard of him?" Lester thought for a moment and said, "He's quite famous in your human world. I think his name is Grim, and he's hailed as the strongest man." "It's him," Annie and Amanda exclaimed simultaneously, then exchanged a puzzled look. "You know him too?" Amanda said seriously, "Of course I know him. He's my ancestor. The first emperor of the Norma Empire. Grim Norma." "Ah?" Although she had already guessed, hearing the answer from Amanda still greatly surprised Annie. He really was the first emperor of Norma. Of course. How could I mistake my own ancestor? He was the strongest man on the entire continent back then, a unique existence. "But you, how do you know him?" "His name is never mentioned in our records. Only members of our royal family know him." Annie scratched her head. Well, it's a long story. This strongest man did many earth-shattering things on the continent, naturally offending many people in the process. I just happened to have met them before." Annie was naturally referring to Great Blue and Stark, and now Urza had joined the list. "So he was Emperor Norma," Lester explained in realization. "But that doesn't matter anymore. So much time has passed, his anger has probably subsided by now, and he shouldn't hold a grudge against you." Annie then asked, "What will you do next? Seek revenge against the Hairy Empire?" Lester thought for a moment and said, "Not necessarily. We haven't fought the Hairy Empire head-on before. My capture and that of my men were an accident. Our greatest enemy is still the elves." Annie frowned. "You and the elves share the same roots. What deep-seated hatred do you have that makes you so determined to fight to the death?" Lester's eyes were filled with resentment. "The enmity between our two races can't be explained in a few words. In short, it's a huge ideological difference that has brought us to opposite sides. Either side will try to kill the other if given the chance." Annie has now had some contact with both the Dark Elves and the Elven race. To be honest, apart from their darker skin, the Dark Elves aren't that different from the Elves. In terms of conduct, the Elves seem more dignified and elegant, and speak with great politeness. Dark Elves, on the other hand, are capricious and ruled by the strong, a trait they share with the demons, which is one reason why they associate with them. Furthermore, Dark Elves don't have an almost worshipful obsession with nature. They might even destroy it for their own development, something the Elves absolutely cannot tolerate. Alright, I hope you have a safe journey. If you intend to attack the Hairy Empire, remember to contact me. I am Ngor from the Norma Empire." Les nodded. "I remember. Until we meet again." The two parted ways, with Anne leading Amanda and Dirk towards the northeast, towards the Elven Forest. After so much time, Dirk gradually broke free from the dream prison of the nightmare demon and regained some consciousness. When he saw himself bound hand and foot, he realized that everything before had been a dream. "And Annie, where is this?" "Oh, you're awake." And turned around and smiled. "We left the northern wasteland and are currently in the misty forest." "The misty forest?" Dirk instantly became more alert. "You're not kidding, are you? Do I need to joke with you? Listen carefully. Although His Majesty the Regent has pleaded for you, I can spare your life, but you must obediently come back with us to see Marquis Jonathan. If you want to escape, I suggest you think carefully about the consequences. We're already deep in the misty forest. Without my guidance, you could easily enter the territory of magical beasts. Do you want to become food for magical beasts here, or return to the Empire to be punished?" The map Crick had given Annie marked many places, especially the route from the Hairy Empire to the Elf Forest, which was very detailed. It seemed Crick had visited the Hairy Empire quite a bit before. Dickel had no choice. Leaving aside whether he could escape the misty forest, the current situation was beyond his capabilities. I won't run away, but this route is too dangerous. No one has ever successfully crossed the misty forest from Harry to Norma. That's because they're too weak, and without a map, they naturally couldn't do it, Annie said calmly. "Don't think too much, just follow us." Amanda kicked Dickel hard. "You brat, have you thought about how you're going to face Marquis Jonathan?" Dickel staggered, a conflicted look on his face. "I know I was wrong, but I was also deceived. Brian contacted me a long time ago, and he almost got killed by my father because of it. Oh, and he was also responsible for Keller's situation, but for some reason, Keller miraculously survived." And suddenly realized, wasn't this similar to Margot's situation? It seemed that Brian had long planned to infiltrate the Norma Empire, and he had succeeded. He had won over Margot in the Northern Territories, Dickel in the Western Territories, and even become a guest of honor in the Marcello army in the Southern Territories. It could be said that the Marcello rebellion was inextricably linked to Brian. The whole affair was a scheme orchestrated by the Hairy Empire. Don't put all the blame on Brian. I settle accounts with him later. And if you can remain steadfast and not be swayed by jealousy and suspicion, you won't be misled by Brian. Dickel lowered his head dejectedly, but resentment still flickered in his eyes. Amanda suddenly asked, "I'm curious, why did you kill everyone in the 6th Ward?" And also cast a questioning glance at him. Dickel stammered, They deserved to die. They were Harry soldiers, they didn't deserve any sympathy." And shook her head. "They were indeed Harry soldiers, and our two countries are at war, but you join them, you become one of them. You have no reason to kill them, unless you're trying to hide something." Dickel trembled. Before he could speak, Henry interrupted, "Think carefully before you speak. Lying will destroy the trust between us." "Trust? What trust?" Dickel felt his head buzzing. However, he didn't dare to make things up, and could only whisper, "Actually, because I'm a Norman, they all look down on me, and don't want to accept me. So I came up with a plan. I want to start from the 6th Guard District and gradually conquer the entire Northern Wasteland." Annie was slightly taken aback. This answer truly surprised her. "You? Why would you think that? As you can see, I didn't do well in the Hairy Empire, otherwise I wouldn't have been sent to the Northern Wasteland. Of course, you also played a part in that. Originally, I was in the Black Claw Mountain Legion, but later, the Black Claw Mountain Legion's commander, Nessus, was killed by you. The higher-ups blamed me, and somehow the anger was directed at me. Honestly, I come from a noble family, the son of a general. How could I tolerate this kind of humiliation? When I arrived in the Northern Wasteland, I wanted to prove their decision wrong through my own strength. But after arriving here, I discovered that there are countless experts here, and my cultivation level is insignificant. You may not know, but in this country where strength reigns supreme, as long as you work hard enough, you can obtain cultivation resources. When I was in the Black Claw Mountain Legion, I earned enough money to buy many secret realms, and successfully broke through to the Qi Yuan realm. But after arriving in the Northern Wasteland, I found that Hua Yuan realm experts are everywhere, and only Feng Yuan realm experts can become a company commander." Chapter 458. I almost gave up hope. I had hoped to build a good relationship with them, and live out the rest of my life peacefully here. But they didn't think that way. They made me do chores, bullied me, and even beat and verbally abused me at the drop of a hat. I couldn't stand this kind of life for another day. I wanted to make them pay. So I secretly worked hard to cultivate, broke through to the transformation realm, and went straight to the peak. When I broke through to the peak of the transformation realm, I heard the news that the demon clan had breached the 1st Guard area. I felt this was a golden opportunity. So, while the captain was away, I killed 2 people to establish my authority, and took control of the entire 6-guard area. Amina frowned. Wait. That's not right. You just broke through to the peak of the transformation realm. I remember there were many transformation realm experts in the 6-guard area. Won't they resist? A ruthless smile curled at the corner of Dickle's lips. They can't resist anyway. I already poisoned their food with ice lotus, a plant unique to the northern wasteland. Amina's heart skipped a beat. I know. It's a special plant that can seal magic. I first saw it in the northern wasteland. You actually know its properties? Dickle shrugged. I didn't know at first, but the ice lotus looked so unusual that I accidentally found it and brought some back. I made some soup, but luckily I was called to fetch water after only 1 sip. When I tried to cast a spell, I found that I couldn't use my magic at all. That's when I realized the ice lotus's wonder. So you poisoned the entire 6-guard district? Amina explained in surprise. While the ice lotus is unique to the northern wasteland, it's extremely rare. Where did you get so many? Dickle laughed. So even the heavens are helping me. One day I discovered a treasure trove where dozens of ice flowers grew, and I immediately thought of using this method to start the plan ahead of time. Amina shook her head. Only you could come up with such a method. So you killed them all to cover up this ridiculous purpose, so you could talk to us about cooperation. Annie said sharply. Dickle no longer hid. That's right. When I learned about the alliance and that the leader was none other than His Majesty the Regent, I came up with another idea. To infiltrate the alliance and report your situation to the higher-ups, thereby gaining the trust and attention of the Hairy Empire. Of course, I didn't know Miss Annie was here too. If I had known, I wouldn't have come even if you killed me. The 3 of them, after a long journey, finally arrived at the edge of the elf forest, a fact known only to Annie, who held the map. For Amina, simply following Annie was the right thing to do. However, Dickle didn't see it that way. After so much contact, he knew Annie possessed a map, and it was this map that allowed her to enter the misty forest with such confidence. The map's value was immeasurable. Any adventurer, or anyone at that, could move freely through the misty forest with it. This rendered the borders of the 3 empires practically meaningless. People from the Hairy Empire could enter the Norma and Austin empires undetected, and vice versa. Therefore, if he obtained this map, he would undoubtedly be highly regarded regardless of which faction he joined. Dickle wasn't one to sit idly by. Initially, he was indeed intimidated by Annie, but now he knew that Annie was only at the peak of the transformation realm, and Amina was even weaker, only at the Chi-Yuan realm, a level he only reached with the help of the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon clan seemed to possess a special power, able to extract racial power from blood. Therefore, the Blood Demon had lent Amina a special power from his own blood, helping him break through to a higher realm. Even so, cultivation resources were extremely scarce in the wasteland, and it was precisely Amina's powerful talent that allowed him to cultivate to the Chi-Yuan realm in such an environment. Since neither of them was much stronger than him, Dickle felt reassured he had to take control of his own destiny. That night, while the 2 were resting, Dickle quietly got up. He didn't intend to run away immediately. After all, without a map in this misty forest, it was impossible to escape alive. He tiptoed to Annie's side and softly called, "Annie?" But Annie didn't respond, seemingly still asleep. Dickle swallowed hard, noticing the map nestled under Annie's head, and a thought struck him. He bit his lower lip and slowly reached out. In the darkness, only his heavy breathing and the crackling of the campfire beside him could be heard. He touched it. Dickle's right hand touched the map's cover, but with Annie's head pressing down, he couldn't open it, much less pull it out. Dickle gritted his teeth. Such a good opportunity, it would be a waste not to gather some information. He lowered his body, almost lying prone on the ground, and then gently turned a corner of the map with his right hand. By the moonlight and firelight, he strained to see the markings on the map. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw that the corner of the map marked their current location, and further north lay the elf forest. This discovery greatly surprised him. He had no idea that Annie's destination was the elf forest. He had always assumed she was taking him directly back to the Norma Empire. His mind raced, and a plan suddenly formed in his head. He quietly closed the map and tiptoed back to his original spot. However, unbeknownst to him, the instant he laid down, Annie opened her eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing within them. The next morning, the 3 set off again, but this time Dirk was exceptionally attentive, not only obeying Annie's every word but even offering to do chores. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Amina took the water bottle from Dirk. "You didn't poison me, did you?" Dick said awkwardly. "How could I? You searched me thoroughly, There's no poison left. That's true. Amida took a small sip of water, found nothing wrong, and then drank it down in large gulps. And didn't seem to care. They were almost at the elf forest. Dirk couldn't cause much trouble now. And didn't plan to enter the elf forest directly, as it was the territory of other families, bordering the dark elves to the west, with a vast buffer zone. And was going to Crick's place, so she planned to go around the edge of the elf forest. However, in Dirk's eyes, this route meant returning to the Norma Empire. Dick's eyes darted around, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch!" Amida frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "What's with the yelling?" Dickel clutched his stomach, his face filled with urgency. "My stomach hurts, I need to go to the toilet," he said, pointing to the tall grass beside him. "I go over there, just wait a moment." Amida waved his hand dismissively. "So much trouble. Why didn't you take care of it last night? Hurry up, don't delay our journey." Annie didn't say anything, which was taken as tacit agreement. Dickel was overjoyed, and quickly ran towards the grass. As soon as Dickel turned around, Amida raised her hand, and tossed out a beam of blue light, which silently wrapped around Dickel's left ankle. "What's this?" Annie asked, puzzled. Amida scratched his head awkwardly. "To be honest, I'm just raising sheep, and came up with a little spell, inspired by the eye of the earth of Mommy, but the effect is far inferior." Annie's expression immediately turned to shock. "You can actually create your own spells?" Amida chuckled. "It's not difficult, just time-consuming." "No, no, no." Annie quickly waved her hands. "This is no simple matter." Annie vaguely remembered that Dao Quang had explained the principles of creating spells to her before, but she had failed after trying it once. Creating spells requires strong magical adaptability and comprehension, which is not something ordinary people can do. At least Dao Quang had told her not to try it lightly now, but Amida actually succeeded. "What does that spell do?" Annie asked. Amida was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Oh no! That guy's really trying to escape. Chase him." With that, Amida immediately rushed into the bushes, but when he parted the tall grass, Dickel was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a figure was moving rapidly in the distance, undoubtedly Dickel. Amida hesitated. "What should we do? Should we chase after them? It seems like we're going the wrong way." Annie frowned, but finally said, "Chase after them, or he die here." Dickel glanced back discreetly and saw Annie and Amida catching up. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief. This was exactly his plan. To escape from the elf forest, he had no other way. The best way was to return the way he came. Annie must have realized this too. If he returned the way he came, Annie would catch up quickly. Therefore, Dickel planned to use someone else to do his dirty work. He would lure Annie into the elf forest, exploit the elves' hatred for humans, and use that to hold her back, ideally killing her. This way, he would have enough time to return the way he came. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures quickly blocked his path. Human trespassing into the elf forest, stop immediately, or face the consequences. It was an elven woman with pointed ears. Unlike the dark elves, she had skin so white, it was almost translucent, and a stunningly beautiful face. Dirk didn't care about any of that. He pointed his fingers like a sword, countless water droplets floating around him. With a flick of his finger, the droplets shot towards the 3 elves. The 3 elves were instantly enraged. This human was utterly inconsiderate. Not only had he trespassed into the elf forest, but he had also dared to attack them. It was outrageous. The female elf was clearly the leader of the 3, but her strength seemed slightly inferior to Dirk's, and she was somewhat overwhelmed by the water droplets. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dirk leaped up, soaring over the heads of the 3 elves and flying deeper into the forest. "Oh no!" After him. The female elf cried out in alarm. "Christiania, but there are still humans here," an elf cried out. The female elf turned around and saw a man and a woman rushing towards her. Without a word, they attacked. "Earth Spirit, heed my command," the female elf shouted, slamming her hands onto the ground. Rumble. The ground shook, and countless rocks seemed to come alive, automatically piecing themselves together to form a gigantic rock giant. The rock giant slammed its fists into the ground, roaring angrily at the 2 humans. "Wait! I am Anne." Before Anne could finish speaking, the rock giant pounced, its massive fists crashing down on her like small mountains. Helpless, Anne could only shield Amida behind her, waving her wand with her right hand. A surge of fire elemental power poured out, condensing into a fire giant, which also threw a punch. The 2 fists collided, producing a deafening roar, sparks flying, and debris flying everywhere. The rock giant staggered back 3 steps, and the fire giant pressed its advantage, throwing another punch. This punch slammed into the rock giant's face, instantly smashing its head apart. Damn humans! Christia roared in fury, and quickly withdrew the fire giant, saying, "Don't attack yet. I'm in Gaul, and I'm here to see Chief Martial Arts Master Krieg." Christia, who was about to attack again, stopped abruptly, her eyebrows furrowing. "Nonsense! Chief Martial Arts Master isn't with our Holder family. What are you doing here?" "I'm so sorry, we were just passing by and didn't mean to disturb you, but a very important prisoner escaped, so we chased after him." "A very important prisoner?" Christia's teeth clenched with hatred as she thought of the human who had attacked her so readily. Seeing that the other woman still seemed unconvinced, Annie took out the token Krieg had given her. When the shimmering emerald green leaf appeared before her, Christia's eyes widened. This is impossible. How could the martial arts master so easily entrust his token to a human?" "Nothing is impossible," Annie said urgently. "We are truly sorry this time. We didn't keep a close eye on our people and caused you trouble. But please let us go there quickly and bring that person back." Christia recalled the rumors. Indeed, Krieg had brought back a half-blood princess from the human world, so it wasn't surprising that he had human friends. "Don't worry, that guy can't escape," Christia said. "What you need to worry about is whether he survives. Dark elves frequently appear in this area. To be on the safe side, besides us patrolling sentries, we set up many traps to prevent sudden attacks by the Dark Elves. Don't let his peak transformation realm power fool you. He's useless against those traps." Annie was startled. No! He can't die." He's just a prisoner. Why can't he die?" "He's very important to us. I must take him back to the Norma Empire to face the judgment of Imperial law." Christia frowned, then said, "Then let's hurry." She took the lead and chased after Dickel in the direction he had fled. At this moment, Dickel was overjoyed. He clearly heard the sounds of battle behind him, meaning the elves had already engaged Annie. The elves were a very powerful race. Even if the 3 elves from before weren't strong, reinforcements would soon arrive, and Annie would definitely be tied up. Chapter 459. Ha ha ha, I escaped. I'm free. Dirk roared to the sky. Following the map he remembered, he made a large circle and began running towards the edge of the elven forest. He prayed inwardly that he wouldn't encounter any more elven sentries. However, whether his luck was good or bad, he didn't encounter any elven sentries, but he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Dick was startled, and his pace unconsciously quickened. He cursed inwardly, these useless elves, they couldn't even hold Annie back. He didn't dare look back. If he did, he would find that Annie wasn't the only one chasing him. And saw Dirk in the distance and shouted, "Dick, don't run. Stop." At this, Dirk didn't stop. Instead, he ran even faster. "Damn it, don't go any further," Christia shouted, but in her haste, she spoke in elven language. Dirk had no idea what she was talking about, and was wondering how the elves had caught up with him too. However, the next moment, a yellow light appeared beneath his feet, and a stone pillar suddenly shot out from the ground, slamming into Dirk's lower abdomen. Dirk's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body thrown into the air by the immense force. "Everyone stop!" He triggered the stone pillar array. Christia stopped Annie and Amida. Annie quickly asked, "What is a stone pillar array?" "This is a magic array under the command of my group's elders. It's more than enough to deal with even a Fengyuan expert. This guy is dead. Is there really no way to save him?" Christia shook her head. "Once the formation is activated, it can't be stopped unless our elders arrive. But the situation is tense lately, and none of them are here." But by then, it was too late for anyone to arrive. Diker, set flying into the air, tumbled several times before being struck by another stone pillar. He was like a ball, constantly being hit by the pillars, set flying, then hit again, then set flying again. The whole process lasted about half an instant stick's time. Annie and Amida tried many methods, but they couldn't get close to the pillar formation, let alone save Diker. Thump! Diker, now a puddle of mud, fell to the ground, completely lifeless. This, Amida turned away, unable to bear the sight, and sighed. Well, he brought this on himself. If he had obediently come back with us, we wouldn't have killed him. After all, he's Jonathan's son, and his only son still alive. It's just a pity. The only one? Amida was taken aback. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what about Keller? And fell silent. She had let something slip. Keller. Is he dead too? Amida's voice trembled slightly. Sigh. And sighed deeply. I haven't told anyone about this because I simply don't know how to tell them. Amida turned to look at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground and fell into deep silence. Marquis Jonathan was a loyal and courageous man who played a crucial role in quelling the Micello rebellion, but now both of his sons were dead, leaving only his daughter, Katniss. One wonders how desperate he must have been upon hearing this news. It's come to this, let's keep it a secret for as long as we can. Amida shook her head. What do we do now? And turned to Christia. I'm so sorry to have troubled you. We leave now, and go to the Rhine family's territory. Are you really going to find the master of martial arts? Christia asked. Of course, my family and friends are there. Christia slung her bow and arrows over her shoulder. It's unbelievable that the Elf King would allow humans into the elf forest. How do you plan to get there? And open the map given to her by Crick. This is a map the master of martial arts gave me. It marks the route. Christia leaned closer to look. You're planning to go around the edge? And smiled wryly. There's no other way. Besides the master of martial arts, no other elven race would welcome us. You're right, Christia smiled. But you're lucky to have met me. Come on, I take you a shortcut, it only take a week. Really? And exclaimed with delight. Going around the periphery would have taken at least a month, so this saves a lot of time. By now, Evar should have already made some moves. The Austin Empire is probably in complete chaos, and the Harry Empire isn't much better off. The events in the northern frontier military region will inevitably disrupt the entire Empire's plans. Now the timing is perfect. She needs to bring Nicole and the others back to the Norma Empire as soon as possible to start the plan. Therefore, time is of the essence now, and Christia has given them that time. Thank you so much. Amida exclaimed with delight. But, one of the elves hesitated. Christiana, shouldn't we consult the elders about this? Christiana waved her hand. Such a small matter, no need to trouble the elders. I explained to them myself later. Then the patrol. You two will have to work hard for a while. If anyone asks, just say I went to the Rhine family. Next, Christia led Annie and Amida along a completely different new route. This route was significantly faster and much safer. They arrived at the Rhine family's territory smoothly, almost as expected. However, the atmosphere here seemed a bit strange. Logically, upon entering the Rhine family's territory, they should have encountered patrolling sentries much sooner, like Christia. However, they walked for a long time without seeing a single Rhine family elf. Something seems amiss. Christia frowned. Has something happened to the Rhine family? Annie asked. Christia shook her head. I don't know, I haven't heard of it before. Perhaps we should go deeper and ask someone. Just then, several figures appeared ahead, and the three immediately went to meet them. But as soon as they saw them, Annie exclaimed in surprise, Alyssa? Starks? It's you? And Annie? Alyssa was equally surprised. You know each other? Christia asked, looking puzzled. Annie nodded. Yes, she's the eldest daughter of the Forrest family. I received help from her before. Oh, I know you. Hello, I'm Christia from the Holder family. Alyssa nodded. Hello, but now's not the time for that, Annie. You come at the right time, come with me. And felt a chill, a sense of foreboding. What's going on? The martial arts master's garden is surrounded. Alyssa said anxiously. The Elf King has ordered all humans to be driven out. Princess Angela strongly opposes this, even threatening suicide. Martial arts master Crick is helpless, and can only mediate. But the Elf King represents not just himself, but the entire elf race. Most elves are very averse to a group of humans living here. I heard that in the council vote, only 2 votes were in favor of the humans continuing to live here, and the other 200 votes were against. Starks added, the conflict seems to have escalated again today. Some villagers spontaneously came to the martial arts master's garden demanding that the humans leave. This naturally angered Princess Angela, and the argument escalated, even alarming the Rhine family's army. That's why you haven't seen any sentries since you arrived. They all gone to the garden to maintain order. Then why are you here? Annie asked. Alyssa said, we came with our father. He was discussing some matters with the Elf King, but we encountered this situation. We were on our way to the martial arts master's garden. The group quickly set off, and as they approached the garden, they finally encountered the Rhine family elves. This time, however, there were many of them, and each of them wore an expression of anger. Humans are so annoying. They're just hanging around here. I'm about to lose my mind. Exactly. I don't know what the princess is doing. Letting humans stay here is against the rules, and then she lets them run around. That's it. The Elf King is furious. They have to leave. That princess also has human blood, and mostly human blood at that. She doesn't seem like a good person either, so different from our elves, not noble at all. Hearing the loud chatter, Annie's face grew increasingly grim. She had expected Nickel's people to cause some discontent, but she hadn't anticipated such a serious situation. Even Angela was being criticized. "Make way! Make way!" Elisa and Christia shouted, pushing through the crowd until they finally reached the garden gate. At the gate stood the enforcement elder of the Rhine family, leading a group of men, pounding on the wooden door. "Humans inside, listen up. You are to leave the elf forest today, or we will be expelled on the elf king's orders. Even if the martial arts master and Princess Angela plead for you, it won't matter. Rules are rules, and you must obey." However, no matter how he shouted, there was still no response from inside. Veins were beginning to bulge on the enforcement elder's forehead. His patience was wearing thin. From the moment these humans arrived, he vehemently opposed their arrival. However, the elven Princess Angela, who possessed predominantly human blood, fought desperately to keep them there. Being a princess of the Nafon family, the elf king couldn't say anything and agreed. But recently, a human dared to disregard the rules and enter the elven village without permission. This was a provocation against the elf king, absolutely intolerable. This incident also ignited the anger of the other elves. Some began to complain about the humans' various misdeeds. Some said the humans had a strange odor that polluted the air of the entire elven forest. Others said the humans looked terrifying, and the mere thought of humans living in the elven forest kept them up at night. Regardless of the reasons, everyone's goal was the same: to drive the humans out of the elven forest. The protests started mildly, but they grew increasingly large, eventually escalating to this point. The Elder of Law Enforcement was pleased. This was the will of the people. Even if the Elf King wanted to favor Crick, he couldn't go against the tide. With a clang, the iron gate was pushed open. Everyone fell silent. Crick, his face grim, walked out. "My neutrality in this matter doesn't mean you can block my door." The Elder of Law Enforcement stammered, "Chief of Martial Arts, I'm very sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you, but the public's anger is simply too much to bear." Crick's gaze swept over everyone present, and everyone whose eyes met his lowered their heads silently, not daring to utter a sound. "You're not going to kick me out too, are you?" The Elder of Law Enforcement quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand. How could we possibly kick you out? It's just that the presence of these humans is causing the tribe a lot of trouble." "Then tell me, what kind of trouble?" Angela strode out of the garden, her face full of anger. The Elder of Law Enforcement sneered, "What you say is useless. Everyone saw that human named Nickel go to the village. So what if he went? Did he do anything wrong?" The Elder of Law Enforcement was momentarily speechless, unsure how to answer the question. This is against the rules. He should stay in the garden, not wander around." "What kind of bullshit rule is this?" Angela retorted angrily. "Leaving the garden is a bad thing? Who has suffered a loss because he left the garden?" The Elder of Law Enforcement shrugged. "Although no one has suffered a loss now, we must prevent losses from occurring. Must we wait until losses occur before we start to mend the fence after the sheep are lost? That's just unreasonable. That's not following the rules." The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to back down. Crick rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This was the last thing he wanted. Frankly, he didn't agree with Angela, because he was almost certain that most elves wouldn't allow humans to live here. However, under Angela's insistence, he had no choice but to concede, neither supporting nor opposing, letting Angela negotiate with the Elf King herself. On one side was the Elf King who had taken him in, and on the other was the only surviving princess of the Nafon family. Crick was indeed in a difficult position. But just as Crick was agonizing over this, his gaze suddenly fell upon someone, and this person's appearance caused his tightly furrowed brows to relax. "All right, stop arguing. I think our problem is solved," Crick said loudly. "Solved?" Annie and the enforcement elder asked in unison, puzzled. Crick smiled and pointed in Annie's direction, "Because we have a guest, and she helped us solve this problem." Everyone looked in that direction at the same time. Amidst countless questioning gazes, Annie scratched her head and smiled shyly. "Hello everyone. Long time no see." "Annie?" Angela screamed, then her figure transformed into a streak of light, a pair of translucent cyan wings unfurling from her back. She flew to Annie's side and hugged her tightly. Chapter 460. On this day, the Norma Empire witnessed a historic moment, for the Gore family had returned. When Orin, Anne, and Amida appeared before Liner together, Liner felt as if it were all a dream. Years ago, to escape persecution from various powerful forces, and had sent all her relatives and family members to hide in the elf forest. Afterwards, the Northern Territory was taken over by Old Koff, and the political center shifted from the original Gore City to the Northern Misty City. This was Old Koff's way of ensuring he would be informed of Orin's return immediately. Things went as he wished, but what surprised him even more was that Anne and Amida had also returned together. "Uncle!" Liner's eyes were filled with tears. 10 years had passed since their separation, and during those 10 years he had been filled with immense self-reproach, regretting sending Amida to the Hairy Empire. The Amida of today was no longer the spirited young man he once was. His temples were gray, his face was deeply wrinkled, and a scar lay over his right eye, a testament to the hardships he had endured in the Hairy Empire. "Your Majesty, you did a great job. Seeing the Empire so prosperous upon my return is truly gratifying," Amida said with a smile. "Uncle, you suffered?" Amida shook his head. "It's just a pity I accomplished nothing. After going to the Hairy Empire, I was taken hostage and exiled to the northern wastelands, wasting 10 years of my life." And said, "You can't say that. The prestige you accumulated in the northern wastelands will definitely come in handy in the future. It's just that the time isn't right yet." Then Reiner looked at Orin. "Orin, I'm truly sorry. The Empire was unable to protect you, leaving you adrift for so long?" Orin shook his head. "We were in the elf forest, and thanks to Angela's help, otherwise those elves would have kicked us out long ago." Nickel scratched his head and rolled his eyes at Shishua. "It's all Shishua's fault for running around. I had to go find her, and the elves found out, giving them an excuse to kick us out." "You can't blame Shishua," Orin said. "They can always find 1,000 reasons to kick us out." Nickel scoffed. "Tch, I didn't want to stay there either. Luckily, Annie arrived in time and brought us out, saving Angela and Chief Martial Arts from trouble." Annie sighed. "Alas, it's a pity about Sister Angela. My sister still can't move freely." And then gathered her thoughts and asked Reiner, "Let's put aside other matters for now. Your Majesty, what's the situation in the various countries?" Speaking of serious matters, Reiner also became serious. "I've been acting according to the plan you previously devised. The situation in the various countries is currently very complex. First, there's the Austin Empire. A few months ago, I assisted Marshal Evar in a surprise attack and occupied most of the Thompson territory, but the first Prince of Austin was furious and personally led a counterattack. Currently, a stalemate is underway in the Thompson territory, with neither side willing to give way, thus preventing further control of the entire territory." "What about the other territories and duchies?" Anne asked. "The other territories and duchies are all watching from the sidelines, some gloating, others seemingly secretly deploying troops, their intentions unknown. However, they are unaware that we are already involved." And nodded. "That's normal. The other territories and duchies each have powerful backers within the royal family. Now is a crucial time for the succession struggle. The eldest prince has lost his most important territory, so naturally, the others are happy to see it. How is the Hairy Empire doing now?" Just 2 days ago, an urgent report came in saying that General Residor, the Grand General of the northern frontier of the Hairy Empire, had died unexpectedly, and Dason, the former captain of the Imperial City Guard, had taken over his position. In addition, the demon's offensive seems to have weakened, and the pressure on the western military regions of the Hairy Empire has suddenly decreased, which is very unfavorable for us. We were originally preparing to launch an attack on the Hairy Empire, but due to the demon's movements, we are currently holding back." And frowned. "The demons are not a race that gives up so easily. Their reduction of offensive forces at this time must be for a reason. We should wait and see." Reiner nodded and continued. "Finally, there's the papacy. As you arranged, the Adventurers Guild pressured the papacy to expel Augustine from the Empire. Due to the chaos in the Austin Empire, the papacy dispatched Grand Protector Andre to the palace to prevent further chaos and its impact on Divine Beast Mountain. Meanwhile, several other protectors, led by Grand Protector Simon, went to the No Man's Land to find a new base for the other Shoreflower. There's still no news." Annie smiled slightly. "It seems the timing is perfect." Everyone asked excitedly, "Are we going to act?" Annie nodded emphatically. "Of course we're going to act. The time for our Norma Empire to rise has come." "How's the 1,000-man team doing now?" Orin asked. Mentioning the 1,000-man squad, Reiner's face was filled with pride. "The 1,000-man squad has now dispersed, but most of them are with Jonathan. All members of the 1,000-man squad have now reached the Chi-Yuan realm, but we used up all the secret realm origins Annie gave us, otherwise, many more would have broken through to the Hua-Yuan realm. Besides the 1,000-man squad, Jonathan, Iliel, and I have all broken through to the Hua-Yuan realm." Although we can only cultivate secretly, Annie gave us high-quality secret realm origins, making our breakthroughs effortless. And cautioned, breaking through is good, but you must be careful to consolidate your realm. Otherwise, a weak foundation will make future cultivation difficult. Reiner nodded. We know that too, so I had them stop advancing their realms, and instead consolidate their strength and enhance their magical adaptability through mutual combat. Nickel looked at Anne and asked, what are you planning to do next? And carefully examined the power distribution map before her, then heavily tapped a section of land with her finger. A surprise attack on the Cartwright territory, officially declaring war on the Austin Empire. Everyone was stunned. Nickel asked, why the Cartwright territory? Because it borders Sharia to the north, and the Duchy of Harrington to the east. More importantly, it's the third prince's territory. Reiner's eyes lit up. He was most experienced in royal affairs. You mean, create an imbalance of power in the struggle for the Austin imperial throne? That's right. And smiled. If the forces are evenly matched, our arrival will inevitably unite them. However, if the strength is unbalanced, the lagging side will certainly try every means to catch up, which is exactly what we want. Oren said, declaring war on the Austin Empire is no joke. We will have to use all our strength. What if the Harry Empire takes advantage of this to attack? No need to use all our forces. And said confidently, Cartwright is just a small fry. We can take it easily. More importantly, we must hold Cartwright and use it as a springboard to directly attack Austin's capital, Bray City. Reiner frowned. That might be a bit difficult. You see, the Cartwright territory is rather long and narrow, with a bend in the middle. Its borders are quite long. Besides Sharia and the Duchy of Harrington, it also borders two other territories and the Duchy of Reeves. This means our defensive area is quite large. That's not a problem. Oren explained directly. The eastern exit of Cartwright is in the Duchy of Harrington, and the borders with other territories are blocked by high mountains and deep valleys. We only need to send a small group to occupy these strategic locations. The number of people accompanying them doesn't matter. Then who would be suitable to lead the team? Reiner asked. And thought for a moment, then looked at Oren. Brother, you have the most comprehensive understanding of the plan. How about entrusting this raid to you? Oren immediately patted his chest and said, no problem. For the Empire, I'm willing to go through fire and water. Good. Reiner stood up excitedly. I'm relieved to have you handle it. As for the Harry Empire, let Marquis Jonathan deal with them. He's fought against the Harry Empire several times, and is the most experienced. And nodded in agreement, Marquis Jonathan is the most suitable candidate. Also, divide the 1,000-man squad into 3 groups. One group will be led to the front lines by Brother Oren, another will follow Marquis Jonathan to guard the western border, and the last group will head south to join the Velis Empire. Velis? Nicole frowned. Will they make a move? And nodded. They definitely will. As long as we successfully capture Cartwright and demonstrate our strength, they certainly won't continue to stand by and watch. Uncle, I hope you take charge of this. Nicole smiled slightly. No problem, leave it to me. And said seriously, the Velis Empire is surrounded by wolves on all sides. Their biggest threat is the unclaimed lands. You likely clash with the unclaimed lands after you go there. Remember, we only demonstrate force, but we don't need to actually fight. Let Velis resolve the territorial disputes themselves. Nickel nodded, understood. Cartwright territory, Cartwright City Lord's mansion. The third Prince Roy was chatting and laughing with the Cartwright family patriarch, Marquis Henry. Before them was a table laden with fine wine and delicacies, and various beautiful women surrounded them. The atmosphere was quite comfortable. Your Highness, you seem to be in a good mood today. Henry smiled and offered a toast. Ha ha ha, hiccup. Roy burst into laughter. You didn't see how dark my brother's face was. His attack was just launched, and it's been repelled again. It's hilarious, ha ha ha. He, the eldest prince, has suffered a great loss this time. But for some reason, the Thompson family has all disappeared. Even Rand and Quentin, father and son, have vanished without a trace. Roy downed a glass of wine, saying cheerfully, why bother with them? Isn't it better that they disappeared? That way, I have one less competitor, and I only need to deal with my second brother. Henry, you better help me seize the throne, and you definitely get your share. Henry grinned, of course. Your mother is my cousin, so we're practically brothers. I help you no matter what. Ha ha. The two continued drinking. Just then, a soldier covered in blood rushed in, ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, and knelt down before the two men, shouting, it's bad. Enemy attack. The enchanting song and dance abruptly ceased, and a hush fell over the scene, broken only by the heavy breathing of the crowd. Roy's right hand, holding a wine glass, froze in midair. His eyes widened, and he hurled the glass at the soldier. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is Cartwright City. How could there be an enemy attack?" The soldier shrank back, wiping the blood from his face. "It's absolutely true. The west gate has been breached, and a large number of skilled warriors have poured into the city. Your Highness and Lord, please escape immediately." "Who are they? Could they be the army of the Duchy of Sharia?" Henry jumped to his feet. The soldier shook his head. "I don't know. They suddenly appeared from the west without any warning, and immediately attacked the gate with powerful magic. The city guards weren't able to react in time and didn't activate their defensive arrays, causing the gate to fall." Roy slammed his fist on the table, drew his long sword, and roared, "You bunch of useless trash. They come to our doorstep, and you're telling me to run? Where is my princely dignity? Everyone listen up. Form ranks immediately and follow me out." Henry added, "Which fool dares to run rampant in my territory? I make them pay." Henry and Roy, leading about 1,000 elite soldiers from the city lord's mansion, charged directly into the western district. By this time, the defending troops were already in complete retreat, fleeing in disarray, their armor and weapons in disarray. Henry was furious. This was humiliating in front of the third prince. "Henry, are these the warriors of your family?" Roy asked in an unfriendly tone. Henry gritted his teeth, cursing the invaders inwardly, and roared, "Follow me and kill them. Kill!" These 1,000 men were the city's elite, their combat power far surpassing that of the ordinary garrison. Therefore, upon joining the battle, they immediately repelled the enemy's attack. Seeing the situation improve, the garrison's morale soared, and they turned and charged back. Especially Henry, a powerful cultivator at the Fengyuan realm, moved through the battlefield as if it were empty, instantly claiming several lives. "Speak quickly, where did you come from?" Henry grabbed an enemy and demanded fiercely. The man roared, his entire body erupting with magical power. His Fengyuan realm magic surged like gunpowder, red cracks appearing on his body. Henry kicked the man away forcefully. Then, with a deafening roar, the enemy exploded, leaving no trace. "Madmen, a bunch of madmen!" Henry stamped his foot in fury. "Since you're so eager to die, then I send you all on your way." But just as he was about to continue his attack, a whooshing sound rang out. He instinctively ducked, and a bone spear whistled past his head, severing several strands of his hair. Cold sweat poured down Henry's back. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been blown to the head. "Who goes there?" But the answer was a terrifying roar, a whoa. "Aya!" The city guards were struck head-on by the roar, collapsing in droves. The weaker ones bled from all 7 orifices, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. The stronger ones clutched their heads, screaming in agony. "Ah! What the hell?" Henry was also dizzy, but being powerful, he wasn't afraid and quickly recovered. But as soon as he opened his eyes, a pale white blade slashed towards him. Chapter 461. Humph. Overestimating yourself. Henry sneered inwardly, raising his sword to block. But with a clang, his sword snapped into the instant it touched the pale blade. Henry was terrified. In that life-or-death moment, his entire body glowed red, followed by a deafening roar and a massive burst of flames. Henry used the recoil to retreat rapidly. After a few leaps, he fled without looking back. Roy, who was directing the battle from the rear, suddenly saw Henry return and asked with a smile, "How's the situation at the front?" Henry grabbed his hand. "Let's go! This isn't safe." "What?" Roy's mind went blank. "Are you crazy? This is your capital city. No time to explain, let's go!" Henry, without further ado, forcefully dragged Roy away, fleeing Cartwright City from the east. On the way, Roy kept asking, "What exactly happened? Who are they?" Henry was still somewhat shaken. "They're very strong, and I'm certain they're not from my Austin Empire, because there are necromancers in their army." "What?" Roy exclaimed. "How could there be necromancers openly participating in the siege? Aren't they afraid of incurring the wrath of the Holy See? Right now, the Holy See's attention is focused on the revitalized Other Shore flower. They probably won't bother with us. More importantly, that necromancer is extremely powerful. I almost fell victim to them just now." Roy was taken aback. "Are they also powerful Fengyuan experts?" Henry shook his head. "No, but their attack methods are extremely unpredictable, making them impossible to defend against. I'm not afraid of him, but the others aren't." Henry initially wanted to say he was worried about Roy's safety, but saying no would be tantamount to implying Roy's weakness. Therefore, he swallowed his words. Roy frowned. A mere nascent soul-level necromancer is enough to make you abandon Cartwright City? Henry thought to himself, who am I doing this for? The two quickly arrived at the nearest city. The city lord was completely unaware of the attack on Cartwright City, and was startled to see Henry and Roy arrive. However, upon hearing that Cartwright City had been attacked, he was terrified. This city was called Back Mountain City. To its east lay a long, narrow mountain range, separating it from the other territories to the east. This mountain range was impenetrable, almost a natural barrier, and because of this, the city hadn't experienced war for a long time. The city's defenses were very weak, completely failing to meet Henry's requirements. However, soon, remnants of defeated soldiers who had fled from other towns gathered in Back Mountain City. Suddenly, the once quiet and remote city of Beishan was teeming with troops, numbering approximately 30,000. This was no small number for the Cartwright territory. Henry's face was extremely grim. He coldly glanced at the disheveled generals before him, and said in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on? Can anyone explain this to me?" A middle-aged man stood up tremblingly. Lord, they are very likely from the border." Henry looked at him. He remembered this man as the lord of a town on the western border. "What exactly is going on? Explain in detail." The city lord stammered, "Actually, I don't know what happened. A few nights ago, someone suddenly attacked the city. According to the garrison's report, they came from the western border. At first, I didn't pay much attention. Just as I was preparing to organize troops to repel them, they had already completely breached the city. They were so fast. Most of my generals were killed, and I could only escape with a few trusted men." "Then why didn't you report it immediately?" Henry demanded angrily. "They didn't give me a chance at all. Their army was even faster than me. Every time I reached a town, they would pursue me. Before I could even report the situation, the city had already fallen." The crowd erupted in uproar. "Who are these people? How can they be so powerful?" "Yes. My city was breached in the same way. It's terrifying. They came from the western border? Could it be the Norma Empire? How could that be? Everyone knows the strength of the Norma Empire. Let alone conquering so many cities. Even conquering just one would be an incredible feat. The Norma Empire?" Henry's face darkened as he watched the heated discussion, his heart filled with turmoil. "Yes. If they came from the west, it could only be the Norma Empire. But what is the strength of the Norma Empire? Their strongest warriors are only at the Liyuan realm, barely reaching the rank of squad leader in the Cartwright territory. How could the army of such a weak nation conquer so many cities?" Henry suddenly remembered the necromancer he encountered in the city. The evil spirit roar spell she unleashed was none other than the signature magic of Engol, who was wanted by both the papacy and the Austin Empire's royal family. Many people had witnessed Annie using this magic before, so it wasn't a secret anymore. Henry hadn't thought of it at first, but when people mentioned the Norma Empire, he naturally thought of Annie. However, this thought sent chills down his spine. Who was Annie? She was a ruthless person who dared to offend even the Holy See. She really had returned to the Norma Empire and led its army in a counterattack. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention to Annie, always thinking she was just a little girl. Even if she was powerful, how powerful could she be? But their encounter a few days ago had made him fully realize Annie's terrifying nature. Although she hadn't yet broken through to the Fengyuan realm, her combat power was definitely no less than any Fengyuan expert. "What's wrong? You look terrible," Roy asked. Henry swallowed hard. "Your Highness, I remember you had contact with, and in the magical realm. What kind of person is she?" "And?" Roy was taken aback, then his face suddenly turned grim. "She's a truly despicable person. She stopped at nothing to achieve her goals, and she's incredibly skilled at disguise. Don't be fooled by her harmless appearance. If I ever see her again, I make her pay." "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Henry took a deep breath. "I suspect the enemy is very likely Anne's Norma Empire army." "Oh, of course. It's Anne." Roy waved his hand and laughed. "Lord Henry, at this crucial moment, don't joke around." "I'm not joking. Do you remember that roar? Wasn't that Anne's signature magical roar, the evil spirit roar?" Roy's smile froze on his face. He'd spoken kindly before, but in reality, the name Annie had instilled a deep-seated fear in him. Anything associated with Annie was bound to go wrong. "Are you sure that's the howl of the evil spirit? I never seen such strange magic from anyone else." Roy cursed under his breath. How is this possible? Even if Annie is strong, the strength of the Norma Empire is undeniable. Their army couldn't possibly have such combat power. Henry's face was grave. But the facts are undeniable. This was definitely premeditated. We must prepare ourselves. Report. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, his expression slightly panicked. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Henry immediately asked, "What's the situation?" The soldier hurriedly replied, "Approximately 100,000 enemy troops are rapidly converging on this side from the northwest, southwest, and other directions. According to other intelligence, all cities except those bordering the Duchy of Harrington in the east have already fallen." What? Henry was shocked. How much time has passed? The enemy started their attack from the far west, and has been advancing relentlessly to this point. Excluding the time needed for marching, they are essentially capturing 2 cities a day, and according to intelligence, they are attacking from multiple directions simultaneously. What terrifying fighting power! They have utterly routed the Cartwright family's army. Everyone is completely stunned. Now, 100,000 highly skilled troops are converging on this city, which is one of the least defensively sound cities in the Cartwright territory. Even the main city had been captured overnight. Such a city couldn't hold out for long. Henry's eyes lit up, and he asked sharply, "You said the eastern city is still there?" The soldier quickly replied, "Yes, the eastern passage is still open, but the enemy seems to be planning to advance there." "Then what are we waiting for?" Henry slammed his fist on the table. "Everyone, listen to my order. Retreat to the Duchy of Harrington." Roy trembled, wanting to say something, but opened his mouth and then stopped. The thought of, and made his heart pound wildly. The generals below were displeased. "My lord, we can't just run away like this. It's too humiliating. What about the Cartwright family's reputation?" "Yes. We suffered from being unprepared before. This time, with you here, my lord, we can't let them be so arrogant again." "You know nothing," Henry roared. "Do you know who they are? Most of the territory has already fallen, but we don't even know who they are. Tell me now, how can we fight a battle with such an information asymmetry?" A moment of silence followed. Someone said, "So what if we don't know who they are? With you, a powerful expert from Fengyuan, here, we're not afraid of anything." Veins bulged on Henry's forehead. He knew that running away at this moment was not a wise choice. He would not only lose his territory, but his reputation would also be severely damaged. Others would think he was a coward, lacking even the courage to fight. However, he knew that this battle was completely unnecessary, and must have made ample preparations before attacking the Cartwright territory. Given the current strength of the Norma Empire's army, even without any, breaching the city would be a piece of cake. "I think he's right," Roy spoke up. Henry looked at Roy in surprise. "Your Highness, you." Roy waved his hand. "If the other party is really Anne, then she's openly declaring war, not only on us, but on the entire human world. I don't believe she would do such a thing, nor does she have the ability to do so." "So you mean it might not be Anne?" Roy's eyes gleamed. "It's just necromancy. There might be other necromancers who can cast evil roar. We just don't know it yet." Henry stared into Roy's eyes, pondered for a long time, and finally sighed, "Very well. Since your Highness has spoken, let's go and meet them, and see who they really are." "Good. Long live your Highness." "Long live your Highness." "Defeat them." Everyone cheered, only Henry remained with a worried expression. He knew Roy's thoughts. As the third prince, he cared about his reputation more than anyone else. If people knew he was being beaten and driven like a stray dog in Cartwright's territory, it would be a huge disgrace. Now is a crucial moment in the power struggle for the throne. The first prince is already at a disadvantage, and the battle between the second and third princes is becoming increasingly fierce. No mistakes can be tolerated at this time. However, having decided to fight, Henry no longer hesitated and immediately began to mobilize his troops and set up defensive formations. Although Backhill is a small city, its defensive facilities are complete, only the garrison lacks training. However, now that troops fleeing from various cities have been brought in to reinforce the city, this weakness has been significantly mitigated. Roy climbed the city wall and looked out. He saw a vast, dark mass opposite him, warriors clad in white armor. These warriors were well trained, with clear roles and strict discipline, arranged in neat square formations. Since their location had been exposed, the enemy didn't rush to attack. Instead, they deployed their forces, seemingly preparing for a direct siege. Roy narrowed his eyes. He couldn't recall any army wearing white armor. If he had to choose, perhaps only Knights of Light would wear it. But clearly, they weren't Knights of Light. The Holy See certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Just then, an enemy knight leaped out from the ranks, standing at the very front of the square formation. Two wind elemental mages beside him cast amplification spells and began shouting in their direction. I am Oren Gore, Marquis of Jinbei of the Norma Empire. The Austin Empire's royal family is unjust and has long imposed a blockade on our Norma Empire. Today, I am acting on the orders of the Norma Emperor to attack the Austin royal family. Most of the Cartwright territory has already been occupied by us. I advise you to open the city gates and surrender now, and not to make a futile struggle. A clamor erupted on the walls of Back Mountain City. My God! It really is the Norma Empire. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. They gone mad. This is provoking the royal family. Provoking the papacy. Roy's eyes widened. The enemy was the Norma Empire's army. Could the necromancer Henry encountered earlier really be Annie? Could it be such a coincidence? The spell Howl of the Evil Spirits is uncommon. In fact, no one but Annie has ever seen anyone else cast it, but looking around, Annie was nowhere to be seen. If Annie really had come, then the one shouting should have been Annie, not this Oren Gore. Chapter 462. Your Highness, what do we do now? Henry asked. Roy gritted his teeth. We come this far, are we really going to surrender? Henry swallowed hard. Surrendering would be even more humiliating than running away. Roy waved his hand, and two wind elemental mages rushed to him, casting amplification spells. Roy cleared his throat and called out loudly to Oren, You're not the highest-ranking general here, are you? Let your commander speak. Oren replied without hesitation, I am the highest-ranking general here. These soldiers are all elites of my Goer family, and they only obey my orders. Just tell me what you want to say. Roy was taken aback. He's the highest-ranking general? Isn't Annie here? Henry scratched his head. I don't understand. If the person I met earlier wasn't Annie, then who was it? Who cares? Roy's face lit up. As long as Annie isn't here, everything is fine. He then looked around and pointed to a general. You go and meet him. The general was at the Qi Yuan realm. After being chosen by Roy, he puffed out his chest. I will not fail in my mission. He then grabbed a large sword, mounted his horse, and galloped out of the city. Arrogant brat. Grandpa will deal with you. Oren smiled slightly when he saw that the other side had sent a general to fight. This was within his expectations. He turned to Old Craft and said, Old buddy, do you think this guy is a match for you? Old Craft, his expression indifferent, slightly opened his cloudy eyes, waking from his slumber. He glanced at the other man briefly, then closed his eyes again, slowly uttering two words, simple. Oren raised an eyebrow. All right, this fellow is yours. Old Cough gently spurred the horse's belly, and the old horse slowly and reluctantly moved forward. The general, seeing that the opponent was an old man, immediately felt contempt. Sending out an old codger. Old Cough wasn't angry. He said calmly, Young man, don't be too arrogant. You suffer sooner or later. The general scoffed, I don't think you live for many more years. Why come here to die? Go back and send someone capable. Old Cough calmly drew his long sword from his waist. As the sword was drawn, a sharp sword aura rose. His eyes became sharp as an eagle's, as if able to pierce through any enemy's weakness. At this moment, his aura underwent a dramatic change. The previously ordinary old man instantly transformed into a fearsome powerhouse. Peak Qi Yuan level? The general's pupils constricted sharply. In his understanding, there were no Qi Yuan mages in the Norma Empire, yet here stood one before him, a peak Qi Yuan mage at that. Young man, come on. Let this old man see your skills. Old Cough pointed his sword, unleashing an unparalleled surge of sword energy that swept across the entire battlefield. The general's fighting spirit was also ignited. He pointed his broadsword to the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down, enveloping his blade in a layer of electric light. Lightning power? Interesting. Old Cough let out a soft whistle, spurring his horse forward. A faint blue light flickered beneath the old horse's hooves. Gone was its previous lethargy. Its movements were like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was before the general. The general roared, unleashing a powerful downward slash with his blade, the blade flashing purple light and radiating terrifying destructive power. Old Cough remained calm, slapping his horse's back with his left hand, leaping into the air. His figure moved like a ghost, dodging the attack, then thrusting his long sword towards the general's chest. The general's eyes flashed, attempting to unleash his lightning armor to defend, but his magical energy faltered, nearly causing him to spit out blood. Domain power? By the time he realized it, it was too late. With a soft thud, the longsword plunged deep into his heart. Aya! Old Cough showed no mercy, his sword unleashing a violent force that exploded within the general's body, pulverizing him. Bang! A cloud of blood mist erupted from the general's chest, and he slammed to the ground, lifeless. How is this possible? Roy's eyes widened in disbelief. The general was also a peak Qiyuan expert, on par with the old man, and in his prime, strong and powerful. Even if his combat experience was slightly weaker, he shouldn't have been killed in a single move. If the other side had sent a transformation Yuan expert, it could be somewhat justified, but in a battle of equal strength, there was no fault to be found. Henry's face was extremely grim. The battle ended far too quickly. This made Henry's face burn with shame. The general was his subordinate, yet he had performed so poorly. He looked back and selected another commander, a transformation Yuan level 2 expert. Nadok, you go. Make sure to boost morale. Nadok was filled with anxiety. He had also fled from another city, and knew that the enemy camp still had experts. If they encountered them, things would be dire. However, when he arrived at the city gate, he saw the old man still standing there, his eyes drooping, seemingly drowsy. Hey! Old man, you should go back. Old Koff slightly raised his right eyelid. No need, your opponent is still me. Huh? Nadok was taken aback, then felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness. The opponent hadn't sent out a transformation realm expert, but instead let this old man continue. This was excellent. However, having learned from his previous experience, Nadok had made preparations in advance. The opponent possessed domain power, which must be a high-level magic. This kind of magic consumes a lot of energy, and cannot be maintained for long. The best way to deal with it was to stall. The longer the battle lasted, the better. Having made up his mind, Nadok immediately took action. He launched the first attack, hoping to force Old Koff to activate his domain power through a fierce assault. Old Koff waved his left hand, and a gust of wind elemental power spread out, slightly ruffling Nadok's hair. Nadok's lips curled into a smile. Success? His opponent had unleashed their domain power. However, just as he approached, Old Koff retreated. This was somewhat unexpected. Logically, once an opponent unleashed their domain power, they would definitely want a quick victory, as that would be most advantageous. But instead, the opponent retreated, creating distance between them. What kind of fighting strategy was this? However, Nadok quickly realized that his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's. This was inherently an unequal battle, and it was reasonable for the opponent to temporarily avoid a direct confrontation. Nadok threw several fireballs, hurling them towards Old Koff. Old Koff moved like a ghost, leaving behind a series of azure afterimages. Boom! The fireball slammed into the ground, creating a deafening explosion. Nadok paused slightly, sensing his magic power remained unaffected. Could it be the difference in cultivation levels that's weakening the effect of my domain? Before he could ponder further, Old Koff swiftly unleashed 2 wind elemental slashes, meeting the attack head-on. Nadok deflected one slash with his long sword, simultaneously twisting his body in midair to dodge the other. TCH, nothing special. After exchanging a couple of blows, Nadok felt more confident. That fool was definitely careless. This old man isn't that strong either. With this thought, Nadok increased his speed, launching a fierce attack. On the city wall, Roy, seeing Nadok gain the upper hand, gradually relaxed. Henry smiled and said, Nadok is a whole realm higher than his opponent. Winning this battle is almost a certainty. Roy said, but that wouldn't be a fair victory. Is there a better way? Henry thought for a moment and said, unless we can directly kill their commander, that is, Orin. How strong is he? Henry stroked his chin. Hard to say, probably at the transformation realm. Roy frowned and asked, could he be that necromancer? Henry shook his head, probably not. He calls himself the Marquis of the North of the Norma Empire. The Holy See would never allow a necromancer to become a Marquis. Roy felt a sense of foreboding again. The battle off the field gradually intensified. Nadok poured out his magic power, gradually increasing the intensity of his attacks. He grew increasingly confident as the fight progressed, for his opponent never directly engaged him in combat. The occasional magical attacks were ineffective and easily countered. He could already foresee that soon his opponent's magic would be exhausted from using his domain, and victory would be his. However, at that moment, Old Koff, who had been fleeing, suddenly flashed back, launching a surprise attack. Nadok was startled and didn't react in time. Old Koff was already in front of him, his longsword flashing with a blue light, aimed straight for his throat. Nadok sneered, overestimating yourself. You've been using your domain for so long, how much magic do you have left? You still dare to attack? Old Koff ignored his mockery, his sword sharp and powerful, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Nadok frowned slightly, but still parried with his sword, preparing to kill his opponent with the next strike. However, when he channeled his magic, a sudden stagnation appeared. His blade, which had been swinging, became weak and powerless, and was deflected upon contact with Old Koth's sword. What's going on? Nadok was horrified. Old Koth's sword gradually magnified in his eyes, finally piercing through his brow, killing him instantly. How could this be? Roy and Henry were dumbfounded. A battle that had initially seemed to offer overwhelming advantage ended so abruptly. Old Koth sheathed his sword and stood there. His previously hunched figure now appeared like a war god to everyone, his cloudy eyes gleaming with sharpness. No one doubted the old man's fighting prowess anymore. Old Koth, you're still as formidable as ever. Orin laughed. Old Kraft waved his hand. Heh, I'm too old and useless now. We have to rely on you young people from now on. The Norma Empire's morale soared after 2 consecutive victories, and the soldiers cheered in unison, their voices deafening. On the other hand, the Cartwright side was shrouded in gloom, every face etched with shock and fear. This is the power of a nation of the strong. This lion has awakened. We're finished, the whole world is finished. What do we do? What do we do? I don't want to die. Henry and Roy's faces were extremely grim. Things were more complicated than they had imagined. Even without Annie, even without the opposing Transformation Realm experts' intervention, this ability to fight beyond their level was enough to intimidate them. What exactly happened just now? Roy asked. Because it all happened so fast, he hadn't even seen it clearly. Henry said in a deep voice, from what I observed, that old man used a trick. He didn't use his domain power at first, making Nadok believe he could win through a war of attrition. Then he feigned weakness to lower Nadok's guard before launching a fatal attack. Roy swallowed hard. What combat experience! Every step was calculated. This kind of person was truly terrifying. What do we do now? Henry said gravely. To fully utilize our advantages, I have to personally take to the field. Roy's eyes lit up. That's right. Cartwright's biggest advantage was this Feng Yuan realm expert in front of him. Are you confident? Henry smiled slightly. I fled the city earlier only to preserve my strength and avoid further losses, but that doesn't mean I'm truly afraid of them. That's wonderful, Roy exclaimed joyfully. This time, we must show our might and thoroughly dampen their arrogance. Henry immediately donned his armor and charged into battle, arriving directly at the city gate. He roared, You have quite the nerve, daring to launch a sneak attack on my Cartwright territory. Today, I, Henry, stand right here. Who among you dares to fight me? Olin frowned. Henry was a true Feng Yuan expert. None of them had ever seen a Feng Yuan expert before, let alone fought one. Currently, Olin was the strongest in the group, having reached the 5th level of the Transformation Realm. He had also received guidance from Master Crick in the Elf Forest. But even so, he was far inferior to Henry. My lord, shall we wait for Miss N? Old Calf asked. Warren shook his head. The army's morale is high right now, and if we remain silent without engaging, it will weaken our fighting spirit and be detrimental to the upcoming battles. I go and stall him for a bit. After all, I haven't truly fought a Feng Yuan expert yet. Old Koth nodded slightly. All right, be careful. If you're outmatched, retreat immediately. You're the commander-in-chief. You can't afford any mistakes. Understood, Warren replied, spurring his horse and arriving within 50 meters of Henry. You're the patriarch of the Cartwright family, the Feng Yuan expert Henry? That's right, Henry said proudly. It's your honor to die by my sword. Warren scoffed. The outcome is still uncertain, yet you're so confident you can defeat me? Henry retorted disdainfully, that's because you don't understand the difference between 2 realms. When a mage reaches the Feng Yuan realm, their magic power increases exponentially. Spells that you consider extremely energy-consuming can be cast freely by us. Shaw, why am I telling you all this? You wouldn't understand. Chapter 463. Olin shrugged. Although you're not the most pleasant person to talk to, thank you for telling me all this. Henry snorted. Time for small talk is over. Let's get started. With that, Henry took a stance, ready to attack. Wait! Olin waved his hand, interrupting Henry's spellcasting. Henry frowned, angrily asking what else. Olin slowly spoke. It's somewhat unfair for a Feng Yuan expert like you to fight me. After all, the difference in cultivation level is obvious. Even if you win, it won't be a fair victory. What will the world think of you then? Henry's forehead veins bulged, his eyes flashing with anger. He gritted his teeth and roared, It's all because you attacked. If you hadn't come, would I have needed to intervene? His voice was hoarse and furious, as if he wanted to vent all his pent-up resentment. Ah, Those are two different things. Orin remained unmoved, gently shaking his head and calmly saying, "What does a fair duel between you and me have to do with anyone else? What does it have to do with whether I attack or not?" Henry was furious, his eyes wide with rage. He had never seen such a shameless person. Henry's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently, clearly enraged by Orin's words. He pointed at Orin's nose, trembling as he said, You attacked me first, and you expect me to have a fair duel with you? Absolutely shameless. Utterly shameless." However, Orin remained unmoved. He glanced coldly at Henry, crossed his arms, and said indifferently, "That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. I only care about our duel. As for everything else, I don't care." Henry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but the anger inside him wouldn't subside. Old Calf, standing behind him, narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Orin's grown up, not as inflexible as before. "Annie, this is all thanks to you." A woman beside him, her face veiled in black, chuckled, "Old Calf, next time you should say those compliments to your elder brother's face." It turned out that Annie had arrived at the camp after Orin went into battle. Old Calf wasn't surprised to see Annie, but he was curious what Annie would do if Orin were truly defeated. "Do you think Orin has a chance of winning?" Old Calf asked. Annie shrugged. "There's no need to guess. My brother's cultivation level isn't high enough to contend with a Feng Yuan expert, let alone a veteran like Henry who's already reached the 3rd level of Feng Yuan. I fought Henry before in Cartwright City. In a head-on fight, I have no confidence in killing him. However, if I were to ambush him..." Old Calf's eye twitched. "Ahem, Annie, I need to remind you, you're not an adventurer anymore. Your actions represent the Norma Empire. Don't try anything funny while others are dueling. It will make them look down on our empire." Annie smiled. "It's all right, let them duel. I have other things to do." With that, Annie vanished in a flash. In the arena, Henry was furious, his nose practically twitching. "Olin, you're supposed to be a marquis, yet you're so utterly incompetent, spouting such mindless nonsense." Olin remained calm. "How is it mindless? In a pre-battle duel, isn't the goal to ensure evenly matched strength? You, a Feng Yuan expert, are bullying me, a Huayuan realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? Ashamed of me?" Henry was furious. He felt there was no point in continuing this conversation, otherwise, he'd be driven mad sooner or later. Enough talk, just prepare to die. With that, Henry stomped his foot hard on the ground. With a deafening bang, a ball of flame erupted from his foot, instantly enveloping him and covering him in a layer of fiery armor. At the same time, his long sword turned fiery red, and his hair stood on end, making him look like a demon from hell. High-level magic. Orin's heart sank. Although he didn't know the name or effect of the spell, its power clearly indicated it was high-level. Orin wasn't about to back down. He chanted an incantation and slammed his hands into the ground, enhanced the wrath of the fire spirit. Boom! 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 The fire elements in the world instantly converged on Orin, coalescing into a gigantic fire giant. The fire giant roared angrily to the sky, pounding its chest with its fists, producing muffled thuds. Henry's heart skipped a beat. This Norma Empire is truly formidable. Does everyone here know advanced magic? However, this thought was fleeting. Those sent out for duels must be top-tier fighters. It was reasonable for them to possess some advanced magic. This was a battle between fire elemental mages, and the entire battlefield became scorching hot. "Humph. Are you ready?" Henry asked disdainfully. Olin curled his lip. "You don't think this counts as giving me a handicap, do you?" Henry felt a lump in his throat and, without further ado, let out a long roar and charged forward. Olin immediately commanded the fire giant to throw a punch at Henry. Henry unleashed several fire elemental slashes as he moved, colliding with the fire giant's fist and creating a violent explosion. A powerful shockwave, carrying a wave of heat, swept in all directions. The fire giant was forced back several steps, instantly creating a large space to its side. Henry, dragging his long sword, bypassed the fire giant and launched an attack on Orin. Orin showed no fear, directly meeting the attack head-on. Everyone gasped in surprise. Given the difference in their cultivation levels, Orin's best course of action would have been to retreat, but he did the opposite, actively charging forward. "Haha, he's courting death." Roy laughed, his hands braced against the city wall. The other Cartwright family generals were also beaming with joy. If they could kill the enemy commander, it would undoubtedly demoralize them, and create an advantage for the subsequent defensive battle. As long as the enemy fails to breach back Mountain City, News of what happened in Cartwright's territory will inevitably reach the Austen royal family. The royal family will certainly not stand idly by. Once reinforcements arrive, the enemy will surely retreat, and victory will ultimately belong to Cartwright. Henry was slightly surprised to see Orrin charging towards him, but since victory was offered to him, he was happy to accept it. Die! Henry swung his long sword, slashing forward. Orrin didn't hesitate either. He spun around, gathering his magic power, and swung his long sword upwards. With a clang, the two long swords clashed, and their magic power collided, sending flames leaping 5 zhang high, the firelight turning the entire battlefield red. Ugh! Orrin grunted, flying more than 10 meters backward, almost losing his footing upon landing. His hands were still trembling, his long sword was chipped, his armor was charred, and a corner of his helmet had been sheared off, making him look somewhat disheveled. Olin had fought with all his might, but he had also prepared a backup plan, using a water elemental magic stone to add a layer of defense. His aim was to see just how far he was from a true Feng Yuan expert. Even with thorough preparation, he still suffered some minor injuries, but this also gave him insight into his limits. Henry was greatly surprised to see that his opponent hadn't been killed. The difference between them wasn't just a matter of one major realm. Henry usually looked down on 5th-tier Huayuan mages, who couldn't last a single round against him. Yet this person had only suffered minor injuries from his full-force attack. Of course, the sudden appearance of the water elemental defensive spell had absorbed most of the power, but even so, it was still astonishing. You are indeed strong, Henry said in a deep voice. It's a pity you met me. Today, I won't let you leave alive. Orrin rubbed his wrist. Defeating you is indeed difficult, but killing me won't be so easy either. You can try if you don't believe me. Henry let out a long roar, and the blade in his hand suddenly lengthened, preparing to unleash a slash. Suddenly, he felt a searing heat above his head. Looking up, he saw the giant fire giant's enormous fist, carrying terrifying power, crashing down. Henry quickly jumped aside. The fire giant's fist slammed into the ground with a tremendous roar, instantly sending flames flying and dust billowing into the sky. The next moment, Henry burst out of the thick smoke, slashing horizontally at Orrin. Orrin stepped back half a step, dodging the blow, and simultaneously thrust forward with a backhand, the tip of his blade catching fire before exploding with a bang. Henry, anticipating the attack, used the flame armor on his forearm to block the explosion, then took another step forward, delivering another horizontal slash. Orrin stepped back again, turning in place, his longsword drawing a graceful arc as he thrust upwards. Henry used the momentum of his previous strike to deflect the attack with his own horizontal blade. The two exchanged blows, Henry advancing and Orrin retreating, Henry attacking and Orrin countering, resulting in a stalemate. Roy, seeing this, was furious. What's Henry up to? How long is this going to last? In his view, Henry, already possessing an advantage in skill level, should have expanded that advantage from the start, overwhelming Orrin with a fierce attack and finding an opening in his defense. But now, it seems the two are having a great time fighting. It doesn't look like a duel at all, more like they're exchanging blows. This won't do. Roy thought to himself, muttering, I need to think of a way to kill that Olin quickly. We can't let this drag on any longer. Oh! What idea have you come up with? A voice suddenly rang in his ear. Roy stroked his chin and said, that Olin is only at the peak of the transformation realm. This distance is right within my range. I catch him off guard and shoot him with an arrow. Yo, that's a great idea. Hee, isn't that right? Roy was smug, but he quickly realized something was wrong and looked around. Standing around him were the Cartwright family's top generals, usually very cautious, and none of them had ever spoken to him in such a tone. Who was that just now? Roy asked. The generals were all far away from him, looking completely bewildered by his question. Seeing no one answer, Roy frowned, about to ask again, when the voice rang out behind him again. Hey, are you looking for me? Roy immediately turned around, but still saw no one. Who's playing tricks here? Show yourself. Roy roared. Seeing Roy's unusual behavior and speech, the Cartwright family generals rushed forward anxiously, asking, Your Highness, what's wrong? Someone was talking next to me just now, didn't you see? The generals exchanged glances and shook their heads. No. There was no one else with you. Damn it. Roy grabbed one of his lieutenants by the collar. Are you lying to me? Do you think I'm stupid? The lieutenant was terrified, his voice trembling. No, no, no. Get out of here. Roy shoved him aside. Then he grabbed another general. Tell me, what exactly happened? This general was somewhat worldly, but he didn't know how to handle the situation. Your Highness, are you too tired? Screw you. Roy cursed. He was about to say something more when suddenly a flash of blood appeared, and the general's head flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Roy was sprayed all over his head and face, his entire vision turned dark red, and he was completely terrified and frozen on the spot. Someone shouted, "Enemy attack! Protect His Highness!" The Cartwright family soldiers reacted instantly, drawing their weapons and charging at the skeleton soldier that had suddenly appeared before them. "Trying to kill me? Come on!" The skeleton soldier made a smug face, and then charged towards Roy. Yes, this skeleton soldier was none other than Bourne. Roy was terrified. Realizing what had happened, he turned and fled. The Cartwright family soldiers were extremely loyal and well-trained. Their objective was clear, not to kill the skeleton soldier, but to protect Roy. Therefore, to cover Roy's escape, a group of Transformation Realm experts blocked the skeleton soldier's pursuit and launched a fierce attack. Evil undead creature, die! The skeleton soldier leaped into the air, somersaulting and soaring over the heads of the crowd. What do you mean, die? I'm already dead? What kind of lame joke is that? Exactly. Not funny at all. Give us something else. No! He's chasing His Highness. We need to catch up. Chaos erupted on the city wall. Roy was fleeing, the skeleton soldier was in pursuit, and behind him was a large group of Cartwright family soldiers, utter chaos. The commotion on the wall caught Henry's attention below. He turned to look at the wall, and saw Roy being chased by a skeleton soldier, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Lord Henry, shouldn't you be looking around during a duel? Henry was startled and turned back. In the time it took him to react, the fire giant had already thrown a punch, and at the same time, the Olympian blade swept in flames, blocking all of Roy's escape routes. Henry roared, stomping the ground with all his might. His fiery armor shattered, transforming into countless fire arrows that shot in all directions. Olin immediately sheathed his sword and hid behind the fire giant. Roar! 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 The fire giant roared to the sky, catching all the fire arrows. Chapter 464. Under the overwhelming onslaught of fire arrows, the fire giant finally collapsed, exploding into a shower of sparks. Olin was also forced back several steps by the powerful shockwave. He coughed twice and waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him. However, when he saw Henry again, Henry was already 100 meters away. Henry was now like a madman, his feet kicking up sparks as he frantically sprinted towards the city wall, cursing, "Young man, you have no sportsmanship. You launched a sneak attack. Shameless. Utterly shameless." Olin scratched his head. "This has nothing to do with me. Go find and if you want." But Henry was no longer hearing him. Olin had no choice but to take the blame. On the city wall, Roy sprinted away, glancing back every now and then. Seeing the skeleton soldier still hot on his heels, he roared, "Why are you chasing me?" Bourne quickened his pace, laughing, "Is that even a question? As the third prince of the Austin Empire, isn't asking such a question rather idiotic?" Idiotic. Roy exploded in anger, unleashing several bolts of lightning behind him. However, this level of attack had no effect on Bourne. If Roy stopped and fought Bourne head-on, he might actually be able to cause him some trouble. After all, Roy had now reached the peak of the transformation realm, and with the abundant cultivation resources of the Austin royal family, his combat power was also formidable. However, he was initially intimidated by Bourne's bizarre attack methods, so he had no intention of stopping. Roy used some kind of magic, his speed was extremely fast, and even with Bourne using wind elemental power, it was difficult for him to catch up in a short time. Suddenly, a massive fireball rained down from the sky. Its intense heat startled Bourne, who quickly dodged. With a deafening roar, the fireball exploded in the ground, blasting a large crater. A mere skeleton dares to be so arrogant. Henry appeared before Bourne, his longsword slashing down without hesitation. Bourne's mind raced, and a black hole appeared beneath his feet. He grinned at Henry, "I can't beat you, bye-bye." With that, he sank down and vanished. Henry, having missed his target, gritted his teeth in anger, "Damn it! Damn it!" However, immediately afterward, two loud booms echoed, and a large hole appeared in the city wall. It turned out that while the city was in chaos, Orin had already directed his army to set up magical cannons and launch an attack on the city walls. Henry, his eyes blazing with fury, roared, "What happened? Where's the defensive magic circle?" A soldier stammered, "My lord, the magic circle. The magic circle has malfunctioned." Henry grabbed the soldier by the collar. "What did you say? Why has the magic circle malfunctioned?" The soldier's eyes darted around. The city. The city lord said he wanted to save on the budget, and hasn't been maintaining the magic circle regularly. Several key components are worn out, causing it to fail to activate. Damn it! Henry felt like his head was about to explode with rage. Where is your city lord? Where is that bastard? He ran away when he discovered the magic circle was malfunctioning. I'm going to kill that bastard. Henry grabbed his hair, his face contorted with rage. I give him so much budget every year, where has he spent it all? Boom! Another deafening roar erupted as the hole in the city wall widened again, and countless Carter-Wright family soldiers were blasted into dust by the magic cannon. Henry stamped his foot angrily. I settle the score with that guy later. Let's get out of here. Roy's throat tightened. Get out of here. Where do we go? The area outside the city is swarming with Norma Empire troops. We'd be dead if we go out. Henry gritted his teeth and said bitterly, there's no other way. We have to cross the mountains. Are you crazy? Roy exclaimed. That's a natural fortress. How can we possibly cross it by manpower alone? Henry explained, if a large army were to move out, no one would go that way. But it's different now. We're escaping for our lives. As he spoke, he pulled the soldier over again. Are you a local from Back Mountain City? The soldier hurriedly nodded. Yes, our ancestors have lived here for generations. Very good, Henry said. You immediately organize men and come with us to cross the Pateras Mountains to the Duchy of Reeves. Okay. The soldier quickly went to prepare. Roy asked with some doubt, is he really all right? Don't worry. Henry pulled him towards the east gate. The people of Back Mountain City live off the mountains, and occasionally they cross the Peterlease Mountains to trade with the Duchy of Reeves. This saves them a lot on travel expenses and reduces costs. Having them lead the way is the best option. Rumble. The city gates had been completely breached, and soldiers of the Norma Empire poured into the city, clashing with the Cartwright family's army. Olin and Old Craft led the charge, moving through the enemy lines with ease. After several rounds of attacks, they had already killed most of the enemy's top fighters. The battle lasted a day and a night. The Cartwright family's army split into two waves. One fiercely resisted in the city, while the other transported supplies, heading south along the edge of the Peterlease Mountains, attempting to escape to the Duchy of Harrington. However, in a southern town, an army of the Norma Empire was already waiting. Almost all of the Cartwright family's troops perished in the catastrophe. They were either killed outright or captured. After capturing Back Mountain City, the Orin organization's army continued its eastward advance, successfully occupying all of the Cartwright family's territories. In the council hall at the main peak of Divine Beast Mountain, the 12 Grand Protectors gathered. Peter sat at the head of the table, his serious gaze sweeping over the entire room. You all know the news from the Austin Empire, right? The Norma Empire conquered the entire Cartwright territory in just 2 weeks. According to reliable intelligence, Annie is still on the battlefield. Furthermore, the Norma army's commander, Orin, is already a peak-level mage. Simon, what was the point of your investigation in the Norma Empire? Simon's face was extremely grim. He was in charge of investigating the Norma Empire. Augustine and his men had investigated there for a year, ultimately finding nothing. They never expected the Norma Empire to achieve a breakthrough right under their noses. This is my responsibility, I will handle it. It's not a question of whether to handle it or not now. Peter continued, if it were just the Norma Empire, everything would be fine. But they have the Adventurers Guild backing them, so we can't act rashly. His Holiness the Pope is currently in seclusion, at a crucial moment of breakthrough. Once His Holiness breaks through, he can go to the Divine Plane, which concerns the future of our Holy See. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Andre asked, so we can't intervene now? Peter nodded. That's right. If we intervene, the powerful experts from the Adventurers Guild will definitely not stand idly by. Coupled with the constant harassment from the other Shoreflower, it will greatly affect His Holiness the Pope's breakthrough. Our most important task right now is to help His Holiness successfully complete his breakthrough. Andre smiled. I don't think that's a problem. We have more Feng Yuan mages than they do, and with the Austin and Harry empires, dealing with them is more than enough. But now the situation is complicated, Peter frowned. The Harry Empire isn't on our side to begin with. The Austin Empire is in chaos internally, and it's a crucial time for the transition of power. All of this is very unfavorable for them. The Norma Empire must have seen this coming, which is why they're acting at this time. They're going to attack. The third protector, Grand Jacob, said, but given their strength, they probably won't remain inactive. Of course they will, Peter said. but they won't follow our orders, they fight individually. Isn't that better? Andre said, since the Normans attacked the Austin Empire first, let the Austin royal family lead the charge, and see what the Normans' trump cards are. Peter hesitated, then turned to Simon and asked, any movement from the other shore flower? We investigated in the no man's land, and the problem is quite serious. The leaders of the no man's land are all tight-lipped about the other shore flower, and the atmosphere in the entire no man's land is very strange. I think the other shore flower is very likely there. I don't care what you think, is there any evidence? There are some clues, but concrete evidence requires further investigation. Peter frowned. Hurry up. If your operation makes progress, it will also divert some of the other side's attention, preventing them from causing trouble. Yes, I will speed things up. Peter continued, Anne's matter was originally your responsibility, but you have too many things on your plate right now. Let Jacob assist you. Simon waved his hand. No need. I have Augustine investigate and specifically. It's just a small matter. No need to trouble Jacob. Andre also said, yes. Besides, I'm keeping an eye on the Austin royal family, so it's not a big problem. All right. Peter shrugged, as long as the mission is completed. Suddenly, Cliff walked in from outside looking somewhat flustered and whispered a few words in Peter's ear. Peter's expression changed upon hearing this, and he exclaimed in surprise, Are you telling the truth? Absolutely. This is news that just came from churches across the country. What's wrong? Andre asked. Peter gave Cliff a look, and Cliff, after gathering his thoughts, slowly said, According to the latest intelligence, the Endless Sea has declared war on the Austin Empire, and in the north, in alliance with the Duchy of Sharia, they repelled the Crown Prince's army and completely seized control of the Thompson territory. While the Austin royal family is organizing an army to counterattack the Duchy of Sharia and the Norman Empire, the Duchy of Harrington refuses to provide war supplies. The crowd gasped. Andre exclaimed in surprise. Did they plan this beforehand? If the Duchy of Harrington is also involved, they essentially woven a giant net, tightly trapping the Austin royal family in the middle. Cliff added, however, the Duchy of Harrington hasn't directly launched a military campaign against the royal family yet, so their stance is unclear. Everyone's faces showed shock. That small Norman Empire, a powerful nation forgotten by many, had made a stunning move. In just a few weeks, they had created such a situation. If the Austin Empire didn't come up with a good solution, they might really suffer. Grand Protector, should we help? Grand Jacob asked. Peter shook his head. The Austin royal family also has Supreme Realm experts. They won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. This is a good opportunity to teach the Austin people a lesson, to stop them from thinking about internal strife all the time. Peter looked at Cliff and continued, Isn't there more? Go on. Cliff nodded and continued, Another important matter is that Veles raided the unclaimed territory and reclaimed all the land that had been forcibly occupied. Simon frowned deeply. He was currently leading a team investigating the unclaimed territory, hoping that this conflict hadn't affected his people. Andre asked doubtfully, Varys shouldn't have that ability, right? Did the Desert Eagle personally intervene? Cliff shook his head. No, but the Norman Empire was involved. The Norman Empire had preemptively amassed troops in the northern part of the No Man's Land, creating a threat and attracting the attention of several of the No Man's Land's leaders. Veles then seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, and by the time the leaders reacted, it was too late. Andre nodded. If it were before, this tactic would probably have been completely useless, but now it's different. With the Cartwright family's example as a warning, those bastards in the No Man's Land have to be wary. So what's their reaction now? Simon asked. Cliff glanced at the letter in his hand. The unclaimed Jedi have directly surrendered. What? Simon exclaimed in surprise. Those guys don't even respect our holy see, yet they surrendered to the Veles? Simon's investigation into the unclaimed Jedi hadn't been smooth sailing. The major leaders had given him a lot of trouble in various ways, completely refusing to cooperate with the investigation. He found it hard to imagine that such lawless people would make such a decision to surrender. That's not hard to understand. Peter stroked his chin. Although the overall strength of the unclaimed territory is considerable, the major leaders are at odds with each other, making it difficult to unite their forces. On the other hand, Veles and his people are clearly receiving assistance from the Norman Empire. If the unclaimed territory were to rebel, the Norma would likely attack, which would be detrimental to the unclaimed territory. It's better for them to surrender and return the land. The Grand Protector's analysis is sound. Simon smiled. It's better that they surrender. It will make it easier for my men to continue their investigation. Otherwise, if war breaks out there, the people of the other shore flower will have an easier time hiding. Peter nodded slightly and turned to Cliff, asking, "Any news from the Harry Empire?" Cliff shook his head. "Not yet." Andre said with a strange expression, "That's odd." Logically, the Harry people now hate the Norma people intensely. News of the Norma Empire's attack on Cartwright should have reached them by now. Why haven't they made a move? Peter frowned as well. Emperor Harry's actions are becoming increasingly strange. Nobody knows what he's thinking. Chapter 465. The Western demons have all retreated. What are they waiting for? Jacob said, dissatisfied. Andre frowned. The demons' behavior is also very suspicious. It's said that a riot broke out in the northern wastelands of the Harry Empire, and many demons imprisoned there escaped, thousands in total. With such a large influx of reinforcements, shouldn't the Western Ghost Realm intensify its offensive? Peter snorted. These guys' behavior cannot be judged by common sense. Cliff, do you have any more news? Cliff shook his head. No. Then you can leave. Yes. Cliff immediately left the meeting room. After Cliff left, Peter continued, regarding the Harry royal family, I was ordered by His Holiness the Pope to conduct an on-site investigation. There are some things I haven't had time to tell you yet. Everyone pricked up their ears. They all knew that during Peter's last operation in the Harry Empire, he would occasionally send secret messages to the various peaks, requesting assistance from other protectors. More often than not, Peter would directly pass the secret messages to the Pope, so the results of the investigation at the time were not widely known. Peter slowly began. Initially, we simply thought the Harry Empire wanted to break free from the papacy's control and reduce its influence throughout the country. But after in-depth investigation, we discovered that several military districts of the Harry Empire had close ties with the other shore flower, a point I had already discussed with Simon. Simon nodded. When I received the secret message, I said Cassus to handle it. But those necromancers were far too cunning. Upon discovering us, they all retreated without a trace. Peter continued, after this incident, the Harry royal family explained to me that these military district commanders had colluded with the other shore flower, and they punished these commanders in front of me. Andre frowned. The commanders of the Harry Empire's military districts wield immense power, and hold extremely high positions. How did the royal family punish them? Reduce their troop strength. Peter slowly uttered 4 words. The foundation of a military district is the army. Removing some of the soldiers under these commanders, and assigning them to other legions is far more effective than killing these commanders. In that case, the royal family should have nothing to do with the other shore flower anymore. Andre said. Peter remained non-committal. They might not be colluding, but they're definitely connected. I just can't find any evidence. Besides that, there's something else very suspicious. What is it? It's their emperor. Arnos Hari. Simon frowned. He's a legendary emperor. He reached the Fengyuan realm at only 20 years old, personally went to the Western Ghost realm to negotiate with the demons, and killed many powerful figures in the conflict. Most importantly, after inheriting the throne, he implemented sweeping reforms, established the military district system, and laid the foundation for the current Hari Empire. He's got the situation. He's in his 60s or 70s now, but as a Supreme Realm expert, living another 100 years shouldn't be a problem. Is there anything suspicious about him? Peter nodded. Arnos is a man who reveres force, acts arbitrarily, disregards consequences, and uses any means to achieve his goals. But in recent decades, things have changed somewhat. His attitude towards the Western Ghost Realm has gradually softened, and he's built a special prison in the Northern Wasteland to hold demon prisoners. Within the Northern Wasteland, demons can move freely, and even kill their guards. This is truly unbelievable. Andre said, I heard about this. There was a lot of debate within the Harry Empire at the time, with most people opposing it, but Arnos insisted. According to his idea, this prison could not only hold demon prisoners, but also hone the Imperial soldiers. It was essentially a small hellish arena. Only those who emerged from it could become the Empire's most outstanding warriors. But the problem is, after all these years, very few have actually come out, Peter said. The detention center there has a fixed term of service. Only those whose term is up can be released. And I know of one person, named Addison, the captain of the 1st Detention District, whose strength has reached the Fengyuan realm, capable of. Under such extreme conditions, he defeated a blood demon of the same realm. And such talent has been buried there for so long. Andre shrugged. This is an internal matter for them. Is there anything strange about it? Of course it's strange. Peter's eyes blazed. There are many strong individuals like Addison. If the royal family's goal is truly to cultivate outstanding warriors, then they shouldn't restrict them with time limits, forcing them to waste their precious cultivation time in that barren land. To find out why, I personally investigated Arnos secretly. Everyone gasped. Arnos was a supreme rum expert. Although his strength was inferior to Peter's, it would still be extremely difficult for Peter to investigate him without anyone noticing. Due to the difficulty of the investigation, the information I obtained was limited, but there is one point that I am very concerned about. Everyone held their breath. Information that Peter found important must be crucial. I discovered that Arnos is keeping demons in the palace. What? Everyone looked shocked. Andre exclaimed, "That's insane. What is he trying to do?" Peter shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't even found the place where he keeps the demons. I only found some clues in the palace documents." Simon exclaimed, "Keeping demons in captivity? That's unthinkable. Only a madman like Arnos would do something so outrageous. Any other findings?" Peter sighed. "After finding this information, Arnos became suspicious of me. To be on the safe side, I stopped the investigation and returned to Divine Beast Mountain soon after." "Does His Holiness the Pope know about this?" "He knows. I reported it to him immediately. The investigation results are in." "And what did His Majesty say?" "His Majesty told us to wait and see, and make a decision after he emerges from seclusion." Andre shrugged. "Since His Majesty has already made his decision, what do we have to worry about?" Peter said gravely, "But the Norma Empire incident hadn't happened yet. I suspect the current situation might affect the Harry royal family, triggering a chain reaction." Andre waved his hand and laughed. "Peter, I think you're overreacting. Just dealing with the Austin Empire alone would require the Norma to use all their strength." "That's true, but we mustn't underestimate Anne. We should still be careful." Harry Empire, Stonkin City. Cassis, along with several core disciples, continued investigating the relationship between the Harry people and the other Shoreflower. However, so far, there has been no progress. Judging from the clues, apart from the Lin-Hai military region and the Eliza military region, which have close ties with the other Shoreflower, the other military regions seem to be quite normal, especially the Northern Frontier military region and the Demon-Slaying military region, which even seem somewhat averse to the other Shoreflower. This baffled Kars. If the other Shoreflower had truly infiltrated the upper echelons of the Harry Empire, why such a stark contrast? Kars had put in a great deal of effort to figure this out. However, as light mages, they were rather conspicuous, making their actions very inconvenient. Even after changing out of their white robes symbolizing the clergy of the Holy See, the holy aura cultivated over their long years in the Divine Beast Mountain could not be concealed. Fortunately, some time ago, they found a reliable person named Raphael, formerly the acting president of the Adventurers Guild in Misty City of the Norma Empire, who was later expelled from the guild for betraying Annie's information. Karsus vaguely remembered this man, having been mentioned in Augustine's report on his actions in the Norma Empire. After hearing of his tragic experience of being abandoned by the Amras Empire, Karsus hatched a plan and recruited him to assist in intelligence gathering. Raphael was a very peculiar individual. Although an adventurer, he possessed an inexplicable bandit-like air, which allowed him to blend in seamlessly with the rough and uncouth Hari people. Karsus valued this quality in him, tasking him with searching for information about the other Shoreflower in Stonkin City, promising to take him to the Austin Empire upon completion. In Karsus's view, Raphael, abandoned by the Amras Empire, and without support in the Hari Empire, was unlikely to return to the Norma Empire. Therefore, developing his career in the Austin Empire was the most sensible option. As he wished, Raphael was naturally grateful and readily agreed. However, Karsus still held back. He didn't tell Raphael the specifics of the investigation, but instead gave him fragmented information to gather. This information was varied, some useful, some not, and Karsus was tasked with selecting the useful details. Raphael, true to his background in the Adventurers Guild, was adept at gathering information, and his investigation had finally yielded some results. "Raphael, I told you to cultivate a good relationship with the palace latrine workers. What news have you gotten lately?" Karsus asked. Raphael leaned closer, lowered his voice, and grinned mischievously. "I had drinks with them yesterday, and those guys told me that the Emperor seems to be a bit lacking in that area." Karsus raised an eyebrow. "In what area?" "TSK. Raphael gave a knowing look. "Well, you know, it's about men and women." Everyone's expressions turned strange upon hearing this. Adam snorted. "I asked you to gather information, not gossip. Besides, they already have several princes. How could they be impotent? You believe such nonsense?" Raphael scratched his head. "Well, gossip is still information. That old emperor is over 60. It's only natural that he's impotent. Casas waved his hand. Impossible. Emperor Harry is a supreme realm expert. At this age, he's in his prime. Impossible. Impotent. Raphael, how did you come to that conclusion? Raphael chuckled. That dumb collector told me that several concubines in the palace are getting aroused. They often get together to complain. He overheard it by chance. Casas frowned, lost in thought. This wasn't the news Casas wanted, but there was something unusual about it. Casas, always very perceptive, quickly pieced together the clues. If Emperor Harry hasn't favored any concubines in a long time, it's very likely he's found a new lover. Otherwise, a man as ambitious and possessive as him wouldn't be celibate. Dylan said, but I haven't heard of him taking any new concubines. Raphael chuckled mischievously. You don't understand. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a stolen one. Even if he's the emperor, he's still a man first and foremost. Don't men crave this kind of thing? The three of them simultaneously gave Raphael a disdainful look. However, his words opened up a new avenue for Casas. Raphael, you did well. Continue your investigation, and find out who Emperor Harry's secret lover is. Raphael's face fell. That's the emperor. If I'm discovered, I'd be in big trouble, either dead or skinned alive. Besides, this is all just your speculation. Whether he really has a lover is still unknown. That's why I sent you to investigate. Casas said calmly. Don't worry, you're working for the Vatican. We won't treat you unfairly. Just tell us what resources you need. Raphael scratched his head. Hee, it's nothing. It's just the cost of the meal I had with the latrine cleaner last time. I asked for 10 gold coins. Could you reimburse me? Cass, eh? After parting ways with Casas and the others, Raphael went to his usual restaurant. Cass had generously given him 100 gold coins earlier, enough for him to enjoy himself for a while. He ordered a table full of fine dishes and a pot of fine wine, and sat there quietly not eating. Until a man in black robes walked in from the doorway, went straight to him, exchanged a secret signal, and then sat down. You're one of Annie's men? Raphael slowly raised his head. The man in black robes chuckled. Aren't you one too? Raphael sighed. I have a business relationship with her. She doesn't even consider me one of her own. The man in black robes gently removed his mask, revealing a rugged face. It doesn't matter. I meet with you later, and tell me the information you gathered. I pass it on to Annie. Raphael was slightly surprised. You're a Hari? Why are you working for Annie? The man in black robes said, My name is Matthew. Annie saved my life in the northern wastelands. I'm repaying a debt of gratitude. Raphael suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Yes. So now you can give me the message? Raphael nodded, took a letter from his pocket, and handed it over. This is the message Annie needs. Divine Beast Mountain is investigating the relationship between the Harry Empire and the other shore flower, but the atmosphere within the royal family is somewhat strange. I think Annie will make a judgment after seeing this letter. I will continue the investigation until I understand the royal family's secrets. Matthew carefully put the letter away. Okay, I take the letter to her as soon as possible. Be careful. With that, Matthew put his mask back on and strode away. Chapter 466. A month has passed since the Norma Empire conquered the Leicester territory. The Austin Empire has amassed a large army, but all roads leading to the Leicester territory are blocked, especially the Duchy of Harrington, which has explicitly refused to give way to the Imperial Army. However, the Norma Empire has not taken any further action, and the two sides are now in a stalemate, and has returned to Norma City. She is no longer needed at the front lines. If the Austin army wants to counterattack, it must first deal with Sharia, the Endless Sea, and Harrington, otherwise, it will have to cross the Pateras Mountains. However, any general with a modicum of sense would not make such a decision. Therefore, Annie confidently entrusted the front lines to Oren, telling him that for now, his only task was to hold the Leicester territory. Because Annie now has more important matters to attend to. She had previously planted a spy in the Harry Empire, and after so much time, she should be able to report back. And that day arrived quickly. Jonathan, accompanied by a man in black robes, rushed to Norma City. This man in black robes was undoubtedly Matthias. Due to the unrest in the northern frontier military region, the region's forces were concentrated near the northern wasteland to clear out and capture escaped prisoners and guards. Consequently, the number of troops stationed at the border was significantly reduced. Following Anne's previous instructions, Matthias entered the Norma Empire through Fana village and successfully located Marquis Jonathan. Upon receiving the news, and personally went out of the city gate to greet him. "Brother Matthias, I finally waited for you." Matthias, visibly excited, jumped off the carriage and ran to Anne. "And I have important news," he exclaimed, pulling a letter from his pocket. Anne took the letter but didn't open it. Instead, she took Matthias's hand and said, "Don't worry about the letter yet. You traveled all the way from the Hairy Empire, you must be exhausted. I prepared accommodations at the palace. You rest first, and I take care of the rest." Matthias was deeply moved. "And I'm so lucky to have met you," and patted his shoulder. "What are you saying? We've been through thick and thin together. From now on, your business is my business." And Amata personally greeted Matthias and escorted him to his lodgings. Afterward, the two quickly went to Reiner's study. Inside the study, Reiner, Nickel, and Douglas were discussing something. Suddenly seeing Anne and Amata enter, they all turned to look. "And what's wrong?" Reiner asked. "Your Majesty, as I mentioned before, there's been some unusual activity in the Hairy Empire. To find out more, I placed a spy there to gather information, and there's been some progress." Reiner's eyes lit up. "Oh, what is it?" And opened the letter in front of everyone, laying it flat on the table. Everyone craned their necks to look. On the letter was written a very simple line: "Emperor Harry has connections with the demons." Reiner frowned. "You mean that Arnos? How is that possible? When he ascended the throne, he drove the demon army back 100 miles, he's a staunch advocate of war. How could he have connections with the demons?" And frowned as well. "That guy has a contract with me, he wouldn't lie to me, which means it's true. But he didn't explain the specifics clearly, he probably hasn't fully adjusted yet. But this news is too important, so he had Matthias send it over first." "But what can we do with just this information?" Nicole asked, and pondered for a moment and said, "Finding out the situation isn't difficult. I go discuss it with Brother Born and see if we can get information from those undead lords." Then, and suddenly asked, "By the way, what were you talking about before I came?" Reiner said, "It was Dean Douglas. Their research has yielded results." "Really?" And looked at Douglas in surprise. Douglas chuckled and stroked his beard. "Indeed, but problems remain. According to our research, that secret realm origin is actually a mysterious power, seemingly the origin of all elements, something I never seen anywhere else. I tried many methods, but none have been able to extract this power from other things, except..." "Except what?" Douglas swallowed hard. "Except a Supreme Realm magic core." Annie frowned. "A Supreme Realm magic core? Where did you get it?" Amata said, "I guess it's from the National Treasury. The first Emperor left behind some treasures, including a Supreme Realm magical beast's magic core." Douglas nodded. "That's right, the water element magic core from the National Treasury. However, the power extracted from that core is still considerably weaker than the power in that secret realm origin." Annie asked, "Any progress on the entrance to the magical realm?" "Some progress. Thanks to Kania, her research on magical plants is something even I admire." Annie was somewhat speechless. "To be precise, it should be magical poisons. And what does the entrance to the magical realm have to do with magical plants?" Douglas smiled wryly. "If it hadn't been successfully verified, I wouldn't have been able to figure out the connection even if I racked my brains. I bet you wouldn't guess it either, but there's a special plant that can connect to spatial rifts. If we have the precise coordinates, it can guide us to the magical realm." "A magical plant?" Annie hadn't expected that. "Have you found the coordinates?" Douglas shook his head regretfully. "Forget coordinates, we can't even control this spatial power right now. Once it gets out of control, it will cause a devastating disaster. Kania originally studied this plant as a poison. In her research, experimental subjects who came into contact with the plant's sap didn't experience spatial distortion, but some were suddenly sliced apart by space. The power is extremely domineering." Nicole asked doubtfully, "How come I never seen her use it? What's the name of that plant?" Douglas took a deep breath. "Of course you haven't seen it, because she only had two. One of them was destroyed in experiments. That plant is called the spider lily." "What? That's the spider lily?" Annie exclaimed. Douglas nodded. "To be honest, I never seen this plant either. According to Kania, she obtained it from a necromancer while traveling in the southern part of the empire. The red spider lily blooms on the other side of the river, so that's what it means." Annie murmured. "So, all the major powers use the red spider lily to open the entrance to the magical realm." Douglas said, "That's right, but there are still two major technical challenges. First, how to control the power of the red spider lily to make it form a spatial passage in a specific direction. Second, where are the coordinates of the magical realm? How to accurately guide the power of the red spider lily to the magical realm. Annie thought carefully for a moment. Back in Divine Beast Mountain, I saw the Holy Sea open the entrance to the realm using a huge magic circle. But that magic circle was too complex, and I can't remember it anymore. Glass smiled and said, "It's alright. Kanya and I will continue our research. We let you know as soon as there's any new progress." Annie nodded, then contacted Born through soul communication. "Brother Born, Raphael sent a message saying that Emperor Harry is in contact with the demons. Could you help me find out what the situation is?" Born chuckled, "You come at just the right time. I'm with Brother Pick right now." Meanwhile, inside the tower of the Lord of the Balzab Legion in the Netherworld, Born and Pick sat facing each other. Pick was still quite portly, his hands full of food, constantly stuffing it into his mouth. Born asked Pick, "Brother Pick, do the demons in the prime material plane have some kind of plan? Something targeting the Harry Empire?" Pick was slightly taken aback. "Humph, I called you here to discuss Samuel's matter. What do you mean by suddenly bringing up the demons?" Born laughed. "Haven't we finished discussing Samuel's matter? Let's talk about something else." Pick shrugged. "Humph, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I don't know either. You know, crossing spatial barriers to contact your true body is extremely energy consuming. Even if I had nothing better to do, I wouldn't inquire about such things." "Then will you help me find out?" "Humph, you gave me Lord's power last time, that's why I helped you. What can you give me this time?" Born curled his lip. "We've been working together for so long, isn't that too formal?" "Humph, don't give me that. If you want me to help you find out information, you have to offer a reasonable price. 100 Chi Yuan soul flames." "Humph, do you think I'm a beggar?" Born said helplessly, "Chi Yuan soul flames aren't that easy to obtain, okay? 100 is already a lot." Pick shrugged. "Humph, but it's still not enough for me." Born only. "Then name your price." A sly glint flashed in Pick's eyes. "Humph, I see you're about to break through to the Fengyuan realm. Then you be going to the high-level undead zone. Humph, don't be fooled by your current dominance in the low-level undead zone. You be nothing in the high-level zone." Hey, I told you to name your price. Why are you saying all this?" Pick said slowly, "Humph, my Balzab Legion values talent above all else, and your strength has been recognized by Lord Balzab. If you could—" Before Pick could finish, Born interrupted, "Stop. That won't do. I already spoken to Asmodeus. You need to find someone else." Pick scoffed, "Humph, what's so great about that woman Asmodeus? You already helped her rebuild the Legion. Could it be that you've fallen under her spell?" Born pointed to his empty eye sockets. "Do I look like one? Even a bewitched soul would change color." "Humph, so why is that?" Born said, "It's simple, because I trust her. We have a contractual agreement, and our cooperation goes very smoothly. Besides, I helped her so much, she should at least look after me. So I rather join her legion." Pike was a little disappointed. "Humph, well then. What a pity, I wanted to work with you. Looks like I won't have the chance." "That's not necessarily true." Born laughed. "I'm used to being carefree, and don't like being tied down. If I'm not comfortable over there, I might come looking for you." Pike's face lit up again. "Humph, then you better choose my side first. I definitely won't treat you unfairly." "Alright, now you can switch sides. One condition, please." Pick took a bite of his food, pondered for a moment, and then said, "So? Are you interested in dealing with Samuel?" Born frowned. "Didn't we just discuss this? Tighten our defenses, and avoid direct confrontation." Pick waved his hand. "Indeed, in terms of sheer size, the Samir Legion is much stronger, but we have you as our trump card. If we can get you into Samuel's Lord's Tower, you might be able to kill Samuel's clone, and then—" "Stop!" Born exclaimed hastily, "Are you kidding me? What do you mean by getting me into Samuel's Lord's Tower?" Pick chuckled. "Humph, it means exactly what it sounds like. You and Samuel have been locked in a power struggle for some time now, and you thwarted his operations many times. In his eyes, you're a formidable opponent. So you want to kidnap me to the Samuel Legion's headquarters? And then sneak into their Lord's Tower? Humph, you're right." Born stood up abruptly. "Let's go, bye-bye." Pick quickly stood up to stop him. "Humph, Brother Born, don't rush. Don't call me brother, I don't have an older brother I send to my death." Pick laughed awkwardly. "I haven't finished speaking yet." "Humph, don't worry. I definitely won't let you get into any danger. I'm already on their chopping block. How can I not be in danger?" Pick pulled a dark magic stone from his pocket and said, "Humph, I will. Lord Balzab, I'm giving you the devouring magic stone you were given. Just crush it, and you can instantly devour the surrounding magic, helping you escape. Born was taken aback. Devour magic? What does that mean? Pick explained. It means converting other people's magic into your own. His. Born gasped. Such bizarre magic exists? Pick chuckled. This is Lord Balzeb's signature technique. Samuel would never imagine it. With this guarantee, you should be able to proceed with confidence. Are you sure they don't have a countermeasure? Born was still somewhat doubtful. This is the power of a lord. Guaranteeing your escape is absolutely no problem. Born thought for a moment, then chuckled. I give you 9 for every one. Cough, cough, cough. Pick spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. This isn't cooperation, it's robbery. TCH, I'm going to risk my life, and you only need to contribute a magic stone and a message. That's too unfair. Pick thought about it and agreed, then said, all right then. But remember to think of us if anything good happens in the future. Chapter 467. Inside a dark stone cave, a few torches flickered, their dim yellow light conveying a chilling atmosphere. Directly in front of the cave stood a tall throne, constructed from countless skulls, upon which sat the demon general. Cadix, surrounded by the leaders of various demon races. Cadix was not in good condition, his left arm appeared injured, wrapped in thick bandages, and his spirit was somewhat listless. However, his eyes still gleamed as he quietly surveyed the demons before him, a hint of excitement on his face. Vlad, I didn't expect that after all these years, you reached the Fengyuan realm. I thought you died in the northern wasteland. The blood demon Vlad gave a slight bow. Reporting to the general, my breakthrough to the Fengyuan realm was purely accidental, thanks to a human. And my escape from the northern wasteland was also thanks to another human. A human? The demon leaders began to discuss animatedly. How could humans possibly help our demon race? They're greedy and cunning. Could this be a conspiracy? I think it's very possible. We better be careful. Enough. Cadix roared, let Vlad finish. He then nodded to Vlad. Vlad continued, the environment in the northern wasteland is harsh. I simply couldn't get enough resources to cultivate, and I remained stuck at the transformation realm. Until 9 years ago, I was severely injured in a battle with a guard, but was rescued by a human. He was also a prisoner of the northern wasteland. He not only saved me, but also used his special ability to raise a herd of wasteland antelopes. It was through the demonic cores of these antelopes that I gradually cultivated to where I am today. A human imprisoned in the northern wasteland? The demon leaders were even more puzzled. Cadix asked, who is he? Why is he also imprisoned in the northern wasteland? He is Amida, the regent of the Norma Empire. Vlad said slowly, in recent years, the Hari Empire and the Norma Empire have been at odds, engaging in several battles. Amida was detained and imprisoned in the northern wasteland 10 years ago, while on a mission to the Hari Empire. I see. So you're saying the one who rescued you is another human? Vlad nodded, that's right. She's also from the Norma Empire, but she feels very different from ordinary humans. She acts decisively, is meticulous, has extremely strong cultivation talent, and is rich in combat experience. I never seen such a powerful human. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? The ogre leader scoffed, a mere. How strong can a human be? At most, she's only at the Fengyuan realm. No, she's only at the Huayuan realm. Vlad said, but her strength can't be measured by realm. You can ask Jeffrey about that. The ogre Jeffrey, standing beside him, hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Although I hate to admit it, that human is truly remarkable. She was able to persuade the demons and guardians of the entire northern wasteland to unite, and through a series of plans, she lowered the guard of the Hari Empire's high command, even orchestrating the assassination of General Residor of the Northern Frontier Military Region. Such intelligence and courage are unprecedented. The crowd gasped. Getting an ogre to praise a human was no easy feat, but Jeffrey's words were utterly sincere, without a trace of falsehood. Who is that person? Cadix frowned and asked. Her name is N. Vlad replied, and Gore, the sister of the Marquis of the North of the Norma Empire, and also a core member of the Norma Empire's power center. Her? Cadix jumped to his feet, shouting. Cadix's reaction startled everyone. You really do know her? Vlad exclaimed excitedly. She even showed you your token, saying you once saved her. Cadix nodded, his expression serious. I do know her, and I gave her a token. The blood demon leader beside Cadix frowned and asked, Cadix, what's going on here? Cadix slowly sat down. This was supposed to be a private matter, but I never expected it. I truly never expected it. That Annie actually has such abilities. Everyone looked at Cadix curiously, only to see him continue. As you all know, I have a contract with the undead Lord Guardian, Pike, allowing me to temporarily use a portion of his power. This is the greatest help he can give me as my summoned undead. However, our relationship isn't equal. Because his power is too great, I must offer him something in exchange for his power. We know all this, but what does it have to do with that Annie? The Blood Demon leader asked. Cadix waved his hand. That's exactly what I wanted to say. That Annie is also a necromancer, and her summoning of undead seems to have reached some kind of agreement with Pike. Pike then sent me to the prime material plane to protect a girl named Annie. Everyone's expressions relaxed. If that was the reason, then it made sense, as long as Cadix and the humans weren't deliberately colluding. Just how powerful is the undead that can make a deal with Pike? How could a mere human woman at the transformation realm possibly tame it? The corpse demon leader was somewhat skeptical. I don't know, maybe it's some kind of deal, Cadix said. Back then, I went to Divine Beast Mountain and encountered Urzer. The two of us fought a fierce battle with the old Pope. That old man, for some reason, couldn't unleash his full power, but even so, he severely injured both of us. Fortunately, we completed the mission. I knew you fought with the Pope, but I didn't expect it was because of this, the Blood Demon leader said. Why was the Dark Elf's martial arts master there? Cadix gave a wry smile. His situation is the same as mine, except his mission objective was to remove the seal on Annie. This objective never existed from the beginning, because the seal on Annie had already been removed. So he took it upon himself to help me cover Annie's escape. And I wonder if Foxy will approve of his actions in the end. So it was Foxy, the Blood Demon leader exclaimed, realizing. For Urzer to fight so desperately, Foxy must have given him a huge reward. The Corpse Demon leader asked doubtfully, to be able to get Foxy and Pike to help, who exactly is that undead? And what kind of person is his summoner, Annie? Anyone who can stir up trouble at Beast Mountain is definitely not an ordinary person, the Blood Demon said. And she's a necromancer? This is practically a slap in the face to the church. The succubus, who had been sitting there silently, suddenly spoke up. Actually, I have a member of my tribe who returned from the northern wastes. She said she saw Annie summoning an undead, and also discovered that this undead has an unusual relationship with Asmodeus. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. This was too bizarre. What kind of undead could simultaneously reach agreements with three powerful undead from different factions, including an undead lord? Cadix said solemnly, this human is not to be underestimated. Fortunately, she seems to have a good impression of our demon race, and she is also a necromancer, not bound by the dogmas of the church. Just then, a troll came to report. Dark Elf Master of Martial Arts Urzer has arrived and will be here shortly. What's he coming for? The Blood Demon leader frowned. The ogre licked his lips. Want to spar? I've been itching for a fight. The succubus glanced at him disdainfully. You're no match for Urzer. Of all those here, only the great general could probably take him on. The corpse demon said, there are so many of us, we're not afraid of him. We could all come at him together. Cadix waved his hand. No rush. Let's see what he's doing here. A short while later, a thin figure in a black robe appeared in the cave. Cadix stood up, laughing as he greeted him. Ha, Urzer, what brings you here? How's your injury? Urzer raised his eyes indifferently. Don't try to get close to me. I'm here on serious business. Oh, what could possibly warrant your personal visit? Have your men from the northern wasteland returned? Cadix pointed to Vlad and the others. Look, isn't that them? That makes things easier. Urzer said, a huge upheaval has erupted in the human world, and the source of this upheaval is the Norma Empire, with Annie at its core. The Blood Demon leader raised an eyebrow. So what? Humans are always like this. A little chaos is good for us. Urzer narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't think I don't know. Have you been planning something in the Hairy Empire all along? I think it's time. Everyone fell silent, their faces turning extremely serious. Cadix shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. No, you do. Urzer looked him straight in the eye. Otherwise, the Hairy Empire wouldn't have such an absurd place as the Northern Wasteland. I just don't know what methods you used. What are you trying to say? The Blood Demon leader asked, his hand already reaching for the short blade at his waist. Urzer said calmly, don't be nervous. I'm here to cooperate with you. This turmoil in the human world is a perfect opportunity for our counterattack. You can reclaim your territory, and we can return to the Misty Forest. The ogre leader coldly replied, we have our own plans, and don't need your involvement. We can also decide when to act ourselves. I think you come all this way for nothing. Erzur scanned the crowd. I know you've been preparing for this day for a long time, but I must remind you that if you attack humans, the elves and dwarves will not stand idly by. Although they also hate humans, they also understand that if humans are defeated, their living space will also be compressed. And we dark elves can help you hold off the dwarves and elves. The crowd fell silent again. Erzur continued, we dark elves have been in the western ghost realm for just as long as you have. As neighbors, although there have been some minor frictions, overall, we can be considered half allies. The ogre leader hesitated, but the timing is perfect. Erzur said, the Norma Empire has already launched an attack on the Austin Empire. All the powerful beings in the human world are focused on the east. If we don't act now, we never have another chance. Cadix looked at the succubus, who shrugged. I'm ready to act at any time. It mainly depends on the nightmare. Cadix then looked at the still sleeping nightmare, pursing his lips. He fell into a dream over 50 years ago, and hasn't woken up yet. I wonder how the plan is going. The blood demon leader said, since he hasn't woken up, it means everything is going smoothly. Shadow demon, how's it going on your side? Cadix asked again. The deployment was completed 10 years ago. Now, the tribesmen who escaped from the northern wastelands have joined the ranks. Everything is fine, the shadow demon leader said confidently. Cadix's eyes flickered. After waiting for over 50 years, has this day finally arrived? Hari Empire, Stonehill City, Ministry of Military Affairs. Jack handed Gert a gift box, smiling, congratulations, Gert, you officially retired. Gert chuckled as he accepted the gift box. Thank you, Your Highness. I envy you, being able to enjoy your retirement. Gert touched the imperial emblem on his chest with his right hand. If needed, I can always come back to help. Jack patted him on the shoulder. Old man, don't think too much about it. Where are you planning to retire? Need me to help you make some preparations? Oh, I'm planning to go to the Lehigh Military District, buy a small island there, and live a peaceful life. That's wonderful. Please invite me to visit sometime. I'd be waiting. And please give my farewells to His Majesty. Jack paused, sighed, and said, don't take it to heart that my brother didn't come to see you off personally. Gert quickly waved his hand. How could that be? Your Highness, please don't say that. How is His Majesty now? Jack shrugged, still the same as always, sleeping for 3 days at a time. Even when he wakes up, he goes into a secret room, and no one knows what he's doing. Gert sighed, then Your Highness will have to work hard on the affairs of the Empire. Who says otherwise? These days have been so busy, Jack complained. Ever since the Normans conquered the Lys territory, the war faction within the country has been restless, especially the demon-slaying army. Without the demons' interference, they're bursting with energy, it's driving me crazy. Gert laughed, luckily, I'm retired now. Let my successor handle these matters. You're relieved, but I'm in trouble. I still have to deal with those who are constantly trying to find out about His Majesty. Gert frowned. Although I'm retired, I have to ask, is there really no way to bring His Majesty back to power? We've done everything we can. Now, my brother ignores everyone, and even I find it difficult to speak to him. Chapter 468. Gert hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to ask, to be frank, haven't you considered seeing what's inside His Majesty's secret chamber? Jack was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Gert, you truly are the most loyal man in the Empire. Perhaps only you could say something like that. But finding out what's in that chamber is no easy task. My brother's power is formidable. If he discovers it, we'd be dead without a trace. No one wants to seek death. How about I risk my life to investigate? What? Jack was stunned. Gert, are you joking? You're retired. Why take such a risk? How do you know I'd die? A strange light flashed in Gert's eyes. Because? Jack gritted his teeth, finally telling the truth, because I sent people there before. None of them came back. But I'm different. Gert's gaze was firm. I was the former Minister of Military Affairs, and my strength is at the Fengyuan realm, making it easier for me to get close to that secret chamber. Jack narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? This is a mission with a certain death rate. You have absolutely no need to take the risk. I'm absolutely sure. Anyway, I already retired. Rather than dying of old age on a remote island, I'd rather have one last glorious moment. Jack sighed deeply. I never thought my royal family would come to this point, needing a retired old minister to turn the tide. Turning the tide is an understatement. Gert waved his hand. Just doing my bit. For the past 50 years, I watched His Majesty gradually decline. At first, he just neglected state affairs, and later he even faded from everyone's sight. Everyone knows that my hairy empire has a supreme emperor, but no one knows that he is terminally ill. More importantly, nobody knows the root cause of the illness. Jack added, then this matter is entrusted to you. Just say the word if you need anything. As long as you complete the mission, you will be a hero of the empire, its #1 hero. Gert, short and stout, stood ramrod straight and gave a perfect military salute. I will not fail you. Early the next morning, Gert arrived at the palace with a military report. Led by royal guards, he went directly to the emperor's bedchamber, where he saw a familiar face. Daeson, you're still holding the position of royal guard captain? Aren't the affairs of the northern frontier military region enough to keep you busy? Daeson glanced at Gert indifferently. There's no other way. No one else can take the position, so I have to. What brings you here today, Lord Gert? I seem to remember you already retired. Gert smiled. I have indeed retired, but today is my last day on duty. There's an important matter I like to report to His Majesty in person. Daeson frowned. You surely know how long it's been since His Majesty has dealt with such matters, don't you? Besides, His Majesty is currently resting. You should go back. Prince Jack will decide everything. Gert was taken aback. It's been 4 days already? Hasn't His Majesty gotten up yet? His Majesty has been overworked lately. What's wrong with him resting a little longer? Gert curled his lip, inwardly thinking, he never cares about politics. What's there to worry about? But outwardly he said, no, in that case, I wait at the door. Daeson looked displeased. Waiting here won't do any good. Nobody knows when His Majesty will wake up. If this matter is truly important, I advise you to go directly to Prince Jack. Gert was about to say something when, just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Everyone was startled. The person who could open the door from the inside was undoubtedly His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty. They all knelt down and shouted. The room was pitch black, without a single light. A middle-aged man slowly emerged. He was tall, with a thick beard and slightly graying temples. His muscles were muscular and explosive, but his eyes were lifeless and empty. Upon hearing their cries, a glimmer of light appeared in Arnos's eyes. He glanced at them, said nothing, and walked straight towards the back courtyard. Your Majesty. Gert hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and called out again, kneeling before Arnos. Arnos paused slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. You, who are you? Gert stammered, I'm Gert. Minister of Military Affairs Gert. Arnos thought for a moment, seemingly remembering something. Oh, it's you. What do you need? Gert gathered his thoughts and slowly said, some time ago, a riot broke out among the demons in the northern wasteland. Apart from a small number who were captured, most of them escaped and their whereabouts are unknown, most likely having returned to the western ghost realm. However, the demons' offensive has weakened recently, which is not their usual style. There must be something fishy about this. Based on the available intelligence, the Ministry of Military Affairs has analyzed the demons' next move and is now presenting it to His Majesty for review. As he spoke, Gert handed over a small booklet. Arnos frowned. Take it and let Jack see it. Or you can decide for yourselves. He flicked his sleeves and prepared to leave. Gert had anticipated this outcome and didn't say much, simply responding before stepping aside. Arnos didn't even glance at him, continuing on his way. Daeson immediately followed with 2 guards, giving Gert a disapproving look as he left. Gert shook his head with a wry smile. These young people these days were truly snobbish. If he hadn't retired and was still the Minister of Military Affairs, Daeson would never have dared to treat him like this. Seeing them gradually disappear into the distance, Gert quietly followed when no one was around. Arnos went straight to a side hall in the back courtyard, which served as the Emperor's study. However, there was a secret room inside, the entrance of which no one knew except the Emperor himself. Guards were also present at the study's entrance. Upon seeing Arnos approach, they all knelt and bowed. Arnos didn't even glance at them, entering the side hall and slamming the door shut. Is this all we can do? Gert asked, somewhat disappointed. Even Daeson has to stand guard outside. How am I supposed to get in? However, Gert quickly came up with a plan. At the entrance, Daeson gave a few brief instructions and then left. After all, he also served as the commander of the Northern Frontier Military Region, and there were affairs there that needed to be handled as well. The Emperor would only emerge from his secret chamber for at least 10 days at a time, so there was no need for him to be constantly guarding the entrance. With Daeson gone, only 4 guards remained at the entrance. These 4 guards were all at the peak of the Qi-Yuan realm and possessed considerable skill, but in Gert's opinion, they were still insufficient. Just to be on the safe side, Gert decided to wait until nightfall to make his move, observing from a distance for now. Time ticked by, and Gert noticed a strange phenomenon. 5 or 6 maids had gone in that day, but none had come out, which was quite odd. Logically, it was normal for maids to go in to bring food and serve, but given Arnos's personality, he would never allow 5 or 6 maids to stay by his side indefinitely. Gert, filled with doubt, waited until dark, and just then, the door opened, and something completely covered in black cloth was thrown out. Gert frowned. That thing looked like a person. The guards, however, seemed unfazed. 2 guards stepped forward and simply carried the thing away. Now, only 2 guards remained at the door. Gert didn't hesitate any longer and swaggered over. The 2 guards immediately recognized Gert and asked with some confusion, "Lord Gert? What are you doing here? The palace gates should be closed by now, right?" Gert smiled and said, "Oh, it's like this. I have an urgent report and need to see His Majesty, so I had to come overnight." One of the guards said, "I'm sorry, Lord Gert, His Majesty is not seeing anyone right now. You should go see Prince Jack." Gert had already walked up to the 2 guards, his plump face beaming with a smile that made them feel completely at ease. "I do have urgent business today, so I must see him. I apologize to both of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gert's magical power erupted, and with a powerful flick of his hands, a lightning bolt struck the 2 guards with incredible speed. The 2 guards didn't even have time to react before they were instantly paralyzed by the lightning and passed out. Gert looked at the 2 bound guards, slightly out of breath. Getting old, really getting old. If it were before, dealing with these 2 wouldn't have been so difficult. He then strode to the side hall entrance. Although he was somewhat uneasy, after all, it was a matter of life and death. It concerned the rise and fall of the empire, so he had no choice but to do it. He reached out his right hand and gently pushed the door. It wasn't locked and opened easily. Gert entered the side hall. Only a few candles flickered in the dim light, and there was no one in sight. Gert frowned and looked around. There must be a secret entrance here, otherwise where could those maids who came in have gone? Suddenly, Gert's eyes lit up. He grabbed a candle and shone it on the floor. He saw specks of white powder scattered on the floor, a special kind of incense powder used by palace maids. If it weren't for the dim light, it would probably be invisible. Gert followed the trail of smoke and powder slowly, stopping only at the innermost bookshelf in the side hall, where the trail ended. The entrance to the secret chamber is here. Gert felt his breathing quicken. He reached out and groped along the bookshelf for a while, but found no switch to open the chamber, and a growing anxiety began to creep in. While the bound guards outside wouldn't wake up, the 2 guards who had left to transport the items might return. If they discovered anything amiss, he would be in grave danger. But brute force would likely be ineffective. After all, this was the Emperor's secret chamber, undoubtedly constructed with high-strength materials, its defenses comparable to a city wall. Just as Gert was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered that if the maids also wanted to enter the secret chamber, they would surely have to activate a switch, leaving behind soot wherever they went. So he continued searching around the bookshelf with the candle in hand. A moment later, he noticed some soot scattered around the pen holder on the desk. His face lit up with joy, and he reached out and turned the pen holder. With a click, the bookshelf shook and slowly slid aside, revealing a deep passage behind it. Gert was overjoyed and was about to step inside when he heard a cacophony of sounds coming from the secret passage: laughter, coquettish complaints, and screams. What's going on? Gert frowned. What is His Majesty doing? Gert could no longer contain himself and quickly stepped into the passage. The passage was illuminated on both sides by top-grade luminous pearls, their cold, eerie light exuding unparalleled luxury. As one went further in, the temperature increased, the light gradually turning reddish, and a strange fragrance filled the air, mesmerizing and intoxicating. Gert covered his nose, his unease growing with each step closer. He sensed something amiss with the fragrance, and knew he shouldn't inhale it too long. Finally, he reached the secret chamber. He cautiously peeked out, but the sight before him made his eyes widen in horror. In the vast chamber, Emperor Hari, Arnos, lay naked, lashing a maidservant with a whip. The maidservant, equally naked, was bound in midair with ropes studded with spikes. Each lash of the whip drew a vibrant spray of blood, accompanied by the maidservant's agonizing screams. Beside the maid, a stunningly beautiful woman knelt on the ground, her small mouth slightly open, her long tongue licking the scattered droplets of blood in the air, a look of ecstasy on her face. Arnos laughed maniacally, his long hair disheveled, his once empty eyes now bloodshot, his muscles bulging, veins throbbing incessantly with each swing of his whip. He was like a madman, his aura terrifying. What's going on? Gerd was stunned by the sight, his mind blank. The war god Arnos, whom he had always revered, was now in this state. After whipping the woman dozens of times, Arnos seemed to tire, stopping his movements and beckoning to the kneeling woman. The woman giggled, then crawled seductively towards Arnos, reaching his crotch, and curled her long tongue. Gerd immediately closed his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. What was going on? Why was this happening? He took several deep breaths, his thoughts gradually calming down. Only then did he realize the key to the problem. Who was that woman? Gerd was absolutely certain that this woman wasn't among the maids he had seen before. Was she from the palace? It didn't seem so. If she were, Gerd wouldn't be unfamiliar with her. The woman exuded an indescribable allure. Even a man Gerd's age couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Gerd's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be a succubus? This thought made Gerd's breath catch in his throat. It was utterly absurd. The war god Harry, who intimidated the demons with his iron-fisted methods, was secretly having an affair with a succubus. Chapter 469. Gerd gritted his teeth. He couldn't accept this. He had been cautious his entire life, rising to the position of Minister of Military Affairs. Everyone thought him smooth and worldly, but only Jack knew that he was actually the most loyal man in the entire empire. No! I can't let a succubus ruin the emperor. Gerd roared, drawing his short sword from his waist, and lunging out from the corner towards the woman beneath Arnos. Who goes there? Arnos reacted immediately, letting out a furious shout that carried immense power, shaking the entire secret chamber. Then he stretched out his large hand, and grabbed Gerd's short sword. The woman beneath him screamed and scrambled to the side. Your Majesty! Let me kill this witch! Gerd's eyes were bloodshot as he tried to pull the blade back. But Arnos's hand was like an iron clamp, gripping the short sword tightly, unable to budge it. You are? Gerd? Arnos frowned slowly. Why are you here? Did you sneak in? Do you know what the consequences will be? Gerd trembled, but the next moment, he released his short blade, and a bolt of lightning erupted from his feet, shooting straight at the woman cowering in the corner. Humph! Arnos roared, stomping his foot hard. With a muffled thud, an invisible air cannon shot out, deflecting Gerd's lightning. Gerd himself was blasted away by the air cannon, crashing heavily into the wall, spitting blood. Arnos flashed, instantly appearing in front of Gerd. Before Gerd could react, Arnos grabbed his neck and lifted him up. You dare lay a hand on me? You really don't want to live. Arnos's tone was icy, and his grip tightened. Gerd felt a tightness around his neck, and he couldn't breathe. His vision blurred, filled with a dazzling array of stars, obscuring his surroundings. Ah! I failed. Gerd felt utterly hopeless. Not only have I failed, but I also died at the hands of the god of war, Harry. I wish this wasn't real. Just as Gerd was about to lose consciousness, his neck loosened, and he slumped to the ground. Freed from his restraints, Gerd gasped for breath, his vision gradually returning. He coughed violently, and looked up at Arnos before him. Arnos said calmly, Speak, what are you doing here? Gerd took a deep breath and said with difficulty, I came to see what Arnos, the god of war, the pillar of the empire, the mighty Emperor Arnos, is doing hiding in his secret chamber all day long. Arnos frowned. Do I need to tell you what I'm doing? Who do you think you are? Gerd gave a bitter smile. I may be nothing, but I am the Minister of Military Affairs of the Empire. I cannot stand by and watch His Majesty fall into such depravity. The Empire needs you. The people need you. Arnos scoffed. Isn't Jack there? Is there something he can't solve? Prince Jack is very diligent, but he is, after all, a prince. You are the true emperor. Gerd cried out in anguish. You absolutely cannot continue like this. Let me kill that witch. Arnos turned and looked at him, smiling slightly. You call her a witch? Do you even know who she is? Gerd hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know who she is, but she's definitely not a good person. The woman moved gracefully and alluringly to Arnos's side, her left arm around his neck, her right hand gently stroking his face, and she giggled, Hee, master, he said I'm not a good person. What do you think? Her voice was incredibly soft and seductive, enough to make one's bones soften. Arnos patted her chest twice, and laughed loudly, Ha ha ha. I don't think you're a good person either. What kind of good woman doesn't wear clothes all day long? The woman playfully punched Arnos's chest lightly. Isn't this what you like? Watching the two of them flirt without any shame in front of him, Gerd felt a wave of nausea, but his gaze seemed to be drawn to the woman, unable to look away. Arnos stroked the woman's hair gently, saying, Emma, you understand me so well. I want you to never wear clothes for the rest of your life. Gert's eyes widened instantly. Emma? Are you the succubus leader His Majesty personally captured? But shouldn't you be in the northern wasteland? Emma giggled. Someone went to the northern wasteland for me, while I stayed behind to serve His Majesty. Gert's eyes blazed with fury. You slut, you've been planning all this for 30 years, haven't you? Emma gave Gert a disdainful look, then pleaded with Arnos, Your Majesty, let's ignore this madman and continue playing. At the same time, her eyes flashed red, and her body emitted an even more captivating fragrance. Arnos took a deep, intoxicating breath, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. Your Majesty, Gert cried, tears welling in his eyes, struggling to his feet. But the next moment, a hand pierced through his chest, tearing out his heart with a sickening thud. Thump, thump, thump! The heart, still beating, dripped crimson blood from Arnos's strong arm, only to be caught by Emma's open mouth. Gert's eyes widened. He hadn't expected to die this way. His eyes were filled with endless despair and sorrow, 2 streams of bloody tears rolling down his cheeks. Then, with a thud, he fell backward to the ground, the dark red blood spreading out like a blood-red flower blooming in the terrifying chamber. Arnos casually tossed the heart aside, then scooped Emma up in his arms, laughing wildly as they continued their endless bliss. At the prince's mansion, Jack stared at the lifeless Gert, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Dason beside him continued his incessant chatter, but Jack paid no heed. Only one thought occupied his mind. Arnos has gone mad. Sigh, I never knew Brother Gert was so fearless, sneaking into His Majesty's secret chamber. Wasn't he courting death? Look how horribly he died. What a pity. He's retired today, what a shame, Dason said, shaking his head. Jack took a deep breath. All right, you can leave now. Dason hesitated, then pointed to the corpse on the ground. Should we take him out? Jack shook his head. No need, just leave him here. Dason didn't ask further questions, and left with his men, leaving only Jack and Gert's cold body in the room. Sigh. Jack sighed deeply. Gert, it's all my fault. If I hadn't brought this up, you'd probably be enjoying your retirement on an island by now. He knelt down, reaching out to close Gert's eyes, but his hand stopped halfway through. He saw that besides the fatal wound in Gert's chest, there was a ligature mark on Gert's neck, as if he had been strangled. Only my elder brother could possess such strength. Jack muttered to himself. But if my brother intended to kill Gert from the start, why didn't he just crush his neck? Why did he go and rip out his heart after releasing him? Puzzled, Jack examined Gert's body more closely. As he forcefully pried open Gert's tightly clenched right hand, his eyes widened in shock. Gert had carved 2 words deeply into his palm with his fingernails. Emma! Emma? Jack frowned deeply. Who is Emma? He had no recollection of such a person in the court, but since Gert had risked his life to bring this name back, it must be extremely important, perhaps even the key figure who had caused Arnos to become what he was now. Guards. 2 men entered from outside the door. Both were Jack's trusted confidants. Give Gert a proper burial, and then go and investigate whether there is a woman named Emma in Stonehill. One of them paused slightly. Emma? There should be many with that name. Are we going to find them all? Jack frowned. After following me for so long, why are you asking such a question? Of course, we need to investigate thoroughly. Arrest anyone with suspicious signs and interrogate them. Another person cautiously asked, What do you mean by suspicious signs? Special dealings with the royal family. However, a month passed, and Jack's men had made no progress. Even the few women named Emma they captured who were connected to the royal family were quite ordinary, showing nothing suspicious. Jack was in a state of turmoil. He couldn't figure out what message Gert was trying to convey. Meanwhile, the affairs of the empire were equally busy, mainly concerning the Norma Empire. Since the Norma Empire conquered the Lys territory, the entire noble circle of the Harry Empire had been in an uproar. Many were extremely angry and demanded that the Empire immediately send troops to punish the Norma Empire. However, Jack didn't think now was a good time to send troops. After all, there was still a demon race in the west watching with predatory intent. Although he didn't understand why the demons had been quiet recently, he still couldn't let his guard down. Inside the palace, the high-ranking officials argued endlessly about whether or not to send troops. Jack sat alone beside the throne, lost in thought, completely indifferent to the discussion. Suddenly, however, the entire hall fell silent. Jack paused, looking up at the crowd, only to see them all staring in surprise at him. Huh? What's wrong? Are you all looking? Jack's words trailed off as he froze, for he saw his brother, Arnos, slowly walk to the throne and sit down gracefully. The nobles then reacted, kneeling in unison and shouting, "Long live your majesty." Jack also bowed. "Brother, what brings you to the palace today?" Arnos glanced calmly at Jack, then waved his hand, saying, "You may all rise." "What was the cause of your heated discussion?" Jack was somewhat bewildered. Arnos hadn't been involved in politics for a long time. What was the wind blowing today? Why the sudden change of heart? The newly appointed Minister of Military Affairs said, "Your Majesty, we were just discussing whether to send troops to attack the Norma Empire. Recently, the Norma Empire launched a surprise attack on the Austin Empire and successfully occupied the entire Lys territory. According to intelligence, the Norma army has many Qi Yuan level experts, and even some Hua Yuan level masters. Even the Lord of Lys, Henry, a Feng Yuan level expert, has to temporarily avoid their advance." Dason stepped forward and added, "Not only that, the Endless Sea, the Domain, Velis, and the Unclaimed Wastes are all making moves. The entire East is in chaos. This is the perfect time for us to launch an attack." Another objected, "The movements of the Western demons are unclear. We don't know what they're up to. If we rashly launch an attack, they might take advantage of the situation." The finance minister chimed in, "Besides, the continuous wars have already depleted the treasury. Where are we going to get so much money to support the army's expeditions? Could you donate some?" Dason curled his lip. "So afraid of this and that? Are you even a member of the Hairy people? Back then, our Hairy Empire was also dirt poor, and it was only through sheer grit that we achieved our current success." The crowd erupted into another argument, making Jack frown. Arnos pondered for a moment, then suddenly gave a strange smile. "So it's just a celebration?" His voice wasn't loud, but it reached Jack's ears very clearly. Jack felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The next moment, Arnos vanished from his throne, and a sudden gust of wind appeared in the hall, sending everyone staggering. What's going on?" Dason quickly steadied himself, reaching out to steady the Minister of Military Affairs beside him, only to find his hand grasping something wet and sticky, the nature of which he couldn't discern. He brought his hand close to his eyes, and his eyes widened in shock. This is blood? Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget. A streak of blue light swiftly traversed the hall, beheading hairy nobles before they even had a chance to react. Blood gushed forth, casting a crimson glow over the entire hall. "Run!" Jack roared, grabbing Dason and running out of the hall. The massacre within the Hairy Palace continued. On this day, the once invincible Hairy Empire collapsed completely. Emperor Hairy, the god of war Arnos, suddenly went mad, slaughtering the entire palace. The Hairy royal family was wiped from the face of the earth. At the same time, the various military districts declared independence, no longer accepting the unified command of the royal family, and each went its own way. The central military region was completely wiped out, leaving it a no-man's land. Its commander was killed by Arnos in the chaos. The sole survivor of the royal family, Jack Hairy, fled to the Northern Frontier Military Region, now known as the Northern Frontier Territory, where he established a temporary command post, hoping to reunite the various military regions. However, it was clear that the commanders of the other regions were not interested. More importantly, the demon-slaying military region also vanished on this day. Chapter 470. Annie! Anne! Nicole arrived at Anne's residence, panting, his face filled with anxiety. Annie slowly awoke from her meditation, casually opening the door with a wave of her hand, and asked with a smile, "Uncle, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? You still have the mood to cultivate here. Something terrible has happened." Nicole burst in, grabbing a cup of tea from the table and gulping it down. Annie stood up with a faint smile. "Don't rush, tell me slowly." After finishing the tea, Nicole caught his breath and said, "The Hairy Empire is finished." "Oh, that's it?" Nicole's eyes widened. "Isn't that big enough?" "That's the Hairy Empire." Could it be that you already knew?" And slowly sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea. "I don't know, but I can deduce that the nobles of the Hairy Empire are rotten to the core, local finances are in deficit, bandits and thieves are plundering everywhere, and the royal family is doing nothing. There's nothing to worry about in such a country. They themselves will face problems in the future, it's just a matter of time. However, now that demons are involved, and since the Emperor is connected to demons, we need to analyze the possibilities. First, we must rule out trolls, fire demons, blood demons, ogres, and corpse demons. These 5 types of demons are either enormous, have eccentric personalities, or are extremely destructive, making them difficult to control and unlikely to prevent disturbances in the palace. Yet, so much time has passed, And even the Holy See hasn't found any relevant information. This at least indicates that it's definitely a relatively difficult to detect demon. It can only be a shadow demon, a succubus, or a dream demon. I've seen all three types of demons. Shadow demons are unlikely. They excel at espionage and assassination. Unless Emperor Harry is completely insane, he wouldn't associate with them. But succubi and dream demons are different. These two types of demons have strong mind control abilities. If I'm not mistaken, it was the succubi and dream demons who affected Emperor Harry's mind. Nicole's head was spinning. You said so much, and I don't understand a thing, but Emperor Harry's brain is probably really damaged. Annie smiled, about to speak, when suddenly Bourne contacted her through telepathic communication. Annie, there's something going on with the demons. Annie laughed. Brother Bourne, you're so slow at gathering information. The demons have already made their move, and you're only now telling me. Bourne smiled wryly. Oh dear, don't blame me. That guy Peak haggled with me for ages. They need some time to cast that communication magic, so it's a bit slow. But not only did they get intelligence, they also received a message specifically sent to you by the demons. Annie raised an eyebrow. A message specifically for me? What is it? Well, let me tell you slowly. Actually, the demons were already planning this from the beginning. Over 50 years ago, Arnos was a young man who had established a formidable reputation in the Western Ghost realm. However, the demons were no pushovers either. The dream demons, in particular, risked their lives to secretly cast a spell on him, allowing their leader, the powerful Morpheus, to remotely enter Arnos's dreams. But this was a risky move. Morpheus subsequently entered a long slumber, using dreams to infiltrate Arnos's mind. This process was extremely long. It wasn't until almost 10 years later that Morpheus made some progress. Through subtle hints, he got Arnos to establish a concentration camp for demon prisoners, the Northern Wasteland. To further strengthen control over Arnos, succubi, through the mediation of Cadix, joined in. They sent their most elite members, disguised as prisoners of war, to approach Arnos. With the help of dream demons, they successfully gained Arnos's trust, followed by 30 years of infiltration and dormancy. During this time, the shadow demons sent approximately 10,000 of their people to spy throughout the Harry Empire, while in the Western Ghost realm, Cadix spearheaded the consolidation of various demon tribes into a demon council, secretly readjusting their battle plans, preparing to launch a fatal blow against the Harry Empire at the opportune moment. And now is the perfect time. And explained, 50 years, such a long time. The whole game started with the Nightmare Demon. Back then, the demon race was still fragmented. It's unbelievable. Bourne continued, now the demon race has begun attacking the Harry Empire, and has successfully occupied the entire demon-suppressing military region. Their gains are still expanding. They sent you a message hoping you cooperate. They only want to reclaim their original territory. They're willing to hand over all other areas to the Norma Empire. Annie frowned. They made so many deployments and preparations. Don't they want to take more? Bourne shook his head. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't. After so many years, they've seen the situation clearly in the Western Ghost realm. The struggle with humans is endless. It's better to focus on developing themselves. Besides, now that war has begun, the elves and dwarves will definitely get wind of it. They won't stand idly by, so they need our help. Annie had a headache. The elves aren't treating us well right now, and I can't make them obey. The dwarves are even worse. I haven't even met them yet. Bourne laughed. They're not asking you to persuade them, but to launch an attack on the Harry Empire from the east. Your two sides need to occupy the entire Harry Empire as quickly as possible, catching the elves and dwarves off guard. Annie pondered for a moment and said, that's not impossible, but what areas did their original demonic territory include? Bourne counted on his fingers. It seems to include the Harry Empire's demon-slaying military region, the Linhai military region, the Eliza military region, and half of the Kozar Mountain military region, as well as the Amra's Empire, part of the unclaimed wasteland, and I think the southern region of the Norma Empire. Annie frowned. How come there's still Norma Empire territory? Then she suddenly thought of the Fallen Gods' land, which seemed to be a place built by the ancient demons. So, Fallen Gods' village used to be demon territory. Nicole, seeing Annie lost in thought, finally couldn't help but ask, Hey, Annie, are you even listening to me? Huh? Annie snapped out of her reverie. Oh, you mean the demons conquered the entire demon-suppressing military district? Nicole was startled, then jumped to her feet. I told you already knew. You said you didn't. I never mentioned the demon attack. Annie scratched her head. I just found out too. Brother Bourne told me. Nicole suddenly understood. Oh! It was that skeleton soldier. What did he just say to you? He said the demons want to cooperate with us, and even want to take a portion of the southern territory of the Norma Empire. What? Nicole's eyes widened. Are they joking? What kind of cooperation is this? Wait! You said the demons want to cooperate with you? Nicole's mind was buzzing. This news was truly shocking. Why would they do this? And shrugged. They hope to quickly defeat the Hairy Empire with us and occupy its entire territory, so the elves and dwarves won't be able to react. You agreed? And remain non-committal? I have no right to agree. Let's go! Let's go discuss it with His Majesty. The two quickly arrived at the palace. Reiner was rapidly flipping through documents at his desk. Upon seeing them, he quickly stood up. You two have also received the news? Nicole said, His Majesty is. You mean the Hairy Empire? That's why we're here. Nicole briefly explained the current situation to Reiner, whose jaw dropped in utter shock. Annie, what's your opinion? And shrugged. I think it's perfectly fine. There are two reasons. First, the demons' occupation of the Hairy Empire is a done deal. Even if we don't intervene, they're fully capable of it, though it might take a long time and result in heavy casualties. So cooperating with us is a good thing for them. Second, regarding the territorial division, the demons only want their original territory and are willing to give all the extra land to the Norma Empire. In effect, we're exchanging the barren southern land for the relatively rich lands of the Hairy Empire's northern frontier military region, central military region, and Khazar Mountain military region. Why not? Nicole said, but won't the elves and dwarves turn against us? Annie replied confidently, the elves won't, but the dwarves are a different story. But what about the demons? If the dwarves really attack us, the demons, as our allies, will certainly help. Reiner frowned. Can the demons' words be trusted? I heard they're bloodthirsty, cruel, and treacherous. Are they lying to us? Annie shook her head. No, they sent me the message through the netherworld. This is a collaboration between two planes. They have no reason to do this. Hearing Annie's words, Reiner had no more concerns. He waved his hand and said, all right. Then let's begin our operation and send troops to the Hairy Empire. Nysel immediately took out a pre-prepared map of the Hairy Empire, pointing to the strategic points on it. Now that everyone in the central military region has fled, we're relatively close. We can launch a direct surprise attack on the central military region and capture Stonehill City, the most fortified city in the world. Reiner said with some worry, but Arnos is still going berserk inside. Won't it be dangerous if we rush in? Annie smiled, don't worry about that. Since the demons have already controlled him, there's nothing to fear. We can use the central military region as a springboard to put pressure on other military regions. This is a very risky matter, Annie. Can you go personally? Annie nodded, of course. Your Majesty, since you said so, I definitely go. Also, I recommend that Marquis Jonathan lead the operation, mainly with troops from the Rambo territory, and also bring Prince Amida. He spent some time in the Hairy Empire's palace, and is quite familiar with it. Good. Reiner grabbed a pen and quickly wrote a decree, handing it to Anne. Go and make the arrangements now. Speed is of the essence. Understood. And found Amida, and the two set off that very night, quickly arriving in Kenton City. Jonathan had stationed 100,000 troops there, always on guard against the Hairy Empire. And an Amida's sudden visit surprised him slightly. Your Highness, and what brings you here? And read Reiner's decree aloud and explained the situation. Jonathan was overjoyed after hearing it. Ha ha ha. Are we finally going to take action against the Harrys? I've been waiting for this. And covered her mouth and laughed, Uncle Jonathan, I think you want to test your skills. Jonathan clenched his fist. Of course. I've been at the transformation realm for a while now, but I haven't had a proper fight yet. Seeing that kid Orin so carefree in the Austin Empire, I'm just itching to. Envious. Amida teased, you're so old, why are you still acting like a child? Can't you be a little more mature? Jonathan suddenly sighed. Sigh, it's less about wanting to fight and more about wanting to find my good-for-nothing son. Didn't we capture Segura before? I got information from him that Dickel is currently in the Hairy Empire. No matter what, he's my son, and I find him, whether he lives or dies. Annie and Amida exchanged a glance. They hadn't told Jonathan about Dickel yet, and now they were even more at a loss for words. Jonathan suddenly remembered something and asked Amida, by the way, Your Highness, did you hear any news about my rebellious son while you were in the Hairy Empire? Amida was taken aback by the question and stammered, well, yes. Or no. seeing Amida's troubled expression, and sighed, "Uncle, I'm sorry, we didn't tell you before, but actually, we already met with Dickel." Jonathan's spirits lifted, and his eyes showed an undisguised surprise. "Oh? Where is he? How is he now?" Even though Dickel had betrayed the family, he was still his own bloodline, and besides, so much time had passed, Jonathan still felt some concern for him, and took a deep breath, and finally said, "He is dead." These words struck Jonathan like a bolt from the blue, causing him to stumble back 2 steps. You're telling the truth? My son, Dickel, is dead?" Having said it, and had no more reason to hide it. "Yes, we found Dickel in the northern wastelands and brought him out. We originally intended to take him back to the Empire to be dealt with by you, but he tried to escape in the Elven Forest, triggering the Elven magic circle and being killed by it. I'm sorry, Uncle, we failed to protect him." Jonathan, as if all his strength had been drained, slumped into a chair, muttering, "Dead, Dickel is dead." Chapter 471. Amida didn't know how to comfort him, so she could only stand quietly to the side, and sighed softly, her voice filled with concern. "Uncle, please accept my condolences. Why don't you not go on this mission yourself? Let Katniss come instead. We will protect her, and ensure she is never in any danger." However, Jonathan shook his head firmly, his eyes revealing an unwavering resolve. At this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. The wrinkles on his face were more pronounced, and his expression was extremely weary. "His Majesty entrusted me with this important mission. This is a sign of his trust in me. I must complete it myself. You don't need to worry too much. I just..." Sigh. "Never mind, you can go out now. Let me have some peace and quiet. We depart on time in 15 minutes, without delay." With that, Jonathan slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his grief. And Amida exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with deep helplessness and worry. They knew Jonathan's pain, but they couldn't share his heavy burden. Moreover, Jonathan was still unaware of Keller's situation. If he knew the truth, he would probably break down completely. Jonathan sat quietly in the room for 15 minutes, trying to compose himself and regain his composure and decisiveness. Soon, the 15 minutes were over. Jonathan suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, straightened his back, and strode out of the room with his head held high. He summoned Neas and issued the order, "Immediately muster a light cavalry unit and prepare for action. We must launch a swift attack, a surprise raid on the border region of the Harry Empire." Then, he turned to Katniss, his gaze resolute, and instructed her, "Katniss, you will remain in Keton City, in command of the army, ready to respond to any eventuality. Simultaneously, you must also oversee the next phase of troop deployment to ensure our smooth advance." Katniss nodded in understanding. She knew it was a daunting task, but she was confident in her ability to handle it. Jonathan gave Katniss a deep look, then turned and left, leading his army on the journey to the border of the Harry Empire. Crossing the border from Fana Village would lead directly to the territory of the Northern Frontier Military Region. Heading northwest would lead to the Central Military Region. Currently, the entire border region was occupied by the Norma Empire's army. The Black Claw Mountain Legion had long since retreated 100 miles away. Therefore, the Limbo family's army passed through the border walls without hindrance, entering Harry Empire territory and marching rapidly northwest. This time, Jonathan selected his most elite 5,000 light cavalry, many of whom were members of 1,000-man squads, all possessing strength reaching the Chi-Yuan realm. Soon, they encountered their first wave of resistance, from the Black Claw Mountain Legion. The Black Claw Mountain Legion, now commanded by Brian, had increased in strength compared to before, but remained relatively peripheral within the Northern Frontier Military Region. Although they had retreated to 100 miles away, they were prepared for battle at any moment. After all, they had essentially broken ties with the Norma Empire, and given the Norma Empire's recent actions within the Austin Empire, there was a high probability that the higher-ups would take action against the Norma Empire. The Black Claw Mountain Legion would undoubtedly be among the first to be deployed. However, the Harry Empire has recently experienced significant turmoil, resulting in the Northern Frontier Military Region now being considered part of the Northern Frontier Territory. Everyone in the various legions is on edge, including the Black Claw Mountain Legion. Some within the Legion are even considering returning to banditry, severing ties with the Northern Frontier Territory, and avoiding further involvement in the war. Brian, however, doesn't see it that way. After all, Jack remained in the Northern Frontier Territory, and if the Harry royal family wants to regain power, it's very likely they start there. But he never expected the Norma Empire's army to attack directly. In a panic, he still managed to organize his forces to resist. The disparity in troop strength was vast. The Black Claw Mountain Legion numbered 30,000, but they were too scattered and caught off guard, quickly falling into a disadvantageous position. Brian summoned ghouls to fight. His strength had reached the transformation realm, and he charged into the battle alongside Brand. "Teacher, what's going on?" Brand waved his only arm, releasing beams of disintegration, but to no avail. Brian's face was ashen. "The Norma Empire is attacking. It seems they truly risen to power." Brand grabbed Brian's sleeve. "Teacher, let's run. We can stop being Legion commanders, and go back to our own mountain strongholds to live a carefree life." Brian thought about it, and realized he'd been living the same way. He'd been working for the Hairy Empire all these years, only to end up with nothing. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "All right. Let's go!" With their commander gone, the remaining men lost all will to fight, and scattered like birds. Jonathan easily led his army through the Black Claw Mountain Legion's defenses. The legions and towns they encountered afterward were basically the same. Everyone was impacted by various factors, and had lost all will to fight. Furthermore, Jonathan had no intention of lingering or capturing towns. Instead, he led his 5,000 elite troops straight in without stopping. This made them even less of a concern. The next day, the battle report from the front reached Dyson's desk. Dyson looked at the report, his brow furrowed deeply, then he sighed deeply, threw the report on the table, and rubbed his temples. "The Norma Empire is getting involved too? Do they think we're not chaotic enough already?" Suddenly, his door was kicked open with a bang, and Jack stormed in, slamming a stack of papers onto the table. Your Highness, what's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask?" Jack's eyes were bloodshot, clearly furious. "The Norma Empire only has 5,000 light cavalry, yet they managed to breach 3 cities and 2 passes in a single day, penetrating deep into the heart of my Hari Empire. Is this the army under your command? What on earth have you been doing?" Dyson said with a bitter face, "Your Highness, you know I only recently taken office. These troops were previously Redside's men. Since taking office, I've been busy dealing with matters in the northern wastelands. I haven't had time to manage them." Since the incident at the palace, Jack had lost a lot of weight. His cheeks were deeply sunken, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had lost all his former energy. He slumped down opposite Dyson. "So what do you suggest we do now? We can't just let them go." Dyson glanced at the battle report again and said, "Judging from their marching trajectory, they seem to be heading straight for the Central Military District. The Central Military District is in chaos right now. His Majesty is wreaking havoc. Those who could escape have already fled. It's pointless for them to go in. Why not just let them into the Central Military District, and let His Majesty slaughter them to his heart's content?" Jack paused, snatched the battle report from Dyson, and examined it carefully. The enemy was indeed heading towards the Central Military District. Since their objective is so clear, they must know about my brother's situation. Why do they dare to go? Do they have some kind of backing? Dyson shook his head. "I doubt it. It's said that the Norma army is currently stalled in the Austin Empire. Not only that, the Holy See has also dispatched Knights of Light to subdue the necromancers in the Norma army. I suspect the Norma are trying to take advantage of our confusion to open a passage in the west, preparing for a retreat should the eastern campaign falter." Jack remained non-committal. "What you said makes some sense, but it's all speculation. We have no idea what their true intentions are. If they enter the Central Military Region so easily, the Hairy Empire will lose all face. Send a detachment to ambush them on their likely route, at least make things difficult for them." Dyson immediately wrote a military order, and had it rushed to the southwestern military camp. Leading his 5,000 elite troops, Jonathan fought his way through enemy lines, crossing the eastern border of the Northern Frontier Military Region to the west in just 4 days. Another 100 miles, and they would reach the Central Military Region. Although they encountered little resistance, the long march had taken its toll on their horses. Fortunately, they were light cavalry. Heavy cavalry would likely have been unable to cover such a distance, the baggage alone slowing their advance. Neas, who had been constantly by Jonathan's side, asked in a low voice, "My lord, should our army set off?" Jonathan shook his head. "Don't move yet. Let's wait until we established a foothold in Shurkin City. Also, tell everyone to be on high alert. We soon be leaving the territory of the Northern Frontier Military Region, and they will definitely try to stop us again. This time it will be a tough battle." Neas acknowledged, and quickly went to inform the entire army. After traveling about 50 more miles, they came to a pass ahead. Passing through that pass would allow them to enter the Central Military Region, beyond which lay an endless plain, making their march much faster. However, from a distance, the pass appeared unguarded, the surrounding area empty. Jonathan frowned and immediately waved for the entire army to halt. "Uncle, what's wrong?" and asked. Jonathan took a deep breath and looked around. Something's not right. This is the only way to the central military district, and the pass is right ahead, yet no one's guarding it. That's really strange. Nia said, could it be because Arnos is wreaking havoc in the central military district, and nobody dares to go, so there's no need to guard it? Jonathan shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Stonekin City is quite a distance from here. If they were worried about Arnos attacking, they should have set up an outpost here to observe his movements. And look, the fortifications at that pass are complete, and the magic cannons are gleaming. They clearly been well maintained. Amina frowned. So, they're planning to ambush us here? Jonathan nodded. I think it's very possible. What should we do then? It seems there's no other way forward. And said. Jonathan surveyed the surrounding terrain and made a plan. Since it's an ambush, the enemy will definitely be well hidden. I think the only place around here where more than 10,000 people could hide is the forest near the pass. It's densely wooded and surrounded by high walls, a good hiding place. Nias chuckled. In that case, let's give them a surprise. Amina asked, what do you plan to do? We don't have magic cannons. We can't attack that far. Nia said, we don't need magic cannons. I take 1,000 men and quietly flank them from the side. You proceed normally and wait for them to prepare to move. When they attack, I lead my men out to disrupt their formation. You all charge in now and wipe them out. Jonathan frowned slightly. But we don't even know their numbers. This is too risky. Annie said, in that case, Uncle News and I will go together. If we encounter any powerful Feng Yuan warriors, we can still put up a fight. Hearing Annie's words, Jonathan could only nod. All right, be careful. Send a signal flare immediately if anything unusual happens. Okay. News then selected 1,000 men, abandoned their horses, and quietly circled around to the side of the mountain on foot. When they reached the halfway point, News saw the Northern Frontier Military Region soldiers hiding among them. They all looked somewhat dejected, their hands gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes peering into the distance through the dense trees. Nias chuckled, he guessed right. Meanwhile, Jonathan, following plan, led the remaining light cavalry rapidly towards the pass. As Jonathan approached, the Northern Frontier Military Region soldiers lying in ambush were ready to charge and fire their magic cannons. However, just then Nias roared, kill! 1,000 elite troops suddenly charged out from the flank, catching the enemy off guard. Everyone's attention was drawn to Nias. Jonathan, charging below, quickly noticed the commotion, spurred his horse, and increased his speed even further. Nias led the charge, instantly killing dozens. The hairy soldiers were terrified. They had never seen such a ferocious Norman. Don't be arrogant. Take this. Just then, a shout rang out, and a blue slash came from the side towards Nias. Nias's eyes widened, and he parried the attack with his sword, deflecting it. But his opponent immediately followed with a more powerful strike, forcing even Nias back several steps. Without a doubt, this opponent was the commander of this hairy team. His confidence soared after his successful attack, and he laughed, with your strength, you think you can ambush me? What a joke. Die! He prepared to attack again. However, the next moment, a pale white blade flashed across his neck. He watched helplessly as he was sent flying into the air, his headless body running forward a few steps before collapsing limply. With a thud, a perfectly healthy head rolled to Nias's feet, its eyes still filled with shock and resentment. Bourne sheathed his sword and stood still, chuckling, enough with the nonsense, now you can shut up. Nias retorted, hey skeleton soldier, this is my opponent, how dare you steal my credit. Chapter 472. Harry's soldiers were dumbfounded. The battle had barely begun, and their commander was already dead? How could they possibly fight? Someone shouted, run. The soldiers, already lacking fighting spirit, quickly threw down their weapons and scattered in all directions. Jonathan, who had already reached the pass, was also stunned by the scene. The Northern Frontier Military Region had clearly invested heavily, deploying dozens of magic cannons in the pass, all fully loaded and ready to fire. If Nias hadn't suddenly appeared, Jonathan would likely have suffered significant losses. Moreover, in terms of troop strength, Jonathan glanced at the enemy. They numbered at least 10,000, twice his own force, yet they were in complete disarray from the very start. This showed the usual level of competence of the Northern Frontier Military Region's army. However, It was also possible that the recent political turmoil within the empire had caused widespread panic and demoralization within the army, rendering them unwilling to fight. The farce didn't last long. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the Harrys fled. Jonathan didn't pursue them further. After reuniting with Neas, they continued onward. Upon reaching the central military district, they found it deserted. Aside from the elderly, weak, and disabled from some villages, who couldn't be moved, everyone else had fled. Looking at the desolate scene, Amida sighed. When he first came to the Harry Empire, the central military district was the most prosperous center of the entire empire, bustling with activity. That scene would never return. 2 days later, they finally arrived at Stonehill City. This once fortified city was now a ghost town. The city gates were wide open, and corpses lay scattered at the entrances. Countless wild dogs and crows were gnawing on the bodies, and a stench permeated the entire city. Ugh! Neas gagged, and the others' faces were equally grim. In all their years of battlefield experience, they had never witnessed such a horrific scene. Most of the people in this city were unarmed civilians, and now not a single one had survived. That was a truly ruthless move by the demons, Jonathan exclaimed, and sighed, war is so cruel. Let's go in. Amida hesitated. Are you sure that madmen won't attack us? And thought for a moment, about to speak, when suddenly a tall figure appeared at the gates of Stone Can. This person was covered in blood, disheveled, and wielded a crescent-shaped scimitar, like a demon god from hell. Everyone's nerves tightened instantly. Everyone went into battle alert, watching the figure warily. And what do we do? Jonathan asked in a low voice. And took a deep breath. You all retreat first, leave it to me. With that, she slowly stepped forward. Jonathan waved his hand. Everyone, retreat slowly. Neas, you stay here and provide backup for Annie. Neas nodded, and everyone else began to retreat, distancing themselves from the city gate. And stopped just over 10 meters away from the other man, but he remained motionless. And swallowed hard. Facing a Supreme Realm expert at such close range, she felt an unprecedented pressure. This man was a powerful figure known as the God of War Harry. Even Peter, the great protector of Divine Beast Mountain, might not be his match. The two stood face to face, silent. Arnos kept his head down, obscuring his face. And finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, I am Angor of the Norma Empire. Are my demon brothers in the city? After a long while, there was no response from the city. However, Arnos slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes through his disheveled hair, and felt a tightness in her chest and unconsciously took 2 steps back. The pressure from a powerhouse of this level was extremely strong. Arnos was the hairy war god, who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He possessed an innate killing intent. Even with Anne's extensive experience, she was affected. Is the carnival over? Arnos murmured, and was stunned. Carnival? What carnival? Arnos's eyes widened, searching his surroundings. He roared, Emma! Emma! Come out here! Is my carnival over? Huh? Tell me! Looking at Arnos's frenzied state, and sighed inwardly. Even such a powerful figure had been driven insane by nearly 50 years of demonic infiltration. Ha ha! Arnos suddenly burst into laughter. So you're here! His gaze, like 2 sharp arrows, shot straight at Annie. Oh no! Annie cried out inwardly, trying to dodge, but it was too late. Arnos was incredibly fast. Everyone only saw a blur before he appeared before Annie. He reached out his left hand, grabbed Annie by the neck, and lifted her up, and felt his arm was as hard as iron. She channeled her magic to resist his attack, but it was utterly useless. Is this what a supreme being is like? Annie cried out inwardly. Seeing Annie suddenly attacked, Jonathan disregarded everything else and leaped forward, swinging his great sword at Arnos. Neas and Amida also unleashed their strongest techniques, determined to rescue Annie, and tried to stop them, but her throat was gripped, rendering her speechless. Clang! 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 The attack struck around Arnos, but couldn't reach his body. It seemed an invisible protective barrier blocked all attacks. Damn it! Veins bulged on Jonathan's forehead. Annie was a hero of the Empire, a key figure in its rise. He couldn't allow her to suffer any harm here, and felt the pressure on her neck growing stronger, making it difficult to breathe. She struggled to raise her right hand, squeezing out a sliver of strength to unleash a necromancy spell. Born leaped out of the magic circle, his soul-severing blade slicing a pale arc as it slashed towards Arnos's left hand. Arnos finally moved. He swung his right hand, sword raised sharply, and with a clang, parried the soul-severing blade. Born felt a tremendous force, and was thrown back. After landing, Bourne roared, Annie, activate the Spirit Division technique. Without hesitation, Annie activated the Spirit Division technique, while Bourne pushed the Soul Fusion technique to its limit. Boom! 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 The surrounding magic seemed to be stirred by a giant club, swirling and converging wildly, colliding and rubbing against each other, producing deafening sounds. Arnos's eyes gleamed with excitement as he laughed wildly, ha ha ha. My revelry continues. Continues? Ha ha! You madman! Bourne roared, release Annie. Immediately, his body crackled with electricity, as he unleashed the full power of the punishing heavenly soul. With a thunderous boom, he launched himself like a cannonball, the soul-severing blade slashing towards Arnos with unstoppable momentum. Arnos glanced sideways and coldly snorted, noisy. With that, he stomped his foot on the ground, creating invisible walls of wind that blocked Bourne's path. Bang 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 bang. Bourne broke through 5 walls of wind, finally being stopped at the 6th. Damn it! Bourne didn't give up. He pressed one hand to the ground and roared, 10,000 miles of ice seal. The power of his domain instantly spread out, but it stopped around Arnos, blocked by the invisible barrier. Bourne swung the soul-severing blade, charging forward again. Where the blade passed, it created towering waves, the power of the raging wave heavenly soul. Empowered by the power of the heavenly soul, Bourne finally broke through the wind wall, and stood before Arnos once more. Without any flourish, he swung his sword, unleashing a surge of magic and roaring soul steel. This time, his magic finally worked. For some unknown reason, the moment the power of soul steel appeared, the barrier surrounding Arnos crumbled like paper, instantly collapsing. The power of the domain combined with the heavenly soul's energy focused entirely on Arnos. With a crack, the soul-severing blade struck Arnos's great sword, cleaving it in two. Arnos stared blankly ahead, his left hand loosening its grip, and Annie slid down, collapsing to the ground and coughing violently. Bourne, in a flash, hoisted Annie onto his shoulder and retreated dozens of meters away, distancing himself from Arnos. Annie, how are you? Bourne asked worriedly. Annie waved her hand. I'm fine, cough cough, just a sore throat. Jonathan and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Annie was all right. Amida angrily demanded, what's going on? What are the demons playing at? Jonathan said, Arnos has completely gone mad, he can't communicate at all. And there's no sign of any demons here. What's going on? Annie frowned, I don't know either. Logically speaking, since the demons have already controlled Arnos, there's no reason for them to let him continue acting recklessly. Brother Bourne, what do you think? Everyone looked at Bourne, who then looked thoughtfully at Arnos, who was still standing there, stunned. Annie asked, Brother Bourne, what's wrong? Bourne gestured, look, isn't that madman still under my soul-stealing control? Everyone looked over and saw Arnos, his expression blank, still in the same position, his eyes rolled back, as if his soul had left his body. Annie was even more puzzled. What's going on? Logically speaking, Arnos's cultivation level is much higher than yours. Even if he's affected, it's impossible for him to be unable to break free for so long. It's a mental binding. Bourne's voice rang out. Huh? Annie was taken aback. What's that? Bourne explained, I sensed a very strong mental binding on this guy. It's formed over many years. It seems the demons have gone to great lengths to deal with him. This guy's spirit has been ravaged down to only negative instincts, so soul-stealing control is even more effective on him. Annie's face lit up with joy. That's great. Does that mean you can control him at will? Bourne gave a wry smile. No, this guy is incredibly strong. Even after all this time, the demons couldn't erase his true nature, so I can forget about it. He's only temporarily under control now. He recovers soon. We need to think of a way to trap him quickly. Annie smiled wryly. How can we possibly trap him? Nothing is impossible. At that moment, a voice came from within the city. A tall, hunched figure in black robes slowly floated towards them. Yes, floating. This person moved through the city littered with corpses like a ghost. Jonathan and the others immediately became alert, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. What the hell is that? Nuz felt a chill run down his spine. Annie narrowed her eyes, but as the other person drew closer, she recognized their face and her expression brightened. Sleep demon. You come. Hee, Miss Annie, how have you been? The sleep demon chuckled. Don't call me sleep demon anymore. My real name is Achilles. I was the only sleep demon in the northern wasteland, so it didn't matter. But things are different outside. Annie nodded. Achilles, I remember that. Then, Annie looked around, puzzled. Huh? Are you the only one here? Achilles nodded. That's right, just me. I'm here on orders to deal with things here, specifically, to deal with this Arnos. Annie was somewhat confused. Didn't you send a succubus and a shadow demon here? Why haven't I seen them? Achilles sighed. Alas, the shadow demons were just scouts, their strength was relatively low, and they withdrew from this area long ago. As for the succubus, she's dead. Dead? Annie exclaimed in shock. Was she murdered? Achilles nodded. Yes, to awaken the darkest side of Arnos, one must use oneself as bait. Emma sacrificed herself. She was the first person Arnos killed. I see. Annie understood. Then how do you plan to deal with him? Achilles moved swiftly, appearing directly in front of Arnos. Arnos was beginning to regain some consciousness, though his gaze was still somewhat unfocused. Achilles pointed a finger at Arnos's brow. An invisible energy wave emanated from Arnos, and Arnos shuddered, his eyes slowly closing, his breathing becoming even. Achilles breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned to Annie. Come on, he's asleep now, the rest is up to you. Annie and the others cautiously approached, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Arnos was indeed unresponsive. Good heavens, that madman has finally calmed down. Bourne sheathed his soul-severing blade. Now that everything's alright, I head back. He then returned directly to the netherworld. Jonathan took a deep breath and said to Neas, send the order to Katniss, have her lead the entire army to attack the northern frontier military district. Neas accepted the order, wrote a secret letter, tied it to the leg of a white eagle, and released it. Thus, the World War began. Chapter 473. Who? The moment Bourne opened his eyes, he was back in the Temple of Death. Feeling the abundant magic power within him, Bourne knew he was about to break through again. He took a deep breath, replaying the scene of his battle with Arnos. That was the supreme being. Every movement of Arnos contained the highest truths of magic, greatly aiding his cultivation. Gradually, Bourne entered an indescribable, wondrous state, as if he had merged with the Temple of Death. Even with his eyes closed, he could see every brick and tile in the temple, even the wrinkles on the faces of the statues. Who? He exhaled again, and the soul fusion technique activated on its own, drawing upon the abundant death power within the temple, converging it into his body. Rumble. The magic power collided and rubbed against each other, creating a tremendous sound that startled Akeem and the others outside the temple. What happened? Poker scratched his head. The captain must have broken through again. Burfoot looked bitter. I really envy the captain. Now he's a peak transformation realm expert. He can roam freely in the entire low-level undead zone. Unlike me, I'm only at the first level of transformation realm. Poker patted him on the shoulder and said, how can you compare to the captain? He's a monster. Look at his cultivation speed. Would you have dared to dream of that before? Besides, haven't you benefited from following the captain? Otherwise, you probably wouldn't even have reached the Chi-Yuan realm by now. You're right. Burford nodded. If I were still a lowly vanguard captain in the Mammon Legion, let alone Chi-Yuan, I probably wouldn't even know who devoured me by now. You know, the vanguard's mortality rate is 90%. Akeem said expressionlessly, good that you know. You better put in a lot of effort in the future to repay the commander. Of course. Burford said, I realize now that no matter which legion I join, it's not as good as following the commander. I stay in the Sharp Blade Army for life. I'm not going anywhere else. Just then, the magical storm in the Temple of Death stopped, and Bourne slowly walked out, smiling at Burford. You joined the Sharp Blade Army by accident back then. Don't forget the Battle of the Nether River. Burford's face fell. Why are you bringing up that old story? I've been doing my best ever since, without the slightest slackening. Bourne patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've seen your loyalty, and you become Annie's summoned undead. Our relationship is even closer now. Akeem stepped forward and asked, Captain, have you broken through again? Bourne nodded, yes. I finally reached the peak of the transformation realm. If I advance one more step, I can go to the high-level undead zone. The initial excitement vanished from everyone's faces. Burford asked worriedly, Captain, what will we do if you leave? Bourne laughed, you're all transformation realm experts. Why ask such a question? Who in the low-level undead zone doesn't know how powerful our Sharp Knife Legion is? Just focus on developing here. Asmodeus and Balzeb are allies. We can help each other. There's nothing else to fear. What about Samuel? Akeem asked. At the mention of Samuel, Bourne frowned. Pike and I have some plans regarding Samuel. I take care of him before leaving the low-level undead zone. Akeem said worriedly, but Samuel's strength is simply too great. Even if you've broken through to the peak of the transformation realm, Samuel's legion still has countless transformation realm experts. We're no match for them. Bourne nodded. A direct confrontation is probably impossible. Their legion is too strong. We're at a disadvantage. But Pike said he has a way to get me into the Lord's Tower. What? Pike was somewhat incredulous. That idiot isn't lying, is he? We haven't even defeated Samuel's legion. How can you enter the Lord's Tower? Bourne laughed. Actually, I long thought this rule was ridiculous. Later, I discovered that these rules were actually set by the 8 lords themselves, precisely to prevent malicious competition through sneak attacks. Then wouldn't what you did be considered a sneak attack? Barefoot asked. Bourne shrugged. I'm not a lord. Everyone was taken aback. That's right. Bourne wasn't a lord. The agreements between the lords couldn't possibly restrict him. But, Akeem said with some worry, if that's the case, won't you face Samuel's retaliation when you arrive in the high undead zone? That's too dangerous. And everyone knows about your relationship with Asmodeus. Won't he think Asmodeus arranged for you to go? Bourne smiled and said, that's certainly possible, but I'm independent, and my legion is independent too. As long as I insist it was my own action, and had nothing to do with other legions, Samuel can't do anything to them. At most, he retaliate against me. But I'm not afraid. When I get to the high undead zone, I seek Asmodeus's protection. At worst, I just give her a larger share of the Lord's power. Akeem asked, but the Lord's Tower is located at the very heart of the Samuel Legion. How are you going to get in? Didn't the Samuel Legion send an envoy before, saying they wanted to invite me to discuss something? At the time, I didn't agree because I thought they might set an ambush. But now it's different. Apart from the Samuel Guardians, no one else should be a match for me, so I plan to go to the Samuel Legion's headquarters alone, using the pretext of negotiations to sneak into the Lord's Tower. No way. Akeem immediately objected, that's too risky. And how can you deal with 3 guardians by yourself? Bourne said helplessly, there's no other way. I can only guarantee my own safety at most. The others will just be cannon fodder. Besides, you are the backbone of the Vanguard army now. You absolutely cannot leave. Akeem shook his head, that's also. No, I can't let you take such a risk. Bourne was moved, but still said, it's alright, I'm confident. Besides, Pike gave me a magic stone engraved with Balzeb's devouring magic, enough to save my life. Balzeb's devouring magic, that's the power of a lord. Akeem wanted to persuade him further, then at least bring some men, it looked more impressive. Bourne waved his hand, no need. Do you remember that undead we planted in Samuel's army? Akeem paused, then remembered, oh you mean Ron? The Vanguard captain back then? Bourne nodded. After Claude's army merged into Balzeb's army, he withdrew on his own, intending to build his own small army. Later, he was attacked by Samuel's affiliated army, and almost died, but fortunately, Pike saved him. Poker chuckled, to be honest, I'm quite surprised. After all, he was one of my undead back then. I never expected him to be independent. Bourne continued, nobody knows about his relationship with us, so he volunteered to help us infiltrate the Samuel Legion. He even provided a lot of information before. Let's have him help us again this time. Poker, go contact him and take me to the Samuel Legion's headquarters as soon as possible. So urgent? Akeem said, you just broke through. Don't you need to prepare further? Bourne shook his head, no need to prepare. The situation with Annie is urgent right now. She might summon us at any time, but I probably can't accept the summons while I'm in the Lord's Tower. I have to rely on you guys then. Poker patted his chest and said, don't worry, leave the little girl to me. I already signed a contract with her. She can contact me anytime if needed. 3 days later, Bourne received a message from Ron, who had agreed to let him go for negotiations, but stipulated that he could only bring a maximum of 3 people. However, Bourne didn't intend to take anyone with him. This mission had to be completed alone. Amidst the reluctant gazes of Akeem and the others, Bourne embarked on his journey alone. The Samuel Legion was located northwest of the Sharp Knife Army, bordering the Mammon Legion. Samuel was known for his domineering style, frequently waging war and plundering. Even the Mammon Legion had suffered greatly. Several times, Samir had approached Bourne, hoping to unite against Samuel, but Bourne had always refused. The reason was simple. He didn't want to offend this madman. However, recently the situation had changed. Samuel had begun to set his sights on Asmodeus. They knew of the Sharp Knife Army's relationship with Asmodeus, so they targeted the Sharp Knife Army first. The situation Burford had encountered was a clear example of this. Bourne doesn't provoke trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. Since the Burford incident, Bourne personally led his army, defeating 3 armies of the Samuel Legion in succession, slaying countless powerful warriors, and pushing the Samel Legion's borders back hundreds of miles. The Mammon Legion also seized the opportunity, launching a simultaneous attack on the Samel Legion and reaping significant gains. Since then, the Samel Legion has frequently invited Born to negotiate. Born knew without a doubt that their aim was to obtain Asmodeus's lordly power. The deal between Born and Asmodeus continues. The tenure period hasn't ended, but Asmodeus's legion has grown significantly. The 3 guardians killed by Born, Bonnie, Camphor, and Jessica, have all rebuilt their avatars and are now safe. Asmodeus has also gained considerable power as a result, making her very satisfied with Born. Therefore, no matter what conditions the Samel Legion offers, Born will not betray Asmodeus, as the two are now closely bound together. Born! Ron had been waiting for a long time at the junction of the 2 legions, and was overjoyed to see Born arrive. Years had passed, and Born was filled with emotion. Back when they first met in the 7th Vanguard, they were both just minor figures at the Origin Realm. Ron, as Born's captain, had been a great help, otherwise, Born wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet Puck, let alone accomplish what he did later. Captain Ron, long time no see. Ron waved his hand and said, "Why are you still calling me captain? I'm no longer your captain, you're my superior now." Born smiled and said, "You always be my captain. By the way, did you come alone?" "Of course." Ron said, "If I brought someone else, would I be talking to you like this?" "That's true. How have you been lately?" "SOSO. The atmosphere in the Samel Legion is very oppressive. The commanders of the various armies are all rather irritable, and not easy to get along with. Born, after this matter is finished, take me with you. I don't want to stay here any longer." Born chuckled, "After this matter is finished, there won't be a Samel Legion anymore. Of course, you have to come back to my Vanguard army." Ron was taken aback. He didn't know what Born's plan was this time, and thought he really wanted to go and discuss things. Born patted him on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it. I definitely won't forget you. By the way, what's the situation in the Samel Legion now?" Ron gathered his thoughts and said, "The Samel Legion has over 40 armies, all commanded by experts at the Transformation Realm. Their overall strength is indeed formidable. However, they have many enemies. Besides the Mammon and Baalshib legions here, they also been engaged in battles with other legions, so their forces are quite dispersed. Your negotiations will most likely involve contact with Potterly, the commander of the 3rd Army. Be careful. He has a rather eccentric personality, so avoid any conflict." Born nodded. "Don't worry, you know my personality best. Let's go, take me there." After a long journey and passing through numerous checkpoints, the journey was relatively smooth under Ron's guidance. However, Born noticed that the Samel Legion members looked at him with some hostility. Upon arriving at headquarters, Ron gave instructions to the guards and then withdrew. "Born, you're on your own from now on. I can't get into headquarters in my current capacity." Born nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and find Poker directly. Don't stay with the Samel Legion any longer, I'm afraid you might get hurt if they become unstable." Ron responded. Born stepped into the Samel Legion's headquarters. Compared to Jessica's Legion base, the Samel Legion's headquarters looked extremely wild, like a raging beast, its jaws agape, waiting for its prey. Not only was the headquarters style like this, but even the undead inside were the same. Most of the undead here were orcs, and judging from their skeletons, most seemed to be dragonkin, which was very rare in the low-level undead territories. Just as Born was looking around, a wild laugh rang out from ahead. "Ha ha ha. You must be Born, the commander of the Sharp Knife Legion." A round, chubby orc zombie appeared before Born, its skin pale yellow, with sharp fangs and claws, but its small eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. Born smiled and returned the greeting, "Your Commander Potterly? A pleasure to meet you." Potterly generously grabbed Born's hand and pulled him towards the headquarters. "I'm Potterly. You must be tired from your long journey. Come. Let's sit down and talk." Born was somewhat bewildered. This wasn't right. Logically, the Samel Legion shouldn't be so enthusiastic towards him. Finding doubts, he followed Potterly into the conference room. The space wasn't large, but it was sufficient. After sitting down, Born curiously looked around. This must be where they usually held operational meetings. Various maps were posted on the walls. Chapter 474. How about it? Isn't my Samel Legion impressive? Potterly laughed smugly. Born chuckled dryly. Not bad at all, very distinctive, truly an eye-opener. Potterly's eyes were full of pride. "I know you've been to Mammon and Baalshib before. Which headquarters do you think is better?" Born's eye twitched. What a ridiculous question. But since they were on someone else's turf, Bourne didn't mind telling a white lie. Of course yours is better. Even from the outside, it looked very imposing, and coming inside, it's even more extraordinary. Truly worthy of being a great legion. Podley laughed loudly. Ha ha, good. You have excellent taste. Bourne felt somewhat speechless, shifting uncomfortably in his chair, moving further away from Podley. Podori continued, the buildings here were all designed by Lord Samuel himself, possessing a unique and wild style. Look at these tables and chairs, they're all meticulously designed, engraved with Lord Samuel's patterns. Bourne looked at the tabletop and indeed saw some patterns, but after staring at them for a while, he couldn't understand them. The lines were too chaotic, they couldn't even be called paintings. I didn't expect Lord Samuel to have such refined tastes. I admire him. But that's not all. Look at the protrusions on the wall, those are Lord Samuel's shed teeth. Bourne couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted. Lord Podori, I'm very sorry to interrupt your introduction, but I think we can talk about serious matters now. Podori's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said with displeasure, did you come to my Samuel Legion headquarters just to talk about serious matters? You can't even see these magnificent designs? Bourne rolled his eyes. Sometimes he really wanted to flip the table. But then he thought, this might be an opportunity, so he went along with Podori's words and said, no, you misunderstood. I think these designs are amazing, I was just afraid of taking up your time. Podori's expression softened a bit. Don't worry, I have plenty of time. Let me explain slowly. Just as Podori was about to continue his rambling, Bourne quickly said, actually, I was quite curious when I came in. Our style here is so unique. Is the Lord's Tower different too? Podori slammed his hand on the table, startling Bourne. Everyone around stared at Bourne with wide eyes. Bourne realized he might have said something wrong and hurriedly explained, wait, I didn't mean anything by it, it's just. Before he could finish, Podori pointed at him with admiration and said, you're a genius. Ah! Bourne was stunned, all the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. Podori continued, you spotted the most valuable design here so quickly, you're quite impressive. Lord Samuel will surely be very pleased with you. It's a pity you won't see him. Come, let me show you the Lord's Tower. With that, he stood up, grabbed Bourne's arm, and pulled him outside. Our Samuel Legion's Lord's Tower is built directly with Lord Samuel's skeleton as support, and paved with special materials. It has 3 levels from bottom to top, and is the most crucial part of our Samuel Legion. I don't usually take just anyone there, but you're the first person with such discerning eyes, so I make an exception. Bourne smiled wryly to himself. He hadn't expected this to work, he only asked casually, not holding out much hope, and yet the other party had directly led him to the Lord's Tower. It was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. Soon, a tall and majestic building appeared before them. Bourne was speechless with shock at first glance. The building before them was hundreds of feet tall, soaring into the clouds, seemingly even taller than any Lord's Tower he's seen before. The exterior bricks and stones were all the same black, special rock, but the shape of the entire Lord's Tower was extremely strange. It was less like a tower and more like a menacing monster. Podori looked at Bourne's astonished expression with satisfaction. Ha ha! How about that? Isn't it amazing? Let me tell you, our Samuel Legion's Lord's Tower is the tallest building in the entire low-level undead region, bar none. Bourne couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive. Building this Lord's Tower was extremely difficult. Our initial construction wasn't even this tall. High, but our Legion is powerful, constantly conquering low-level undead territories, eventually developing into a super-large Legion. Therefore, we later expanded and reinforced the Lord's Tower, and over the years it has become what it is today. I see, Bourne exclaimed. Then how does Lord Samuel command you since he can't come out? Podori pointed to the gate at the bottom of the Lord's Tower. We can usually enter the first floor of the Lord's Tower. If Lord Samuel has any instructions, they can be relayed down through the Guardians. Bourne nodded. I heard that a maximum of 6 people can enter the Lord's Tower at a time. Is that true? That's right. The purpose of the Lord's Tower is to protect the Lord and his Guardians' avatars from the constraints of the lower-level undead zone's spatial power. This kind of array has its limits, so only 6 people can enter. Furthermore, to reach the 3rd level, you can't go up unless the Guardian personally invites you. Bourne naturally knew all this. Not only that, he also knew that to reach higher levels, one could kill the Guardians and seize their keys. Have you seen everything? I take you to see other places. Bourne asked, no rush, let me look around a bit more. He then tried to walk towards the Lord's Tower. Wait! Podori grabbed Born's arm. You're looking here. No more going forward. Born was slightly taken aback, then smiled and took a step back. Okay, I look here. At a glance, there were many undead soldiers patrolling around the Lord's Tower, and 2 zombie dragon beasts guarding the entrance. They all looked quite powerful. Forcing their way in would likely be difficult. Moreover, he had Podori constantly by his side, whose strength was probably around the 9th level of the transformation realm. If a fight broke out, Born wasn't afraid of him, but it would still be troublesome. No one would usually trespass on the Lord's Tower, so why is it guarded by so many forces? Podori, unsuspecting, replied, the Lord's Tower is the most crucial building in our legion, so naturally no one can approach it casually. What you see now is only the surface of the defenses. If you take 2 more steps forward, you enter the defensive array. The triggered attack will even reach the Fengyuan realm. No one in the entire low-level undead zone will survive. Hiss. Born gasped, only then noticing the intricate patterns etched on the ground. Thanks for pulling me back earlier, otherwise I'd be dead. Podori scoffed. TCH, I didn't want to save you. It's just that the formation is one-time use, and incredibly powerful. Killing you is a minor matter. Damaging the formation and the Lord's Tower is the real problem. Born's eye twitched. Turns out, he wasn't even worth as much as a formation. Lord Podori, you're so knowledgeable, you must be a core member of the Legion. It's an honor to speak with you. Podori was about to reply when a roar erupted behind him. Podori. What are you up to now? Podoli shuddered, turning around stiffly. Raphael, weren't you out on business? Why are you back so early? A dragon zombie stormed in, launching into a tirade of abuse at Podoli. You really gone too far. How many times have I told you not to bring your ways from the Lucifer Legion here? Why don't you listen? If you keep this up, I twist your head off and use it as a football. Podoli shrank back. I was just introducing our Legion to him. I didn't say much. Aya! Raphael roared. You're infuriating. I teach you a lesson today. He lunged at Podoli. Podoli screamed and turned to run. Aya! Don't come any closer. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. The 2 chased and fled, disappearing in an instant, leaving Born alone, bewildered in the wind. What's going on with this Legion? Even without anyone watching, Born dared not act rashly, as he lacked sufficient understanding of the situation and was prone to making mistakes. He glanced disappointedly in the direction of the Lord's Tower, then called out to Podori, Lord Podori, are you still going to introduce yourself? Introduce myself, my foot! Raphael roared, abandoning his pursuit of Podori and instead walking up to Born. As a Dragakin, Raphael was extremely tall, standing before Born like a small mountain. His imposing presence was astounding. You're Born? The one who helped Asmodeus rebuild his legion? Born smiled, indeed, and who are you? I am Raphael, commander of the First Route Army of the Samuel Legion. I currently handle all the important affairs of the Legion. Ah! I see, it's a pleasure to meet you. Raphael waved his hand, his face showing impatience. Since you're here, let's talk. What benefits Asmodeus offered you, my Samuel Legion will give you double. If you join us, I make you the commander of the Second Route Army. The commander of the army, and the elite Spearhead Legion will be retained as our subordinate legion. Born was taken aback. The other party was indeed straightforward, without any preamble. There's no need to hesitate. Raphael didn't wait for Born to speak, continuing on his own. Our commander, Lord Samuel, possesses strength surpassing all lords. Even in the high-ranking undead region, he reigns supreme, far stronger than that Asmodeus. Even if Mammon, Baalzeb, and Asmodeus joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lord Samuel. Oh! Lord Raphael seems to know quite a bit about the high-ranking undead region. That's right. I originally came from the high-level undead region, so naturally I know more. Huh? Born was taken aback. From the high-level undead region? Then what's your strength? Seeing Born's puzzled expression, Raphael sneered, how ignorant. High-level undead like us wouldn't appear in the low-level undead region. We started in the high-level undead region, where there are many undead at the Qi-Yuan and Hua-Yuan realms. They can come to the low-level undead region if they want, but of course no one wants to come here, since the resources in the low-level undead region are even fewer, and cultivation is slower. Then why did you come here? I came here at Samuel's behest. My lord's orders to manage the legion. I've been here for countless years, yet I never dared to break through the Fengyuan realm. Once I do, I won't be able to continue helping Lord Samuel maintain the legion. Born scratched his head. If you leave, Someone else can take over. Is this really necessary? Raphael glared. How can you let someone else lead the Samuel Legion? This is utter chaos. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Just give me a straight answer. Bourne was conflicted. Raphael could have broken through long ago, but he was suppressing his realm. His strength must be considerable. With him around, Bourne would likely have a hard time infiltrating the Lord's Tower. I wish to see the Guardian, may I? No. Raphael immediately refused. The Lord's Tower doesn't allow anyone to enter unless you join us. How do I join? Raphael pulled a bone badge from his pocket and slapped it into Bourne's hand. All right, you're a member now. Then can I enter the Lord's Tower? Raphael nodded. Go in. Bourne was speechless. This was too casual. I heard there's a powerful magic array protecting this place. I don't know how to get through. Could you take me there? Raphael impatiently waved his hand behind him. Podori, come here. Podori, with his round body, darted over from a distance. What is it? Raphael pointed at Bourne and said, He's joined our Samuel Legion. Take him into the Lord's Tower. Huh? Podori was taken aback. This is too fast. Our joining requirements are very strict. At least let us see. Shut up. Raphael roared. That's too much trouble. So much trouble that it makes me angry. From now on, everyone joining the Legion should do it this way. Hurry up. Podori nodded helplessly. All right. Bourne, come with me. Led by Podori, Bourne smoothly passed through the magic circle and arrived at the entrance to the Lord's Tower. On either side of the door stood a zombie dragon beast, pale blue flames flickering eerily in its empty eye sockets, curiously scrutinizing Bourne. Podori skillfully deactivated the magic circle on the door and said to the zombie dragon beasts, This is our newly joined Legion commander. Go in and face the Guardians. He be out soon. Chapter 475. The zombie dragon beast let out a low growl, indicating it had heard him. Then, like a loyal guard, it quietly stood watch at the entrance, making no further moves. Seeing this, a huge weight was lifted from Bourne's heart. He had originally thought it would be difficult to deal with these guards, but things had progressed much more smoothly than he had imagined. However, he couldn't help but whisper to Podori, "We be inside the Lord's Tower later. If something happens in here, the outside shouldn't notice, right?" Podori nodded and replied, "That's right. Even if you engage in a fierce battle with the Guardians inside the Lord's Tower, there won't be a sound outside. There's a powerful spatial restriction here. Once you step into this tower, it's like entering a completely separate world." Hearing this, fear appeared on Bourne's face, and he asked nervously then, "What will the Guardians do? They won't lay a hand on me, will they?" Podori rolled his eyes, openly expressing his disdain for Bourne, and said, "You're not some important figure. You're not worth the Guardians personally attacking you." Hearing Podori's words, Bourne scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, "Oh, is that so? Then I'm relieved. Don't think you're so great just because you cleared Asmodeus's Lord's Tower before. Our Samuel Legion's Guardians are all at the peak of the transformation realm. There's no comparison," Podori said, his face once again radiating pride. "Oh, by the way, Lord Raphael said you came from Lucifer's Legion. Is that true?" Bourne suddenly changed the subject and asked. Mentioning this, Podori's expression turned strange. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, that's true. I was originally a deputy commander in the Lucifer Legion. I was captured in the battle against Raphael, and later gradually joined the Samuel Legion." Bourne was surprised. "That's really rare. Raphael didn't kill you." Podori swallowed hard, saying with lingering fear, "He was going to kill me, but I said I also had some dragon human blood, and he let it go." Bourne carefully examined Podori, noticing some dragon human-like features, but overall he resembled an earth bear. "Just a casual question. How strong is the Lucifer Legion?" Bourne asked curiously. "It's hard to say." Podori hesitated. "The Lucifer Legion has the most elemental undead in the entire low-level undead region. That's all I can say." Bourne had only asked casually. Since the other party didn't want to elaborate, he let it go. Anyway, the Vanguard Army and the Lucifer Legion wouldn't run into each other, so there was no need to worry about such things. After the two entered the Lord's Tower, the door closed automatically. Then, a dark light flashed, and the entire Lord's Tower was enveloped by an invisible force. Unless Bourne and Podori came out voluntarily, no one else could enter. This was a self-protection mechanism of the Lord's Tower. The first floor of the Lord's Tower truly opened Bourne's eyes. It was more like an outdoor area than an indoor one. In fact, it was comparable to Jessica's meadow. Because this was a forest, Bourne rubbed his empty eyes hard, the friction between his knuckles and eye sockets making a cracking sound. He exclaimed incredulously, "My God? What kind of place have I ended up in? Hee, isn't this place nice?" Podori chuckled. Lord Monkey loved trees, so he transplanted every tree species he could find from the netherworld to create this forest. Monkey? Bourne asked curiously. Is he the guardian of the first level? Yes, Lord Monkey is the guardian of the first level, Podori explained. He's one of the most powerful beings in our Lord's Tower. Bourne nodded, inwardly on guard. It seemed he would have to be careful to get through this level. He looked around. The forest was exceptionally dense, the dark trees providing ample shade. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating dappled patterns of light and shadow. The air was filled with the scent of decaying undead plants, a pleasantly refreshing aroma. Podori, how big is this forest? Bourne asked. Podori scratched his head and said, Well, I'm not entirely sure, but it's quite large. Don't worry, as long as we stand here, Lord Monkey will naturally notice. Bourne frowned slightly, deep in thought. This forest, though seemingly peaceful, undoubtedly concealed various dangers and traps. He had to remain vigilant to successfully pass this level. Podori walked to a vine and said, Let me tell you about it. This is a common undead plant in the south called ghost vine. If it wraps around a spirit, it will continuously absorb its soul power until it's completely drained. It sounds terrifying, but it's actually very easy to deal with. Just use soul fire to burn it away. Bourne recalled that when he first arrived in this world, he knew nothing and used a ghost vine as a belt. If Robert hadn't reminded him, he would have been drained dry by the vine long ago. Podori approached another tree. This is the ghostwood. It can also absorb soul fire, but not through binding, but rather. It uses its roots to absorb the soul fire of the dead within a 10-mile radius. This absorption is slow, and the effect is not obvious, so generally the undead won't notice. A voice came from the treetop. Bourne looked up and saw an ape squatting on the treetop, grinning. This ape was as tall as a person, with long limbs and glossy, pale gray fur. It didn't resemble an undead creature at all. However, Bourne was no longer surprised. At the level of a guardian, one had long since shed the repulsive appearance of the undead, and could even revert to their former appearance. Seeing Bourne looking over, the ape flashed and leaped to his side, its large, bell-like eyes scrutinizing him. Its voice, somewhat shrill, asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Podori immediately introduced, Lord Monkey, this is Bourne, from the Sharp Knife Army. He has now joined our legion, and has come specifically to see you. The Sharp Knife Army? The one that helped Asmodeus rebuild his legion? Monkey raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Bourne filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Bourne smiled and nodded, saying, Exactly. Lord Monkey, the ghostwood you mentioned is indeed miraculous, but isn't leaving it here too dangerous? Monkey grinned, revealing a set of sharp fangs. You're afraid of it, but I'm not. These undead plants transplanted here have all been specially treated by me. They won't harm me, in fact, they become my allies. Bourne looked at Monkey in astonishment, unable to help but exclaim, That's truly amazing. Lord Monkey, you're the first person I ever seen who can do something like this. Monkey waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a small matter. My research on undead plants is among the best in the entire undead world. Perhaps only that stinky snake can compare to me, but what he studies are all poisonous creatures, completely different from my domain. Hearing this, Bourne could only chuckle dryly. Then his gaze was drawn to a small flower blooming on the tree trunk. This flower was a vibrant, dazzling blood red, with slender petals. Unlike other undead plants, it not only didn't exude an aura of death, but even possessed a trace of vitality, which aroused his curiosity. Bourne couldn't help but reach out to touch it, muttering, Huh, there's a flower here? However, just as his fingers were about to touch the flower, a furious shout rang out. Stop! The sudden roar startled Bourne, causing his hand to tremble and strike the petal squarely. A petal drifted down and gently fell to the ground. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Bourne felt extremely embarrassed and quickly explained, Oh dear. I'm so sorry, it was a mistake, purely a mistake. Plato, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed in astonishment, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Monkey's eyes bulged, veins popped on his forehead, and his once brown hair had turned a fiery red, each strand standing straight up, like the quills of a hedgehog. His face contorted in a grotesque grimace, his lips trembling slightly, revealing sharp fangs, as he unleashed a deafening roar. Aya! I'm going to kill you! Holy crap! Bourne jumped in fright, his legs trembling, almost falling to the ground. He quickly took a few steps back, staring at Monchi in terror, stammering, You shouldn't get so worked up. I really didn't mean to. Who knew you suddenly yell so loudly? You scared me half to death. Monchi's eyes widened, flashing with anger and hatred, staring intently at Born as if he wanted to devour him alive. He gritted his teeth and said, This is the Lycoris radiata I painstakingly cultivated, and you actually tore off its petals. You bastard. Damn it, you really deserve to die. Lycoris radiata? Born was stunned upon hearing this, and glanced back at the small red flower, his heart filled with doubt. He frowned and asked, Is this the legendary Lycoris radiata? It looks so ordinary, nothing special. Monchi approached Born step by step, revealing his sharp claws. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate the Lycoris radiata? To simulate a suitable environment for its survival, I planted it on this ghostly tree, using the ghostly tree's nutrients to nourish it, which is why it successfully bloomed. And now you torn off its petals? Born asked doubtfully, Shouldn't the Lycoris radiata be a plant of the prime material plane? Why can't I find it in the netherworld? Monchi scoffed, ignorant. The Lycoris radiata blooms on the other side of the river of death. It's a peculiar plant that exists between life and death, capable of connecting unseen spaces. Its applications are extremely wide-ranging, found in both the prime material plane and the netherworld. I see. Born then asked, Are there any more Lycoris radiata here? Monchi shook his head. I transplanted all the Lycoris radiata onto this tree. Born saw the other Lycoris radiata on the ghostly tree, about a dozen blossoms, and smiled, I see. Well, I have a favor to ask. Monchi frowned. You haven't even said how you're going to compensate me for my losses. And you dare to make other demands? Born shook his head. Once you hear me out, whether you compensate for the losses or not is irrelevant. Monchi became impatient. What exactly do you want to say? Born smiled and pointed to the Lycoris radiata. I want you to give me all of these Lycoris radiata. Are you crazy? Monchi's eyes widened, wondering if he had misheard. Podori was also shocked. Not only did he remove the petals, but he also wanted to possess all the spider lilies. Was Born out of his mind? Before the two could react, Born flashed forward, his hand sweeping swiftly, clearing away the dozen or so spider lilies from the ghost tree. Monchi was completely stunned. No one had ever been so audacious, doing such a thing right in front of him. His face contorted even more, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. I think you're really tired of living. With that, Monchi left only a blur, his figure suddenly appearing before Born, his claws lashing out to grab Born's head. This grab contained his boundless rage. If it landed, it would likely crush Born's skull. Born was prepared. He ducked low and delivered a swift, right-hand punch to Monchi's abdomen. Monchi missed his attack, and was instead countered. He groaned and flew backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. Born shrugged, feigning innocence, and said, Well, you attacked first, it's not my fault. Monchi felt like he was about to explode with rage. He leaped to his feet, cursing, You shameless bastard. Not only did you take my spider lily, but you dare to attack me. Today I show you what I'm made of. With that, he leaped onto the ghost tree and began to dart through the canopy. Born frowned. His opponent was so fast that Born's eyes could barely keep up with him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a bone spike shot towards Born. Born slightly dodged, laughing, An attack of this magnitude can't hurt me. But then, Monchi suddenly appeared from some bushes, its sharp claws slashing fiercely at Born's back. Born didn't dare to be careless, quickly drawing his soul-severing blade and turning to slash upwards. However, just as the two were about to make contact, Monchi paused, suddenly rising back into the treetops. Born looked up. He had just seen clearly that the monkey had hooked its foot onto a vine, using it to launch its attack with agility. Such an attack method was quite novel. Heh, you really are a horse. Chapter 476. Who are you calling a horse? Monchi roared, leaping down again, striking and retreating in a flash. Born struggled to find an opening to retaliate, a truly troublesome situation. However, he quickly devised a plan. He took a deep breath, channeling his magic into his soul-severing blade, and unleashed a horizontal slash at the ghostly tree before him. With a crack, the ghostly tree snapped in two and collapsed with a deafening roar. Aya! Monchi leaped from the treetop, his fur standing on end. I kill you today. Come on. Try it if you dare. Born continued to taunt him. Without the cover of the treetop, Monchi was forced to move on the ground, his speed significantly limited, but even so, he remained incredibly fast. Born remained unmoved, his gaze never leaving Monchi's figure, patiently awaiting his attack. Soon, Monchi launched another bone spike, simultaneously leaping forward, his claws gleaming with a dangerous aura. This was the moment Born had been waiting for. He slammed his hand to the ground, unleashing a chilling aura. Monchi felt his body stiffen, as if weighed down by a lead. The next instant, Born was upon him, his soul-severing blade tracing a pale arc, aimed at Monchi's head. Monchi felt the threat of death, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He roared, his eyes turning bloodshot, his right foot slamming into the ground with a deafening roar. A beam of red light pierced through the vast, frozen domain, restoring Monchi's mobility. What? Born was startled. This was the first time he had encountered someone capable of breaking through a 10,000-mile-long frozen domain. He paused, quickly creating distance between himself and Monchi. Monkey's state was completely different now. He had grown several times larger than before, transforming from a nimble monkey into a monstrous beast, his muscles bulging like steel. He grabbed a fallen ghostwood tree and forcefully stripped it of all its branches and leaves, leaving only a bare trunk, which in his hands looked more like a stick. Yo, little pony turned into a big pony. Born mocked. Monkey roared, slamming his left fist into the ground twice, the impact shaking the earth. Then he swung the trunk with all his might, aiming a powerful blow at Born. Born quickly dodged, shouting, "Big pony, no good. Too slow, too slow." Monkey had entered berserk mode. The ghostwood trunk smashed through the ground, pulverizing other vegetation, but he paid no heed, charging towards Born on all fours. Born quickly dodged, leaping high into the air and throwing a punch at Monkey's face. Monkey didn't back down, swinging his own mountain-sized fist in return. Boom! With a deafening roar, Born was sent flying like a cannonball, while Monkey let out a triumphant roar and continued his relentless attack. This big oaf is really strong. Born tumbled several times before finally regaining his footing, cursing under his breath. At the same time, he also assessed the Guardian's true strength. After going berserk, Monkey's power should have surpassed the peak of the transformation realm, reaching the abundant origin realm. However, because he was inside the Lord's Tower, he wouldn't be affected by the spatial power of the lower-level undead zone for the time being, so relatively speaking, he was still stronger than Born. Bang! Another blow sent a cloud of dust billowing up, and Born was sent flying again. The bone shield in front of him was shattered into pieces, and his armor was torn and tattered, requiring multiple replacements. Hey, big horse, that's enough. The armor I changed is worth more than all those spider lilies I gave you. But the only response was Monkey's roar, "Die!" After several rounds, Born was starting to tire, and the effects of the 1,000-mile ice seal were gradually fading, making Monkey's attacks even more ferocious. Boom! Monkey's fists relentlessly pounded against Born's position, but Born perfectly dodged them with agile movement. Podori was completely stunned. What was going on? He just come over to say hello. Why had they started fighting? He kept his distance from the start, thinking Monkey would just teach Born a lesson and it would be over quickly. But things had escalated beyond his expectations. Not only had they started fighting, but the battle was getting increasingly intense. Monkey had even used berserk magic, every move exuding the power of the Fengyuan realm. Podori wanted to intervene, but his cultivation level wasn't high enough to get involved. He shouted a couple of times, but seeing that neither of them paid him any attention, he wisely kept quiet. Anyway, after the battle, Monkey would definitely win, and the Legion wouldn't suffer any losses. It just meant they'd probably have to find new plants to transplant. With his attacks yielding no results, Monkey grew increasingly furious. "Skull! You forced me into this. I kill you today." Born laughed. "You said that many times already. I'm still alive and well. But I discovered you have quite a few good things here." He looked around as he spoke. Despite the intensity of their fight, Monchi had been carefully controlling his strength, preventing the aftershocks from spreading elsewhere. This quickly caught Born's attention. There was undoubtedly something else here that Monchi was very interested in. Sure enough, Monchi's eyes widened in shock. "You dare? What wouldn't I dare? Come and catch me if you dare." Born laughed, dashing off to the side. Roar! Damn it! Damn it! Monchi was furious. No one had ever made him so angry in years. Oh, what kind of treasures are these? Born's eyes fell on a few pale blue blades of grass. Whatever. Collect them all. With a swish, Born had also collected the grass into his soul-severing blade. Monchi's eyes were bloodshot. He threw another furious punch at Born, but Born nimbly dodged it. Hee, you can't hit me! I make you regret this. Monchi stopped chasing, crouched down, and began to gather his strength. Born was taken aback. Hey, big horse, what are you doing? Taking a dump? Monkey's breathing became erratic from Born's words, his magic surging wildly, and he almost choked. Shut up. Born shrugged, ignoring him, and continued searching for good things. Monkey gathered his strength, then with a powerful push, his massive body shot into the air with a bang, leaving a large crater in the ground. Born, who had been watching his movements closely, shouted, Hey, big horse, how did you get up there? Did you get blown up by a fart? Monkey's eyes flashed with a ferocious killing intent as he soared into the sky. Skeleton soldier, you won't be arrogant for long. A powerful surge of magical energy spread outwards, and Born instantly felt as if he had entered purgatory, a place filled with a blood-red hue that inspired fear. At the same time, the pitiful amount of water elemental magic within Born was completely exhausted, and the frozen domain shattered with a deafening roar, the situation rapidly deteriorating. Born inwardly cried out in alarm, while Manchi laughed loudly, Ha ha, although I don't know how you wielded such advanced water elemental magic, it seems your magic power is insufficient to sustain you any longer. It's time to obediently accept your fate. With that, he pressed his left hand against the ceiling, seemingly glued to the spot, preventing himself from falling. Then, he adjusted his position, aimed at Born, and with a powerful leap, his massive body shot towards Born like a cannonball. Due to the sheer speed, even Born had no time to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and unleash the power of his earth-shattering soul, creating stone walls in his path. But these walls were like paper before Manchi, shattering one after another with a series of crashes. Finally, with a deafening roar, a violent explosion occurred where Born had been standing, and Manchi was once again bounced back to the ceiling. Manchi swung from the ceiling, carefully observing the situation below. When the dust settled, he saw that huge boulders had completely protected Born, but the stones were riddled with cracks, demonstrating the immense power of Manchi's attack. Cough, cough, cough. Born crawled out from the rubble, his armor completely shattered, his ribs and leg bones broken. He could only temporarily treat them with bone-strengthening magic. This guy's pretty tough. Seeing that Born was still alive, Manchi was also surprised. No one has ever been able to stand up after my attack. You're the first. Born dusted himself off. I'm truly honored. But I can only be considered half. I did fall down at first. But damn it, you should have more than that, right? Manchi glared at him. What do you mean? I think you're just asking for death. Born smiled. Whether I'm asking for death or not, you should know very well. If you hadn't used that berserk magic, you might not have been my match. Manchi laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Arrogant! Who do you think you are? Just those trash who defeated Asmodeus, and you're already so cocky. Today I show you the true power of a guardian. With that, he began to gather his strength again. Born grimaced. That strange move was indeed powerful. If he were to be hit again, he would be badly injured, if not killed. He needed to think of a way out. Soon, Born had a plan. He took out a dark, black stone from the soul-severing blade, its surface wreathed in a pale blue light, the treasure he had obtained from the third level of the soul-severing blade. The magic storage stone. Each level of the soul-severing blade brought him surprises, and this magic storage stone was naturally no exception. Don't be fooled by its resemblance to ordinary magic stones. It actually possesses a vast space, capable of storing twice the user's magic power, and the magic power attribute is unlimited. Just to be on the safe side, Born had Annie fill it with water elemental magic power long ago, enough for him to cast 1,000 miles of ice seal twice more. Immediately, he drew sufficient water elemental power from the magic storage stone, and then unleashed the 1,000-mile ice seal once more. Simultaneously, Manchi moved, his figure charging down like a cannonball. However, he was only halfway there when he collided head-on with Born's domain power, his body instantly sinking as if into mud, his speed drastically reduced. Born chuckled, Hey, you're done for now. A look of surprise appeared on Manchi's face, but he wasn't worried. Even with reduced speed, the power of this attack remained undiminished. As long as it hit his opponent, that was enough. So he continued charging towards Born. Born took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and roared, Soul-stealing. An invisible, eerie power instantly erupted from Born's body, coiling around the onrushing Manchi. After breaking through to the peak of the transformation realm, Born had gained some new insights into this magic, and casting it became much easier. In midair, Manchi's eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost control of his body. His downward punch became limp. Born seized the opportunity, swinging his soul-severing blade to meet Manchi's attack. No matter how powerful Manchi was, he was still a spirit at the transformation realm, Nothing could withstand the soul-severing blade. However, just as Bourne was about to succeed, the ghostly wood that Mon-Chi had carelessly discarded suddenly emitted a dark light, followed by more than 10 roots that sprouted from the ground, instantly binding Bourne. What's going on? Bourne was shocked and instinctively tried to struggle, but the roots were incredibly tough, and he couldn't break free for a moment. Fortunately, Mon-Chi above had lost consciousness and veered off course, then crashed heavily into the ground about a meter away from Bourne with a loud thud. Taking advantage of this moment, Bourne swung his soul-severing blade, its blade flashing, severing all the roots surrounding him in a few swift motions, before quickly moving away. Mon-Chi, jolted back to his senses by the impact, scrambled to his feet, clutching his head, completely bewildered. However, seeing Bourne unharmed, his anger reignited. "Skull! What did you just do?" Bourne retorted, his eyes blazing. "I should be asking you that. What did you just do?" "Huh?" Monkey paused, then noticed the wriggling roots on the ground and realized what was happening. A smile appeared on his face. "Hee, looks like you already fought my pet. How did it feel?" "Not good," Bourne said. "Sluggish and powerless." Monkey's face turned cold. "Humph," sharp-tongued. "I advise you to hand over everything obediently. As long as the plants are intact, I promise I won't kill you." Though he said this, a murderous glint still flashed in Monkey's eyes. Bourne certainly wouldn't believe his nonsense. "I can't beat me, yet you spout all that fancy talk. Let me tell you the truth, I never took you seriously from the start. I just want to go to a higher level and meet the Guardian there." Mon-Chi was taken aback, then said in a chilling tone, "How arrogant. Do you even know who's up there? Do you think you can just see them whenever you want?" Bourne smiled. "I not only want to see them, but I also want to fight them, and see who's stronger." Chapter 477. Interesting. Mon-Chi laughed angrily. "I never seen anyone as arrogant as you before. Fine, looks like I have to show you some real skills." Bourne's heart tightened. He had expected Samuel's guardian to be strong, but he hadn't anticipated that Mon-Chi, even on the first level, still had a trick up his sleeve. Mon-Chi suddenly clasped his hands together, and the surrounding undead plants began to tremble with his movement. The ghostwood trunk, which had been lying quietly on the ground, once again emitted bursts of dark light before flying directly into Mon-Chi's hands. Bourne looked around warily, wondering what Mon-Chi was up to. "I ask you one last time, do you want to surrender?" Mon-Chi asked, his eyes fixed on Bourne. Bourne took a deep breath and assumed a defensive stance. "Enough talk, come on. Big horse." Mon-Chi finally broke down. "You're the horse. Your whole family are horses. Damn skeleton, die." With that, he fiercely swung the ghostwood in his hand, and the previously still trees began to move, baring their fangs and claws to surround Bourne and conceal Mon-Chi. What the hell is this?" Bourne was shocked. He recognized these undead plants to some extent, but he didn't know they could move. However, losing track of the enemy was not a good thing. Bourne immediately swung his soul-severing blade, cutting down the two nearest unknown plants, but his vision was still blocked, and he had no idea where Mon-Chi was. Bang! A familiar sound came from nearby. Bourne became highly tense. This was the same move that Mon-Chi had used before. Even without these plants, Bourne had already suffered a great loss. Now that these plants were blocking his vision, his situation had become even more difficult. "Hey, big horse, come out and fight me head-on if you dare." But all he received in response were writhing roots. Bourne swung his sword again, severing all the roots, but they seemed endless. New shoots sprouted from the severed roots in no time, coiling around Bourne once more. Bang! Another sound came from above. Without hesitation, Bourne unleashed all his defensive magic and lunged forward. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar echoed as a huge black shadow grazed his back, slamming into the ground, and shattered all his defenses. Bourne rolled on the ground, then swung a slash, but the attack bounced off the ground, giving him no chance to retaliate. Bourne gritted his teeth and leaped upwards, trying to give chase, but a vine silently wrapped around his ankle, causing him to falter and be pulled down from midair. "Get out of my way!" Bourne roared, slashing the vines with a backhand, but more vines continued to wriggle towards him. "Damn it! If I can't deal with these annoying plants, I can't fight!" Bourne dodged left and right, nimbly avoiding the attacks of these undead plants, while maintaining high concentration, ready to deal with attacks from above at any moment. Bang! Another one! Bang! Bang! Under the continuous attacks, the entire first floor of the Lord's Tower was riddled with holes. Even Monkey's most beloved undead plants were more than half dead, some killed by Bourne's blade, and some by the aftershocks of Monkey's attacks. Bang! Another hit. Born felt a little dazed. He took out his magic storage stone again, replenishing some water elemental magic power to ensure the effect of the 1,000-mile frozen lands would continue. How long can this bastard's berserk state last? Born felt a headache coming on. He had originally hoped to stall for time so the berserk magic would wear off. But now it seemed his opponent was still full of energy, attacking without any hesitation. Damn it! Born slashed out in anger, sweeping away the roots in front of him. Inexplicably, this strike used fire elemental magic. Since awakening his fire elemental magic, Born had rarely used it, mainly for two reasons. Firstly, his fire elemental magic was newly developed and his quantity was relatively small, limiting its applications. Secondly, Born simply didn't have any fire elemental magic scrolls. However, this sudden use of fire elemental magic brought unexpected benefits. The undead plant struck by the fire elemental magic immediately crackled and burned, writhing and retreating rapidly, as if it had encountered something extremely terrifying. Born's eyes lit up. He couldn't cast fire magic, but he could easily imbue the soul-severing blade with fire elemental power for an attack. Immediately, Born pressed his fingers against the blade of the soul-severing blade and slashed forcefully. A surge of refined fire elemental power instantly coated the blade, causing the originally pale blade to emit a faint red glow, with sparks swirling around the edge, radiating intense heat. Monkey's eyes narrowed, and he roared, "Why can you use fire elemental power?" Because of the magical plants blocking his view, Born couldn't see Monkey's location, and could only chuckle in a random direction. "Hey, let's play with fire." With that, he swung his sword, a slash imbued with the power of scorching fire element flying horizontally, instantly felling a patch of vegetation. A raging fire erupted in its wake, and the undead plants retreated, clearing a large space. It worked. Born was overjoyed, unleashing several more slashes, forcing all the surrounding plants back. Monkey's heart bled. These were all varieties he had painstakingly cultivated. Burning one meant one less. "Damn skeleton soldier. I kill you!" he roared, launching another attack. With a bang, this time he used all his strength, causing countless fragments to fall from the ceiling. His speed exceeded the limits of the naked eye. Born only saw a blur before Monkey's massive fist was already upon him. Without thinking, Born used soul stealing again. Monkey, unprepared, was struck once more, losing consciousness. Without those annoying plants, Born wasn't worried anymore. He took a step forward, and the soul-severing blade, imbued with violent fire elemental power, slashed fiercely at Monkey's waist. "Aya!" Born roared hoarsely, channeling all his fire elemental magic into the soul-severing blade. The blade emitted a dazzling red light, and exploded with a deafening roar in Monkey's abdomen. Boom! Crack! 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 After a burst of flames, sparks flew everywhere. Monkey's massive body was cleaved in two, his lower half remaining in place, while his upper half flew a considerable distance, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before landing right in front of Podori. Podori was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide like saucers. He still couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. He was just going through the motions, introducing Bowen and Monchi to each other so he could leave. But instead, the two not only fought, but Monchi was now cleaved in two. What happened? Bowen landed and took a long time to recover. The battle had severely depleted him. This Monchi wasn't just a simple peak stage transformation realm undead, his true form had reached a level Bowen couldn't reach, resulting in incredibly strong combat awareness. Combined with his berserk magic, his strength was undoubtedly the strongest Bowen had ever encountered in the lower-level undead region. After a short rest, Bowen stood up, walked to Monchi's corpse, and kicked it. "Hey, big guy, are you convinced?" Monchi gradually regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, and seeing Bowen looking down at him, he flew into a rage. "Damn skeleton soldier, I kill you." "Oh, still so arrogant even with only half left," Bowen said, swinging his soul-severing blade. A pale white light flashed, and Monchi's head was severed, falling into Bowen's hand. Monchi was stunned. He had no idea he had been killed, his expression blank. Born laughed and said, "Damn it, you lost. You lost to me. Now I can do whatever I want with you, including absorbing your soul fire." Monchi trembled, finally snapping out of his shock. He had indeed lost. And lost utterly, his head was in someone's hand. You dare. I'm the guardian. You're superior. Superior my foot," Born scoffed. "With your strength, you dare order me around? Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror, you look like a monkey. How dare you insult me?" Monchi roared in fury, forgetting he was just ahead now, his eyes flashing red light. Born dodged the blow, simultaneously slapping Monchi across the face. You big oaf, still not behaving yourself. Looks like you still don't understand your current situation. The slap wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely insulting. Monchi's monkey-like face turned bright red. You better not go to the high-level undead zone, or I chase you to the ends of the earth and kill you. Born scoffed. Fine. I wait and see how you kill me. Remember, my name is Born. Don't get the wrong person. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he crushed Monchi's head in Padori's horrified gaze, leaving only a ball of blue soul fire flickering in his palm, as if screaming and roaring, but utterly silent. Without hesitation, Born stuffed the soul fire into his mouth. This was the soul fire of a guardian at the peak of the transformation realm. Its power was enough to replenish Born to his optimal condition. A massive surge of power instantly flooded Born's body, causing him to groan in pleasure. He then took a deep breath, and the soul fusion technique automatically activated, the surrounding magic energy beginning to swirl wildly around him. However, this didn't last long. Gradually, the soul fusion technique slowed down, and the entire first level returned to silence. Born opened his eyes, and saw Podori staring at him with a look of terror. He couldn't help but grin. Hee, Commander Podori, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Podori swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, You, who exactly are you? I'm Born. I already introduced myself, right? No, you're not. You shouldn't exist in the low-level undead zone. No one here could have killed Lord Monkey. Born shrugged. But I just killed him. Podori frantically grabbed his hair. This is impossible. This is impossible. Lord Monkey is dead. What are we going to do? He was on the verge of tears. Born stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's just a guardian who died. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Podori's eyes widened. That was a guardian. Killing a guardian means you become a mortal enemy of our Samuel Legion. A fight to the death. So what? Born said indifferently. It's already happened. Do you think I can resurrect Monkey? Podori suddenly realized something and asked in horror. You didn't plan all this all along, did you? Joining our legion was part of your plan, all to enter the Lord's Tower and kill the Guardian? Born scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, joining the Samuel Legion was purely accidental. Mainly because your Raphael is so efficient, I was just going along with his wishes. Podori almost fainted. So what are you going to do next? Kill me and escape? Why kill you? You're useless. Damn it! Don't insult me like that. How am I useless? I'm a 9th level transformation realm cultivator, and my word is law in the Legion. Then tell me, are you stronger than that big horseman? Podori was momentarily speechless. Of course I'm not as good as Lord Monkey, but so what? He's a guardian. It's normal for him to be stronger than me. Born curled his lip. You really have no ambition. I give you a chance now. Join me, and I might spare your life. How about it? Huh? Podori was stunned. He had already resigned himself to death, but he didn't expect Born to say such a thing. You? What do you mean? Is that hard to understand? You came from Lucifer's Legion before. Now let's move to another place. How about it? You want me to join the Vanguard? Podori's voice was already somewhat hoarse. Born shrugged. Whatever. You can join if you want, or not. Just cover for me in the Lord's Tower, and I won't kill you. Cover for me? Podori was confused. What do you mean? Born pointed upwards. It's simple. I'm going to continue my challenge upwards. You just need to tell the Guardians I'm one of your own, that's enough. Podori instantly understood. You want to launch a sneak attack, like you did with Lord Monkey? Damn, this was an exception. The sneak attack didn't succeed, but the result was still pretty good. Podori immediately shook his head. No way. I won't do it. This is practically suicide. You have no idea how powerful the Guardians on the next level are. You can't possibly defeat them. Chapter 478. Born frowned. Who is the Guardian of the next level? Podori's face was bitter. If he didn't help Born, he might be killed by him, but if he helped Born, he might be killed by the Guardian of the next level. Either way, he was going to die. Sigh. I might as well tell you. The Guardian of the next level is Lord Wolf, even more bloodthirsty and brutal than Lord Monchi. You have no chance. If you're willing to leave now, I still have a way to help you escape. Born shook his head. Don't waste your breath. I must pass through this Lord's Tower. You? Saying more is useless. Tell me, what should we be careful of when dealing with that wolf? How should I know? Lord Wolf has never made a move in front of me. I only know he's stronger than Lord Munch, but I don't know the specifics. Bourne looked at him with disdain. Didn't you say you had some standing in the Samel Legion? You can't even figure this out. Fine, just remember to cover me later, you don't need to do anything else. As he spoke, Bourne bent down and began searching Munch's corpse, eventually finding a black magic stone, which should be the key to the next level. Bourne took a deep breath and crushed the magic stone. With a crisp crack, a cloud of black mist surged from the stone, enveloping Bourne and Podori, and floating towards the ceiling. Just as they were about to reach the ceiling, an opening automatically appeared, and the two entered the second level. Upon landed, Bourne immediately became extremely alert, observing his surroundings. The second level appeared relatively open, with the ground covered in pebbles and several large, grayish-black rocks in the distance. Common rocks found in the underworld, nothing particularly special. Bourne asked Podoli, "Where is the Guardian?" Podoli, hiding behind Bourne, whispered, "He spot us as soon as we come in. Don't worry, he come looking for us." Sure enough, a moment later, a pair of eerie green eyes appeared behind a large rock, followed by a slightly hoarse voice. "Awoo! Who are you? What are you doing here?" Bourne nudged Podoli with his elbow. Podoli, with no other choice, mustered his courage and said, "Lord Wolf, I am Podoli. This is Bourne, the commander of the Vanguard army. He has joined our legion and was brought here to meet you." Hearing this, the green eyes narrowed slightly. "Awoo! Shouldn't that be Monkey's responsibility? Why is he here? Where is Monkey?" Podoli was speechless, unsure how to respond. Bourne rolled his eyes at him and continued, "Oh, I already met Lord Munch. He's busy researching the cultivation of the spider lily, so he specifically sent me up here." Wolf remained hidden behind the large rock, only his eyes showing. "Ah! That Munch guy is indeed researching the cultivation of the spider lily, but can't he even do such a small thing? He makes you come up here? Humph! He's getting more and more outrageous." Bourne tentatively took 2 steps forward. "I heard that Lord Wolf is even more powerful than Lord Munch, and I always admired him. It's truly an honor to meet him in person." Wolf remained unmoved, his gaze still fixed intently on Bourne. "Awoo! You little skeleton are quite interesting, not afraid of me at all. Do you know I could kill you with a single finger?" Bourne smiled slightly. "Of course I believe you, but how could someone as insignificant as me be worth Wolf's attention? It's just that the light here is too dim, and I can't quite make out your features. Please allow me to come a little closer." Bourne took a few more steps forward, closing the distance between them, while Wolf remained completely hidden behind the large rock. "Awoo! Bourne, is it? I heard of you. You seem to have helped Asmodeus rebuild his legion. Is that true?" Bourne nodded, "Yes. But it was nothing. Asmodeus and I were just business partners. Now that the deal is done, I come to pledge allegiance to Lord Samel." "Humph." Wolf sneered, "Awoo! You pledged allegiance to Samel's legion, not Lord Samel himself. You never see him again." Bourne smiled indifferently. "Yeah. If only I could see him, then I could kill him with my own hands." "Awoo! Yes, if you see him then." Wolf's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Bourne grinned. "I said, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Bourne shot forward like an arrow, his soul-severing blade tracing a pale arc, aiming directly at those eerie green eyes. At this moment, Bourne was very close to Wolf. He had calculated the distance perfectly. As soon as he made his move, Wolf would definitely not be able to dodge, and would have no choice but to fight head-on. At that time, relying on the sharpness of the soul-severing blade, even if he could not kill Wolf, he could severely injure him. With a whoosh, the soul-severing blade sliced the pair of eerie green eyes in two. Bourne was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the second-level guardian to be so weak, succeeding with a single blow. Then, his heart leaped again, for he clearly saw that what he had severed wasn't a wolf, but a pair of glowing green fluorescent stones. "Damn it!" Bourne cursed inwardly, quickly channeling all his magic power to create a thick bone shield behind him. Then, with a loud bang, Bourne was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a large rock and shattering it. Bourne felt like he was falling apart. When he got up, he realized his lower body was severed, lying a meter away. "Damn it!" Bourne tried to grab his lower body and reattach it. Just as he was about to crawl forward, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound. Without hesitation, he braced himself with his hands, flipped backward twice, and then heard a loud bang. A huge rock had smashed into the spot where he had just been. If he had been hit, he probably would have been crushed to pieces. "Awoo! Skeleton soldier! Who are you? Then, Wolf's voice slowly rang out. Bourne looked with difficulty in the direction of the voice, and saw a burly figure walking towards him. This person was at least 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body and covered in hair. Most of the hair was blue-gray, while the hair on his chest was silver-white. On his neck was a furry wolf head, bearing its fangs, and looking at Bourne with one blue and one red eye. Wind, fire, wolf? Bourne was taken aback. Wolf paused slightly. Awooh! It's been a long time since anyone called me that. How did you know I was a wind-fire wolf? Bourne explained with difficulty. Back when I served in the Clawed Legion, there was a wind-fire wolf legion in the north. I had some dealings with them, so I recognized them at a glance. Wolf curled his lip. Awooh! My wind-fire wolf clan actually had its own legion. How come I didn't know? They were wiped out long ago, and their strength was too weak. It's normal that you didn't know. Wolf didn't dwell on this issue. Awooh! Tell me, why did you come here? And why did you attack me? Bourne forced himself to sit up and look directly at Wolf. Can't you see? I'm here to challenge the Lord's Tower. Challenge? Wolf was taken aback then. He looked at Podori. Awooh! The Legion was defeated? Podori shook his head. He tricked us into coming in. None of the Legion knew. Wolf glared at Bourne with hostility. Awooh! You're all alone, and you still want to challenge the Lord's Tower? I think you're really tired of living. But quickly, Wolf thought of something. If you're here, that means that monkey is dead. You killed Monkey? Bourne smiled. Yeah. I killed that big horse. Wolf raised his hands, sharp claws appearing at his fingertips. Awooh! It seems you're not a simple person either. You're too dangerous. I'm going to kill you immediately. Just as Wolf was about to make his move, Bourne shouted, Wait! Wolf paused, frowning as he asked, Awooh! What's wrong? Do you have any last words? Bourne's expression turned defiant. You, as a guardian, used that fluorescent stone to deceive me. Isn't that despicable? I demand a fair fight. Wolf scoffed. Awooh! Wasn't your sneak attack despicable too? How can that be the same? What is your status? What is mine? If word gets out that you did this, what will people think of you? What will they think of the Samuel Legion? Everyone will think that the guardians of the Samuel Legion are nothing but cowardly sneak attackers. However, Bourne's words had no effect on Wolf. Wolf remained unfazed, still walking towards him with a cold smile. Bourne's heart tightened. His opponent wasn't buying it. His lower body was still some distance away. How could he, with only half his body remaining, possibly fight such a powerful enemy? Awooh! Are you done talking? Wolf walked up to Bourne, looking down at him with contempt in his eyes. If you're done, I send you on your way. A glint flashed in Bourne's eyes, and he roared, Soul Steel. At such close range, even Wolf, with his strength and caution, hadn't anticipated this. He only had time to raise his arms to block, but the Soul Steel attack was utterly ineffective, and he was instantly struck. Bourne simultaneously rolled forward, grabbing his lower body, and using bone-strengthening magic to piece his body back together. Although this would weaken his bones, it was better than having only half a body. Phew! Bourne breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky. He had come up to ambush the guard, but he hadn't expected to be ambushed by the other party. This fire wolf was really cautious, treacherous and vicious. Wolf quickly snapped out of the mind-controlling spell. Opening his eyes, he was startled to find Bourne gone. Seeing Bourne reattaching his lower body, he was even more horrified. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. How did he do that? Why hadn't he seen anything? Wolf wrinkled his nose slightly. Ah! You use mind control magic? Bourne chuckled. Looks like you're a bit smarter than that big oaf. He never even thought of that. Wolf narrowed his eyes. You got something to rely on, huh? No wonder you're so audacious as to challenge me. But even if you have mind control magic, it's useless. You won't leave here alive. Bourne raised his soul-severing blade, the tip pointing at his opponent. I have no intention of leaving either. After killing you, I continue upwards until I slay Samuel's clone. Wolf's eyes narrowed. You got some nerve. Want to seize the Lord's power? Then try it. Wolf then charged at Bourne on all fours. Bourne flipped and leaped up. He had already witnessed the opponent's astonishing attack power. Even his bone shield couldn't defend against it. Therefore, he didn't intend to fight head-on. He also couldn't continue using the 1,000-mile ice seal technique, as the water elemental magic in the magic storage stone had been completely depleted during the fight against Manchi. Manchi's soul fire replenished his own soul fire magic, only allowing him to return to his peak condition. Wolf swung his right claw upwards, trying to grab Bourne, But Born's soul-severing blade was already waiting there. With a clang, Born was thrown into the air by the powerful force. Taking advantage of the moment, Wolf leaped above Born, clenching his fists and slamming them down. Born, with a thought, sent a gust of wind that propelled Wolf several meters away, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a loud thud, Wolf landed back on the ground, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Awoo! You can control wind elemental magic too?" Born landed a short distance away. "Hee, it's not just you guys who have innate power." "Awoo! But you're just a skeleton soldier, what innate power do you have? Don't underestimate me." "So what if you're a skeleton soldier?" "Skeleton soldiers have more possibilities." Wolf shook his head, his left hand pressing against the blue eye. "Awoo! Since you used wind elemental magic, I won't hold back anymore. I show you my race's ultimate technique." Born immediately braced himself. He had fought the Windfire Wolves before, and knew what they were, but this time, the one wielding that skill was a guardian of the Lord's Tower, someone of extraordinary status and strength. "Wind walk!" Wolf shouted, and circles of pale blue light rippled beneath his feet, like water ripples. Then he flashed, leaving only an afterimage, charging towards Born. Born was prepared, and also used wind elemental magic to increase his speed, but it was still far inferior, and he was quickly caught up. "Fire!" Wolf shouted again, his other red eye flashing with intense light. Then a ball of flame shot out, burning towards Born. Born, helpless, dug behind a large rock to hide. The flames burned the rock, quickly turning it red-hot. "Awoo! Hiding won't help." Wolf leaped over the rock, launching a fierce attack on what was behind it. Rumble. Chapter 479. The stone was blasted to smithereens, turning into dust that filled the air. However, Wolf was stunned, because he hadn't attacked anything at all, and there was no sign of Born behind the stone. He looked around in confusion. "Awoo? Where did that skeleton soldier go? I just saw him hiding behind the stone." Just as he was wondering, a murderous aura surged from behind him. He instinctively swung his left arm to block, but a pale white blade flashed past, severing his left arm. "Aya!" Wolf let out a scream, then his entire body erupted with magical power, flames coalescing into a giant claw that lashed out fiercely. Born, however, retreated immediately after the attack, without pausing. "Aya!" Wolf roared, "Skeleton soldier, how dare you hurt me? I kill you!" Seeing Wolf's berserk state, Born secretly regretted that if his angle had been a little more precise, he might have been able to kill him in one strike. It was truly a pity. Wolf stomped his foot, his aura suddenly surging, his fur standing on end, just like monkeys before. "Again?" Born's face darkened. Wasn't this just berserk magic? This Windfire Wolf was already extremely troublesome. With berserk magic added, his strength would be even greater. "Awoo! I tear you apart. Skeleton soldier!" Wolf howled to the sky. Born quickly corrected him. "My name is Born, not Skeleton Soldier. Remember that, or you won't find me in the high-level undead zone." "Awoo! Die!" Wolf ignored him and charged straight at him, even faster than before. Born waved his hand, releasing the power of earth-shattering soul. Dozens of stone pillars rose from the ground, blocking Wolf's path. Wolf swung his claws, relentlessly shattering the stone pillars in front of him, but his speed did indeed slow down. This gave Born time to react. He used the gaps between the pillars to quickly move through them, simultaneously casting an invisibility spell. After breaking through several layers of pillars, Wolf lost sight of his target again, and immediately became vigilant. Last time, the same thing happened, costing him an arm and causing him a great loss. He couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. His ears twitched, carefully listening to the surrounding sounds. Suddenly, he swung his claw backward with a fierce roar, accompanied by a burst of violent flames. With a deafening boom, Born's figure appeared. The soul-severing blade clashed with the wolf claw, and Born was once again blasted away, crashing through several pillars. "Holy crap! This guy's hearing is amazing?" Born clicked his tongue in amazement. Logically, once invisibility was cast, even one's aura should be concealed, yet this guy could pinpoint his location through the slightest sound. It was unbelievable. No wonder he's an orc. Wolf pressed his advantage, transforming into a whirlwind, leaving a trail of blue and red afterimages. His claws tore through the air with a hissing sound. Born immediately scrambled to his feet and ran, simultaneously releasing stone pillars to disrupt his opponent. Bang! Boom! Clang! Stone dust flew everywhere on the second level, piling up like mountains. This battle truly astonished Podwari. Born's fighting style, this time, was completely different from what he displayed on the first level. This was beyond Midori's comprehension. Who possessed water, fire, and wind elemental magic simultaneously? And what were those bizarre mind control and invisibility spells? What were those suddenly appearing stone pillars for? After a long chase, Wolf couldn't find an opening. Every time he was about to catch up, Born would use invisibility and, with the cover of the stone pillars, quickly escape. Despite being a skeleton soldier, he was incredibly agile. Awoo! You wretched skeleton. Stop right there. Only an idiot would stop. Come and chase me if you dare. At this point, Born wasn't in a hurry. His opponent was indeed fast and had formidable attack power, but the environment here was more favorable to Born, making it easier to unleash his earth-shattering soul technique. However, simply running away wasn't a solution. His magic power wasn't enough to sustain such powerful invisibility spells and earth-shattering soul techniques. He needed to think of a way. Before Born could come up with a plan, Wolf had already changed tactics. He stopped, let out a deafening howl, a woo. The howl was deafening, echoing throughout the second level, shaking the surrounding stone pillars. Then, his body swelled again, unleashing a powerful aura. The next moment, all the stone pillars within 10 meters of him shattered, turning into a pile of rubble. Holy crap! What kind of technique is that? Born was shocked, and quickly cast invisibility spells again to hide. Awoo! Skeleton soldier! Let's see where you run this time. Wolf's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, his ears twitched slightly, and he locked onto a location, swinging a claw towards it. With a clang, Born was forced out of the room, his claws slamming into the soul-severing blade. He was thrown back again. What's going on? Born was in midair, his mind a complete mess. His invisibility technique had never failed him before, but this time it had malfunctioned. How did the opponent manage to pinpoint his location so accurately even while he was using invisibility? With a thud, Born crashed to the ground, but he wasn't seriously injured. He quickly rolled over and got to his feet, his gaze turning grave as he looked at Wolf. What did you do? Wolf grinned maliciously. Awoo! Don't think you can fight me just because you can hide. The sense of smell of my wind fire wolf clan isn't to be underestimated. Even though you lost your breath, your scent remains, plus those bony toes of yours. The crunching sound of his footsteps on the stones was deafening. It was impossible not to hear it. Ha ha ha. This was purely an exaggeration, but Born knew that the other party must have heard the sound and smelled the scent to pinpoint his location. Why are you sniffing around like a dog? That's not a good habit. Wolf glared at him. Who are you calling a dog? Born smiled and waved his hand. Whoever answers is the dog. Awoo! Outrageous. Prepare to die? Wolf roared, lunging forward. Born quickly threw 2 bone spikes at Wolf, then ran away, taunting, TSK TSK TSK, good dog, come and gnaw on a big bone. These words seemed to have touched a nerve with Wolf, enraging him. His previous caution had long been forgotten. Now, only one thing occupied Wolf's mind, to tear the skeleton soldier in front of him to shreds. Born continued to use earth-shattering soul to release stone pillars to cover his escape, but now invisibility seemed to be of little use. Wolf quickly caught up with Born, his sharp claws, wreathed in scorching flames, viciously clawing at Born's back. Getting this close, looks like you haven't learned your lesson. Born chuckled, letting out a low growl, soul steel. However, a cunning glint flashed in Wolf's eyes, his lips curving upwards, revealing a mouthful of fangs. Born instantly sensed something was wrong. Previously, every time he used soul steel, he felt a connection to his opponent's soul, though not intense, it was definitely there. But this time, he clearly felt a force repelling him, preventing soul steel from functioning properly. Damn it! Without hesitation, Born erected a bone shield in front of him, simultaneously curling into a ball, encasing himself in rock. With a deafening roar, Wolf shattered the bone shield, then slammed his fist into the rock-encased Born. Born was sent flying again, like a deflated balloon, the rock shattering like a spiderweb even while he was still in the air. His upper body, parried by the soul-severing blade, only suffered minor cracks, but his lower body crumbled completely, like porcelain shattered by a heavy hammer, beyond repair. Awoo! Damn skeleton soldiers! Now you know how powerful I am. Wolf laughed wildly, his voice filled with indescribable exhilaration. After fighting for so long, they finally achieved some results. Born lay on his back, his mind a chaotic mess, like a prairie swept by a raging storm. What happened? Why is he suddenly unaffected by the soul-snatching technique? Even the great horsemen go berserk, but they can still be controlled. Why can't this dog-headed one? Just as he was racking his brains, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Wolf's eyes out of the corner of his eye. Those eyes, which should have been one blue and one red, like the unique mark of a fire wolf, were now ablaze with a fiery red. When had this happened? Bourne had absolutely no recollection, but he had no time to think about it. Wolf had already raised his claws high, and was about to smash them down on Bourne's head. No! I can't die here! Bourne roared inwardly, but his body was completely immobile, and his magic power was almost depleted. He was now utterly trapped. This time was different from before. Before, he had Blade Madman as his last resort. With Blade Madman's strength, he could easily kill even a powerful being from the divine plane. But now, Blade Madman was in a long slumber, and showed no signs of waking up. Annie is still waiting for me. My brothers in the Sharp Knife Army are still waiting for me. I can't die. Seeing the claws growing larger before him, the 3 spinning orbs of light within Bourne's soul flame suddenly paused. The soul fusion technique activated automatically, and the 3 orbs converged violently towards the center, unleashing a massive burst of energy upon contact. Boom! As if some ancient beast had awakened, an unparalleled, powerful aura surged forth from Bourne's soul flame, colliding head-on with the oncoming Wolf. Caught completely off guard, Wolf was thrown a considerable distance, staring in horror at Bourne lying on the ground. Bourne, without any external support, slowly floated into the air, his body surrounded by rings of tricolored light, yellow, blue, and purple, the 3 colors merging and clashing, forming a delicate balance and radiating an incomparably powerful aura. What the hell is this? Wolf's eyes widened. He had never seen anything like it before. But Bourne couldn't answer Wolf's question. His head throbbed with pain, as if his very soul was being torn apart, like dough being kneaded and stretched, on the verge of being annihilated. Aya! He let out a piercing scream, the howl echoing throughout the second level. Bang! Suddenly, as if the balance of 3 forces had been broken, the halo vibrated violently, and Bourne was thrown through the air, swaying back and forth before crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The entire second level fell silent, the only sound the soft thuds of falling gravel. Wolf cautiously looked at Bourne. The impact, though powerful, hadn't been lethal, it had only forced him back, so he was unharmed. He was currently confused about the situation, unsure what had happened to Bourne. If Bourne could freely utilize that power, he would be no match for him. But as it stood, something seemed wrong with Bourne's body. What could it be? Was there any danger? Wolf was uncertain, and didn't dare approach rashly. Hey, skeleton soldier. Are you alright? No one answered. Wolf swallowed hard, finally stepping forward. He needed to figure out the situation. He couldn't just wait around. Slowly, Wolf moved to Bourne's side. Bourne was facing downwards, his entire body buried in the rubble, only his head visible. From the back of his head, there were many cracks, but it wasn't completely shattered. He appeared to be severely injured. Phew. Wolf let out a long sigh of relief. With injuries like that, he should be alright, right? This guy really has too many mysteries surrounding him. If possible, I'd like to figure out his secrets first before killing him. You probably won't have the chance. Wolf's body trembled, and he immediately grabbed at the head below with his claws. With a bang, the head exploded into a pile of broken bones. At this moment, Wolf didn't hesitate at all. He had already witnessed Bourne's strength. If he still had the strength to fight, things would probably get complicated. So even though it was a pity, he still acted decisively, killing his opponent in one strike to eliminate any future trouble. But soon, he realized something was wrong. But it was too late. A barely perceptible crack appeared on his neck, then his huge head flew into the air, and fell to the ground with a thud. How could this be? Wolf didn't react until his head hit the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Bourne laughed, dragging his half-body to his feet, and crawling up to him. How about that? I told you couldn't kill me. Why? I clearly crushed your head. Why are you alive again? And what did I crush? Wolf roared, his mind a complete mess. Chapter 480. Oh, you mean that? It's just my substitute. Bourne shrugged casually, pulling a skeleton soldier who looked exactly like him from the ground as if he were a chick. The skeleton soldier not only looked identical, but even its aura was exactly the same. Wolf was stunned, his mouth agape. This is impossible. How can there be such a lifelike doll? Bourne himself didn't know how to explain it. This substitute doll was something he obtained from the 5th level of the soul-severing blade space, when he broke through to the transformation realm. Previously, because he hadn't encountered any opponents, he had never used it, but this time it had worked wonders. However, he knew nothing about the principle behind this substitute doll. He had simply followed the Blade Madman's instructions, injecting his own soul power into it to establish a connection with the doll. Afterward, the doll seemed to be under a spell, transforming into his appearance. Even its aura was exactly the same. Not only that, this puppet could move freely and even mimic his attack methods flawlessly, making it impossible to detect any flaws. Just now, Bourne had used invisibility to temporarily conceal his figure, then released the puppet, making it lie prone on the ground. Wolf never dreamed that such a strange object as a puppet existed in the world, so he naturally mistook the one lying on the ground for the real Bourne. Just as he reached out to smash the so-called Bourne's head, the real Bourne suddenly sprang up, swiftly severing his head. "You don't need to know all this anyway, you lost. Losing means paying the price," Bourne said, grabbing Wolf's head and crushing it with force. With Wolf's scream, his head exploded, and a ball of pale blue soul fire appeared in Bourne's hand. Just as Bourne was about to absorb the soul fire, Podori suddenly appeared. Bourne was slightly taken aback. "Huh? You're still here? I thought you ran away." Podori swallowed hard, looking at Bourne's battered body with hesitation in his eyes. Bourne smiled at this. "What? You want to take advantage of my injuries to attack me?" Podori didn't speak, only silently watching him. Bourne casually waved his hand. "Then hurry up. Before I absorb the soulfire, now is the best opportunity. You can get 2 more soulfires." Podori did indeed think so, but seeing Bourne's confident demeanor, he hesitated again. This opponent was a ruthless character who had consecutively killed 2 guardians. If he failed, he would definitely be killed instantly, becoming the opponent's food. But if he missed this opportunity, he might never have another chance to kill him. He had just witnessed the battle between Bourne and Wolf. Bourne's skull had even cracked at the end, a fatal injury for any undead. He couldn't have been mistaken. However, he dared not move. He needed to ascertain whether Bourne truly still had the strength to fight. He was waiting. If Bourne immediately absorbed the soulfire, it meant his power hadn't recovered and he needed the soulfire to replenish it before fighting again. But now, Bourne was also waiting, silently watching Podori while holding Walton's leaping soulfire. This stirred countless thoughts within Podori. Finally, Podori forced a smile more like a grimace. "Hee, Captain Bourne, you jest. How could I dare lay a hand on you? I just wanted to see if you were alright, if you needed any help." Bourne sneered inwardly, casually tossing the soul fire into his mouth and giving him a disdainful look. "You call yourself a commander? How can you be such a coward?" Podori chuckled awkwardly. "If I weren't a coward, I wouldn't be alive now." "That's true." Bourne ignored him and began refining the soul fire he had just absorbed. The soul fire instantly transformed into pure magic power upon entering his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Bourne immediately activated the soul fusion technique and simultaneously cast a bone-strengthening spell. The magic power gradually gathered in his lower body, beginning to repair it. Having reached the peak of the transformation realm, Bourne's bones had become even harder, making recovery more difficult and time-consuming. In reality, Bourne's condition was indeed terrible, almost exactly as Podori had seen. He couldn't move a single finger. However, he couldn't show weakness. If the other discovered his condition, he would be doomed, the mission would be a complete failure, and he would lose his life. Therefore, Bourne openly invited Podori to fight. In this psychological battle, Bourne won again, though Podori was completely unaware of this. Seeing the vortex of magic forming around him, Podori became even more certain of his choice, thinking to himself, "Luckily I was smart enough not to fight, otherwise I'd probably be eaten too." He found a place to sit down, quietly waiting for Bourne to complete the refining process. After a long time, the surrounding magic finally calmed down. Bourne had fully recovered his lower body, and his strength had improved. He slowly stood up, stretched his legs, and felt the flexibility of his new limbs, quite satisfied. He then bent down and rummaged through Wolf's headless corpse for a while, quickly finding the key to the 3rd level. "Hey, Podori. Have you slept enough?" Podori jolted awake. He had long since entered a meditative state due to the extended time, and only when Bourne called him did he snap out of it. I didn't sleep." "The undead don't need to sleep." Bourne pulled him close and asked, "Now tell me, who is the last guardian? What special abilities does he have?" "You just saw it, I have enough strength to kill all the guardians. As long as you follow me, you definitely won't suffer." Podori swallowed hard. The guardian of the 3rd level is a diva, and like Raphael, he's also a dragon-man. "A dragon-man?" Bourne frowned. "Do dragon-men have any special talents or skills?" Podori nodded. "Of course they do. Dragon men are naturally strong in defense and attack. They're both incredibly strong, top tier in the entire Orc clan. And they can even unleash dragon-like skills, like breath attacks. Are you confident? Born chuckled. Whether I'm confident or not, I give it a try. Adiva and Raphael are both at the peak of the transformation realm, aren't they evenly matched? Podori immediately shook his head. Both are at the peak of the transformation realm, but Raphael only recently broke through, and his fighting style is far inferior to Adiva's. There's still a difference in their actual combat strength. However, Raphael is indeed powerful. He's a crucial asset for conquering the other lords' towers. Alright. Since that's the case, I recovered enough. Let's set off. With that, he crushed the magic stone in his hand, and a cloud of black mist surged out, lifting the two into a higher level of space. As they arrived, countless flames burst forth from the walls, illuminating the entire third floor and revealing the surrounding scenery. The scene on this floor underwent another dramatic transformation. Even someone as worldly as Born was stunned by the sight before him. Everything before him was now glittering gold. The floor was gold, the walls were gold, even the ceiling was gold. Holy crap! I know dragons like shiny things, but I didn't know dragonkin liked them too. This is outrageous. Born exclaimed in surprise. Podori seemed unfazed. That's normal. We dragonkin inherit half of our bloodline, so it's not surprising we like these things. But such a large amount of gold certainly took a lot of our effort. In the distance, a point of light hovered in midair. Sensing their arrival, the light flashed and appeared before the two. Only then did Born realize that it wasn't a point of light at all, but clearly a dragonman clad in golden armor. Without a doubt, this must be Adiva, the guardian of this level. Podori immediately flashed a fawning smile, his face full of eagerness. Lord Adiva, I am Podori. Do you remember me? Adiva's vertically shaped eyes glanced indifferently at Podori, coldly saying, Give me a reason not to kill you. Podori trembled. You mustn't misunderstand. We came under orders, otherwise Lord Monkey and Lord Wolf wouldn't have let us up. Adiva said impatiently, I give you 3 sentences, that was the first. Holy crap. Born couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Adiva was truly domineering. Podori was so frightened that he stammered, I am. Born put his hand to his forehead, quite helpless, and could only step forward and say, Lord Adiva, I am Born, the commander of the Sharp Knife Legion. I have come to pay my respects. Adiva's eyes flashed, seemingly showing some interest. Oh? I don't know anything about the Sharp Knife Legion, but your strength is quite impressive. What brings you here? Born smiled. Of course, I admire Lord Samuel's strength and have come to pledge my allegiance. I have already met Lord Monchi and Lord Wolf, and to show my sincerity, I have prepared a gift. Hearing about the gift, a glint of excitement flashed in Adiva's eyes. What gift? Show it to me. Born immediately took out a small pile of gold coins from the soul-severing blade. These gold coins were obtained in the main plane, about 30,000 in total. Adiva's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. You're quite sensible. His eyes crinkled with greed as he looked at the gold coins. Podori stared wide-eyed, wondering where Born had suddenly produced so many gold coins. These things didn't exist in the netherworld, they had to be obtained from the prime material plane. It seemed Born was a summoner of the undead. Leaving aside the summoning aspect, the sudden appearance of so many gold coins meant he possessed a spatial artifact. Not only Podori realized this, but Adiva did too. That was a spatial artifact. A legendary artifact, rarely seen even once in countless years, and this skeleton soldier possessed one. Adiva's gaze towards Born intensified. You possess a spatial artifact, don't you? Born nodded readily. Lord Adiva has excellent eyesight, spotting my secret immediately. Alas. You're right, I do indeed possess a spatial artifact. Adiva beckoned, his tone commanding. Take it out, and let me see. Born hesitated. My lord, this is my most precious treasure. You wouldn't. Adiva frowned, his tone leaving no room for argument. I count to 3, 1. Born's expression hardened further. Even if you are a guardian, you cannot arbitrarily seize your subordinate's belongings. Damn it! This isn't the rule. Adiva remained unmoved. 2. Born grabbed Podori's arm. Lord Podori, please help me. What will I do without this spatial artifact? Podori looked helpless. Is the artifact more important than your own life? Just hand it over. Adiva's patience had run out. He gathered a little magic in his hand, and said in a deep voice, 3. Are you going to hand it over or not? Born sighed dejectedly. Sigh. Since you insist, here you go. He pulled out a black object, about the size of a fist. Adiva narrowed his eyes. This is the spatial artifact? Give it to me. Bourne could only obey and slowly walked towards Adiva, whose attention was entirely focused on the black object, and his magic gradually subsided. Bourne walked straight up to him and handed him the so-called spatial artifact. Sir, this is the spatial artifact. You need to infuse it with a trace of magic to open the space within. Adiva, unsuspecting, reached out and took the black object. It was cold to the touch and hard in texture. Adiva examined it for a while, then, as Bourne had instructed, infused it with a wisp of magic. However, at that moment, the black object emitted a dark light and exploded with a bang, releasing a cloud of black mist. At the same time, Bourne roared, "Soul Stealer!" Having learned from his previous experience, Bourne was well prepared this time. The black object he had taken out was actually a specially crafted magic stone. As long as magic was infused into it beforehand, it would explode upon the introduction of other magic, releasing a paralyzing smoke, a surefire, deadly attack. Caught completely off guard, Adiva was struck directly by the smoke and the Soul Stealer from the magic stone, losing all defensive abilities. Without hesitation, Bourne drew his soul-severing blade and slashed forward. The strike was powerful and heavy, relying on the blade's sharpness. Nothing could escape its grasp. However, at this critical moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the black mist, instantly piercing countless holes in it. A powerful shockwave followed, sending Bourne flying. Bourne cursed in midair. Why is it always like this? It seemed his sneak attack on the Tower of Lords was completely futile this time. The first floor was like this, the second floor too, and the third floor the same. Bourne was frantic, but he managed to steady himself and land firmly on the ground. As the golden light faded, Adiva stood unharmed, his eyes blazing with fury. Skeleton soldier. You're courting death. Bourne scrutinized his opponent. What a pity, you almost succeeded. What was that just now? Adiva drew a broadsword from his back, the blade embroidered with a ferocious dragon. His aura surged. You wasted one of my automatic defenses. This is a magic circle attached to my golden armor, personally engraved for me by Lord Samuel. Damn it, do you know how precious this is? Chapter 481. Bourne shrugged. So it's an automatic defense array. No wonder. But isn't that its value? I helped you realize the value of that armor. Shouldn't you thank me? Adiva had never seen such a shameless person before, and was momentarily stunned. Thank you? Thank you, my foot. His figure suddenly flashed, quickly closing in on Bourne. Bourne was prepared. Having witnessed Mon-Chi and Wolf's attack methods, he had a basic understanding of the Samuel Legion's guardians. They were fast, powerful, and all possessed berserk magic. Berserk magic was incredibly potent, rapidly boosting overall combat strength in a short time, and the duration of its effect was exceptionally long, longer than Bourne's own 1,000 miles of frozen time. This time, Bourne was smarter. He planned to end the battle before the enemy could unleash their berserk spell. Soul Stealer. Demon-slaying blade? Adiva shouted, his broadsword slashing down, actually dispersing the invisible magic released by Bourne, rendering Soul Stealer ineffective. What? Bourne was surprised. So Soul Stealer could be broken like this. It seemed the magic had a flaw. Bourne immediately parried with his blade, the two weapons clashing with a clang. Bourne instantly felt an immense force, causing his hand bones to crack, demonstrating the opponent's strength. Adiva raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Let's go again. He then launched a barrage of attacks, forcing Bourne to defend passively, retreating as he fought, and instantly finding himself at a complete disadvantage. Adiva grew increasingly aggressive, perhaps due to the prolonged confinement within the Lord's Tower. His magic power poured forth uncontrollably, putting increasing pressure on Bourne. Bourne finally snapped, unleashing a powerful strike at Adiva before leaping back to create distance. But Adiva, like a leech, relentlessly pursued, his attacks unleashed, relentlessly striking Bourne and giving him no respite. This won't do. Bourne gritted his teeth, thinking, if I can't create distance, I can't use my invisibility spell, and I can't use my substitute puppet either. What am I going to do? Adiva burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. That's exhilarating. Come on, let's fight another 300 rounds. Damn it. Bourne cursed inwardly. This madman is getting more and more addicted to fighting. I have to think of a way quickly. I got it. A flash of inspiration struck Bourne, and he stomped his foot on the ground. With a bang, the gold bricks on the ground shattered into pieces. You're sick in the head. Adiva's smile vanished instantly, his eyes widened, his heart bleeding, as he roared, if you're going to fight, then fight. Why did you have to step on my gold bricks? Bourne chuckled, taking the opportunity to step back. Aren't floor tiles meant to be stepped on? It's just that yours wasn't sturdy enough. I broke it in no time. You're sick in the head. You're the sick one. Your whole family is sick. Who would lay gold bricks on the ground? Only you dragon people, doing nothing productive all day, just wasting resources. What business is it of yours if I lay gold bricks? You're meddling way too much. Did I spend your money? You shameless little trash. You poor bastard. You stinking skeleton. Bourne was stunned. This was the first time he encountered someone who could argue with him. Hey, why are you resorting to personal attacks? So what if I'm using personal attacks? What are you going to do about it, you stinky skeleton? He was doomed. He couldn't win a fight, and he couldn't win an argument. Bourne felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Ottawa, seeing his opponent attack, knew he won the argument, and was quite smug. Humph. You stinky skeleton, you can't out-argue me, can you? Ha ha ha. But just as he was about to shatter the lightning, it exploded in front of him, flashing a dazzling light. Huh? What's going on? Ottawa involuntarily took a step back, his vision filled with purple light. But the light didn't last long and quickly dissipated. Ottawa thought Bourne was using this as bait for a surprise attack, and he had already prepared his stance. But when his vision returned, he found Bourne still standing there, grinning smugly at him. A surge of anger welled up within him. You dared to play me, he cried. Bourne sneered. Oh, how was I supposed to know you were so afraid of light? It's quite bright here. I thought you liked it. Adiva, of course, understood the sarcasm in his words and flew into a rage. Bastard. Die, you stinking skeleton. He roared, pushing off with both feet, raising his broadsword high above his head and slashing at Bourne. Bourne assumed a blocking stance, but his movements were a fraction too slow, giving Adiva an instant opening. Adiva deflected Bourne's soul-severing blade with a single strike, then laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You lost. You lost. Bourne's face paled with terror. He tried to escape, but at such close range, he couldn't escape before, and now he was even less likely to. A cruel, bloodthirsty glint flashed in Adiva's eyes as he slashed at Bourne's back. With a crack, Bourne was severed in two, his upper body still stubbornly crawling forward. Adiva seemed to relish the process, not wanting to kill Bourne easily. Crawl. Crawl faster. Or I catch up. Ha ha ha. He struck again, slicing off Bourne's ribs, then his shoulder blade, and finally his head. As the final blow landed, he felt immense pleasure, his eyes filled with madness, but the next moment, his golden armor flashed with dazzling light again, unleashing a powerful shockwave. What's going on? Before he could react, a blade pierced through his armor and embedded itself in his shoulder. Aya! Bourne was thrown a considerable distance by the shockwave, only able to throw his soul-severing blade in midair, hoping for some success, but it missed and struck his opponent's shoulder instead. As soon as he landed, a blue light shone beneath his feet, and he charged towards Ottawa again. Ottawa was stunned. What was going on? He looked at the headless Bourne before him, then at the Bourne charging towards him. There was no doubt that the one he had just killed wasn't the real Bourne. Ottawa realized he'd been tricked again. Ignoring his shoulder injury, he roared to the sky, "Awoo!" A certain power surged within him, his magic power churning, his aura soaring, and his eyes turning crimson. Bourne's heart sank. Damn it, he still used his berserk magic. There was nothing he could do. After all, he never expected the golden armor's automatic defense to activate twice. You stinking skeleton, you forced my hand. Adiva stepped forward and slammed a punch into Bourne's forehead. Bourne ducked, throwing an uppercut at Adiva's chin. Adiva's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his left knee, aiming for Bourne's chest. But Bourne twisted his body, circling to Adiva's side. That uppercut was a feint. His real purpose was to retrieve the soul-severing blade. He grabbed the hilt, channeling magic into it, intending to shatter the golden armor. But Adiva wouldn't let him have his way. With a roar, Adiva changed his left knee from an upward strike to a side kick, landing a solid blow to Bourne's chest. With a crack, Bourne's sternum broke, and he flew through the air, rolling several times on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Bourne rolled over and got to his feet. Although he hadn't succeeded, at least he had retrieved the soul-severing blade. Adiva glanced at the crack on the shoulder of his golden armor, his teeth grinding. You stinking skeleton. You're dead. Bourne knew that if he continued to fight head-on, he would be the one to get hurt, so he decided to change tactics. Adiva, you are indeed strong, Much stronger than that big and the dog-headed guy below, but that's all. In any case, in the low-level undead zone, you are only at the peak of the transformation realm. Doesn't it feel bad to have your strength suppressed? Adiva's eyes flashed. It's good that you know. If my true form were here, I could destroy you with a single finger. Unfortunately, you're not my true form. Born laughed. Now let's have a war of attrition. As soon as he finished speaking, Born slammed his hand on the ground and roared, "Moving castle! Come out!" A massive black castle suddenly appeared on the golden ground, followed by the distinctive voice of Sanction, "Aha! Skeleton, you finally let me out for some fresh air." Originally, the moving castle was used as Asmodeus's temporary base. Later, as the Asmodeus Legion and the Sharp Blade Legion grew stronger, they no longer needed the castle's protection, so Born put it back into the soul-severing blade. Since entering the moving castle, Sanction has been completely at ease. He's extremely satisfied with this new body. Not only is its defense incredibly strong, but most importantly, it can move. It couldn't be more perfect for him. He'd been inside the soul-severing blade for quite a while this time, so he was shouting and yelling as soon as he emerged. Born gave a wry smile. "Don't be too happy yet. We have a troublesome enemy now, and we have to rely on you to deal with him." Sanction immediately noticed Born's condition. He was in terrible shape, his sternum broken. He quickly sent him into the moving castle. "Don't worry, no one can break through my moving castle." Adiva was completely dumbfounded. This skeleton soldier must have brought a treasure chest, even a castle with him. Seeing Born hide inside the castle, Adiva sneered, "Humph. So what if you're hiding inside? Watch me drag you out." With that, he charged to the castle gate and slashed at the castle wall with his broadsword. With a clang, the broadsword only left a shallow white mark on the wall, which vanished immediately in the breeze. Adiva was taken aback. He was currently in a berserk state, and his attacks would require serious attention even from a Feng Yuan realm expert. Yet, this black stone wall was incredibly hard, remaining completely unmoved by his attack. Dumbfounded, aren't you?" Sanction chuckled maliciously. "The moving castle's defenses are invincible, so don't waste your energy." However, these words only fueled Adiva's arrogance. He refused to believe he couldn't overcome this stone wall, so he gathered all his magic power and slashed fiercely at the stone wall again. This strike was powerful and heavy, using all his strength, and its force was earth-shattering. With a deafening roar, a burst of golden light erupted from the wall, and the entire moving castle was pushed back several meters. Even Bon inside the castle felt a violent tremor. However, when the golden light dissipated, the stone wall remained completely unmarked, as clean as if nothing had happened. Adiva's face was ashen as he cursed, "You stinking skeleton, shameless thing. What are you doing hiding in this turtle shell? Didn't you come here to challenge me?" Born ignored him, simply sitting quietly in the castle, casting a bone-strengthening spell to heal his injuries. Then he activated the soul fusion technique, the surrounding magic rapidly converging on his body, constantly replenishing his depleted soul fire. This battle with Adiva had given him considerable experience. The continuous cycle of exhausting and replenishing magic had greatly improved Born's strength. If he hadn't already reached the peak of the transformation realm, he would have definitely broken through to the next level. However, breaking through to the abundant realm was no easy feat, especially for the undead. From transformation to abundant realm required a qualitative change in the soul fire, a highly peculiar and extremely difficult process, fraught with risk. Success would directly break through the spatial boundaries, allowing one to ascend to the higher level undead zone. This process would be extremely slow and arduous. Countless powerful individuals had been stuck at this hurdle, unable to make any progress. Born, his mind focused, replayed his earlier battle with Adiva, identifying his shortcomings and devising countermeasures. Meanwhile, Adiva outside was in a state of rage, frantically attacking the moving castle, launching a fierce assault around it, trying to find a breakthrough. But no matter how hard he tried, the castle was completely impregnable, without the slightest flaw. Several days passed, and Born remained inside the moving castle. Meanwhile, Sanction used the castle's magical cannons to bombard Adiva several times. Though none of the attacks hit, the barrage was unbearable for Adiva. Adiva had given up on attacking the moving castle, because no matter what he did, he couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. This also greatly surprised him. Even in the high-level undead zone, it was impossible to find such a treasure. What was the origin of that skeleton soldier? How could he possess so many strange and peerless treasures? That day, Born finally emerged from the moving castle. Adiva appeared at the castle's entrance immediately. "You coward, you finally come out to die." Born smiled faintly. Who said I came out to die? Is it possible I came to kill you? Adiva frowned. He no longer underestimated his opponent. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Of course. I have plenty of good stuff. Do you want some? A greedy glint flashed in Adiva's eyes. His voice was low as he said, If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. You're not shy at all. Fine. Since you want to kill me so badly, then come on. Kill! Adiva roared, reactivating his berserk magic. His strength surged, and he swung his broadsword at Born. Chapter 482. Born's gaze sharpened, and he roared, Soul-stealing. A strange surge of magic erupted from him. This time, Born focused intently, wanting to see how his opponent would react. Born's magic surged forth, colliding with an invisible force the instant it touched Adiva. Adiva's red eyes flickered slightly, seemingly unaffected, and he continued charging towards Born. So that's how it is. Born understood. He drew his soul-severing blade to block the attack, simultaneously flicking the blade to open Adiva's front, and kicked out. Adiva neither dodged nor evaded, but instead braced himself against the kick. Born's kick struck the golden armor. Although damaged, the armor still offered sufficient defense. Born used the momentum to perform a backflip, creating distance between himself and his opponent. Adiva, so you use berserk magic to neutralize my soul-stealing technique. Adiva raised an eyebrow. You noticed? Not bad. Once berserk magic reaches the proficiency level, it can block some mental control. Your mental control magic probably hasn't reached proficiency yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been blocked. Born was a little embarrassed. He had only reached proficiency in soul-stealing technique, still some distance from proficiency. So Monkey's berserk hasn't reached proficiency either? That's right. Wolf and I have both reached proficiency in berserk, while Monkey is always busy fiddling with his flowers and plants, not paying attention to cultivation. This failure will teach him a lesson. Born took a deep breath. It seemed he needed to cultivate soul-stealing technique more diligently in the future to improve its mastery level. The two exchanged dozens of blows, but Born ultimately suffered a crushing defeat, and quickly retreated into the moving castle. Adiva, caught up in the heat of battle, was suddenly without an opponent and angrily jumped up and down, yelling, Coward! You stinking skeleton! Come out right now! Why are you hiding in the middle of the fight? However, Born completely ignored him, continuing to circulate the soul fusion technique, both to heal his injuries and to continue deducing the course of the battle. A few days later, Born emerged, fully recovered, and resumed his fierce battle with Adiva. This time, however, he could hold out much longer, and even launch counterattacks. Although he ultimately fell behind and retreated into the moving castle, he was in much better shape than before. Adiva finally realized that the skeleton soldier was using him as a sparring partner. After this cycle repeated about 10 times, Born was able to fight Adiva on equal terms. Their close combat skills were essentially the same. However, Adiva had unleashed a berserk spell, making Born even slightly stronger. Adiva panicked completely. He never expected his opponent to improve so quickly in such a short time. Even more unbelievable was the opponent's recovery speed. Every time his magic was depleted, the opponent could quickly recover, and even have more magic than before. Adiva knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to kill this skeleton soldier next time, or the consequences would be dire. Finally, he saw Born emerge from the moving castle again. This time, Born's aura was more restrained, radiating a mountain-like weight. Adivar dared not underestimate him, and solemnly said to Born, You are very powerful, the strongest opponent I have ever encountered in the low-level undead zone. It's just a pity that you are not one of my Samal Legion. I must kill you today. You want to kill me? How many times have I said that? Can you even count? Born smiled faintly. I advise you to give up. You can't beat me. You're just an avatar anyway, why bother? Adiva roared, Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you always hide in that castle. This time I show you what a guardian is. With that, he roared to the sky, and the light in the surrounding space seemed to be drawn towards him, rapidly converging, turning him into a giant ball of light, while the rest of the world was plunged into endless darkness. Born was taken aback. This technique looked somewhat like light magic, but it was actually necromancy, which was truly strange. Born immediately became alert, ready to turn back into the moving castle at the slightest danger. However, the next moment he sensed something was wrong, because he could see nothing but the ball of light in front of him. Retribution. Where are you? Born shouted immediately. I'm behind you. Retribution's voice came clearly from behind. Born breathed a sigh of relief. As long as sanctions remained, He could still find the location of the moving castle, though he would have to search in the dark. Sanctions, be careful. If anything happens, send me into the moving castle immediately. Okay. But where are you? Just follow my voice. All the light has been taken away by that lizard man. Neither of us can see each other. We can only rely on sound to locate each other. Well, alright, I try. Soon, the ball of light that Adiva had transformed into launched its attack. Its speed seemed to have increased, making it very conspicuous in the darkness. Even so, Born needed to be extremely vigilant. With a bang, Born was sent flying, his soul-severing blade held horizontally to his chest, gritting his teeth as he parried Adiva's attacks. Bang bang bang. Each of Adiva's attacks was incredibly ferocious, showcasing the Dragonkin's superior physical abilities to the fullest. Ha ha ha. You stinking skeleton. Surrender already? You can't beat me. Adiva laughed maniacally, his hands moving without pause, his broadsword creating countless afterimages. Born fought back desperately, but the surrounding darkness somewhat affected him, and soon he revealed an opening. Adiva seized the opportunity, severing Born's left arm with a brutal strike. Damn it! Born cried out, Retribution. Come save me! However, Retribution's voice came from afar. Oh! Coming! Then came the sound of mechanical turning, and the moving castle came rushing towards Born. But Adiva clearly didn't want Retribution to find Born. He immediately created distance, leading Retribution in the opposite direction. Born, hearing the moving castle's voice not only failing to approach but actually receding, grew increasingly anxious. Sanction! You're going the wrong way. This way. However, while the moving castle could move, it wasn't very fast. By the time he turned around, Adiva had launched another fierce attack on Born. Bang! 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 Born struggled to defend himself, but finally succumbed to the force and was sent flying again. Sanction, if you hadn't come soon, I would have died. I don't know where you are. I can't find your location. Born tried to unleash fire elemental magic to illuminate himself, but the flames were immediately drawn away by Adiva's unknown magic. Damn it! Born scrambled to his feet and fired 2 bone spikes at Adiva. Before the spikes even reached Adiva, he shattered them with a single slash. Adiva laughed wildly, knowing Born was no longer able to fight, and that he would ultimately prevail. Born felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew perfectly well that such powerful magic wouldn't last long, but with the Berserk buff, Adiva's fighting strength was simply too overwhelming, leaving him powerless. Am I really going to lose? Is this the end for me? Born was filled with resentment. He had been on the 3rd level for almost a month, and his strength had increased after each battle with Adiva. He had planned to surpass Adiva step by step, ultimately defeating him. However, reality wasn't as simple as he thought. As the guardian of the Samuel Legion, Adiva still had some trump cards, such as this light-attracting magic. It was simply too domineering. Alright. Game over. Adiva's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. In a single instant, he appeared before Born, swinging his broadsword down. Born roared, throwing out his substitute doll to block the attack, while simultaneously using invisibility to hide. Useless. Stop resisting. Adiva shattered the substitute doll with a single strike, quickly locating Born based on his lingering scent, and unleashed another slash. Born had nowhere to hide, and could only parry with his soul-severing blade. With a clang, he was sent flying again. However, while he was still in the air, Adiva had already caught up, leaping high into the air, raising his broadsword above his head, and bringing it down with tremendous force. With a deafening bang, Born was slammed to the ground, shattering the gold bricks beneath. Ugh! Born groaned, feeling as if his cervical spine had snapped, his body beginning to spiral out of control. Damn it! He desperately wanted to contact Annie, but within the Lord's Tower, other dimensions were blocked, rendering soul communication ineffective. All escape routes were cut off. Born stared blankly at the endless darkness before him. Is this death? I've been cultivating the power of death every day, and today I finally understand what death feels like. Ready to accept death? Adiva stood before Born, looking down at the skeleton soldier he had fought for over a month, his feelings a complex mix. He hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in far too long, especially since arriving in the lower-tier undead zone. He'd been trapped within the Lord's Tower, and those capable of fighting him were few and far between, let alone one he fought for so long. Born gave a bitter laugh. I was simply outmatched. The guardians of the Samuel Legion truly live up to their reputation. I've seen it all. Are these your last words? Adivar slowly raised the broadsword in his hand. Born was about to say something when suddenly a massive figure slammed into Adivar, sending him flying. At the same time, the voice of judgment rang out, "Ha ha ha! I found you!" Born was overjoyed, but just as he was about to make a sound to send judgment to the moving castle, Adivar flashed in front of him again, the broadsword slashing down without hesitation. Born desperately raised the soul-severing blade to block the blow to his face. With a crack, the powerful force shattered Born's cheek. Adiva let out a soft huh, then decisively struck again, bang! This strike was even more powerful, slamming Born's head into the ground. Born had completely lost the ability to resist, lying on the ground passively taking the blows. His skull was riddled with cracks. If it weren't for the soul-severing blade blocking his way, a single blow would have killed him. Born's mind went blank. The undead don't feel pain, and even after such an attack, he felt no pain, only a slight dizziness from the shockwave in his soul fire. Actually, I'm already dead. In that dilapidated old Santana, I died there with my partner, Dudu. This is just a dream, a very, very long dream. Gradually, the scene of his first arrival in the netherworld appeared before Born's eyes. He was alone, helpless, treating zombies as friends, almost being eaten, then chased by dogs. If it weren't for the blade maniac, he would have long since become a mindless, wandering undead. Then, through a series of unexpected events, he was summoned to the prime material plane by Annie, becoming a summoner of the undead. He stumbled and struggled his way up from an insignificant nobody to the commander of the Elite Legion, a top-tier powerhouse in the lower-level undead region. Was this really just a dream? Brother Born. A familiar voice called out. It was Annie's voice, but he knew he couldn't possibly contact her from within the Lord's Tower. It must be his imagination. Annie, I'm sorry, I can't continue accompanying you on this journey. I hope you can find a summoner stronger than me and realize your dreams. Brother Born. Came another call. Don't give up. Born's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't an illusion. What was this? Brother Born. Don't give up. Born felt a tightness in his chest, a strange sensation surging through his limbs. The soul fusion technique activated automatically. The three heavenly souls, Sanction, Raging Waves, and Earth Shatter, revolved wildly around his soul fire once more, showing a tendency to merge towards the center. Ah! Born felt his soul being torn apart. He had experienced this feeling once before in the second level, but this time it was much stronger and clearer. I can't die. Born had never felt such a strong urge to live. He endured the excruciating pain and actively activated the soul fusion technique, making it run even faster. Boom! 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 A violent tremor shook Born's mind, as if shattering his soul fire. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as the three celestial souls finally fused together under immense pressure, transforming into a small, three-colored bead that floated within Born's soul fire. Born shuddered, his eyes unleashing a powerful beam that pierced directly through Adiva in front of him. Hey! Adiva was struck in the chest. The light-extinguishing magic instantly failed, and the light around him dissipated, illuminating the entire third level once more. How is this possible? Adiva's face was filled with terror. His chest was pierced, and streams of black liquid flowed out. Hey! Born let out a piercing scream as his body levitated, enveloped in strange magical energy. His skull gradually healed, and his body slowly coalesced, returning to its original state. Adiva's eyes widened. He couldn't let Born recover smoothly. Die! He charged towards Born, swinging his broadsword down. Born's empty eyes shot out two more beams, their speed exceeding Adiva's comprehension. This time, his neck and shoulder were pierced, and he froze in place as if under a spell. Ugh, ugh, ugh! Adiva stared in disbelief at Born, who was still recovering. His hand clutched his neck, but black liquid continued to flow uncontrollably. Cracks appeared on his body, then with a bang, he exploded into fragments, leaving only his head rolling to Born's feet. Chapter 483. The continuous impacts left Born's mind in chaos, all his movements unconscious. Crack, 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 his body was constantly being reshaped, his bones becoming stronger and thicker. The entire process lasted several minutes before Born gradually fell back to the ground. Born groaned softly, his consciousness returning to his body. Sanction, standing beside him, asked worriedly, Born, how are you? Born sat up, reaching out to touch his head. I'm fine. What happened? What's going on? Sanction said excitedly. A strange reaction occurred within your body, unleashing an immense power that restored your body. Not only that, you also killed that Dragon Man. Dragon Man? Adiva? Born exclaimed in surprise, only then noticing the head beside him. Adiva looked utterly defeated, glaring fiercely at Born. What exactly is hidden within you? Born shrugged. Even if you ask me that, I can't say for sure. Sorry, I won again this time. Humph. Adiva scoffed. You were just lucky. Remember to come find me when you reach the high-level undead zone, and we have a fair fight. TCH, I'm not going. Born scoffed. Your true form is far stronger than mine. I'm not going to throw my life away. A look of dejection crossed Adiva's face. For centuries, my Samuel Legion has never suffered such a crushing defeat. You are the first. But don't be too happy yet. Obtaining Lord Samuel's lordly power won't be so easy. He's just an avatar. How strong can he be? Born scoffed. Adiva sneered, you see when you see it. Now just give me a quick death. Born didn't waste any words, severing Adiva's head in two with a single stroke, extracting the soulfire, and swallowing it whole. This victory was extremely lucky. Born himself knew very well that without judgment and the moving castle, without the final strange power, he would have undoubtedly died. To prepare for the final battle with Samuel, he had to increase his strength as much as possible, and absorbing Adiva's soulfire was the fastest way to do so. Podori tiptoed out from a corner. Born spotted him immediately. Yo! Where did you hide? I didn't even see you. Podori smiled awkwardly. Didn't you shatter the gold brick at first? I crawled down the crack. The space under the gold brick was quite large, enough for me to hide in. Born's eye twitched. You're really something. Podori glanced at the severed head on the ground, a chill running down his spine. Captain Born, you're truly formidable. Even Adiva wasn't your match. Born replied arrogantly, of course. Just a dragon man. I never took him seriously. Sanction scoffed from the side, who was almost killed just now, howling for me to save them. Born blushed, glaring at Sanction. What are you saying? Did I tell you to speak? Get back here. With that, he retracted the moving castle into the soul-severing blade. Podori watched this scene, secretly astonished. Just how vast was that spatial artifact? It could contain such a colossal creature, and more importantly, the castle seemed to be able to talk. Could that spatial artifact even hold living beings? Podori's mind went completely blank. If someone had mentioned these things before, he would have scoffed. There was no such thing as a spatial artifact capable of storing living beings, much less a castle that could talk and run around. All right. Born clapped his hands, sat down to recover, and said, Podori, you don't need to go to the final battle. Your mission is complete. You don't need to risk anything more. Just wait for me here. Podori finally came to his senses. Can I come along? Born was slightly taken aback. What are you going there for? You won't be of any help. Podori scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I've been with the Legion for a while now, but I never met Lord Samuel. I'd like to take this opportunity to see him. Born chuckled. So what if you see him? Samuel may be a lord, but his true form resides in the high-level undead zone. His avatar here is merely a soul energy entity. But he is still a lord. Podori said longingly, I'm afraid I never have the chance to see such a powerful figure in my lifetime. This would be a wish fulfilled. Born scoffed, if you come with me, I take you to see all the lords. I let you stare at them every day until you're satisfied. Podori's eyes were filled with desire. Really? Born didn't want to waste any more words with him. Of course it's true. If you want to go this time, go. I need to hurry up and cultivate. After saying that, Born ignored Podori and began to refine Adiva's soul fire by activating the soul fusion technique. The devoured soul fire was peeled away, decomposed, and then refined, the soul fusion technique seemingly transforming into a giant millstone, kneading Adiva's soul fire into its most primal state, and then gradually injecting it into Born's soul fire. Feeling his magic power gradually replenishing, Born felt much relieved. His battle with Adiva had been a brush with death, but thankfully, absorbing 3 heavenly souls had strengthened the soul fusion technique. Although it was only a third of the incomplete technique, it still unleashed earth-shattering power. However, even Born himself couldn't understand what had happened. Only one word remained in his mind: pain. It was an unbearable pain. It felt like his soul was being torn apart. If not for his unwavering will, he would have been devoured by that power on the spot, losing all self-awareness. Fortunately, the soul fusion technique seemed to have a self-protective mechanism, and combined with Born's unique soul power, he eventually tamed that power. Born looked inward and saw around 3 colored beads spinning rapidly in the center of his soul fire, containing incredibly violent power. However, No matter how Born activated the soul fusion technique or used his magic power to touch the bead, it showed no reaction, as if it were asleep. With this power, wouldn't I be able to roam freely in the netherworld? Born thought to himself. It's a pity I don't know how to use this power right now. Is it because my soul fusion manual is incomplete? It seems I need to find the rest of the soul fusion manual quickly. Refining Adiva's soul fire this time took a full 3 weeks, but the gains were enormous. Adiva's clone had existed in the low-level netherworld for countless years, accumulating vast amounts of magical power, which brought immense benefits to Born. Born vaguely felt that he had touched a thin membrane. Once he broke through it, he could reach the abundant origin realm. Now is not the time for a breakthrough. Once he breaks through, he must immediately head to the high-level undead zone. Otherwise, he will be repelled by the space here and might be swept into a spatial rift, which would be disastrous. Born took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards Adiva's corpse. Seeing this, Podley quickly stepped forward, saying respectfully, I got the key. Born raised an eyebrow. Oh? So proactive this time? Podley chuckled. Seeing your strength, I admire you greatly. I, Podley, will follow you from now on. Hearing the change in address, Born smiled slightly. Good. After this matter is over, you come back to the Sharp Knife Army with me. I make you a city lord. How about it? Podley beamed yes. I'm willing to serve. Then Born took the key from Podley's hand, gently crushed it in his palm, and whoosh. Another cloud of black mist surged out, enveloping the two of them, and they arrived at the final level of the Lord's Tower. Compared to the other levels, this level was larger, filled with an aura of death. The ground was littered with white bones, and many skulls of unknown creatures hung on the walls, serving as lampshades, creating an exceptionally terrifying atmosphere. Born cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Although Samuel had no physical form, and this avatar was merely a soul energy entity, having learned his lesson at Asmodeus, Born knew that the Lord's avatar possessed a certain degree of self-defense capability, so he dared not be careless. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the piles of bones began to roll and churn, as if the entire Lord's Tower was being shaken. Then, with a deafening bang, a colossal creature burst forth from the pile of bones, roaring to the sky. Awoo! Who interrupted my hibernation? Born stared in astonishment at the colossal creature before him, a zombie dragon beast in spirit form. But this was far larger than any zombie dragon beast he had ever seen before. Podworry immediately scurried away, his eyes wide as he watched the scene unfold, not wanting to miss a single moment. Born took a deep breath and shouted, Samuel. Awoo! Who's calling me? Samuel turned its massive head, looking at Born. Little skeleton, who are you? I am Born, commander of the Sharp Knife Legion, here specifically to take your lord's power. Samuel's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you already dealt with those 3 pieces of trash down there? Born smiled slightly. Those 3 weren't trash, they were all very powerful, but I am even stronger than them. Samuel scrutinized Born. You should only be at the peak of the transformation realm. Those 3, after going berserk, could unleash the strength of the 2nd or even 3rd level of the abundant origin realm, yet you were able to defeat them. That certainly shows you have strength, but do you know what will happen if I oppose you? Once you reach the Fengyuan realm, you be in the high-level undead zone. I have plenty of ways to make sure you die a horrible death. Facing Samuel's threat, Born remained unfazed. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Once I reach the high-level undead zone, you're welcome to come find me. I gladly oblige. Awoo! Arrogant! Samuel roared. Little skeleton, I make you pay. Before you make me pay, I take your lord's power. Hearing this, Samuel calmed down. You want my lord's power? Why? With your current strength, you can't use it at all. Did someone else send you? Who was it? Lucifer? Or Leviathan? Born shook his head. No, not at all. Can't I just want it myself? Samuel scoffed. You? Your level isn't high enough. You can't even use a lord's power. Then I can collect it. I can put it on my wine cabinet, and if guests come, I show it to them. Look, this is the famous Samuel's lord's power. Watching Born's exaggerated performance, Samuel's face gradually darkened. Are you playing me? Born shrugged. You know you won't get anything from me, but at least I gave you an answer. Samuel said in a low voice, you don't want? Don't be so happy yet. Although you defeated those 3 fools, if you want the power of a lord, you still have to defeat me. Born laughed. What's so difficult about defeating you? You're just a soul entity, you can't use much power at all. You're right. I used all my power to materialize those 3 fools. I have nothing left for myself. But obtaining the power of a lord won't be so easy. Come on. Let me see what you're capable of. Born drew his soul-severing blade, pointing it at Samuel. Then you better open your eyes wide and watch. With that, a blue light flashed beneath his feet, and he moved like lightning, rushing towards Samuel. Samuel's eyes narrowed. Wind element? At the same time, Born activated his heavenly soul power, a purple bolt of lightning clinging to the blade, crackling and popping. Samuel was even more astonished. Heavenly soul power? Born was already in front of him, slashing fiercely at his head. Samuel roared, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that created a shockwave that violently blasted Bond back. No wonder you were able to defeat those three idiots. So you possess the power of a celestial soul. Truly rare. Such a divine being, born of nature, actually appears within a skeleton soldier's body. Born was slightly surprised. You know about celestial souls? Samuel proudly replied, of course I know. My level has long surpassed your understanding. These things, which are only legendary to you, I've seen with my own eyes. Born's interest was piqued. You seen other celestial souls? Samuel nodded. There was another lord who possessed the power of a celestial soul, and his methods of wielding it far surpassed yours. Who is he? Balasib. He rose to the ranks of lords precisely because he possessed the power of a celestial soul. Otherwise, with his disgusting appearance, how could he possibly become a lord? Looking at Samuel's disdainful expression, Born was speechless. Why Balasib of all people? He asked Pike about it later, but Balasib certainly wouldn't hand over his celestial soul. After all, it was his greatest asset in becoming a lord. Chapter 484. The contract signing process went very smoothly. Samuel personally drafted the contract terms and the contract array, so he wasn't worried that Born would renege. Afterwards, Samuel directly extracted the Lord's power and gave it to Born. My soul, without the support of the Lord's power, will soon dissipate. Now you can tell me that person's name, right? Samuel said weakly. Born accepted the Lord's power. Samuel, having existed in the low-level undead region for thousands of years, possessed Lord's power many times stronger than Asmodeus's. Born's mind stirred, and he stored the Lord's power into his soul-severing blade. Then he took out a small bead, emanating a black aura that captivated anyone who looked at it, making it impossible to look away. Samuel was slightly taken aback upon seeing this, then suddenly realized, so it was him. You mentioned having a deal with Asmodeus. I thought Asmodeus sent you. Born put the bead away, there was no other way. Your legion is simply too powerful. It's unlikely they could defeat it head-on before challenging the Lord's Tower, so they came up with this plan, having me sneak into the Lord's Tower alone to challenge it. Samuel angrily retorted, shameless. What did he give you? Born awkwardly scratched his head. I urgently needed his help with something, so I asked him to contact my main body to gather some information. Just that simple? Samuel's eyes widened. You came to challenge the Lord's Tower just for a piece of information? Are you seriously ill? Hey, why are you resorting to personal attacks? Born said unhappily. The situation was rather urgent. I had no choice, but I won't give him all the Lord's power, only a portion. Samuel nodded. I understand. But once my power dissipates, the Lord's Tower will collapse, and you will directly face the core strength of my Samuel Legion. Are you ready? Born smiled wryly. To be honest, I'm not ready, but it's come to this, so I have to bite the bullet and go. Samuel snorted. That's not my concern anymore. If you're killed, our deal will automatically be void, and I still go after that guy. Besides, he knows you betrayed him. Afterwards, I will definitely seek revenge on your legion. None of that matters to me. Your premise is that I fail, but I don't think I fail so easily. Samuel's figure began to blur, his voice low and confident. This is my final trial for you, my legion, the undead legion I, Samuel, trained. After saying this last sentence, Samuel's figure completely disappeared. Born smiled slightly. All right. Then let me see it. Boom. The Lord's Tower began to tremble slightly, countless pieces of rubble falling from it. Based on previous experience, it seemed the Lord's Tower was about to collapse. Podworry suddenly reappeared, flustered. Lord Born? Let's go quickly, it's going to collapse. Born glanced at him, unhurriedly saying, You saw and heard everything just now. Podley swallowed hard. Born interrupted him. Forget it, as long as you don't tell anyone. You should know the consequences of this, you can't handle them. Podley nodded. I understand. Born casually waved his hand, crushing a bead Samuel had given him. A cloud of black mist surged out, enveloping the two of them. As the Lord's Tower collapsed, various rubble fell, but it was blocked by the black mist. The ground also collapsed, but the two of them were able to float in the air, slowly descending. Boom! Finally, the entire Lord's Tower was reduced to ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Raphael waved his hand to clear the dust in front of him, staring in shock at the collapsed Lord's Tower, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. His mind went blank. He couldn't understand what was happening. Podley had brought the newly joined skeleton soldier into the Lord's Tower, thinking they would come out soon, but several months had passed without any news. He was already quite curious about what those two were up to inside. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't have imagined that the skeleton soldier was actually challenging the Lord's Tower. Now, with the Lord's Tower collapsing before his eyes, the truth was clear. The skeleton soldier had not only challenged the Lord's Tower, but had succeeded. What did this mean? It meant that the three powerful guardians and Samuel's soul avatar had all been defeated. Master, what happened? A dragon zombie asked in terror. Raphael steadied himself. Never mind that. There's only one of them. Everyone, attack. We must find him. We can't let him escape. Raphael knew that his opponent's ability to defeat the Guardian meant he was incredibly powerful, but no matter what, he couldn't possibly reach the Fengyuan realm, a limitation of the low-level undead zone. Therefore, if they could use their numerical advantage to take him down and reclaim the Lord's power, there was still a chance. The crowd moved at the command, rushing towards the ruins and beginning to search through the rubble. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as a section of rubble exploded, and two figures burst forth, running wildly away. There! Block them! Raphael shouted, immediately giving chase. Thump, thump, thump! A zombie dragon beast stood before Born, its massive body completely blocking his path. Get out of the way! Born roared, his soul-severing blade slashing horizontally, cutting the zombie dragon beast in two, but quickly, the other undead soldiers swarmed in, blocking them again. Born glared at Podley. You just want to follow along like this? Podley grimaced. These are all my former subordinates. I can't bring myself to kill them. Then let them come with you. Now, all of you, get out of the way. Podley immediately shouted, Everyone, get out of the way. The undead soldiers who had previously served under Podley looked at each other, unsure what to do. Podley. Raphael roared, You traitor. Podley trembled, hiding behind Born in terror. Without hesitation, Born grabbed Podley and quickly ran away. The soldiers, confused about the situation, didn't stop them much, letting the two pass easily. What are you all standing there for? Stop them! Raphael roared angrily. Only then did the others react, turning to give chase. Although Born was fast, carrying Podley slowed him down, and Raphael quickly caught up. Raphael roared and lunged at Podley's back. Podley cried out in terror, Lord Born, save me! Born forcefully threw Podley forward, using the momentum to spin around, his soul-severing blade firmly blocking Raphael's attack. Podley was thrown out of the encirclement. He looked back and saw Born surrounded, unsure what to do. You go first. Go to the Sharp Knife Legion and find Akeem. Tell them I sent you, and he make the arrangements. But you? Don't worry about me. You're just getting in the way. Podley thought for a moment, realizing that since Bond dared to attack the Lord's Tower alone, he must have a way to escape. He was useless here. It was better to follow Bond's instructions and go find the Sharp Knife Legion first. Then, take care. See you in the Sharp Knife Legion. With that, Podley immediately took off running. Since he was the commander of the Samuel Legion, everyone knew him, and they were unaware of the current situation, so he encountered no resistance and disappeared without a trace. Raphael, furious, immediately ordered, chase after him. Notify the people outside that Podley has defected. Stop him immediately and bring him back. The dragon zombie beside him obeyed, mounted a zombie dragon beast, and quickly gave chase. Born watched this scene coldly, seizing the opportunity to attack a nearby Dragon Man zombie. The Dragon Man zombie remained wary, but due to the significant difference in their cultivation levels, it was instantly killed. Once an opening was created, Born charged into the crowd, purple lightning flashing as he cleared a path. However, blocked by the crowd, Raphael quickly caught up, slashing at Born's head without hesitation. Born lunged forward, handstand on the ground, and kicked Raphael in the abdomen. Raphael unleashed powerful magic in midair, propelling himself upwards by about half a meter, dodging Born's attack. Born flipped over, showing no interest in fighting, and continued his breakout attempt. The undead soldiers in front of him posed little obstacle, but still caused him considerable trouble. Soon, the other Transformation Realm experts of the Samuel Legion arrived, surrounding Born in layers. No matter how Born tried to break through, He was blocked and unable to escape. Raphael arrived again. He was the strongest in the Legion and had also mastered Berserk magic. The power he unleashed was no less than that of a guardian. Skeleton soldier, you can't escape. You destroyed our Lord's tower, you must pay the price. Hearing Raphael's roar, Born remained calm. The Lord's tower has fallen. What reason do you have to block my way? Why don't you all join my Sharp Blade Legion? I won't treat you unfairly. Ridiculous. The Sharp Blade Legion is nothing. You dare say such things? If it weren't for Lucifer's Legion's constant harassment, we would have already annexed you. Born shrugged. You are indeed stronger than us, but we are not without a fighting chance. Don't forget, who was the one who was beaten and ran away in terror before? Raphael remained unmoved. I don't care about that. As long as we can reclaim the Lord's power from you, the Samuel Legion can rebuild the Lord's tower and welcome Lord Samuel and the 3 guardians back. Hand over the Lord's power now, and I give you a quick death. Want the Lord's power? Then take it with your own strength. Raphael's eyes flashed fiercely. Don't think you're so great just because you defeated the guardians. My Samuel Legion has dozens of Transformation Realm experts, and countless Chi Realm experts. You have no way to escape. Is that so? Born smiled slightly, and the next moment, he charged directly at Raphael. Raphael was slightly surprised that the other party would actually attack him, but the next moment, he caught a glimpse of another Born rushing towards the outer perimeter. He was immediately startled. 2 more skeleton soldiers? Which one was the real one? However, he quickly made a decision. His opponent was incredibly intelligent. He would never stay to fight. The one that escaped must be the real one, so he ignored the charging Born and chased after the fleeing Born. But when he caught up, the fleeing Born vanished in a flash. What happened? Raphael rubbed his eyes hard, completely bewildered. My lord, he's escaped. A ghostly soldier shouted from behind. Raphael quickly looked back and saw the Born he had ignored running off in another direction. Raphael was furious, but surprisingly, he was less worried. That path was a dead end, and more undead soldiers were closing in. Fleeing that way was a complete mistake. Raphael immediately charged forward, slashing at Born. Born quickly turned and raised his hand to counterattack, but the counterattack was weak and easily thwarted by Raphael. The blade struck Born, instantly cleaving him in 2. Raphael was somewhat surprised. How could his opponent be defeated so easily? Sir, there's another one over here. Another undead soldier shouted. Raphael turned and saw that another Born was almost at the headquarters entrance. Raphael was startled. At this distance, catching up was impossible. Quick! Block him. Don't let him escape. Immediately, more than 10 undead at the Transformation Realm blocked Born's path. Born was helpless. He had originally planned to use invisibility to slip away, but halfway there, the sheer number of enemies surging towards him forced him to use magic to clear a path. This meant his invisibility was no longer effective, revealing him. He needed to break through the encirclement quickly, or he'd be in serious trouble if Raphael caught up. No choice, I have to use this. Born took the magic stone that Pike had given him from his soul-severing blade, crushed it forcefully, and a powerful force erupted, forming a giant funnel. Whoosh! The power of the surrounding undead was instantly drawn to it, and Born felt his own power increase, albeit slightly. He acted decisively, slashing down the undead general in front of him and charging out of the headquarters gate. This is devouring magic. Raphael exclaimed in shock, then roared to the sky, Balls of Legion, I'm not finished with you. Chapter 485. With the aid of the devouring magic, Born finally broke through the encirclement, leaving Raphael far behind. Once he reached the outside of the Samuel Legion headquarters, virtually no one could stop him. Coupled with the assistance of invisibility magic, he easily evaded numerous pursuers. Even if the entire Samuel Legion mobilized to completely block the road to the Sharp Blade Legion, it would be futile. After a period of trekking, Born encountered Akim's troops halfway through the journey. It turned out that Podolsky had arrived at the Sharp Blade Legion first and met Akim. After explaining the situation, Akim led his army directly here to meet Born. Commander, how are you? Akim asked with concern as soon as he approached. Born chuckled. Don't forget, I'm a skeleton soldier. The fact that you see me here means I'm perfectly fine. He then looked at Podolsky. You're quick, kid. Podolsky scratched his head. Heh, it's my own territory after all, I'm more familiar with it, and some of the guards are on good terms with me, so I didn't encounter any obstacles, and naturally I was fast. Born said, after this is over, the Samuel Legion might intensify their attack. Akim, You guys need to focus on cultivating and breaking through your cultivation levels. While we still have the help of Mammon and the Balzab Legion, we need to hold off the Samal Legion's attack. Akeem nodded. He had already reached the transformation realm, but he was still far behind Born. Once Born was gone, the entire Vanguard Legion's combat power would be greatly reduced. Podley, you have experience managing large legions. While I need you here, there's a place more suitable for you. Head out now, and report to the Asmodeus Legion. If you do well, you be the first Legion commander. Podley's heart trembled. Becoming the first Legion commander of a Lord-level Legion was something he never dared to dream of before. If he could achieve results, once he reached the Feng Yuan realm and entered the high-level undead zone, he would directly receive the protection of Lord Asmodeus, and his subsequent cultivation would be worry-free. Yes, I will do my utmost. Born then looked at Poker and Burford. You two are equally. The task is arduous, so don't leave all the pressure to Akeem. He can't handle it all by himself. With such a large legion, you must support and help each other. Discuss everything together, especially Burford. Your jurisdiction is near the Samal Legion. You must be constantly vigilant against their infiltration and attacks, and be mindful of your own safety. Poker and Burford nodded in agreement. Don't worry. We will definitely make the Vanguard Legion the strongest legion in the low-level undead zone. Akeem frowned slightly. What's wrong? I feel like you're making your final arrangements. What happened? Podwari opened his mouth, hesitantly glancing at Born. Born nodded to him, and he said, actually, the commander is about to break through to the Feng Yuan realm, and will soon be heading to the high-level undead zone. What? Everyone was shocked. Only half a year had passed since the last breakthrough, and he was about to break through again, and to the Feng Yuan realm no less. Commander, is this true? Burford looked terrified. Since following Born, his life had been incredibly comfortable. He had never imagined he would one day break through to the transformation realm and stand at the pinnacle of the low-level undead zone. But now he had done it, all thanks to Born. Born sighed. That's right. Although I still want to continue fighting alongside everyone, I really have to go to the high-level undead zone. However, this separation is only temporary. I believe that you will all be able to break through to the abundant origin realm and reach the high-level undead zone in the future. Then we can reunite. A hint of melancholy crossed everyone's faces. They had a deep bond with Born. Without him, they might have perished in the battle against the Earth Bear. Even if they had survived, the Jessica Legion and the Mammon Legion would have been far beyond their capabilities. The once powerful Shadow Serpent Legion was ultimately wiped out silently by the Mammon Legion. Born chuckled. Don't make that face. We're undead, acting all coy isn't like us. Don't worry. I manage the Legion well, Akeem said. After Born left, he would be the leader of the Legion, and he had to take responsibility no matter what. Commander, when are you leaving? Poker asked. Born thought for a moment and said, it should be around this time. If all goes well, I should complete my breakthrough this month, so I should leave around now. Then we see you off, Burford said expectantly. Born shook his head. No need. Before I leave, I need to go to Asmodeus, Balzab, and Mammon. Regarding the trade between me and them, since I'm going to the high-ranking undead region, the terms of the trade need to be adjusted. Akeem, you have to come with me. Akeem nodded in agreement. This marked the beginning of his full takeover of the Sharp Blade Legion, including the alliance with the 3 Lord-controlled legions. This was of paramount importance. If the alliance collapsed after Born's departure, the Sharp Blade Legion would face the direct onslaught of the Samal Legion, a situation Akeem, with his current strength, was utterly incapable of resisting. Those 3 legions were no pushovers either. Besides the Asmodeus Legion, the other 2 were likely to seize the opportunity when the Sharp Blade Legion was severely weakened, potentially annexing it entirely. Afterward, Born left Burford behind to continue holding the front lines against the Samal Legion's attack, while the others returned to their posts. Their first destination was the Asmodeus Legion, with Podwari accompanying them. The Asmodeus Legion, now located to the south of the Sharp Blade Legion, originally comprised 2 smaller legions that were decisively destroyed by Born. Born temporarily replaced them with a mobile castle, establishing the new Asmodeus Legion. The Asmodeus Legion wasn't large, and had only just recovered to its original level. Its strongest member was Jessica, who had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm. After all, it would take considerable time to fully recover. The moving castle had long been stored away by Born. Now, according to Jessica's request, a new headquarters and Lord's Tower had been rebuilt, with a style almost identical to before. Born was already familiar with the place, and went straight to the 3rd floor of the Lord's Tower. It was still a familiar meadow, with several sheep grazing leisurely. It was clear that Jessica's tastes hadn't changed at all. This is the third floor of the Asmodeus Legion's Lord's Tower? This is amazing! Podori exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Bourne laughed. What's so special about this? Compared to your Adoa's golden house, it's nothing. Podori's lips twitched. Adoa's golden house was indeed a bit excessive. Suddenly, a naked man with a goat's head leaped out of the nearby bushes, startling all three. Akeem immediately pulled out a bone spike, ready to stab the newcomer. Wait, wait! Jessica shouted, it's me. It's Jessica. Bourne looked speechless. Are you sick? You're always naked. At least wear some leather armor. I treated you all well, surely you can afford a piece of leather armor? Jessica chuckled. Hee, it's a habit, I can't change it. Don't worry about the details. Why did you bring so many people today? I came here to tell you something, but before that, I wanted to know how Asmodeus is doing. She shared her power with us, so her recovery is slower, but she's already. A new soul avatar has condensed on it, and it's doing quite well now. Bourne nodded. Well, in that case, after some time, you gradually return to your peak condition. Originally, my deal with you was for 10 years, but things have changed. I'm almost at the Feng Yuan realm now. You know what that means, right? Jessica was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? What did you say? You're breaking through? This is too fast. In just a few years, you've gone from the Chuyuan realm to the Feng Yuan realm. Even in the high-level undead zone, only Lord-level undead can achieve this speed, right? Bourne chuckled. Does that mean I have the potential to be a lord? Jessica pouted. You're really not modest. There are countless experts in the high-level undead zone, and it's not uncommon to see someone with this kind of cultivation speed. You are indeed relatively fast, but that's all. So, the undead living in the high-level undead zone are indeed very powerful. Of course. You know, only undead with exceptional talent are born directly in the high-level undead zone. They form small groups according to their species, relying on a lord for survival, and some are incredibly powerful. Bourne took a deep breath and slowly asked, You're also a general under a lord, so tell me about the high-level undead zone. Jessica nodded. No problem. The high-level undead zone is divided into 7 districts. The domain is ruled by 7 lords, each with vast territories and hundreds of legions stationed there. Bourne asked, I heard that above the lords are undead lords. Don't they have territories? Jessica shook her head and chuckled. Undead lords wouldn't even look at those places. They already surpassed the limits of this world, reaching the Unity realm. Their goal is the God plane. So the undead lords aren't in the undead realm? No, they are in the undead realm, but they rarely show themselves. Usually, only the lords can see them. Bourne understood. I see. So, the actual controllers of the high-level undead regions are still the various lords. That's right. The power of the lords is the limit of the high-level undead regions. They stand at the pinnacle, unsurpassable. Bourne nodded and smiled. Then after I get to the high-rank undead zone, finding Asmodeus shouldn't be a problem, right? Jessica thought for a moment and said, well, it might be a bit difficult. Asmodeus and I are both in the core of the Lustful Caverns. It'd be hard for you to get there since you just arrived. But I have someone keep an eye out, and if they get any news of you, they definitely come looking for you immediately. Then I trouble you. Bourne continued, by the way, I came to introduce you to Akeem, the vice commander of our Sharp Knife Legion. You met him before. He'd be taking over my command of the Sharp Knife Legion from now on. Jessica glanced at Akeem. Well, I remember. The hedgehog skull. It's very recognizable. Let's work together happily from now on. Akeem said, I hope our cooperation won't be affected by Commander Bourne's departure. You can rest assured about that. Our Legion's strength hasn't fully recovered yet. We need to continue accumulating power here, and can't do without your protection. You should be more worried about Mammon and the balls of legions. At this moment, Bourne said, regarding your Legion's affairs, I found you a suitable helper. Jessica had already noticed Podoli, and hearing Bourne's words, she glanced at him a few more times. Bourne introduced, this is Podoli. He previously served in the Lucifer and Samuel legions, has experience managing large legions, and his strength has reached the 9th level of the transformation realm. I thought he was a very good candidate, so I brought him back. What do you think? Jessica was slightly taken aback, looking at Podoli with some suspicion. You were in the Lucifer Legion before? Podoli nodded. Yes, I've been with the Lucifer Legion from the beginning, rising to the rank of deputy commander. Later, I was captured by the Samuel Legion and joined them to save my life. Jessica suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Looks like you do have some skills. Alright, then stay and try it out for a while, but we need to sign a contract first. Podley quickly nodded. I know, I'm willing to sign the contract. Then, witnessed by Bourne and Akeem, Jessica and Podley signed the contract, and Podley officially became the first commander of the Asmodeus Legion. Podley, remember this, do your job well here, protect the Lord's Tower, and don't repeat the mistakes you made before. Bourne said. Podley nodded. I understand, thank you for your guidance, Commander Bourne. Bourne waved his hand. Alright, today's mission is complete. You stay here and familiarize yourself with the Legion's affairs. Akeem, let's go! Jessica quickly said. What? Leaving already? Won't you stay a little longer? No, we still have to go to Balzev and Mammon, so we won't stay long. You should teach Podori well, he'd be a good helper. Afterwards, Bourne led Akeem away from the Asmodeus Legion, heading east until they reached the territory of the Balzev Legion. Claude quickly received the news and immediately came to greet them. Bourne! Are you here to see Lord Piker again? Bourne laughed. Yes. Is he busy? He's the same old story. He just sent another batch of food in. Bourne was speechless. Let's go! I have important business to discuss with him this time. Chapter 486. Pike, munching on his meat, greasy and grinning, looked at Bourne with a smirk. Brother Bourne, I thought I'd never see you again. Bourne smiled smirkily. You told me this mission wouldn't be difficult at all. I almost died in there. I believed you. With your strength, Brother Bourne, that Gaiadiva is no match for you. Then why did I hear that the Balzab Legion is recently moving troops towards the vanguard? Pick paused, then slammed his hand on the table. Humph. Who did this? They killed Claude. I call him here. I want to have a good talk with him. Bourne curled his lip. Give me a break. I know you too well. Are you planning to take advantage of my death in the Samuel Legion to march north and swallow the Sharp Blade army in one fell swoop? Pick awkwardly stuffed the meat in his hand into his mouth, rubbing his hands together. Humph, what are you saying? I'm just worried that if the Samuel Legion attacks your Sharp Blade city while you're not in the Legion, I can provide timely support. Bourne waved his hand. Never mind, I'm back anyway. As agreed, I give you a portion of Lord's power. With that, Bourne took out a portion of Lord's power and handed it to Pick. Pick's eyes lit up, and he happily accepted the Lord's power, feeling its immense power with great joy. You see, the Samuel Legion was a dominant force in the low-level undead region, ruling for hundreds of years without anyone ever defeating them. Therefore, while Samuel's accumulated Lord's power wasn't the most, it was still considerable, at least more than their Baalsheb Legion. Humph, Brother Bourne, are you really not considering joining Lord Balzab's ranks? Have you got this straight? Once you're in the high undead zone, you're not one of us, you're the enemy. Bourne shrugged. Whatever. Whichever side I join, I ultimately be at odds with the other. If we meet on the battlefield, you better hold back. Pick laughed. Humph, you're overthinking it. At least for a while, you won't encounter me on the battlefield. The high undead zone is vast and boundless, you might be teleported somewhere. You might even end up in Samuel's territory. Shut up. Don't curse me. Humph, even if you were teleported to Samuel's territory, it wouldn't matter. His territory is so vast, he can't manage it all himself. And nobody else knows you, so what does it matter? Bourne waved his hand. Alright, enough chit-chat. You probably know why I'm here, right? Pick looked at Akeem. Humph, I have a rough idea. You were able to defeat Atawa, which means your strength is almost at the Feng Yuan realm. Are you planning to hand over the Sharp Knife Legion to this hedgehog? I'm not a hedgehog. Akeem's face was icy. Bourne introduced, this is Akeem, the vice-commander of my Sharp Knife Legion, and from now on, he be the commander. He continued to be in charge of all the deals we made with you. Pick nodded. Humph, no problem. I'm very happy cooperating with your Sharp Knife Legion. Judging by the current trend, as long as Lucifer doesn't attack, we can hold out. Forget it. Lucifer's Legion already has enough territory, and Samuel's Legion might experience internal turmoil soon. Giving them some more territory should satisfy his appetite, right? Humph, who would complain about having too much territory? But you're right, anyway, don't worry, I have Claude and Captain Akeem coordinate. I need to slumber for a while, and hand over these lordly powers to Lord Balzab. Bourne didn't doubt this. Claude and Akeem were old partners, so their cooperation was a natural fit. Then I won't stay here any longer. There's one more troublesome guy I need to see one last time. Humph, you mean Foxy? That guy is not easy to deal with, be careful. The next stop was the Mammon Legion. In comparison, the Mammon Legion had been fighting the Sammo Legion for years, and its strength had always been suppressed. The entire legion was in a tense atmosphere of preparation for war. Samir, hearing that Bourne had arrived, warmly came out to greet him. Hee, Captain Bourne, long time no see. Bourne indeed rarely visited the Mammon Legion. Partly because his relationship with Samir hadn't been good, and partly because Foxy always gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. I like to come, but I'm swamped with work. Being a commander isn't easy. How have you all been lately? Samir's face fell. It's the same old story. The Sammo Legion is very strong, and we're under pressure fighting them. But lately, their behavior has been a bit strange, we don't know why. Bourne hadn't told the Mammon Legion about his trip to the Sammo Legion headquarters, so it was normal that Samir didn't know. Don't worry, our alliance still stands. I have Burford launch a counterattack in a while to ease some of the pressure on you. Samir exclaimed happily, that's wonderful. I knew Commander Bourne was the most reliable. Enough of that. I need to take Akeem to see Lady Foxy now. Is she free? Heh, Lady Foxy can only stay in the Lord's Tower. What could she possibly need? I inform her, please wait a moment. The Mammon Legion was relatively cautious, and didn't dare let Bourne enter the Lord's Tower casually. If it were in Balzib, Claude would probably have let him go without a word. A short while later, Samir came out and said, Lady Foxy requests your presence. I take you there. Then, led by Samir, Bourne and Akeem entered the Mammon Legion's Lord's Tower, and arrived at the 3rd floor. Here, it was still a world of ice and snow, giving off a sense of tranquility. Years later, Bourne returned, finding it rather strange. This place feels somewhat similar to the Northern Wasteland. You been to the Northern Wasteland? A petite white figure appeared before Bourne. It was Foxy. Bourne smiled slightly. Yes. I just came from the Northern Wasteland recently. What? You been there too? Fox's gaze deepened. That was originally the territory of my White Fox clan, my homeland. Bourne was taken aback. I didn't expect that. But why haven't I seen any white foxes in the Northern Wasteland? That's because you're not capable. Foxy leaped several times, lazily settling down on a huge block of ice. My White Fox clan prefers to live alone and rarely shows itself. Naturally, you wouldn't see them. Bourne pouted. Fine. What brings you here today? It's been a long time since you last contacted me, hasn't it? Foxy asked. Bourne shrugged. It's because your subordinate Samir is so capable. Most things can be handled by him. I'm here mainly because I'm preparing to break through to the Fengyuan realm and head to the high-rank undead zone. I handed over all the affairs of my Sharp Knife Legion to the vice-captain, soon-to-be captain, Akeem, and I came specifically to inform you. Foxy raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're breaking through? Congratulations. When you get to the high-rank undead zone, remember to come visit. Bourne smiled wryly. I wouldn't dare. It wouldn't be worth it if I couldn't even make it as a guest and got detained. Humph, you don't trust me that much? Foxy asked, somewhat displeased. My reputation in the high-rank undead zone is always excellent. You can ask around if you don't believe me. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that. It's in the high-level undead zone, and I'm completely unfamiliar with the area. I don't know when I find you. Foxy smiled slightly. It seems you do know a bit about this place. But don't worry, I'll be waiting for you in Greedy Ghost City. You must come when you have the chance. Bourne could only nod, all right. Then our alliance. Foxy glanced at Akeem. I don't mind changing partners, but can he shoulder this heavy responsibility? Don't worry, we defeated Asmodeus's guardian together before, and he's now a transformation realm expert, so strength isn't a problem. Besides, I'm only the nominal leader, he makes many decisions for the Vanguard army. So it may seem like a different person, but in reality, it's the same. Foxy smiled slightly, and slowly stood up. All right. But I want to test his skills first. That should be fine, right? Bourne's expression changed. Lord Foxy, isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate? It's just a friendly spar. I haven't fought in a long time. Can't you just give me a little pleasure? Bourne wanted to say something more, but Akeem stopped him. Captain, it's all right. Let me handle this. Bourne frowned. Don't be silly. The opponent is a guardian, and very powerful. You might not be a match for him. Akeem smiled nonchalantly. It's all right. With you here, even if I can't win, I won't lose my life. All right, let me test how much of a gap there is between me and the guardians. Bourne sighed, nodding helplessly. Then you better be careful. Foxy chuckled. You really are good to your subordinates. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Akeem bowed slightly, then assumed a fighting stance. Lord Foxy, please enlighten me. Foxy jumped off the ice and stood before Akeem. Come on. Let me see your skills. Akeem took a deep breath, pulled 2 bone spikes from his body, his gaze suddenly sharpening. He flashed to Fox's left, fiercely firing a bone spike. Foxy leaped to the side, easily dodging the attack, but the next moment, Akeem's other bone spike was already upon him. He had anticipated Fox's trajectory and fired the spike beforehand. Fox's eyes flickered, his large, furry tail sweeping gently, a surge of magic erupting, knocking the bone spike aside. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Akeem charged at Foxy, wielding a bone spike in each hand, and lunged at her. Foxy leaped back, narrowly dodging the attack. Her movements were incredibly agile, each motion seemed effortless, yet she always narrowly avoided his attacks. Akeem's attacks came wave after wave, one after another. Foxy didn't retaliate, only constantly dodging, but she remained nimble and light-footed, like a fluttering leaf, completely unaffected. Bourne frowned. Foxy is indeed formidable. I doubt even a diva could easily defeat her. Samir wholeheartedly agreed. This is the first time I've seen Lady Foxy fight. To achieve such a level of skill in battle shows that her control over magic has reached a level of perfection. Bourne secretly considered whether he could defeat Foxy if he were in her shoes. It was hard to say. After all, Fox's fighting style was very different from a diva's. At this moment, the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. Akeem's combat experience was extremely rich, and even though he was slightly inferior in skill level, he still caused Foxy considerable trouble. Foxy also abandoned his underestimation, a blue light flashing in his eyes. Akeem's right foot, which had just stepped out, was immediately encased in a layer of solid ice. Akeem staggered, falling forward. Foxy seized the opportunity to counterattack. A thin, long ice spike appeared in front of Akeem. If nothing unexpected happened, Akeem would definitely be pierced by it. Akeem roared, his right foot slamming into his left ankle, breaking it instantly. Simultaneously, he twisted his body in midair, bracing himself with his right hand to dodge the ice spike attack. With a single push, he launched himself forward, pulling out a blue glowing bone spike and thrusting it fiercely at Foxy. A strange light flashed across Fox's face. With a sharp whistle, an ice wall appeared in her path, and she leaped into the air. Akeem kicked off the ice wall, his body perpendicular to the ground. The magic power within his soulfire erupted, hurling the bone spikes at Foxy in midair. Foxy smiled slightly. An ordinary person, without leverage in the air, would be a sitting duck. But Foxy was different. A flash of blue light appeared beneath her feet, and a patch of ice crystals materialized in the air. Like an aerial sprite, she stomped on the ice crystals, and in a few leaps, she was in front of Akeem. With a flick of her tail, a tremendous force slammed into Akeem's chest. Akeem was instantly sent flying, crashing backward to the ground. Foxy continued her pursuit after landing. Akeem rolled and quickly got up to block, immediately reversing the situation. Now Foxy was on the offensive, and Akeem was on the defensive. More importantly, Akeem was missing a leg and was in a rather disheveled state. Bourne shook his head. It seemed Akeem was unlikely to win. However, the next moment, Akeem moved swiftly, his bone spike lashing out from his left at Foxy. Fox's eyes flashed, and she quickly slipped past Akeem, appearing behind him. Watch out! Bourne cried out in alarm. But Akeem remained calm, showing no sign of panic. Foxy smiled. Whatever other moves her opponent might have, being outmaneuvered meant no chance. She immediately launched a fatal blow. It was time to end the fight, but just then, a blue light flashed through the air. The bone spike Foxy had dodged had returned, striking her with deadly accuracy. Foxy was caught completely off guard, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 487. Fox's eyes widened suddenly, and a certain power erupted within her body, causing her to swell dramatically, transforming from a small fox into a ferocious behemoth. Roar! The deafening roar echoed, as her immense power collided with the bone spikes. The raging celestial soul power attached to the bone spikes exploded forth, forming a giant wave that collided with Fox's power, creating a deafening roar. However, Fox's cultivation level was superior, and she quickly gained the upper hand. She slammed her right paw down, pinning Akeem's entire body to the ground. Stop! 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 Bourne shouted immediately, appearing before Foxy in a flash. Lord Foxy, that's enough. He's already lost. The ferocity in Fox's eyes subsided slightly, and her body gradually shrunk back to its original size. She jumped back a few steps, reverting to her languid state. Born helped Akeem up from the ground, and then used bone-strengthening magic to repair his left foot. "You're so old, yet you're so unreliable, still using such a dangerous fighting style." Akeem chuckled. "Facing an opponent much stronger than me, I have no choice but to use my full strength." Born looked at Foxy and asked, "Lord Foxy, how is it now? Are you satisfied?" Foxy glanced at Akeem indifferently. "Not bad, skeleton. He has a ruthless streak and a rather meticulous mind." "I agree for now. But let me make this clear. Once our cooperation period ends, I might not continue. You have to figure out how to protect yourselves then." Born smiled slightly. "It's all right. They still have a few years, enough time for them to develop." "Lord Foxy, thank you very much." Foxy turned his head away, seemingly unappreciative. "All right, you already wasted a lot of my time. Is there anything else?" Seeing that Foxy had already given the order to leave, Born quickly said, "All right, then Lord Foxy, please rest well, we take our leave." With that, Born left the Lord's tower with Akeem. On the way back, Akeem said worriedly, "Born, what if they change their minds after you leave? It's a pity that my current strength is insufficient to engage in equal dialogue with them." Born waved his hand and said, "It's all right, go ahead and do it boldly. Remember, you're not alone, you also have Poker and Burford. You are the pillars and core of the Vanguard army, more important than me. Even without me, I believe you can do very well." Akeem sighed, "But all of this is based on you. If you're not here, we—" "Aki. Hey, you weren't like this before," Born said sternly. "Whether I'm here or not doesn't matter at all. You've been managing the Sharp Knife army all along, and I'm away even more often than not. Haven't you been managing it just fine all these years? Remember right now, Asmodeus is the only one with a truly close relationship with us. If anything unexpected happens, contact Podori immediately." Akeem nodded. "So you're not going back?" Born shook his head. "No, I'm not going back. Say goodbye to everyone for me. I'm heading to the border of the high undead zone now, waiting for the moment of breakthrough. Should I take you there? You should go back too. I know the way, and it's not safe along the way anyway. You don't need to come with me." Akeem sighed, and could only say, "Take care then. We intensify our training and strive to break through as soon as possible to find you in the high-level undead region." Born smiled slightly. "Then I have to look forward to it." Afterwards, Akeem could only watch Born leave. Born had already found out the location of the high-level undead region. In fact, at his level, his soul received a strange guidance, allowing him to naturally know how to reach the high-level undead region. After nearly 2 months of trekking, passing through several large legions, including Lucifer's Legion, the low-level undead region was vast, and even though Born swaggered through Lucifer's territory, no one discovered his presence. Finally, Born arrived before a chaotic barrier. He could sense the powerful spatial energy contained within it. Without a doubt, if he could pass through this barrier, he would reach the high-level undead zone. Born was still somewhat excited. He had started as an ordinary, low-aptitude skeleton soldier, step by step climbing to the peak of the low-level undead zone. Now, he was about to officially break through this realm and stir up trouble on a higher stage, an experience he had never had in his previous life. However, just as he was filled with emotion, a figure appeared not far away. Born was startled. Could it be that someone else, like him, was preparing to break through to the Fengyuan realm? But a thick fog obscured his vision before the barrier. Born could only vaguely make out a human figure, but he couldn't discern the person's appearance or identity. Looks like the lower-level undead zone is full of hidden talents. I wonder which faction this person belongs to. Born muttered to himself, then felt his magical power suddenly surge. I'm about to break through. Born immediately sat down on the ground, disregarding everything else, and directly activated the soul fusion technique, no longer suppressing his magical power, letting it flow freely within his body. Boom, boom, boom. Born could even hear the sound of his magical power flowing within him. His soul fire pulsed powerfully in rhythm, growing larger with each pulse. The three-colored orb within the soul fire spun rapidly, and powerful magical power instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. Time passed second by second. Born's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, and he finally broke through to the Fengyuan realm. Supported by his immense magical power, he surged to the 3rd level of Fengyuan. However, Born didn't stop, but continued to consolidate his strength. Circulations of spatial distortion formed around him. Clearly, the space of the lower-level undead zone could no longer withstand his power. 3 days later, Born finally awoke from his meditation, taking a deep breath. Opening his eyes, he saw a figure not far away, who also seemed to have just completed a breakthrough. It seemed the other party hadn't taken advantage of his breakthrough to launch a sneak attack. Bourne wasn't entirely unprepared. He secretly instructed Sanction to be on guard, ready to use the mobile castle for protection at any time. However, the other party hadn't made a move. Bourne slowly stood up, clapping his hands. All right, time's almost up. He took a step forward, and the spatial power within the barrier instantly enveloped him. After a series of undulating movements, Bourne felt himself being pushed forward, and the surrounding scenery gradually became clearer. He turned around and saw the figure seemingly enter the barrier as well. Initially, Bourne hadn't paid much attention, but the moment he saw the other's face, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. He opened his mouth, but within the barrier, no sound could be uttered. Even his soul power was imprisoned. He tried to turn around and wave at the other, but the figure remained unmoved, showing no reaction whatsoever. Bourne roared silently. He couldn't resist the squeezing force of the spatial barrier, and could only passively move forward, drifting further and further away from the other. Their directions were not aligned, and soon, Bourne could no longer see the other. He stared blankly in the direction the other had disappeared, muttering to himself, but no sound came out. After an unknown amount of time, Bourne felt a tremor run through him, and the surroundings returned to chaos. It seemed he had reached the high-level undead zone. Bourne dragged his heavy steps, like a walking corpse, out of the chaotic fog. He was finally able to speak, but his first words were just 3 words: Robert. Yes, he had just seen Robert, the figure hidden in the thick fog, the figure who had entered the spatial barrier with him. It was Robert, but for some reason, Robert hadn't seen him, and their directions were different. In the latter half of the journey, Bourne couldn't see Robert anymore. Even upon reaching the high-level undead zone, it was deserted, devoid of any undead. Bourne sighed softly, looking up at the crimson twin moons in the sky. So the high-level undead zone is this desolate, no different from the low-level undead zone. He found himself in a vast, black swamp, about to move forward, when he suddenly saw 2 figures chasing each other ahead. One was fat, and had a pig's head, while the other was clad in armor, handsome and imposing, a golden skeleton warrior. Bourne hadn't intended to meddle, but the pig-headed zombie seemed to have spotted him, and charged towards him, shouting, "Brother, save me!" Bourne was speechless. Are you crazy? I'm a skeleton too. Even if I were to help, I should help the one behind you. The golden skeleton laughed loudly. You dead pighead, you're dead this time. Nobody will save you, ha ha ha. The pig-headed zombie, snot and tears streaming down its face, grabbed Bourne's arm, pleading, Big brother, I don't want to die. Please save me, he's not a good person. Bourne tried to pry its hand away, but a familiar feeling washed over him. This pig-headed zombie looked quite similar to his partner from his past life, Dudu, not only in physique, but even in the way they spoke. The golden skeleton had already arrived, swinging its great sword fiercely at the pig-headed zombie. The pig-headed zombie screamed, closed its eyes, and awaited its death. However, after a long time, he felt nothing. So, mustering his courage, he opened his eyes a crack, and saw Bourne wielding the soul-severing blade, easily deflecting the golden skull's attack. The golden skull's expression darkened. This is none of your business. I hope you won't interfere. Bourne was also somewhat confused. Why had he blocked it? Just because the other looked like Dudu? While he was still in a daze, the golden skull turned its sword and slashed horizontally at Bourne. Bourne frowned. If the other party had spoken to him politely, he might have backed down, but now that they were clearly targeting him, he couldn't tolerate it. Bourne took a deep breath, and with lightning speed, his soul-severing blade slashed upwards, cutting across the opponent's armpit and severing their left arm with a snap. Aya! The golden skeleton screamed, quickly retreating several steps. Damn it! How dare you, a lowly skeleton soldier, injure me? Do you intend to become an enemy of the Nader Legion? I know nothing of the Nader Legion. I only know that you tried to kill me. Bourne's eyes were cold. The golden skeleton took a step back, gritted its teeth, and finally said, Fine. You remember this. The Nader Legion will make you pay. Then it ran away in a flash. The pig-headed zombie was also taken aback, looking at Bourne with admiration. Wow, bro, you're awesome. You beat that kid in one go. Bourne glanced at the pig-headed zombie with disdain. I helped you. Aren't you going to show your appreciation? The pig-headed zombie looked bitter. Well, I'm short on cash. I don't have anything valuable. By the way, my name is Dakala. I live nearby. I'm a necromancer hunter. A necromancer hunter? Bourne was taken aback. What's a necromancer hunter? Ducala was clearly also taken aback. You don't know? How could you not know? A necromancer hunter is someone who doesn't belong to any legion, hunts other undead alone, and obtains their soulfire. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see. So why were you being chased? Shouldn't you be the one chasing others? Ducala scratched his head awkwardly. I was just letting him have his way. Come on. Bourne rolled his eyes. Who was it just now, crying and begging me to save him? Ducala pouted. I've been hunting a lot of undead from their legion lately, so they got their eyes on me. I got ambushed while hunting today, and that's how I got chased here. So you're basically a wandering undead? An undead hunter. Bourne was speechless. He's seen similar undead in the lower tier undead areas before. They were generally called wandering undead, not affiliated with any faction, living alone. However, their mortality rate was very high, and powerful undead usually wouldn't choose to wander. Bourne waved his hand. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. 30 soulfires, give them to me. Ducala's eyes widened. What? 30 soulfires? You're even more stingy than me. Bourne clenched his fist. What? You have a problem with that? Ducala had witnessed Bourne's strength before, and quickly shook his head. No problem. It's just that I don't have any right now, so I have to owe you. Bourne curled his lip. So poor, I should have known better than to save you. By the way, where is this? Ducala was taken aback. Huh? TSK? You really are a pig-headed idiot. I asked you where this is? Ducala pointed to the ground beneath his feet. You mean this? Bourne was speechless again. Why is it so hard to talk to you? Alright, hurry up and find me 30 soulfires, or I use yours instead. Ducala swallowed hard. Okay, I go right now. Chapter 488. Ducala, dejected, led Bourne to his usual hunting grounds. Even after walking quite a distance, they were still in the swamp. Bourne curiously surveyed his surroundings. The swamp was enormous, overgrown with black undead plants, some of which he had even seen in Monkey's botanical garden. Humph! Ha! Ducala yelled, lunging forward and slaying a slime with a single strike. Bourne was speechless. Slimes weren't uncommon in the undead world, but they were too weak. Their movement speed, attack, and defense were all at their lowest, making them practically worthless to hunt. Are you out of your mind? What's with all the fuss about killing a slime? You're not planning to give me this soulfire, are you? Ducala took out the soulfire, gritting. Hee, don't underestimate slimes. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Get lost. Bourne kicked him in the butt. I don't want a slime soulfire. Go find some proper soulfire. Ducala rubbed his butt, looking aggrieved. Soulfire isn't so easy to get these days. Having a slimes is already good enough. Bourne glared at him. Are you going or not? I'm going. Ducala moved to another location, continuing his hunt. Bourne was a little puzzled and asked, Can't you take me out of here? What can we possibly find in this swamp? Huh? Ducala was taken aback. You want to leave the swamp? What else? I had enough of this wetness. Ducala said with a strange expression, That's a bit troublesome. This swamp of sloth is boundless. It'd probably take a long time to leave. The swamp of sloth? Bourne's eyes narrowed. He suddenly remembered Samuel telling him that the high-level undead district was divided into 7 areas, and the swamp of sloth was one of them, ruled by Belfinger. I didn't expect to be teleported here. Do you know how to get to the Cavern of Lust? Huh? Ducala looked bewildered. What Cavern of Lust? Huh? Bourne was stunned. You don't know the Cavern of Lust? Ducala shook his head. No, what's that place? Bourne felt a headache coming on. Alright, don't bother hunting undead. Just find a place to bury yourself. You're useless anyway. Ducala immediately objected. No way. I mean what I say, you get those 30 soulfires whether you want them or not. With that, he began digging frantically in the swamp, sending black mud flying everywhere. Bourne quickly dodged to the side to avoid being splashed. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, as if some enormous creature was frantically rushing upwards from the earth. Ducala stopped what he was doing, scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. But Bourne sensed something unusual, and with a sudden flash, kicked Ducala aside. At the same time, with a deafening roar, a gigantic worm burst forth from Ducala's spot. It roared to the sky, its round mandibles filled with sharp teeth. Ducala was horrified, staring intently at the worm, his body trembling uncontrollably. Bourne frowned and asked, What is that? Ducala stammered, It's a swamp worm, a unique undead creature from the swamp of sloth. It's incredibly powerful. Even as a juvenile, it can reach the transformation realm. This one is probably already an adult. At that moment, the swamp worm seemed to sense their location. It swooped down towards them, its gaping maw spewing out a torrent of sticky, foul-smelling liquid. Aya! Help! Ducala scrambled to his feet, trying to run, but Born blocked his way. Can you outrun this giant worm? No. Then why are you running? Ducala was on the verge of tears. If I don't run, am I supposed to just sit here and wait to die? Adult swamp worms are at least at the 3rd level of the Fengyuan realm. I don't want to become fertilizer in this swamp. What a coward. You're a necromancer. How can you be afraid of a worm? Born shoved Ducala in front of him. Go! Let me see what a necromancer is all about. Ducala had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge. He gripped his long bone blade, gritted his teeth, roared, and slashed at the swamp worm. The swamp worm hissed and opened its massive jaws, snapping down at Ducala. Holy crap! You're really brave. Born kicked Ducala in the butt, sending him flying, and then quickly retreated himself. With a loud bang, the swamp worm, having missed its target, burrowed back into the mud. Ducala lay headfirst on the surface of the mud, flailing his legs and making panicked whimpering noises. Born yanked him out of the mud. Are you crazy? How can you fight like that? That worm could swallow 2 of you whole, and you still dared to fight it head-on? Ducala said pitifully, didn't you tell me to go? I told you to go, not to go and die, Born said, rubbing his forehead. It's a miracle you're still alive. All right, never mind that. Watch me demonstrate. At that moment, the swamp worm emerged from the mud again, opening its massive jaws and letting out a roar. Born took a deep breath, drew his soul-severing blade with his right hand, and chanted a spell. A circle of azure light rippled beneath his feet. Ducala's eyes widened in shock. Wind elemental power. In the blink of an eye, Born shot out like an arrow, arriving before the swamp worm in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the swamp worm sensed Born's presence. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Born. Seeing this, Ducala screamed in terror, quickly covering his eyes with his hands, unable to bear watching any longer. But driven by curiosity, he couldn't resist peeking through his fingers at the battlefield. Born moved with incredible speed. Just as the swamp worm was about to bite him, he slightly shifted his body, easily dodging the attack. Immediately afterward, he leaped into the air, tumbling once before landing steadily. Simultaneously, his soul-severing blade drew a ghastly white arc, slashing fiercely at the swamp worm's neck with lightning speed. With a sizzling sound, the swamp worm let out a piercing scream, and its massive head tumbled to the ground. The cut was remarkably smooth, as if polished, offering no resistance whatsoever. A large amount of green, slimy fluid gushed from the wound, flowing everywhere, filling the air with a pungent, foul stench. Ducala's eyes widened. A single strike, had defeated the powerful swamp worm. What kind of ability was that? At this moment, Born's image in his mind grew even more imposing and powerful. Born sheathed his sword, turned to Ducala, and asked, "Did you see that clearly?" Ducala swallowed hard. I saw it clearly, but I don't know how." Born frowned. "You are at the peak of the transformation realm. You should have mastered at least 5 spells, right? How come you can't even fight?" Ducala's face fell. The spells I mastered aren't for fighting." "Huh?" Born was taken aback. "Not for fighting? What do you mean?" Ducala slightly circulated his magic power. A flash of black light appeared, and his size instantly doubled, his already round body completely transforming into a sphere. "This is the first spell I mastered, called Giant Growth." Then, he chanted the spell again, and his round body began to roll, making a whooshing sound in the swamp. "This is the second spell I mastered, called Rolling." Rolling? Born was utterly speechless. "There's such a spell?" Ducala then demonstrated all the spells he had mastered. Besides Giant Growth and Rolling, there were Death Swamp, Hunger Enhancement, and Blur. Death Swamp was a basic control spell, practically useless at the transformation realm. Hunger Enhancement was a spell that made the opponent feel hungry. In short, somewhat indescribable. Blur was a rather peculiar spell, making Ducala's own form blurry. Sometimes, in complex environments, it could be used to evade pursuit, somewhat similar to invisibility, but much less effective. If the distance was close enough, it would still be discernible. Born was utterly speechless. "You completely shattered my understanding of undead at the transformation realm. How have you survived this long? And how do you hunt other undead?" Ducala gave an awkward smile. "I usually use Blur to hide first, Then when the prey gets close, I use giant growth to increase my size, and then use rolling magic to roll over and flatten it. If the opponent is agile, I use Death Swamp to control it beforehand. Born gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. You truly mastered these ridiculous spells. Then, Born took out the Swamp Worm's magic core. This doesn't count. I got this myself. You still owe me 30 soulfires. Ducala was on the verge of tears. Big brother, your strength is more than enough to get a job in a large legion. With positions, let alone 30 soulfires, even 100 wouldn't be a problem. Born raised an eyebrow. What you said makes sense. How about we go together, and I take your share of soulfires, that'd be repayment. Ducala was taken aback. Ah, I can't, no legion is willing to take me in. Why don't you come with me? Born said indifferently. You take me to the nearest legion now, and you don't need to worry about the rest, leave it to me. Ducala thought for a moment and said, the nearest one is naturally the Nader Legion, but you just injured some Nader Legion members. Will they accept you? There's no use guessing here, let's go, we find out. So, Born led Ducala to the nearby Nader Legion. According to Ducala, the Nader Legion was a fairly well-known legion in the area. Its commander was Nader, a mid-level Fengyuan golden skeleton, and he commanded over 1,000 undead soldiers. 1,000 undead soldiers were nothing to Born. After all, the elite army had reached a peak of 400,000 men. Compared to that, 1,000 was far too few to even be considered a legion. However, in the high-level undead region, if one hadn't reached the Huayuan realm, no legion would accept them, they would become prey for other undead. Therefore, although the Nader Legion only had 1,000 or so men, all of them were at least at the Huayuan realm, and many were even at the Fengyuan realm. At the entrance to the Nader Legion, 2 small skeleton soldiers were chatting idly. Suddenly seeing Born and Ducala approaching, they immediately became alert. One of them picked up his weapon and shouted in a deep voice, "Who goes there?" The other skeleton soldier immediately recognized Ducala and yelled, "It's that pighead. Grab him." Ducala was startled and immediately hid behind Born. Born waved his hand and laughed, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We came specifically to join the Legion." Join the Legion? The 2 soldiers looked at each other, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. What can this pig-headed guy do besides sneak attacks? Our Legion would rather have him. We can keep his soul fire though. Born sneered, "Don't underestimate him. You're not even as strong as him." One soldier scoffed, "Don't be fooled by his peak transformation realm level. In a real fight, he's no match for me, of course, that's assuming a direct confrontation." Ducala's face flushed red, and he kept his head down, hiding behind Born. "Oh!" Born raised an eyebrow. "You're that confident? How about we have a duel right here? A duel my foot. I just take you both down." A skeleton soldier raised his spear and thrust it straight at Born. Born snorted coldly, and his 3rd-tier Fengyuan magic erupted. With a deafening boom, the skeleton soldier's spear shattered into pieces, and he himself was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A Fengyuan expert? The 2 soldiers were shocked. "Damn it, did you sneak up on us while our leader was away?" Born was speechless. "I told you so many times, I came to apply to join the Legion. Why don't you believe me?" The 2 soldiers exchanged a glance, then said, "You wait, I call for reinforcements." With that, he ran towards the Legion's interior. A short while later, he strode out, followed by a one-armed golden skeleton. "Who is it? Who wants to join our Legion?" Born stepped forward and waved. "Hello. It's me." Upon seeing Born, the golden skeleton's eyes widened in fury. "You stinking skeleton, how dare you show your face here? You're courting death." Unexpectedly, the one who came was the same golden skeleton who had chased Ducala earlier. His arm hadn't even fully recovered. "Oh, misunderstanding," Born said with a smile. "I didn't know you were from the Nader Legion." The golden skeleton snorted coldly. He had clearly introduced himself. "Humph. You can join if you want, but not him." Saying this, he pointed at Ducala. "That guy is always ambushing near our Legion, causing us to lose several transcendent undead. I haven't settled that score with him yet." Chapter 489. Born laughed and said, "That won't do. I brought him with me. Besides, what's wrong with him? A peak stage transformation realm undead, consuming a few transformation realm soul flames? You guys still profited, right?" The golden skeleton scoffed. "If he had any skill, that would be fine, but this pig-headed guy is nothing but a useless piece of trash besides his sneak attacks. What do we need him for?" "Useless?" Born turned and asked, "Ducara, are you useless?" Dukara shook his head, puffed out his chest, and said, I'm not useless. You're not. Trash? The golden skeleton sneered. Then why did you run away when you saw me? We're both at the peak of the transformation realm, yet you don't even dare to fight me. If you're not trash, then who is? Born smiled slightly. I already told those two brothers that if you think he's not qualified, you can have a match. If he wins, you can let him join the Legion. If he loses, he'd be eaten by us. He attacked so many of us, he brought this on himself. The golden skeleton drew his great sword from behind and slammed it into the ground. No problem, right? Born asked Dukala with a smile. Dukala shrank back, his eyes filled with fear. Ah, this I? Alright, I take that as a yes. Born clapped his hands, agreeing without waiting for Dukala's consent. Dukala was terrified and whispered to Born, Brother, I haven't hurt you, have I? You don't have to treat me like this. I can't possibly beat that golden skeleton. Born laughed and said, What are you afraid of? He's missing an arm. His strength is greatly reduced. You still have a chance. Dukala shook his head frantically. No. I'm not good at fighting. I only know how to ambush. Born thought for a moment, whispered a few words in his ear, then patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, do as I say, and I guarantee you win. Dukala was somewhat skeptical, but obediently walked ahead. The golden skeleton laughed loudly. Ha, what a surprise. You pig-headed fool. You actually dared to challenge me. Today I avenge my brothers in the Legion. Dukala smiled awkwardly. I'm an undead hunter. Taking a few of your soulfire shouldn't be a big deal, right? A small deal? The golden skeleton's eyes widened. Those were 3 undead at the 2nd level of the transformation realm. If you're so capable, go hunt those wandering undead in the swamp yourself. Dukala rubbed his nose. The swamp is too dangerous. I'm afraid of encountering swamp worms. The golden skeleton was speechless. You're really honest. Afraid of swamp worms, but not of us, huh? Fine. Today I make sure you remember forever that the Nader Legion isn't someone to be trifled with. With that, the golden skeleton charged forward, swinging his great sword in a vertical slash, seemingly intending to cleave Dukala in two. Dukala immediately curled up into a ball, activating his rolling skill, and whooshed to the side. Despite his bulky appearance, he's surprisingly fast when he rolls. The golden skeleton, having missed his attack, roared and gave chase, activating his innate skill, golden armor. His bones glowed golden, boosting both his defense and attack power significantly. However, his speed didn't increase, and Dukala dodged each of his attacks by rolling. Bang! 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 Several attacks missed their mark, and the golden skeleton was furious. Hey, are you going to keep hitting me? Rolling around like a ball. Dukala stopped, touched himself, and found he wasn't injured at all. Overjoyed, he laughed. Ha, you can't hit me. You just be eating my dust. Ha. Damn it. The golden skeleton swung his great sword forcefully, unleashing a slash. Dukala was startled and quickly shrunk back into a ball, rolling away rapidly. Thus, a strange phenomenon appeared. A golden skeleton roaring and chasing a ball of flesh, cursing and occasionally slashing, yet completely unable to do anything to the ball. Born nodded slightly. He had thought the rolling spell was extraordinary when he first saw it. After all, it was an intermediate spell. If it was just about rolling around, it would be too useless, not worthy of the name intermediate spell at all. Now it seemed that the actual effect of this spell was far more than just rolling around. Rolling, as the name suggests, involves rolling around, but the essence of this magic lies in the fact that the caster's speed and defense are greatly enhanced while rolling, making it perfect for defense and escape. Seeing that he couldn't defeat his opponent, the Golden Skull changed tactics, standing still and ceasing the chase. Dukala also stopped, gritting smugly. Heh, how about it? Now who's the loser? The Golden Skull smirked, gritting his teeth. Don't be too happy. You can't defeat me like this. At best, it'd be a draw. Even if it's a draw, I won't let you join the Legion. I call people over to surround and wipe you out. Then let's see where you run. Dukala's expression changed, and he looked pleadingly at Born. Born nodded at him. Dukala seemed to have made up his mind, took a deep breath, and suddenly yelled, Damn it! What are you yelling about? The golden skeleton jumped in surprise. It wasn't surprising. Dukala's yell was so strange. It sounded like claws scraping across a copper pot, very grating and unpleasant to hear. Dukala then rolled into a ball and charged towards the golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was overjoyed. Finally, he didn't have to chase after him anymore. He grinned maliciously and swung his great sword to strike. But Dakala suddenly changed direction, the greatsword barely grazing him as it fell to the ground. Then he roared again, Gigantify. His body suddenly grew larger, then he bounced off the ground and flew into the air. Huh? The golden skeleton was startled, looking up, only to see a huge shadow hurtling towards him. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled, and the golden skull was slammed into the swamp. Humph. Now you know how powerful I am. The massive Dukarla sat on the ground, his face beaming with excitement. Meanwhile, angry roars erupted from beneath him. You bastard, get off me. I'm going to kill you, you pighead. Get off me. Born waved his hand at Dukarla, whose body shrank dramatically like a balloon, bouncing back to Born's side. Big brother, how did I do? Born smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. See? It's pretty good, isn't it? The golden skeleton, covered in mud, crawled out of the pit, already furious. You pig-headed idiot, are you looking for death? Born raised an eyebrow. Hey, are you a sore loser? A loss is a loss, why are you swearing? Your own men are watching. The golden skeleton paused, glancing at the two skeleton soldiers beside him, who quickly turned their faces away. Born chuckled, so? A bet's a bet. Dakala won, can we join the Legion now? The golden skeleton's face darkened. It's not up to me, but I recommend you to my captain, let him decide. Captain? Born frowned. Can't you just take us to see the commander? You think you can see the commander? Ridiculous. Wait until you achieve something. Besides, the commander isn't here right now, he's gone to discuss something with the Slime Legion. The Slime Legion? What a lousy name. Born was speechless. The golden skeleton immediately made a shushing gesture. Shh, don't drag me down with you if you want to die. The Slime Legion is the most powerful legion in this area. All other legions are subordinate to it. That powerful? Doesn't that mean they have no rivals? Born asked. The golden skeleton shrugged. How would I know? At least here, no one dares to defy them. The group entered the Legion's territory and arrived at the area where a squad leader was located. Captain Solons. A golden skeleton, who was cultivating, opened his eyes upon hearing the call. He was even more muscular, radiating a powerful aura. He was likely a Feng Yuan expert. What is it? I brought 2 people with me. They want to join the Legion. Solons glanced at Born and Dakala. A low-ranking skeleton soldier and a pig's head? What qualifications do you have to join our Legion? Born laughed. If we weren't qualified, we wouldn't be here. Solons sneered, pretty arrogant. Do you know that my Nader Legion is mostly composed of high-ranking undead? A low-ranking skeleton soldier like you can only be a slave. Want me as a slave? We see if you have the ability. Solon's eyes widened instantly, and his Feng Yuan realm magic surged forth, forming an invisible shockwave that rushed towards Born. Born didn't flinch. He stepped forward with his right foot, releasing his Feng Yuan 3rd-tier magic to meet the attack head-on. With a deafening roar, the two magical energies collided. Solon's eyes flashed, and he involuntarily took a small step back, while Born remained unmoved. Solons' eyes widened in shock. Feng Yuan Tier 3? You, a low-level skeleton soldier, have actually cultivated to such a level? Born stylishly tousled his bald forehead. How about that? Solon scoffed. Humph, I underestimated you. But don't think you're so great just because you reached Feng Yuan Tier 3. In our Legion, there are many stronger than you. Born shrugged. I didn't join the Legion to compete with you. If you don't agree, that's fine. I just go check out other legions. With that, he started to pull Dakala away. Solons frowned. To be honest, Feng Yuan Tier 3 strength wasn't low, considering he himself was only Feng Yuan Tier 4. In the magic clash just now, he was at a disadvantage, meaning this low-level skeleton soldier was stronger than him. No legion would let such a talent slip by. Solons had only spoken to Bon earlier because he lost face, and was trying to intimidate him. Now that Bon was really leaving, he felt uneasy. Won't you reconsider? There's nowhere better nearby than our Nader Legion. Bon raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that really so? Solons was starting to lose confidence. There really was a legion nearby that could rival them, and the two legions didn't get along very well. If Bon joined the other legion, things wouldn't be good. Seeing Solon's somewhat embarrassed expression, Born waved his hand and said, sigh, well, what's done is done. It'd be troublesome for me to go find other legions. Why don't we just stay here? Are you sure you can take us in? Solons was taken aback, then looked at Dakala. You're together? Born nodded. Yes, we're together. We stay together, and we lead together. Solons hesitated slightly, And the one-armed golden skeleton chimed in at the opportune moment. This pig-headed guy is also at the peak of the transformation realm. He's the wandering undead who kept ambushing us. He's an undead hunter, Ducala corrected. Solons raised an eyebrow. So it's you. Alright, I temporarily agree to your joining, but you need to understand, in the Legion, only those who contribute more will receive more. Of course. Captain Solons, please take good care of us from now on. Bourne smiled. Seeing Bond's grinning face, Solons curled his lip. Alright, you guys join my team first. Scheller, tell them about our 8th team. The one-armed golden skeleton said reluctantly, our Legion has 8 squads in total, and we are the 8th squad, with 36 men. Our captain is Lord Solon, and we have 2 vice-captains who are currently on missions. Our main duty is to hunt wandering undead and bring back Soulfire. The undead hunting grounds are in the northeastern swamp of the Legion. I was supposed to go today too, but this idiot got me there. Ducala pouted, you can blame me for that? Schiller ignored him and continued, our Legion is affiliated with the Slime Legion, but they rarely interfere with us. Most of the time, we develop on our own. There are no other enemies around. You're lucky to have joined my Nader Legion. Bourne remained non-committal. Alright, I understand now. Can I go for a walk now? Scheller said, I advise you not to wander around. The teams are in competition. We have a competition every month, divided into 2 parts, a strength test and a test of the amount of Soulfire collected. Only the top-ranked teams get more resources. If you get entangled with other team members, you be in trouble. Bob became interested. Oh? Is there something so interesting? What level is our 8th team at now? At this, Solon's face darkened, and Scheller stammered, maybe, probably, at the bottom. Solon sighed, not to mention the strength test. Just in terms of Soulfire collection, we're not as good as the other teams, less than half. Chapter 490. Bourne asked, why is that? Do the other teams have more people than us? Solon shook his head, the numbers are about the same, but they always occupy the more resource-rich areas, and the wandering undead they hunt are stronger, with higher quality Soulfire. Bourne stroked his chin, can't we just rob them? After all, we're from the same Legion, and even if we wanted to rob them, we needed the strength. They all have vice commanders protecting them. We're newly formed, nobody cares about us. Besides, we were recently ambushed by that pig-headed guy, and several experts at the transformation realm died. Ducala awkwardly scratched his head, sorry. Solon waved his hand. Never mind, Scheller, take them to the hunting grounds and bring back some Soulfire. Scheller agreed and left with Bourne and Ducala. The 3 of them arrived at the undead hunting grounds in the northeast. This place was like a gathering place for wandering undead in the low-level undead zone, with countless wandering undead of varying strength. The area where the 8th team was located was a small, barren patch, clearly devoid of any undead activity. Bourne scoffed, your 8th team is really in a sorry state. I wouldn't want this place even if you gave it to me. Sherrill shook his head and sighed, there's nothing we can do about it. We're weak right now, always getting bullied. If everyone were stronger, we could naturally get better areas. Bourne continued walking, observing the surroundings, and even encountered other members of the 8th team, exchanging greetings. Bourne learned that their usual prey consisted of low-level undead, mainly skeletons, zombies, and other undead creatures, all around the Chi Yuan level. They would leave wandering undead at the Yuan, Chu Yuan, or Li Yuan levels alive, hunting them down once they had grown stronger. This is more like a breeding ground than a hunting ground. Bourne laughed. You keep these wandering undead around, only to slaughter them when they're ready. Scheller didn't deny it. It's nothing, everyone does it this way. Besides, calling it a breeding ground isn't quite right. Since we can't control these undead's movements, they're free. Hey, it's all the same. Where can wandering undead go? Bourne waved his hand. Just then, Bourne saw a rustling sound in the ground, as if something was there. He immediately looked at Ducala. Ducala's eyes gleamed with excitement. I knew it. This Legion's hunting ground has good stuff, he said, sticking his hands into the ground and starting to rummage. Sloshing. Sloshing. The mud he stirred made strange noises, and the rest of the 8th squad had no idea what the 2 were up to. Scheller said, Hey you idiot, what are you doing stirring up mud? Don't talk, you find out soon enough. Bourne whispered, pulling Scheller aside. Gurgle. The thing beneath the mud seemed to sense Ducala's movements and began to wriggle rapidly, its movements becoming increasingly exaggerated. Cheryl finally sensed something. This is a swamp worm? You can attract swamp worms? Ducala chuckled, no, I just know how juvenile swamp worms make a gurgling sound to attract adult ones. Cheryl's eyes lit up. He had truly struck gold this time. Swamp worms, these undead creatures, lived beneath the mud and were rarely seen. Their soulfire was of high quality, and every part of their body was valuable. They were top-tier prey. However, Cheryl's heart quickly tightened again. They had practically never hunted swamp worms before, and the adult swamp worms were all at the Fengyuan realm. But now, the entire 8th squad, apart from the captain and 2 vice-captains, had no other undead at the Fengyuan realm. More importantly, the captain and vice-captains were nowhere to be seen. Cheryl looked at Bourne, thinking to himself that this time he was the only one who could save them. With a deafening roar, a giant swamp worm burst through the mud, its half-body emerging from the mire, letting out a roar to the sky. Roar! 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 Holy crap, it really is a swamp worm. And an adult swamp worm at that. Run! Cheryl took 2 steps back, facing Bourne. You lured the swamp worm here, deal with it yourself. Bourne was speechless. No wonder you guys always get bullied. You can't even handle a swamp worm. What else is there to say? Scheller blushed, but it was the truth. Without the captain and 2 vice-captains, they couldn't handle the swamp worm on their own. Bourne didn't say anything more, drew his soul-severing blade, and flashed to the swamp worm's side. Hey, big worm, I heard you're pretty good. I just hunted down one of your minions, and it wasn't enough. Come play with me. The swamp worm roared angrily at a skeleton soldier daring to get so close, and opened its massive jaws to bite down. Bourne nimbly dodged to the side, swinging his soul-severing blade to strike. However, the next moment, a red light emanated from the swamp worm's body, and a layer of bone enveloped its massive form. Even the soul-severing blade could only cut through the bone, unable to harm the swamp worm's true form. Such strong defense. Bourne was slightly taken aback, but then the swamp worm's massive tail lashed out. Bourne pushed off with his leg, leaping into the air to dodge the attack and landing firmly on the swamp worm's tail. Just a bug, daring to be so arrogant? With that, he slashed down again. This time, he used the power of the heavenly soul of retribution. With a crisp crack, the bone armor on the swamp worm's tail shattered instantly, and the violent power of the heavenly soul of retribution surged in, causing the swamp worm to hiss in shock. Roar! 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 Ducala shouted excitedly. Wow! Brother Bourne, you're so cool! Go for it! Kill this giant bug! Cheryl was also stunned. He had no idea what kind of technique the opponent was using, and had never even heard of it. What undead could use lightning? Wasn't this ridiculous? The swamp worm angrily turned around, and spat a mouthful of sludge at Bourne. Bourne quickly jumped aside. You big worm, how can you be so rude, spitting like that? But the next moment, the swamp worm twisted its body, and burrowed into the mud, running off into the distance. Oh no! It's trying to escape! Ducala shouted, not caring about anything else, immediately activating his rolling magic and chasing after the swamp worm. Bourne frowned. The swamp worm had just been injured by the heavenly soul of judgment. The swamp worm wasn't very strong, only around the first level of the abundant origin realm. The feeling of the heavenly soul's power entering its body must have been extremely unpleasant. It was likely severely injured and weakened. He couldn't let it escape. However, the swamp worm was extremely fast in the mud, and only Ducala could keep up with it while rolling. Even for Bourne, catching up was quite difficult. In no time, Ducala and the swamp worm disappeared. They ran really fast. Bourne scoffed, glancing back at Scheller and the others who were following. Scheller quickly said, let's not chase them. The first team's hunting grounds are just ahead. Bourne frowned. What are you afraid of? Our prey ran past them. It wasn't like we went there on purpose. Besides, Ducala's already gone. It's too late to call him back now. Let's go! With that, Bourne chased after them again. Scheller had no choice but to follow. Not long after, Bourne caught up with Ducala, who was lying on the ground, covered in wounds, howling in pain. 3 undead stood before him, their faces mocking, and beside him lay the massive corpse of the swamp worm. You pig-headed bastard, you dare to trespass on our first team's territory? Today we teach you a lesson. That's right, don't think we don't know. You're just unwanted trash. The 8th team took you in, which means the 8th team is trash too. Trash should stay in the junkyard. Don't come out here and embarrass yourself. Ducala retorted indignantly. You can say whatever you want, but my brother Bon is very powerful. This swamp worm is his prey, you can't take it. Oh, still so stubborn. Your 8th team has someone who can injure an adult swamp worm. You're not kidding, are you? The three undead laughed loudly, completely disregarding Dakala's words. The joke should end. A golden skeleton coldly raised the blade in his hand, his eyes gleaming with cruel light. Dakala panicked immediately. Hey, you can't kill me. I'm also a member of the Nader Legion. You can't kill me. The golden skeleton scoffed. Who do you think you are? Bringing in just anyone to the 8th squad is a disgrace to our Nader Legion. Today I'm reading the Legion of a Scourge. And I can even take back a peak stage transformation Soulfire. A win-win situation. No. Dakala cried out in terror, watching helplessly as the opponent's blade slashed down. But the next moment, a pale white bone blade appeared before him, blocking the attack. Born looked at him coldly. Take back what you just said, or die. The golden skeleton was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, asking warily, who are you? Born sheathed his sword and stood still. I am Born from the 8th squad. You're that Born? The golden skeleton narrowed his eyes, about to speak, when a voice suddenly stopped him. Turdy, you're being incredibly unruly. Killing your own people? Churl charged forward angrily, pointing at the golden skeleton and questioning him. Turdy raised an eyebrow. Huh? Scheller, this pig really is from your 8th squad. I was wondering why this piece of trash managed to get into our Legion's hunting grounds. These are Dakala and Bon. Captain Solons agreed to let them join the Legion today, Scheller said. And this swamp worm is also our prey. Turdy frowned. Scheller, have you lost your mind today? This is our 1st squad's hunting area. You come to our territory and try to steal our prey. Dakala retorted, this isn't your prey. We already severely wounded it. It just escaped here. Humph. Turdy sneered. Easy for you to say. You, a pig's head, and a low-level skeleton soldier, think you can wound a fully grown swamp worm. Ridiculous. At least make your lies believable. He's telling the truth, Churl said. It was indeed wounded by us and escaped here. Please return the swamp worm. Turdy's face darkened. Are you playing me? Running wild on my first team's territory. Do you know the consequences? Churl swallowed hard. I didn't mean to provoke you, but this prey is indeed ours. Turdy was about to explode when one of the undead behind him suddenly shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Turdy turned around and saw Born casually walk to the swamp worm's corpse, and with a single stroke, extract the soul fire and magic core. Churl, why waste words with him? Let's go! Born pocketed the items, ignored Turdy, and turned to leave. Turdy, enraged, roared, Stop! Hand over the stuff. Born turned around, made a face at Turdy, and said, Hee, no way. He then quickly made his escape. Turdy paused for a moment, then reacted, his eyes practically spitting fire. I teach him a lesson today. After him. The 3 undead gave chase, leaving Churl and Dakala standing there, completely bewildered. Shall we go back? Dakala asked. Churl shook his head with a wry smile. This is troublesome. We offended the first team. They probably target us in the competition. Dakala laughed. What's there to be afraid of? With Brother Born around, who can defeat him? Churl sighed. Alas, he is indeed very strong, but the first team is full of experts, many of whom are at his level, and some are even stronger. Dakala's eyes flashed with worry. Then what should we do? Will Brother Born be in any danger? We can't do anything about it. We can only report this to Captain Solons. With Born's speed, shaking off Turdy would be incredibly easy. Perhaps only Dakala's rolling magic could rival him here. Back at the Legion, Born quickly met the belated Cheryl and the others. Cheryl rolled his eyes at Born. Well, that's it. We offended the first squad. We're in for it. Born shrugged. I just retrieved my prey. What's the problem? That Turdy is as slow as a tortoise. It's his own incompetence that he couldn't catch me. Cheryl's eye twitched. The Golden Skull had never been known for its speed. Turdy was already considered fast. I don't care anymore. Let's see what Captain Solons has to say. Chapter 491. Solons's brows furrowed tightly. After listening to Scheller's account, he remained silent for a long time before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Scheller and Dakala exchanged bewildered glances. What was wrong? Had their captain gone mad? Solons laughed for a while, then stepped forward and patted Born on the shoulder, saying, Well done. Kid, you're the first to make the first team suffer. Scheller said worriedly, Captain, if this happens, we might be targeted by the first team during the competition. Solons waved his hand, saying, What's there to be afraid of? If we can't win, we just admit defeat. Anyway, we're always last place every year. Can we get any worse? Born's eye twitched. This Solons was really giving up. At this moment, Born suddenly asked, By the way, What are the rules for the annual competition? Solons explained slowly that competition was designed to allocate resources. It's divided into two parts. One is the quantity and quality of soulfire collected each year, scored according to ranking. First place gets 8 points, second place gets 7 points, and so on. The other is a practical competition where each team sends 5 people to fight as a group. First place gets 8 points, second place gets 7 points, and so on. Solon sighed. Unfortunately, our team is too weak. Since its inception, we always been last, always getting only 2 points. Born scoffed. How much reward do the winners get? Just some soulfire. If I collect enough soulfire, I won't have to hand it in. Solon shook his head slightly. It's not just soulfire. You should have heard of alchemy, right? Born paused. I heard of it, but alchemy is just a very ordinary profession, and the things it produces aren't very useful, are they? That's because you haven't seen a truly powerful alchemist. A truly powerful alchemist is sought after by all factions. Born scratched his head. I seen alchemists in the prime material plane, but they weren't as powerful as you say. Solons was slightly surprised. I didn't realize you were a summoner of the undead. But being summoned by people from the prime material plane is too unfortunate. The prime material plane has fallen into a terrible state. Those people can't even be called alchemists. A true alchemist must reach the supreme realm, otherwise, they simply cannot refine rare materials. Look, Solon said, pulling out a bottle of potion. This is a recovery potion, priceless. It was a reward from the captain when I became captain. A recovery potion? Born's eyes widened. There are such things? I always thought alchemists just dealt with materials, making traps, bombs, and magic cannons. Solons chuckled. That's why you're so ignorant. The annual rewards, besides extra soulfire, are these potions. Team 1, always in first place, can freely choose the potions they want. They're much richer than us. Born narrowed his eyes. If it were just soulfire, he wouldn't care, but with potions like this, he became interested. Where does our 8th team rank in terms of soulfire collected? Born asked. Solons thought for a moment. I checked before, it seems we're 6th, but everyone will speed up in the last week, so other teams might catch up quickly. Then what are we waiting for? Born immediately pulled Ducala up. Let's go! Let's go collect soulfire. Huh? Ducala looked bewildered. No, you're serious? Scheller also advised, forget it. No matter how hard we try, we can't beat the other teams. This is just a waste of time. Born glared at him. What are you talking about? A man lives for his pride. Do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about rewards? I'm fighting for the honor of Team 8. Do you guys even deserve to be part of Team 8? Looking at Born's righteous indignation, Scheller and Ducala felt a pang of guilt. But then Born said to Solons, if we really win, I have to share some of the potion. Scheller and Ducala trembled. Born's towering image crumbled. Born, Ducala, and Scheller returned to the hunting grounds. Since the undead didn't need sleep anyway, the continuous battles didn't tire Born out. Seeing Born keep walking forward, Scheller reminded him, hey, that's enough. Any further, and it's other teams' territory. Born scoffed, what about other teams? Aren't I part of the Nader Legion? Isn't this the Nader Legion's hunting grounds? Why can't I hunt here? Scheller was speechless. You better not offend everyone, or things will get messy. Born didn't care about that, and strode straight to the other team's hunting grounds. With Born leading the way, Ducala wasn't afraid of anything. He patted Scheller on the shoulder and said, don't worry. Follow my brother, everything be fine. Born was incredibly powerful, extremely efficient at killing undead, and with the spatial dimension of the soul-severing blade, he didn't need to return specifically to report. He could roam the hunting grounds indefinitely. 2 days passed, and the light in Cheryl and Ducala's eyes had dimmed. Born was simply too relentless. He was practically a hunting machine. At first, the two could keep up with him, but later they simply couldn't keep up. The battles were essentially over before they even began. Ducala plopped down on the ground, glanced at Born fighting a swamp worm in the distance, and said to Scheller, shouldn't we go back? Following Big Brother is pointless. Scheller looked speechless. Didn't you want to come along in the first place? Besides, this guy's gone too crazy. I'm afraid he caused trouble. This is other team's territory. If we're discovered, we get complaints. I heard the first team already complained to Captain Solons about us. Ducala waved his hand. Who cares? Let them complain if they want. Let them complain to the captain if they dare. Scheller sighed. They definitely won't go to the captain. After all, the allocation of hunting areas is decided privately by the captains. It's not the captain's decision. Then what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid, it's just... Just as the two were talking, the battle over there ended. Born killed the swamp worm with a single strike, retrieved the soulfire and magic core, and then went to find his next prey. "Hey! He's gone!" Ducala called out quickly. Cheryl was startled, then grabbed Ducala and pulled him after them. A week passed quickly, and on this day, everyone in the entire Nader Legion gathered together to prepare for their annual grand event. Commander Nader sat high on the platform, a broad smile on his face, looking down at the crowd. On either side of him sat a vice commander and 8 captains. According to the rules, captains were not allowed to participate in the competition, they could only decide on the participants. The undead soldiers below were buzzing with excitement. "Hey, which team do you think will win this competition? Is that even a question?" Team 1, of course. They have several Feng Yuan level experts, and their strongest vice captain is at the 4th level of Feng Yuan. Who can stand against them? They can't compete with that, but Team 3 still has a chance at collecting soulfire. There seems to be an undead horde in their area this time. It's practically free food. I think Team 2 is stronger. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Turdy was quite pleased with himself. "Vice Captain Bartlett, if we get first place this time, can you give me a potion?" Bartlett was also a golden skeleton, burly and imposing. According to the previous order, it's your turn." Turdy was extremely excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. This time, he was determined to get a magic potion, giving him more protection in battle. However, Bartlett changed the subject. "I heard you were bullied by the 8th team last time. Is that true?" Turdy's face stiffened. That's nonsense. When was I bullied? That kid was unsportsmanlike, and secretly stole my soul flame. I don't like excuses." Bartlett interrupted him. "You disgraced the first team. You won't be getting any potions this time." Turdy was utterly stunned. "Vice Captain, this isn't right, is it?" I definitely try my best. Just give me a chance." Bartlett waved his hand. "No need to say anything more. Consider this a lesson. Remember, our first team is the strongest. No matter where we are, we can't lose face." Turdy's face was full of bitterness, but soon he saw Scheller beside him, and his teeth ground together. He cursed inwardly, "You bastards from the 8th team, just you wait. Don't let me see you in the ring, or you be sorry." Just then, Nader stood up on the platform. He pressed his hands down slightly, and the noise below immediately stopped. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the annual competition again. This year, I specially requested more potions from the Slime Legion, making the rewards even more generous. The first place winner will receive 10 potions, plus a zombie dragon armor." Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This was unprecedented. The rewards were simply too lavish. Many eyes gleamed with greed. Nader continued, "However, the rewards for the following places will decrease. 2nd place, 8 potions, 3rd place, 7 potions, and so on. The last place winner will receive nothing." Sigh. The undead of Team 8 shook their heads and sighed. They were practically guaranteed last place. However, 2 individuals looked excited, Cheryl and Ducala. They had long since stopped following Bon. Since they weren't needed in battle, they might as well find a quiet place to cultivate. However, they knew that with Bon present, things would be different. At least they wouldn't be last again. "Alright." Nadel waved his arm. "Now we begin the first round, tallying the total number of soulfire collected by each team throughout the year." Following the order, the first team naturally went first. Bartlett's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly stepped forward with a domino, the counting certificate they had received after submitting their soulfire. Nadel took the domino, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. First team, number soulfires. Their method of recording soulfires was to define all soulfires according to the peak Qi Yuan realm, and then calculate the final number after conversion. Hearing this number, the crowd below erupted in uproar. My goodness! No wonder they're the first team. That number of soulfires is outrageous. Yeah! Over 10,000 soulfires. How did they do that? The captain of the first team was all smiles. It seemed first place was in the bag again. The second team then handed in their dominoes. Nader glanced at them, his eyes flashing slightly. Second team, number soulfires. While not as many as the first team, it's still pretty good. The captain of the second team sighed softly. We really did our best. Next came the more popular third team. Recently, a large undead horde had appeared in their hunting area, allowing them to find their targets much more easily, greatly increasing their efficiency in collecting soulfires. Nader took the third team's dominoes, his eyes narrowing slightly. Third team, number soulfires. A gasp rippled through the audience. They had lost to the first team by just one soulfire. The members of Team 3 were also kicking themselves, wishing they could immediately go to the hunting grounds and kill a few more wandering undead. Looks like Team 1 is in first place again. Yeah, who can compare to their strength? Even a horde of undead wouldn't be a match for Team 3. I'm even thinking of joining Team 1. Wait till the captain comes over and kills you. The following teams had collected around 10,000 soulfires each. Not much difference, but far less than Teams 1, 2, and 3. Finally, it was the last team, Team 8. Everyone had lost interest. After all, Team 8 always came in last. Hey, Scheller, you guys only collected 7,000 soulfires last year, right? How many this year? 8,000? One of the undead teased. The others burst into laughter. Scheller retorted angrily, laugh at you? Team 7 isn't much better. Second to last, huh? You have the nerve to laugh at us. But his words had no real harm. The two vice-captains also wore bitter expressions. There was nothing they could do. After all, they were always last place. They had no one to blame but themselves for being ridiculed. One of the vice-captains walked up with a domino. Nader patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. It's all right. After all, you only just begun. I believe Team 8 will get better and better. Then, he glanced at the record, 8475. That's about the level of Team 8, at least more than last year, Nader thought, about to announce the number. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, wait. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a low-level skeleton soldier rushing towards them at great speed, waving a domino in his hand. Chapter 492. Born? Big brother? Scheller and Dekala both beamed with joy. This guy had finally arrived. Nader frowned and turned to Solons. Solons, is this one of your men? Solons nodded. Yes, he applied to join the Legion last week. I thought his strength was good, so I agreed to let him join my team. I haven't had a chance to report to you yet. Nader waved his hand. You can decide such small matters yourself. You don't need to report to me. But what is he up to now? Solons thought for a moment and said, he went to the hunting grounds to collect soulfire a while ago, so maybe he got some new soulfire. Let's add that data now. Nader suddenly realized, I see, what an enthusiastic little skeleton. The captain of the first team sneered, what's the use of being enthusiastic? The 8th team's results won't change at all, because of his hunting this week. The captain of the second team echoed, yeah. How many wandering undead can he hunt in a week? 10? 20? It basically has no impact on the results. Solons didn't refute, but looked at Nader. Nader smiled and said, it's okay, let's just add this data together. It won't matter if it takes a little more time. At Solons' signal, Born went straight to the stage. Captain Solons, I'm back. I spent a little time adding soulfire, sorry I'm late. Nader sized up Born, seeing that he really was just a low-level skeleton soldier, and couldn't help but look down on him, but still asked with a smile, little skeleton, what's your name? Solons introduced, this is our captain, Lord Nader. He should pay his respects. Born bowed slightly and said, greetings, Captain. I am Born. Born, a good name. You brought the dominoes? Born nodded and handed over the dominoes. Sigh, we need to replace the guard at our soulfire warehouse. He took forever to count the soulfires, I almost missed it. The captain of the first team chuckled, how many soulfires did you collect? It took you half a day? You're just bragging. Born smiled, waving his hand, well, not much. It's just 10 guards counting it together. More people would probably speed things up. 10 guards? The captain of the first team was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Solons, you little skeleton are really something. 10 guards took forever to count, that means 8 or 9,000 soulfires. Ha ha ha. The other captains also shook their heads and chuckled. In just 1 week, no one could possibly gather that many soulfires. Leaving aside the battle itself, even the transportation would be a problem. Nader also shook his head. He didn't believe Born's words either, taking it as boasting. Nader picked up the domino that Born had given him, glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat. Did I pick up the wrong one? It's understandable that Nader had some self-doubt, because the number on the domino was 8475, exactly the same as the one the vice-captain of the 8th team had given him. He reached behind him, and pulled out the domino from before. Yes, the number on that domino was also 8475. Nader's eyes widened suddenly, speechless for a long time. The others noticed Nader's unusual behavior. The captain of the first team asked, Captain, what's wrong? Nader's throat was dry. He asked the captain, I have a math question for you. What is 8,475 multiplied by 2? Huh? The captain of the first team was bewildered. Before he could finish, Born interrupted, yes. Then he looked at the captain provocatively. You can't even do such a simple math problem. Sigh. The captain of the first team was furious, but he didn't understand what the captain meant by the question, so he didn't explode on the spot. Instead, he asked Nader, Captain, what's wrong? Does this number mean anything? Nader slowly announced, the 8th team, with 1 soulfire, takes first place. A gasp swept through the crowd. Everyone was petrified, even the members of the 8th team, still in a daze. Holy crap. This can't be real, right? Didn't the captain just say Team 8? Did I hear that right? If it wasn't Team 8, which team was it? The results for the other teams have already been announced. Schiller and Dekala were also shocked. They knew Born would definitely return with a large amount of soulfire, even if they couldn't get first place. 4th or 5th would be acceptable. But they never expected Born to be so formidable, doubling the number of soulfires. This is impossible. The captain of Team 1 stood up immediately. This guy is definitely cheating. I'm going to the soulfire warehouse to verify. Born, seemingly indifferent, said, Go if you want, don't waste everyone's time. The first squad leader was furious. Nadel waved his hand. You don't need to go either. Someone, get the warehouse manager here. A dead soldier quickly ran to fetch him. A short while later, a skeleton soldier shakily ran over. He was the warehouse manager. Commander. Nadel pointed at Born. Do you know him? The manager nodded. I recognize him even if he were ashes. This is the man who forced us to count the soulfire all day. The first squad leader glared at Born. Didn't you say you've been talking for ages? Born scratched his head. I don't remember. Maybe I mixed it up. Nadel was speechless and continued to ask the manager, how many soulfires did he bring to the register? 8,475. With the manager's confirmation, there couldn't be any mistake. The captain of the first squad felt his head spinning, glaring at Born and gritting his teeth. You really only joined the Legion last week? Born shrugged. Absolutely. Hey, you know that Tuerty guy? I even had a friendly exchange with him. The captain suddenly remembered Tuerty telling him that the 8th squad had recruited new members, and was even stealing their prey from their territory. He hadn't taken it seriously, thinking that even if the 8th squad had recruited new members, they couldn't pose any threat, so he left it to Bartlett to handle. He never expected this guy to appear so brazenly before him, bringing back over 8,000 soulfires, allowing the 8th squad to overtake everyone else and become number 1 in the Legion. Solons was overjoyed. This Bond was a genius. He managed to acquire so many soulfires in just 7 days. Regardless of how he got them, the result was good for him, extremely good. Seeing Solons' smug expression, the captain of the first team gritted his teeth in anger. Solons, don't be so happy yet. Those skeleton soldiers must have hidden some soulfires beforehand and brought them out all at once. There's still the second round of practical combat. With your team's trash, you probably still come in last place. Solon said nonchalantly, It's okay. I already have 8 points. Even if I only get 1 point in the next round, I accept it. At least we won't be last in the total score. The captain of the first team sneered, Your expectations aren't high. Next came the practical combat phase. Each team selected 5 people to participate in the team battles, with the captain excluded. The remaining members were chosen randomly. Solons returned to the group and patted Born on the shoulder heavily. You really surprised me. Born, you done a great job this time. If there's a reward for the potions, you definitely get one. Born grinned and said, Thank you, Captain. Churler whispered to Born, You didn't really collect this many soulfires in just 1 week, did you? Born gave him a knowing look. Even if he hunted non-stop, it was impossible to collect more than 8,000 soulfires in such a short time. However, he wasn't without any savings. Back in the Sharp Knife Army, he had kept some soulfires in his soul-severing blade, which he took out this time to exchange for some potions, so it wasn't a loss. Solon's expression turned serious. Next, we need to carefully select our participants. Kalen and Doba, you two definitely need to go. Kalen and Doba are both vice-captains, both at the second level of the Fengyuan realm. They are indeed quite strong within their teams, but in the eyes of other teams, they are far from sufficient. Born, your strength is comparable to mine, you're one of them. Born smiled and nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. The remaining selection gave Solons a headache. There were no more Fengyuan undead in the team. Everyone else was at the Huayuan realm. There were a few at the peak of the Huayuan realm, but their strengths were similar, making the choice difficult. Born glanced back and said, Captain, can I recommend 2 people? Solons was taken aback, then asked, Who do you want to recommend? Bourne pointed behind him, Cheeler and Dukala. Kalen stroked his chin. I can understand Scheller. He's always been a good fighter, but Dukala. Dobak added, I think Dukala was a wandering undead before, only good at sneak attacks. He's probably not suited for this kind of arena battle, right? Dukala himself shrank back. Brother Bourne, maybe we should forget it. I really am not suited for fighting. Bourne glanced at him and said, If you win, the captain will reward you with a potion. Dukala's eyes lit up, looking at Solons. Solons was slightly taken aback, then smiled wryly, Only if you can win. Dukala immediately became excited, saying with great bravado, All right. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, with my brother Bourne protecting me, I'd do it. Bourne clapped his hands, All right. Everyone's here, let's discuss tactics. Solons laughed, You're quite professional. Come on, tell us your tactics. Bourne cleared his throat, and everyone watched him intently, eager to know his next move. Bourne slowly said, My tactics are simple. Everyone, do your utmost to protect Dukala. Kalen was stunned, his face full of confusion. That's it? Bourne shrugged. That's all. Holy crap. Everyone exclaimed in unison, speechless. We're going up there to compete, Dobak said. What's the point of protecting the pig? Dukala? Bourne chuckled, seemingly expecting the reactions. Don't underestimate this pig-headed fellow, he has immense potential. Everyone looked at Dukala, who was completely bewildered. Me? What potential do I have? Bourne looked at him with exasperation. Look at you, you don't even know your own potential. What a waste of your fat. He then stepped forward, cupped Dukala's large face, and said to the crowd, Look, what does this face remind you of? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, Cheryl said, He deserves a beating. Bourne clapped his hands. Hey, you got it right. What did you say? How do I deserve a beating? Dukala protested. Bourne ignored him and continued, This is his innate, beggar-thy-beaten physique. We just need to make him stand there, and the enemy's attacks will naturally fall on him. Dukala quickly said, Captain, shouldn't we find someone else? I'm afraid I can't handle such a heavy responsibility. Bourne pulled him back. What are you afraid of? You have the giant growth and rollout spells, both of which enhance your defense. As long as you hold your ground, leave the rest to me. So you mean I have to be your meat shield? Hey, you guessed right again. Captain, I'm really not suited for the battlefield. But no matter how much Dukala complained, Solons could only respond with a smile. Soon, Nader announced the match order. In the first round, Team 8's opponent was Team 7. These two teams had always been struggling, consistently ranking last or second to last. But this time was different. Team 8 scored a perfect 8 points in the Soulfire Collection stage right from the start, making Team 7 extremely envious. Karen, you guys really got lucky this time. The vice-captain of Team 7 said sarcastically. But my men said you guys seem to have hunted in our territory too. Is that true? Karen was taken aback, turning to look at Bourne, only to see Bourne with an indifferent expression. Karen's eyes twitched. This guy really did something like that. Graf, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Besides, so what if we hunted in your territory? Can't we eat what you can't handle? Graf frowned, sneering, Not bad, you're getting tough now, but I wonder if you still be so tough when the fight starts. Karen retorted without backing down, We fought before, our strength is about the same. How much stronger can you be than me? With Nader's command, the competition officially began. As planned, the 5 members of Team 8 placed Dukala at the front of the formation, flanked by Karen and Dobak, while Scheller and Bourne were doing something else entirely in the rear. Graf was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! What kind of design is this? Putting a pig's head in front of it. It's hilarious. Kalen sneered, Laugh all you want. You won't be laughing later. Chapter 493. Graf's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately ordered, Attack. The 4 men charged forward simultaneously, all with the same goal, Dukala, who stood at the front. You pig-headed idiot. Die! One of them charged the fastest, taking the first step and slashing at Dukala with his sword. Dukala jolted, shouting Gigantify. His body suddenly doubled in size, like a balloon. The man, unable to stop in time, crashed into him, and was instantly thrown back. Holy crap! What is that? The others were stunned. Graf roared, What are you standing there for? Pop that pig-headed balloon. The others finally reacted, and swung their swords forward. At this moment, Kalen and Doba moved, flanking the enemy and pushing them back, but they didn't attack first, instead continuing to guard Dakala's sides. Graf was bewildered. He'd never seen them fight like this before. What kind of new tactic was this? However, Graf quickly devised a plan. You guys attack from both sides, hold off the men on those flanks. The rest of you, charge with me and take down that pig-headed guy as quickly as possible. Everyone nodded immediately. 2 Feng Yuan undead flanked from the side, restraining Kalen and Doba, while Graf personally led the remaining 2 in the charge, arriving before Dakala in the blink of an eye, his eyes filled with cruelty. Pig-headed guy, die. Graf plunged his blade into Dakala's chest. Dakala immediately screamed, roll, roll. His massive body bounced on the ground and rolled to the side. Holy crap! Graf exclaimed in surprise, his thrust missing its mark. The next moment, a large sword descended from the sky. It was Cheryl who had launched the attack. One of Graf's men quickly parried, blocking the blow for Graf. Graf roared, his blade flashing upwards. Cheryl immediately withdrew, refusing to linger. Graf gritted his teeth in fury, kill them. The battle intensified further. Kalen and Doba were quickly overwhelmed. Although they were stronger than their opponents, the enemy always seemed to have more men to deal with them. After all, dealing with Dakala didn't require many. Graf chased Dakala all over the arena, but Dakala's rolling speed was incredibly fast, and his defense was astonishing. Even when he reached the edge of the arena and tried to return, being hit by Graf once, he suffered no serious injury. The people below were stunned. What kind of battle was this? In the past, the 8th team would usually be defeated in 2 or 3 rounds, as the 7th team was significantly stronger overall, and all of its members were Feng Yuan realm experts. But today was quite strange. Nader narrowed his eyes. As an experienced Feng Yuan realm expert, he immediately discerned something. Although the battle was chaotic, the 8th team's formation remained unchanged. Dakala was very well protected. Anyone who tried to pursue was inevitably blocked. Only Graf remained unaffected, but Graf's attacks were completely harmless to Dakala. Solens, your team has truly produced a talent. Nader smiled slightly. Solens was equally astonished. He could never have imagined such a scene. SOSO. The captain of the first team glanced at him and sneered. Just a trivial trick. Look, our first team has already won. Why bother with all that trouble? Solens looked towards the first team's arena. Sure enough, the first team had defeated the 4th team, completing the battle. Nader looked satisfied. Not bad. The first team has been performing consistently well. You, as captain, deserve a lot of credit. The first team captain was very proud, looking at Solens with disdain. Solens smiled bitterly to himself. Usually, this guy wouldn't even give him a second glance, but today, he looked at him countless times, all with sidelong glances and disdain. Wow! What's that? Suddenly, a cry of surprise drew everyone's attention. Everyone was watching the battle between the 8th and 7th teams with tense expressions, letting out gasps of surprise. What's going on? Nader frowned, carefully looking at the arena. The situation seemed to have reversed. Dakala's once massive body became blurry, as if pixelated, forming an indescribable sphere. The pig's head was reduced to a black dot, almost unrecognizable. Holy crap! What is that? That's disgusting. What kind of magic is that? Who knows? But what's the use of this magic? Just to disgust people? Meanwhile, Graf, standing on the field, had his head down, his eyes gleaming with madness. Drooling, he growled, so hungry, so hungry. However, his voice wasn't loud, and no one could hear what he was saying. At this moment, in Graf's eyes, Dakala was no longer a pig's head, but a giant, fragrant meat bun, making him drool. The next moment, Graf pounced on Dakala like a hungry tiger, but this time Dakala didn't dodge. Instead, he maintained his gigantic and blurred appearance, seemingly intending to take the attack head-on. The captain of Team 7 sneered, truly overestimating himself. With his peak transformation realm strength, how could he possibly withstand a single blow from Graf? He could almost picture the scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Solens also clenched his fists. If Dakala were to fall now, the situation on the field might immediately shift, making it even more difficult to defeat Team 7. However, the next moment, Born appeared beside Graf like a ghost. Due to the effects of hunger enhancement, Graf's vision was only focused on the blurry lump of flesh in front of him, completely unaware of Born's appearance. With a casual slash, Born decapitated Graf. Silence. Utter silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, never expecting the 8th team to emerge victorious, the first to kill an opponent, and not just any person, but their team leader's vice-captain. This is impossible. The 7th team's captain jumped to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. Solons let out a sigh of relief, looking mockingly at the 7th team's captain. Heh, looks like your people aren't all that great. The 7th team's captain gritted his teeth, wanting to retort, but the situation on the field was rapidly changing. With Graf defeated, Team 7 was down to 1 player, and Scheller immediately joined the fight against Karen, significantly relieving the pressure on Karen. Ducala then used his rolling skill again, directly knocking another member of Team 7 out of the arena. Stepping out of bounds meant defeat and elimination. Born flashed forward, and together with Doba, they eliminated another member. In the blink of an eye, only 2 members of Team 7 remained fighting. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the 2 immediately raised their hands in surrender. A roar erupted from the sidelines, while Team 8 burst into thunderous cheers. Yay! Awesome! We won! Ha ha ha! Our 8th team finally won a round. We're no longer at the bottom. Ha ha ha! We must celebrate today. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the 8th team, the 7th team members were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disappointment. They were already second to last, and now they were firmly in last place. Solons was overjoyed. He knew that with Bond there, they were sure to win this round. After all, he had already learned about Bond's strength. It wasn't just a simple third-tier Feng Yuan level. The sheer volume of magic power within him even surpassed his own. Nader narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the background of this skeleton soldier? Have you found out? Solons was slightly startled. He instantly understood Nader's meaning. The captain of the 7th team also had a glint in his eye. Yes. Solons, don't recruit spies from other legions. With such powerful skeleton soldiers, they'd definitely be sought after by various legions. Why would they suddenly turn to you? Solons hadn't initially considered this possibility, but now, thinking about it, he broke out in a cold sweat. I haven't investigated this thoroughly yet, but he's been collecting soulfire in the hunting grounds this week without any unusual activity. I investigate further. Nader nodded. If there are indeed no problems, that's for the best. It's a good thing our legion has such a strong member. After the first round of battles, teams 1, 2, 6, and 8 emerged victorious and began the second round. This time, Team 8 drew Team 2. Comparatively, Team 2's strength was second only to Team 1, making them a constant rival of Team 1, and they had never taken other teams seriously. The captain of Team 2 smiled at Solons and said, "You guys are doing quite well this year. At least you're not last anymore." Solons returned the smile. He understood that reaching this point was already incredibly difficult, but no matter what, they couldn't defeat Team 2. After all, Team 2's vice-captain was a 4th-tier Feng Yuan expert, even stronger than him. "Thank you. Please go easy on us." Of course. They're all on our side. We won't kill them." Half an hour later, the smiling captain of the 2nd team was now clouded with gloom, because his team members were all sprawled out on the arena. Solon stood there, stunned. He didn't know how he felt. Should he be happy? Or happy? Nader squinted at the 8th team members celebrating their victory, especially the flamboyant skeleton soldier, Born. Born was posing and waving to the other members of the 8th team outside the arena, like a triumphant general. Meanwhile, the first team's match had also ended, and they had undoubtedly won. Now, the final match would be between the 1st and 8th teams. The 2nd team captain gritted his teeth and whispered to the 1st team captain, "I hate to say this, but later you better give the 8th team a good beating and help us vent our anger." The 1st team captain glanced at him indifferently. "Even if you didn't say it, I would have done it anyway. But not to vent your anger, but because this was the result you were supposed to get. You were just too weak." The 2nd team captain was furious, and could only snort coldly before turning his head away. Nader raised his arm and shouted, "All right. Now comes the exciting final. This year's competition has produced a dark horse, Team 8. This makes the final even more suspenseful. Can Team 8 ultimately win the championship and break Team 1's undefeated myth? Let's cheer for both teams." The match officially begins. The undead below erupted in cheers. They never expected this year's competition to be so exciting, especially with Team 8, who had always been at the bottom, breaking through this year's ranks and defeating Team 7 and 2 in succession. It was simply unbelievable. On the arena, neither team made the first move. Turdy whispered to Bartlett, "This 8th team has won 2 games in a row. They're really something. Should we discuss a tactic?" Bartlett nodded. Not bad. I watched their battle just now. Their basic strategy is simply to use that pig-headed guy as a meat shield to draw attacks, while Kalen and Dobak flank them, and that skeleton soldier is the core of their attack." What we need to do is ignore that pig-headed guy and focus our attack on the skeleton soldier, ideally crippling him in one blow, rendering him incapable of fighting. That way, they lose their only offensive force, and losing the game will only be a matter of time. You're right, Turdy said, but that skeleton soldier always hides behind the pig's head. It's hard for us to focus fire on him from the start. Bartlett grinned. That's easy. We do this. After agreeing on a strategy, Bartlett waved his hand, and the first team immediately launched their attack. Ducala was already prepared. Seeing the enemy charging, he immediately used his giant form, his entire body swelling up. Karen and Dobak positioned themselves on either side, ready to meet the attack. Bartlett swung his great sword, slashing straight at Ducala. The other's target was also very clear, the giant Ducala. Ducala was slightly taken aback. Although his defense was increased by the giant form, he couldn't withstand so many people attacking at once. So he bounced on the ground, immediately activated a rolling spell, and began to roll away. His escape exposed Scheller and Born behind him. The plan was for the two to flee with Ducarla, but just as they were about to move, several skeletal arms burst from the ground and grabbed them tightly. Damn it! Scheller immediately understood the attacker's purpose, roaring as he tried to turn and fight back, but it was too late. Bartlett appeared ruthlessly behind him, slashing down with his sword. Although Scheller reacted quickly, his left arm was severed. Damn it! Scheller's body shuddered, magic surging forth and shattering the skeletal arm, then he lunged to the side. Bartlett pursued relentlessly, a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 494. Seeing Scheller in danger, Kalen and Dobak rushed to his aid, but as soon as they arrived, Bartlett suddenly twisted his body and charged towards Born. Kalen and Dobak were stunned, then instantly realized that their target wasn't Scheller, but Born. However, by the time they tried to help, they were tied down by others. Bartlett looked smug, and he and Turdy attacked Born from both sides, seemingly confident of victory. Born was currently trapped by the skeletal arm and couldn't escape. Meanwhile, Ducala, due to his rolling magic, was completely unaware of the situation and continued rolling around. However, Born showed little panic. He clicked his tongue, calmly severing the skeletal arm at his feet with his blade. Good plan. Focusing fire on me might work on others, but against me. He smiled slightly, dodging Bartlett's attack with a swift movement, then parried horizontally with his soul-severing blade, effortlessly deflecting Turdy's attack. He took a step back and kicked Turdy hard in the chest with his right foot. Turdy didn't react in time and was struck squarely, flying backward. Fortunately, Bartlett caught him midair, but even so, a crack appeared in his ribs. Everyone was stunned. Was this really someone from the 8th team? How could he be so formidable? One person repelled two, including Bartlett, a super strong expert at the 4th level of the Fengyuan realm. However, Scheller's left arm had been removed, greatly reducing his fighting ability. Ducala was useless to begin with, and was ignored by everyone. Kalen and Dobak, two powerful warriors, were also tied up. At this point, Bon was practically isolated and helpless. Even if he temporarily repelled Bartlett and Turdy, he could not change the current situation. Boy, you're dead today, Bartlett said viciously. Oh, you want me dead? We see if you have the guts? Born twirled his sword, suddenly unleashing two slashes. The black slashes were filled with the destructive power of death, and even Bartlett dared not underestimate them. He roared, shattering the slashes with his great sword, then strode towards Born, shouting, "Bone entanglement!" Bone arms rose from the ground again, grabbing at Born. Born sneered. Leaping high into the air, he was prepared. However, a smile played on Bartlett's lips as he launched a direct attack on Born, who was still in midair. Now airborne, Born had nowhere to gain leverage, and could only meet the attack head-on. Born took a deep breath, channeling all his magic power, roared, and swung his soul-severing blade, clashing fiercely with Bartlett. Boom! Both were sent flying backward simultaneously, their strength seemingly equal. Just as Born was about to land, he felt a murderous intent rushing towards him. Almost instinctively, he flipped over, slashing his soul-severing blade to the left. With a clang, Turdy's sneak attack was blocked. He had anticipated Born's landing point, and was waiting there. Turdy, you still haven't learned your lesson. Born forcefully pressed down on his soul-severing blade, using the recoil to leap into the air again. Simultaneously, he stretched out his left hand and shouted, "Bone prison!" Crack! 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 Several withered bones emerged from the depths of the ground, trapping Turdy. However, this rudimentary magic had almost no effect on Turdy. He quickly broke free, only to find an ever-growing footprint. With a sharp bang, Turdy's face was splattered open, and he was sent flying backward again. Bourne pressed his advantage, slashing at the fallen Turdy with his soul-severing blade. Just a low-level skeleton soldier, don't be so arrogant. Bartlett arrived just in time, forcing Bourne back with a single strike. Bourne wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "What? Do you need 2 golden skeleton lords to join forces to deal with a low-level skeleton soldier like me?" Bartlett was also puzzled. How could this skeleton soldier be so powerful? They had seen skeleton soldiers at the Fengyuan realm before, but since skeleton soldiers were the lowest-level undead creatures, their physical strength and magical adaptability weren't very strong, and they had no innate skills. They were practically useless. Therefore, even if they had luckily cultivated to the Fengyuan realm, they were still far inferior in comparison. But the skeleton soldier named Bourne completely overturned their understanding. This guy, with the strength of a third-tier Fengyuan cultivator, withstood the combined attack of Bartlett and Turdy, and even seemed to have the upper hand. This was unbelievable. "Looks like you've been hiding your strength all along," Bartlett said, squinting. Bourne shrugged. "It's not that I'm hiding my strength. It's just that they're too weak for me to unleash my full power." How arrogant! Bartlett felt this guy's words were always so infuriating. Bourne glanced sideways at his side, and saw that Kalen and Doba were also in a bad situation. Kalen not only had to fight his opponent, but also protect Churl. Now, Churl's strength was greatly reduced, and he had become a burden. Doba's opponent was stronger, and he was currently dominating Doba. It would basically be decided in a short while. Looks like I can't drag this out any longer, Bourne thought to himself, but defeating Bartlett wouldn't be easy without using his heavenly soul and all his trump cards. Bourne quickly devised a plan. He beckoned to Bartlett. "Come on, let's not waste time. How about a duel, decided in one blow?" Bartlett raised an eyebrow, immediately intrigued. "Oh, how will we fight?" "We clash head-on and see who's stronger. If I lose, I withdraw," Bourne said. Bartlett grinned. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? A pure clash of magic power. He never been afraid of anyone. "Fine. Since you're courting death, don't blame me." He assumed a fighting stance, concentrating all his magic power. The great sword in his hand emitted bursts of dark light, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Bourne also secretly activated his soul fusion technique. With the enhancement of various powers, his magic power was in no way inferior to his opponent's. Whoosh! The two moved almost simultaneously, transforming into 2 streaks of light that collided violently with a deafening roar. This time, it was a pure clash of magical energy, and a powerful shockwave radiated outwards. Everyone craned their necks, eager to see the outcome of the duel. Soon, both figures were sent flying backwards simultaneously, surprisingly at the same distance. Once again, they were evenly matched. Bartlett was utterly shocked. If he hadn't used his full strength the first time, this time he had certainly gone all out, yet he still managed to fight his opponent to a draw. How could this be? But when he looked at Bourne, his eyes widened in disbelief. Bourne, using the force of the recoil, had instantly appeared beside Dobak, and with a swift stroke, killed Dobak's opponent before he could react. It all happened so fast that Bartlett couldn't intervene. "Damn it!" He charged towards Bourne, the hilt of his knife cracking in his grip. Bourne, having finished, immediately turned and charged towards Karen. Karen's opponent, terrified, tried to escape, but a black swamp suddenly appeared on the ground, tripping him and causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Normally, a basic spell like Death Swamp wouldn't have any effect on him, but he was intimidated by Bourne's aura and panicked, failing to notice Takala casting a spell nearby, thus falling victim to it. By the time he tried to get up, it was too late. Karen rushed forward and decapitated him with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The 2 powerful Fengyuan experts from the first team were easily killed. The first team also had a vice-captain, a support-type undead, who had been hiding in the back. He was completely stunned. The turn of events had happened so quickly he hadn't had time to react. Now, standing before him was a grinning Bourne. Bourne, who had been charging towards Kalen, had turned halfway, and was now right in front of him. "How about it? Surrender?" The support undead gave a bitter smile, took a step back, and jumped out of the arena. Now, only Bartlett and Turdy remained on the first team. Wow! Another uproar erupted from the crowd. Almost everyone thought the 8th team was doomed, but the 8th team had withstood the pressure, turned the tide, and turned it around so completely, Nader's eyes were full of admiration. This Bourne is truly a talent. His ability to challenge Bartlett, a level above him, and even turned the tide from a disadvantageous position, demonstrates his rich combat experience and astonishing battlefield control. Solons was also excited. After all, Born was the one he recruited into the Legion, and Born's display of such strength was definitely a good thing for the Legion. The commander would certainly reward him. At this moment, Bartlett's face had turned extremely gloomy. The situation had initially been very favorable, but unexpectedly, a huge reversal had occurred in the blink of an eye. Born looked at Bartlett with a smile. "So? Do you want to surrender?" Bartlett sneered. "Just playing tricks, shameless. What about our duel?" Born spread his hands. "Wasn't the duel over? We're even." Bartlett felt a lump in his throat, extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Kalen, Dobak, and Churl all gathered around, surrounding Bartlett and Turdy. Turdy glanced around nervously. He wasn't afraid of any of them in a one-on-one fight, but he couldn't fight them all. They outnumbered him, and if they attacked together, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Stop talking nonsense, just get them." Ducala rolled over and said. Born raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're so brave, then you go." Ducala shrank back, rolling twice. "Forget it, I just watch you guys perform." Turdy asked in a low voice, "Vice Captain, what do we do? Should we continue fighting?" Bartlett gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Turdy. "First team, only those who die fight, never surrender. Kill!" What followed was a chaotic melee. Turdy, who had little will to fight, was ambushed and killed by Born after only 2 or 3 rounds. Bartlett, however, lived up to his reputation as a 4th-tier Feng Yuan expert, holding out for a long time, fighting 5 opponents alone, but ultimately succumbed. The results were in, Team 8 emerged victorious. This unexpected turn of events thrilled everyone present. Team 8, previously at the bottom of the rankings, not only staged a remarkable comeback, but also jumped to first place in the annual competition. This would likely be a hot topic of discussion throughout the Legion for a long time to come. Nader immediately announced the results. Team 8 in first place, Team 1 in second, Team 2 in third. Team 7 was relegated to last place. During the award ceremony, Nader generously presented the 10 bottles of potions and a zombie dragon armor that had been agreed upon beforehand. The potions were chosen by Solons himself. The other team captains looked at Solons with envy. After all, the rewards this time were much more generous than before. Solons had truly had incredible luck. After receiving the awards, Solons led the members of Team 8 back to their camp, everyone's face beaming with smiles. Today was truly a day of triumph. Before, they always felt inferior, but today they walked with a much more arrogant air. Solons gestured for the crowd to quiet down. "Everyone, today is a great day. For the first time in our history, Team 8 has escaped last place and achieved first place in the annual competition. Yay! Long live the captain." Solons continued, however, "Everyone must understand that today's victory was mainly due to our new member, Born. He single-handedly turned the tide, challenging the much stronger Bartlett, and leading the team to victory. Born! Born!" The crowd below cheered in unison, shouting Born's name. Therefore, I decided to award Born the zombie dragon armor and a magic potion. With that, Solons handed the zombie dragon armor and the potion to Born. Born smiled and accepted them, waving to the crowd, saying, "The reward doesn't matter, it's all for the honor of Team 8. I can't refuse." "Oh, look how well you put it." "Yes, it's rare to find an undead so powerful and virtuous." The crowd's impression of Born improved even further. But the next moment, Born whispered to Solons, "Could I have another potion?" Solons' smile froze on his face, and he coughed awkwardly twice, "Sure, but only after everyone's gone." Born felt relieved. It was only fair. Without him, Team 8 would likely have remained at the bottom, and at the bottom, there were no rewards, not even a single magic potion. Solons understood this, but giving Born too much in front of so many people seemed unfair. Next, Solons gave each of the remaining 4 participants a potion, keeping the rest as future rewards. The crowd erupted in celebration. Chapter 495. While everyone was celebrating, Solons pulled Churl aside. Churl, somewhat confused, asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" Solons glanced at Born, who was chatting with Kalen in the distance, and asked in a low voice, "Born was recommended by you. Do you know anything about him?" Churl immediately understood. Recalling the situation, he slowly said, "Not very well. The first time I saw him was deep in the swamp. I was chasing that pig-headed man when Born suddenly appeared and cut off my hand, so I escaped. The second time I saw him was at the Legion's gate. He appeared with a pig-headed man, saying he wanted to join the Legion. I made a bet with him. If the pig-headed man could beat me, I would recommend them to join. Hearing Churler's account, Solons narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean he appeared suddenly? Le nodded. Yes, I've been chasing Pighead there for a while, and I haven't seen anyone else. But he just appeared out of nowhere. It's very strange. Solon's eyes flashed. Was there thick fog when he appeared? Le thought for a moment and nodded. Ah, there really was. Solon suddenly understood, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Ha, I see. Looks like we really struck gold. Lou, confused, asked, huh? Captain, what do you mean? Solons explained. If I'm not mistaken, he must have broken through to the Fengyuan realm from the low-level undead zone and then crossed the spatial boundary. Huh? Lou was stunned. This doesn't make sense. If he just broke through, how could he be at the third level of Fengyuan? That's why I said we struck gold. Solons laughed. This could only mean one thing. This person has exceptional talent and will definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. As long as we can build a good relationship with him, not only us, but even the entire Legion might benefit. Churl was taken aback. Is this true? Solons waved his hand. Don't tell anyone else about this. If other legions find out, it might cause trouble. Our most important thing right now is to keep him here. Should we report to the commander? Solons hesitated for a moment. Let's not tell him yet. I confirm with him again. The celebration ended, and everyone gradually dispersed. Although the 8th team's victory was something to celebrate, the mission had to continue. They still had to go to the undead hunting grounds to collect soulfire the next day. Born quietly found Solons. He still needed to get his potion back. Solons was already waiting for him. Seeing him approach, they generously handed him 2 potions, saying, Here, these are all for you. Don't think I'm stingy. Born was taken aback. Solons had only promised him 1 potion. How did it suddenly become 2? However, he didn't mind, accepting both potions and grinning, Thanks a lot, Captain. Now Born had 3 potions. A death element enhancement potion, a defense potion, and a strength potion. These were all basic potions, but thanks to the alchemist, their enhancement far surpassed that of ordinary potions and magic stones from the prime material plane. Born was about to leave with the potions when Solons quickly called out to him, Hey, wait! Born was taken aback. Is there anything else, Captain? Solons asked, Are you from the lower tier undead region? Born grinned, not hiding anything. That's right, I'm from the lower tier undead region. Seeing Born's frankness, Solons chuckled. I knew it. An undead as powerful as you should already be part of an organization. Why would you come to us on your own initiative? Born, it's my good fortune to have you join my 8th team, and it's also the 8th team's good fortune. However, my 8th team can't offer you much, such as, if the opportunity arises, I will recommend you for a higher stage. Born thought for a moment and said, I'm new here and don't know much about the high-level undead zone, so I don't want to be too high-profile. I hope to stay in the 8th squad for a while longer, and make a decision after I understand the situation. Sure enough, he couldn't keep him. Solon sighed inwardly, but still said, I understand. So what about now? Born smiled, I'm doing fine. The Legion just rewarded me with some soulfire, and I'm going to consume it for cultivation. With that, Born left. Since Born was just an ordinary undead soldier, he didn't have a fixed place to live. He could only find a secluded spot, take out some soulfire, and consume it. Most of these soulfires were at the Qiyuan realm, not very useful to Born, but better than nothing. He then activated the soul fusion technique, using the death power here to begin cultivation. As soon as the soul fusion technique was activated, Born felt something different. The death power here was much purer than that in the lower level undead zone. It was not only easier to absorb, but also easier to refine. No wonder the undead in the higher level undead zone were much stronger. After cultivating for a day or two, he felt incredibly bored and wanted to find Ducala and Churl, but they were also cultivating. Unlike Born, they didn't have the buffs from the soul fusion technique. Breaking through their cultivation level required consistent, solid practice over time. Born, feeling helpless, could only wander around by himself. He went straight back to the hunting grounds, a place where wandering undead gathered. However, after Born's rampage, the number of wandering undead had decreased significantly, and it would take some time for them to recover. In the high-level undead area, even the wandering undead possessed considerable strength. Born had previously killed a first-tier Fengyuan zombie here, which had reportedly been entrenched there for a long time. He remembered finding the hiding place of an even more powerful wandering undead, but at the time, in order to quickly collect more soul fire, he hadn't lingered with it. Now that he had time, he wanted to go and confront the guy again. Thinking of this, he wandered around until he arrived at the first hunting area. There was a small canyon there, and the wandering undead was located at the bottom of the canyon. Just as Bourne was about to step forward, he heard the sounds of fighting below. It seemed someone had already gotten there first, and was engaged in battle with the wandering undead. He quickly found a large rock and secretly observed from behind it. He saw 10 people surrounding the zombie dragon beast, launching a relentless attack. The zombie dragon beast was indeed powerful, possessing the strength of a 6th or even 7th tier Fengyuan cultivator. Even with 10 people attacking it together, it showed no fear, roaring and repelling wave after wave of attacks. Bourne stared intently, then paused, startled. Huh? It's the first team? Several familiar faces were among them, including Bartlett and Turdy. With their strength, defeating the zombie dragon beast wouldn't be difficult. Although the zombie dragon beast was stronger than any of them, wandering undead lacked their own consciousness, had a simple attack pattern, and were relatively easy to dodge. Combined with their numerical advantage, given enough time, they could wear it down. Big brother, it's about to give up. Turdy exclaimed excitedly, unleashing magic relentlessly, launching a frenzied attack on the zombie dragon beast, as if venting all the anger he suffered at Bourne's hands. Bartlett nodded slightly. Yes, good. Everyone, pay attention, prepare for the final blow. The zombie dragon beast had been besieged for so long, its magic power was nearly depleted. One more attack would likely kill it instantly. Bourne's mind raced, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. At Bartlett's command, everyone unleashed their full magical power in a final assault on the zombie dragon beast. Boom! Several deafening explosions resounded as a large hole was blasted into the beast's chest. Awooh! The zombie dragon beast roared, its massive tail sweeping towards Turdy. Turdy's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he could block this attack, the zombie dragon beast would have nowhere to escape, and they would obtain a 5th tier Fengyuan soulfire. However, the next moment, a strange force suddenly struck him. He felt a jolt in his head, and then lost control of his body. With a loud bang, Turdy was struck by the zombie dragon's tail like a wooden stake, sending him flying. Holy crap! Turdy, what are you doing? Bartlett exclaimed in surprise, quickly shouting, everyone else, block it. Don't let the zombie dragon escape. But it was too late. With Turdy set flying, a huge gap appeared in the encirclement. Although the zombie dragon was unintelligent, its instinct to escape remained. It charged forward, breaking through the encirclement and frantically running towards the edge of the canyon. Chase it! Bartlett was frustrated that something like this had gone wrong at the last minute. However, they had only taken 2 steps when huge boulders began rolling down the stone walls on either side. Everyone panicked and scrambled for cover. Boom! 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 After the boulders fell, everyone realized that the path out of the canyon was completely blocked, and the zombie dragon beast was nowhere to be found. Damn it! Bartlett roared, glancing around before spotting Turdy lying on the ground. He strode over and yanked Turdy up. What the hell were you doing, you idiot? Because of your mistake, the prey escaped. Can you afford this loss? Turdy still felt dizzy, but Bartlett's scolding cleared his head considerably. I don't know. My mind went blank. Useless. Bartlett threw him to the ground. The zombie dragon beast's tail strike had been incredibly powerful, causing Turdy's chest to cave in. Now, with Bartlett's angry throw, cracks had appeared, and he would likely need a long recovery period. Bartlett stood before the boulder, pondering for a moment. When did so many boulders appear in this canyon? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and immediately gathered his men, shouting, quickly, blast these boulders apart. Catch that dragon beast quickly. It's no match for us. The others reacted, each casting spells to bombard the boulder. However, due to the exhaustion from the previous battle, their strength was weak, and their efficiency in breaking the boulder was extremely low. Bartlett knew that rushing wouldn't help, so he joined in the bombardment, trying to speed things up as much as possible. Bang! The deafening roar, like thunder, shattered the stillness of the space, the powerful impact causing everyone's hearts to clench. Finally, after tireless effort, they managed to blast open a narrow passage. Bartlett stepped forward without hesitation, his eyes flashing with anxiety. Without a second thought, he charged out, his agile figure like lightning slicing through the darkness. The others, following closely behind, didn't hesitate either. They had only one belief: to rush out and find the dying zombie dragon beast. However, fate seemed to love playing tricks. Not long after, Bartlett's confident stride suddenly halted. He froze, as if rooted to the spot. Before him lay the enormous, terrifying corpse of a zombie dragon beast, its massive body emitting a putrid stench. But the most precious items, the magic core and the soul fire, had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Bartlett's mind raced. He instantly realized what had happened. His eyes burned with fury. Without a doubt, someone had played a dirty trick on them, stealing the spoils of their hard-won victory. Who is it? Bartlett roared to the sky, his voice seeming to pierce the heavens, venting his inner rage and resentment to the fullest. He gripped his weapon tightly, his teeth almost grinding to powder, secretly vowing to find that despicable thief and make him pay a heavy price. But by that moment, Bourne was already far away, happily carrying the zombie dragon beast's magic core and soul fire back to the Legion's camp. Only after getting his hands on it did he realize that these were 6-tier Fengyuan magic cores and soul fires. He wouldn't have dared to dream of such things before, but in the high-level undead zone, they were so easily obtained. That Bartlett guy is definitely going to be furious, ha ha ha. Bourne felt a surge of secret pleasure, tilting his head back and swallowing the 6-tier Fengyuan soul fire in one gulp. A surge of pure power instantly flowed through his body, causing him to groan comfortably. Crackling sounds. His already solidified magic surged again, the soul fusion technique automatically activated, directly pushing his realm to the 4th level of the abundant origin realm. Ah! The feeling of breaking through is wonderful. In just a few weeks, he had achieved another breakthrough. Anyone who knew would be astonished. Even the super strongest in the high-level undead zone wouldn't have such a terrifying breakthrough speed. Of course, the soul fusion technique also played a role. Bourne had already accumulated a lot of magic power, so this breakthrough was only natural. Not long after Bourne's breakthrough, Solons came looking for him. "Brother Bourne, how have you been resting these past few days?" Bourne smiled slightly. "Not bad." "Why did the captain suddenly come to see me today?" Solons said with a smile. "I reported your situation to the captain, and he was very pleased to hear about it. He wants to invite you over to discuss something." Chapter 496. What's with the invitation? That's too formal. Bourne waved his hand. "I'm just a lowly soldier in the Legion. If the commander summons me, of course I have to go." With that, he strode out. Solons was taken aback, then followed with a wry smile. "Aren't you curious what the commander wants with you? Would you tell me if I asked?" "No." "That's it then. Why should I waste my breath?" A short while later, the two arrived at Commander Nader's tent. However, there were already other people inside, namely, the first squad's vice-captain, Bartlett, and Turdy. "Commander, our hunting grounds have definitely been invaded," Bartlett accused vehemently. "That guy is utterly shameless. He stole our hard-earned prey, a 6-tier Fengyuan zombie dragon beast. There aren't many of those in the entire hunting grounds." Nader frowned and asked, "Did you get a good look at him?" Bartlett shook his head, bitterly replying, "That guy blocked our way with a boulder, and by the time we escaped, he was gone." "That's difficult. There are many legions nearby. If you don't know the situation, there's no way to find him." Nader shook his head. "This incident should serve as a warning. Be extra careful in the future. Fortunately, this person didn't intend to attack you. He only took the zombie dragon beast's soul fire and magic core. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here complaining to me." Bartlett clenched his fist. "If he dares to come, I beat him to a pulp." Seeing Bond enter, Nader comforted Bartlett. "All right, you can go back now. Remember to strengthen patrols around the area to prevent invasions from other legions." Bartlett responded and turned to leave. Seeing Bourne approaching, still angry, he charged straight at him. Bourne, unfazed, smiled slightly, didn't dodge, and collided head-on with Bartlett. With a thud, Bartlett stumbled, while Bourne calmly walked past him, even patting him on the shoulder. "Not bad, you're quite robust." Bartlett's face turned ashen, but he still couldn't understand what had just happened. He, relying on his powerful physique as a golden skull, coupled with his 4th-tier Fengyuan realm, couldn't even defeat a skeleton soldier? "Bartlett, what are you still doing here?" Nader frowned. Bartlett didn't dare linger, and quickly scurried out of the tent. Upon emerging, Turdy asked with a puzzled look, "Brother, why did the commander summon Bond?" Bartlett gritted his teeth and said, "Is that even a question? His displayed strength is enough to attract the commander's attention. This time, he probably wants to include him in the core membership." Turdy was taken aback. "Core membership? No way. The Legion's core members are only the 2 vice-commanders and 8 captains. He's just a common soldier. What makes him a core member?" Bartlett's eyes burned. Of course, It's based on his strength. After that collision, I only just realized that he seems to have broken through again. What? Turdy's face was filled with disbelief. What's going on with this guy? Is breaking through as easy as eating and sleeping? I don't know the specifics. If I could get the soul fire of that zombie dragon beast, I could break through too. What a pity. Turdy complained. I really find it strange that Solons, a mere third-tier Feng Yuan cultivator, can be a captain and even a core member, while you, big brother, are already fourth-tier Feng Yuan and still just a vice-captain. Bartlett waved his hand. It can't be helped. The commander cares a lot about the unity within the Legion. Solons fought alongside the commander back then and eventually established the Legion, but due to his lack of talent, he quickly fell behind the others. If it weren't for the commander's support, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through to the third tier of Feng Yuan by now. The commander only gave him the captainship because of our past friendship. But look at the trash in his team. I wouldn't even glance at him if he were in my first team. Turdy laughed. You're right. That Scheller hasn't even broken through to the Feng Yuan realm yet, and he's still in the annual competition arena? It's laughable. Bartlett's expression turned serious. But things are different now. The 8th team has an anomaly, that skeleton soldier Bond. Turdy's smile faded. That guy seems to have appeared out of thin air. What's his background? Bartlett shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely not good news for us. Let's go. Let's tell the captain about this so he can prepare. Inside the commander's tent, Nader and Bond sat facing each other, while Solon stood to one side. Bond looked at Solon somewhat awkwardly. Captain, aren't you going to sit? Solon's eye twitched. I prefer standing. Nader smiled and said, Solons, you should sit too. We known each other for so many years, don't be so formal. Solons nodded and sat down. Commander, I'm truly sorry to have let you down. I haven't broken through to the mid-stage of the Feng Yuan realm yet. Nader waved his hand. What are you saying? Of our 10 core members, you are the most loyal to me. You're different from the others. You were the one who lent a helping hand when I was at my weakest and needed help the most. I never forget that, even if I die. I never imagined back then that you would actually become the commander of a legion, ruling over a territory. Who says otherwise? Nader laughed. Back then, we almost became someone else's food. In the high-level undead zone, there were countless dangers at every moment. It wasn't easy for us to get to this point. Watching the two reminisce, Bourne couldn't get a word in edgewise, and could only sit there grinning foolishly. Nader suddenly changed the subject, looking at Bourne. So I'm really curious, even in the low-level undead zone, how could a skeleton soldier like you reach such a level? Bourne was taken aback. I'm actually just a slacker, doing odd jobs when needed, getting beaten up when not, but I'm lucky enough to always get opportunities. Nader smiled, clearly not believing Bourne's words. Many people who come up from the low-level undead zone are basically related to the Lord. Only in a Lord's Legion can there be enough resources to support cultivation to the Feng Yuan realm, don't you think? Bourne's heart stirred. Commander, your knowledge is indeed profound, but I have no connection with the Lord. In the low-level undead zone, I'm just the commander of a small legion, unknown to anyone. Please forgive my ignorance. Oh, I see. Nader stroked his chin. It seems you truly have unlimited potential. To cultivate to the Feng Yuan realm without the Lord's help is truly admirable. Hee, you flatter me, Commander. Nader continued, I greatly admire your abilities, and hope you can become a core member of our Legion. However, becoming a core member requires not only strength, but also unwavering loyalty. You will bear the mark of the Nader Legion, and wherever you go, people will know where you came from. But rest assured, the Nader Legion has always had an excellent reputation. You've been here for some time now, so you should be aware of that. Bourne nodded slightly. This was indeed true. Despite being an undead legion, the atmosphere within the legion was excellent, especially within each squad. It had a strong sense of community, giving Bourne the illusion of returning to the elite army. Having joined the Nader Legion, does that mean I can't join other legions anymore? Of course not. It's just a recognition of identity, it doesn't hinder anything. Of course, if you want to join an opposing force, they might have to think twice. Bourne stroked his chin. I see. That's not a problem. I'm willing to become a core member of the Legion. Nader's face lit up with joy. He drew a contract circle in the air with his finger. This contract has no binding effect, it's simply proof of identity. If you want to remove this proof, you must surpass the chaotic origin realm, that is, become an existence above a lord. But that's probably a long way off. Bourne nodded slightly. I understand. He then channeled his soul power into the magic circle, which emitted a dark light. He then noticed a small mark on his neck, identical to the one on Nader and Solenz's neck. Born touched the badge, he felt no discomfort. Moreover, when he touched the contract magic circle, he clearly understood its contents. It was simply a simple identification mark, without any binding effect. Even if he betrayed the Legion now, there would be no backlash. Of course, Born wouldn't betray the Nader Legion. He was doing quite well in the Legion, and had become a core member. He would be able to participate in decision-making on major matters within the Legion. However, Born didn't like getting involved in those trivial matters. He cared more about the various benefits of being a core member, such as free access to the Legion and the ability to obtain more soul fire and resources. Commander, if I may ask, what is your cultivation level? Nader smiled slightly. I only just broken through to the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm. Born raised an eyebrow. The 7th level of the Fengyuan realm was essentially the high-level Fengyuan realm. Although both were within the same realm, the difficulty of advancing increased significantly at higher levels. For a master like Nader, it might take 10 or even 100 years to break through. Born had only just entered the middle level of the Fengyuan realm. If they were to truly fight, he would definitely be no match for Nader. However, Born wasn't discouraged. He possessed 3 types of heavenly souls, coupled with the heaven-defying abilities of the Soul Fusion chapter and his unique advantage as a summoner of the undead, so he wasn't worried about his cultivation at all. Nader continued, although you become a core member of the Legion, we won't involve you in Legion decision-making for the time being. After all, you only been in the Legion for less than a month, and you don't have any official position yet. As for how the 8th team will arrange things for you, I won't make any demands. Solon said, how about I make you the captain, and you give me the vice-captainship? Forget it. Born quickly waved his hand. I just be an advisor. Don't call me unless it's absolutely necessary, and definitely don't call me when there's something important. Nader and Solons were speechless. Oh, right. Born suddenly remembered something. Commander, I heard you went to the Slime Legion to discuss matters, and our annual competition rewards all come from the Slime Legion. How is that possible? Nader laughed. You're a core member now, so it's fine to tell you. Actually, our Legion is affiliated with the Slime Legion, and we have to pay them tribute every year for protection. If a Legion of their level attacks us, the Slime Legion will immediately come to our aid. The last time I went to the Slime Legion was because the Purple Fire Mummy Legion seemed to be making some small moves, and we were told to be extra careful. Solons added, I explained to you before that alchemists are very hard to find, and the Slime Legion happens to have a small team of alchemists, including 5 bronze-level alchemists, are responsible for concocting these potions, including the zombie dragon armor you obtained. Born then asked, is the Slime Legion very powerful? And what is the Purple Fire Mummy Legion? Nader explained, there are 6 major forces in our entire Sloth Swamp. Slime, Purple Fire Mummy, Tude, Earth Bear, Kaitu, and Muller. Their strength far surpasses ours, and each has a peak-level expert among them. With the Lord's permission, they jointly control the entire Sloth Swamp. Below them are countless smaller legions like ours. The Slime Legion alone has hundreds of subordinate smaller legions, and most of them are stronger than us. Born was slightly taken aback. Everything else was fine, but what the hell was this Earth Bear Legion? The Earth Bear Legion, could it be? Oh, their leader is an Earth Bear zombie, and most of the members are too. What's wrong? Born quickly waved his hand, and nothing. He dared not mention that there had been an Earth Bear Legion in the lower-level undead region before, and he had wiped them out. It seemed the orcs were indeed powerful. Even as undead, they could still dominate a region. Afterwards, the group chatted for a while, and then Born and Solons left the commander's tent. The following days were incredibly comfortable for Born. Since demonstrating his extraordinary strength, he had been immediately accepted by everyone in the 8th Squad, and now he was a core member of the Legion. He could basically do whatever he wanted. He usually cultivated in the camp. Solons had specially built a tent for him to cultivate in private. When he felt tired of cultivating, he would go to the hunting grounds to stretch his muscles. He could roam freely throughout the entire hunting grounds, regardless of which team's area it was, and no one dared to say a word. That day, while he was cultivating, he suddenly felt Annie's call. Annie hadn't contacted him for a long time. After all, the situation in the main plane was changing rapidly, and Annie was at the heart of the whole affair. There were simply too many things for her to handle, making combat secondary. Chapter 497. A flash of dark light, and Born returned to the prime material plane. However, before he could even greet Annie, a blazing blade slashed towards him. Holy crap! What was that? Born instinctively drew his soul-severing blade, blocking the attack. A deafening boom echoed, as the powerful force made Born's body tremble, but he gritted his teeth and held on. "Brother Born, be careful! It's Henry!" Annie cried anxiously behind him. "Henry?" Born was taken aback. "The Lord of Leicester?" Boom! The opponent's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his magic erupted, the flames on the blade roaring. Born frowned, pushed off with both hands, and retreated rapidly, creating distance between himself and his opponent. Sure enough, the person standing in front of him was none other than Henry, the renowned lord of the Leicester territory. Previously, he had been ambushed by Anne and forced to slink away from the Leicester territory he had painstakingly built. Who could have imagined that he would return like a tiger long dormant, his ferocity so overwhelming it seemed he would trample the entire world under his feet? Meanwhile, Born was still bewildered by the situation, not yet fully understanding what was happening, when Henry charged forward like lightning. He was enveloped in a layer of blazing flames, his magnificent and dazzling fire armor gleaming as if capable of incinerating everything in its path. The aura he exuded was terrifying, like the arrival of a war god. In that breathtaking exchange, Born had keenly sensed that his former rival had recently made a significant breakthrough. He had now advanced to the top tier of the 5th rank of the Fengyuan realm, a level of strength that made him an extremely formidable figure in this domain. Furthermore, as a veteran powerhouse, his aura was incredibly profound, like an endless abyss, giving off an unfathomable feeling. However, Born showed no fear. In the perilous hunting grounds, he was fearless, often provoking wandering undead stronger than himself. Through countless life-or-death clashes, he constantly accumulated invaluable combat experience. This experience was like a sharp sword, constantly honing his will and courage, allowing him to remain calm and composed in the face of any powerful enemy. "Bone prison!" Born uttered softly, and white bones rose from the ground, only to be incinerated the moment they touched the fiery armor. Born frowned slightly, immediately changing his strategy. Since basic magic wouldn't work, surely his heavenly soul power would suffice. He slammed his hand on the ground, and with a deafening rumble, a stone wall suddenly appeared before Henry. Henry was slightly startled, slashing fiercely at the wall with his sharp blade. With a clang, the stone wall remained completely unmoved. So hard. Henry was somewhat surprised, but his reaction was swift. He simply bypassed the wall and continued charging towards Born. Born swung his hands rapidly, and stone walls seemed to spring up from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, restricting Henry's speed. Henry finally reached Born, ready to unleash his strongest attack to crush the skeleton soldier. But the next moment, a strange magical force seeped into his soul. He felt his soul slowly detaching from his body, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Alarmed, he immediately focused his mind and channeled his magic to resist this force. Boom! Flames erupted, the intense heat filling the surrounding air with a burnt smell. Henry finally broke free from the strange magic's control and unhesitatingly slashed forward. However, Born had already retreated more than 10 meters away, and Henry's strike missed completely. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust that blurred both men's faces. Henry didn't launch another attack, for he knew this operation had failed. With his territory seized, he, as the Lord, had lost all face and was disregarded by the royal family. Some time ago, he secretly learned through clandestine channels that Anne would be coming to the Duchy of Harrington. He then secretly laid an ambush, intending to kill, and in one fell swoop and turn the tide of the battle. However, he hadn't expected Anne to have already broken through to the 3rd level of the Fengyuan realm. Faced with the sudden attack, she didn't panic but calmly responded. Even summoning an annoying undead, Henry knew his sneak attack had failed. What was supposed to be a sure kill had failed due to a delay in information. What information? Naturally, it was Anne's true strength. Anne had rarely appeared publicly on the battlefield recently, and many rumored that she had broken through to the Fengyuan realm. But at that level, how difficult was it to advance further? Therefore, Henry predicted that even if Annie broke through, she would only reach around the 2nd level of the Fengyuan realm, and wouldn't be able to directly reach the 3rd level. However, his prediction only applied to ordinary people, not to Annie, because Annie possessed the Spirit Division Manual. Under the combined effect of the Spirit Division Manual and the high-quality Secret Realm, Annie's breakthrough was unstoppable, directly reaching the 3rd level of the Fengyuan realm, just like Born. However, later, due to various matters requiring her attention, her cultivation speed was severely slowed down, thus preventing her from keeping up with Born's pace. Fortunately, she comprehended a new intermediate magic. The cross-level necromancer summoning technique, which, based on the existing enhanced necromancer summoning technique, could summon a necromancer one level higher than herself to fight. This couldn't be more perfect. Now, Born's strength was just slightly higher than Annie's, so at this crucial moment, Born's appearance completely ruined Henry's plans. Henry snorted coldly and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Born's expression froze, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The next moment, four powerful auras surged from 4 different directions simultaneously, their target Annie. Not good. "Annie, retreat!" Born yelled, rushing towards Annie as well. With a powerful swipe of his left hand, several stone walls erupted from the ground, covering Annie's escape. However, Henry quickly launched another attack. "Skeleton soldier, your opponent is me!" Boom! 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 Henry's attacks were even more ferocious, the scorching flame seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens and earth. Annie quickly ran to the side, observing her surroundings as she went. There were 2 enemies on her left, and 2 more on her right. Due to the suddenness of the attack, Annie couldn't see their faces clearly, but judging from their auras, they were all powerful cultivators at the Fengyuan realm, 1 water elemental, 2 lightning elementalists, and even 1 light elementalist. Annie gritted her teeth, reached into her breastplate, and pulled out an altar. She threw it to the left, while simultaneously facing right, channeling her magic. A gigantic phantom of an evil spirit appeared in the air. Awoo! A powerful and terrifying sonic attack struck the 2 powerful figures on the right, instantly immobilizing them. They gritted their teeth, desperately trying to defend themselves. The 2 on the left, seeing something flying towards them, immediately unleashed their magic attack. 2 bolts of lightning struck the altar, causing it to flash with dazzling light. Boom! This altar was something Annie had obtained from the Land of Fallen Gods. Even after the Land of Fallen Gods collapsed, the altar remained undamaged, demonstrating its extraordinary nature. Now, it absorbed the attack and then reflected it back with even greater force, sending the 2 figures flying. Taking advantage of the lull, Annie finally recognized her attackers, and they turned out to be acquaintances. Grand Elder Gander of the Endless Seas, Lord Rand of the Thompson, so you escaped here. These 2 had been captured by Stark and imprisoned on Sea God Island. Later, the High Protector of the Papacy personally intervened, forcing Stark to release them. However, the Papacy didn't go too far. After all, the Endless Seas were a formidable force, and pushing them too far would be disastrous even for the Papacy. Furthermore, the Norma Empire was currently preoccupied with too many matters, making this not the best time to wage war against the Endless Seas. The 2 had vanished without a trace after their escape, undoubtedly returning to the Austen royal family. Part of the reason Annie came to the Duchy of Harrington was because of this. Rand's face was fierce. "Annie, it's all because of you. My Thompson family's territory was seized, and my family was displaced. I will avenge this." Annie ignored him, and looked at another person. "Greta, I didn't expect to see you here." Greta's expression was somewhat unnatural. He had only recently broken through to the first level of the Fengyuan realm, and he thought he was already quite fast, but Annie was even faster. "Annie, our positions are different, and a battle is inevitable. I just didn't expect that I could no longer stand alone before you." The last light mage took a step forward, and his domain of light instantly expanded. "Stop chatting, let's finish this quickly." Annie looked at this person. It was none other than Archbishop Augustine of the 11th peak of Divine Beast Mountain. "Archbishop, do you really want me dead?" Augustine sneered. "If I had known you were a necromancer, I would have killed you on Divine Beast Mountain. Now, Karus has been dismissed from his position as Archbishop because of this, and Dylan has taken his place." "Dylan has also become an Archbishop?" And he felt a little annoyed. If that was the case, sooner or later, the 2 of them would meet on the battlefield, just like today. "Alright. Annie, no matter how strong you are, you can't possibly defeat all 4 of us at once. You better surrender," Augustine said. Annie frowned, pondering how to respond, when suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Who said she's alone?" 3 figures flashed out, instantly appearing beside Annie: Will, Oren, and Roman. "You're here." Annie's eyes lit up. Will was now a super strong expert at the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm, even stronger than Augustine, while Roman had broken through to the 1st level of the Fengyuan realm. Only Oren was still at the peak of the Huayuan realm, but his combat power was definitely enough to fight against a Fengyuan realm expert. Will was originally stationed in the Endless Sea, but after Rand and the Grand Elder's escape, he came to the Duchy of Harrington to meet with, and only to encounter this unexpected turn of events. "Gondel, I already pleaded with the Ancestor to let you stay in the Endless Sea. Why did you still do this?" Will looked at Gondel with a pained expression. Gondel gave a bitter laugh. Stay in the endless sea? Why should I stay in the endless sea? What can you give me there? To let me never see the light of day again in the eye of the sea god? No. I'm not reconciled. Will, this is a fight to the death. Augustine frowned at the 4 people before him, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Attack! The group attacked almost simultaneously, multicolored magical light exploding in the air, and for a time, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Will faced Augustine, directly using his advantage in cultivation level to suppress him, but Augustine was no ordinary person. As the Archbishop of Divine Beast Mountain, he always had some special skills, which gave Will quite a headache. During their imprisonment, Rand and Gander's cultivation levels essentially stagnated, remaining at the 4th level of the Fengyuan realm. However, they were more than capable of handling Annie and Orin. Annie possessed the strength to challenge opponents of higher levels, but Orin, having not yet broken through to the Fengyuan realm, struggled greatly in their fight, nearly falling victim several times and facing dire circumstances. In contrast, the battle between Roman and Greta was less intense. They exchanged blows, both seemingly holding back. Bourne and Henry were also busy, each eager to quickly eliminate their opponent so they could support the others. The 2 were at the same cultivation level, their strength evenly matched. However, Bourne held many trump cards, which he unleashed almost entirely at this moment. Soul Stealing, Invisibility, Slaying the Heavenly Soul, 10,000 Miles of Ice Seal. The endless stream of special spells left Henry utterly exasperated, instantly experiencing the difference between humans. No, between humans and the undead. Damn it! He swung his sword forcefully, knocking Boar away. His heart was filled with turmoil. This skeleton soldier was even more troublesome than his summoner, Annie. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that Annie and Orin were in danger. An idea struck him instantly. He flashed to Bourne's side and swung his sword. Bourne, undeterred, swung his soul-severing blade as well, the blade imbued with the power of retribution, his aura even stronger than Henry's. However, the next moment, a deafening roar erupted as a fireball exploded in front of Henry. The immense impact sent Henry flying, but he twisted his body in midair, changing direction and charging towards Annie. Damn it! Bourne exclaimed in surprise, realizing he'd fallen into a trap, but it was too late to help. Annie! Watch out! Hearing Bourne shout, Annie immediately turned around, just in time to see Henry charging towards her. Because Annie was not skilled in close combat, now that a seasoned expert like Henry was at her mercy, she was riddled with openings. A triumphant smile spread across Henry's face. He could almost foresee Annie's death by his blade. Annie! Die! Chapter 498. But at this critical moment, Orin selflessly stepped in front of Annie. No! With Annie's desperate scream, the long sword pierced Orin's chest, and blood gushed out. Orin stretched out his right hand, gripping Henry's blade tightly. The sharp blade cut his hand, and blood stained his robes red. He shouted desperately, "Run!" In an instant, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into Annie's mind, exploding violently. Her mind went blank, and then wisps of darkness seeped from every corner, gradually filling her entire being. Annie's eyes slowly turned completely black, and her aura suddenly contracted, as if she didn't exist at all. Bourne, as Annie's summoned spirit, naturally noticed Annie's abnormality immediately. He rushed behind Henry, slashing with his sword and forcing Henry back. Henry's long sword was pulled from Orin's chest, drawing a large amount of crimson blood. Cough, cough. Orin immediately knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as if all his strength had been drained. Orin, hold on. Bourne helped Orin up, but Orin's eyes were already beginning to glaze over. I'm sorry. Orin's lips moved, uttering a weak sound. I can't stay with you anymore. I'm not a good brother. Don't speak. Bourne snapped, picking Orin up and rushing off the battlefield. No one stopped him, because stopping him was pointless. Orin was so badly injured that he was practically beyond saving, and besides, he could also hold off the powerful Bourne. It was a win-win situation. Ah! What happened? A sudden scream rang out. Bourne looked up and saw it was Margot. You're just in time. Come here quickly. Margot looked at the blood-covered Orin with a panicked expression. Big brother. Big brother. What happened to you? He's been stabbed through the chest. Aren't you a light mage? Quickly cast a healing spell. Margot frantically placed her trembling hand on Orin's chest, tears welling in her eyes. Big brother. Don't die, hold on. A soft light emanated from Margot's hand, slowly working on Orin's wound. Orin seemed to sense it, and slowly opened his eyes a crack. Third sister, you're here. Shut up, Bourne snapped. Now focus on your treatment. Don't talk and aggravate your wound. Oren didn't care, but he closed his eyes again and remained silent. How is it? Can it be healed? Bourne asked Margot. Margot, her face streaked with tears and sweat, choked out, I don't know, I'm not good at healing, and he's so badly injured. Brother, you have to hold on. She intensified her magic, the healing light shining even brighter. Bourne knew he couldn't help at this point. He turned to look at the arena, and stood there, head bowed, her expression hidden. Her aura was restrained, and an invisible energy seemed to distort space around her. Henry, Gander, and Rand surrounded her from different directions, preparing their final attack. And run! Roman and Will were frantic, but their opponents had intensified their assault, giving them no chance to rescue her. Bourne watched the scene nervously. At this point, he dared not make a move, for he sensed Annie's anger and sorrow. These intense negative emotions were affecting him as well, making his mind somewhat uncontrollable, as if he were about to be swallowed by darkness. He knew Annie's situation was dire, but he had no idea how to resolve it. Teacher, if only you could wake up! Bourne missed Dao Quang. If Dao Quang were here, he could easily solve the problem. Whoosh! A large amount of black mist rapidly rose from beneath Annie's feet like a tide, carrying a sinister aura, instantly enveloping her once delicate body, as if she had become one with the darkness. As if controlled by some mysterious force, she slowly floated up, then suddenly raised her head. Her once bright and clear eyes were now pitch black, like two pools of deep ink, radiating a chilling light, staring intently at the three people surrounding her. Upon seeing this, all three shuddered involuntarily. They had never witnessed such an extremely bizarre sight in their lives, and an indescribable chill ran through them, as if countless icy hands were gently stroking their spines. What is that thing? Gander asked in terror, his voice trembling slightly. Rand shook his head gravely. I don't know, but I'm certain it's not normal. We can't worry about that now. Henry gritted his teeth and shouted, we have to act quickly. If we kill her, this damned war will end immediately. Having said that, he charged forward without hesitation, like an arrow released from a bow, his speed dazzling. Rand and Gander exchanged a glance, a resolute glint in their eyes, then they too moved, gathering all their strength to unleash their strongest attacks, powerful energy surges raging through the air. However, the next moment, a bone spear appeared before Henry without warning. It seemed to materialize out of thin air. By the time Henry reacted, it was only a hair's breadth from his forehead. Henry's eyes widened in shock. Facing death, he strained with all his might, forcefully tilting his head to one side. With a whoosh, the bone spear grazed his scalp, shattering his ear, and spraying a cloud of blood. Aya! Henry screamed, clutching his ear with his left hand, collapsing to the ground in agony. Meanwhile, Gander and Rand encountered no obstacles and easily reached Annie's back. Their hearts were in their throats. Success was just one strike away. Suddenly, a killing intent came from behind. Without hesitation, Gander and Rand abandoned their attack and turned to block. They saw Bourne, enveloped in the power of retribution, unleash a fierce strike towards them. Boom! The power of retribution collided with their magic, creating a violent explosion. This attack successfully bought Annie time. Annie slowly turned around, her dark eyes seemingly able to see into anyone's heart. She raised her right hand, and instantly another bone spear flew out. The power of that bone spear even surpassed that of ordinary intermediate-level magic, and its speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Aya! Gander, momentarily stunned, was struck directly by the bone spear. A gaping hole appeared in his chest, blood gushing out. His face still contorted in shock, he collapsed dead. What? Augustine, having forceful back with a single strike, stared at Annie in disbelief. What? Retreat! Henry roared, ignoring everyone else and turning to flee. Rand glanced at Gander's corpse, a chill running down his spine. He followed Henry in the retreat. With these two gone, there was no need for the others to remain. The mission was destined to fail. Augustine gritted his teeth, uttering a harsh threat. Mount Divine Beast will purify all of you evil beings. He then departed as well. Bourne didn't stop him, but immediately went to Annie's side. Annie! It's me, Bourne! Wake up! They're gone! But Annie seemed deaf to his cries, her dark eyes continuing to scan everyone present. Bourne immediately realized the problem, and almost instinctively raised his soul-severing blade. At the same time, a bone spear flew towards him. With a clang, although the soul-severing blade successfully blocked the attack, the immense force still sent him flying. Annie! Bourne roared, wake up! But clearly, His shouts were useless. Will and Roman also rushed over, equally hesitant to approach Annie. What on earth is going on? Even Roman, with his princely status and experience, had never seen or heard of such a situation before. Will frowned, as if a thought had occurred to him. Could this be? Before he could finish, Annie's situation changed again. Her golden hair billowed in the wind, and powerful, dense magic surged forth, as if she were preparing something. No! Stop her! Bourne shouted. Will immediately acted, rushing forward. Among the group, he was the strongest and capable of defending against Annie's attack. Boom! 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 Waves of energy surged forth. Will, like a small boat in a vast ocean, stubbornly reached Annie and reached for her wrist. But the next moment, a bone spear suddenly shot out, aiming directly at Will's forehead. Will roared, and an ice shield appeared in front of him. With a crack, the bone spear pierced the ice shield, but was still blocked. Will seized the opportunity, grabbing Annie and forcefully pulling her back to the ground, simultaneously striking her neck with a palm strike. Annie's body went limp, and she instantly lost consciousness. At that moment, Bourne felt a suction force. It seemed the time for his necromancy spell was up, but he couldn't leave now. He looked around, gritted his teeth, and went directly to Gander's corpse. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he cast the possession spell, his entire body merging with Gander's corpse in a bizarre way. Will was stunned. What are you doing? After a short while, Gander's wounds began to heal, then he suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up abruptly, startling everyone. Don't be afraid, I'm Bourne. Bourne explained, only through this method can I stay in the prime material plane for an extended period. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except Will, whose expression remained strange. He sighed softly, and said nothing. Bourne immediately went to Anne's side and checked on her. How is she? Will said, it's hard to say. She's unconscious, and we don't know if she experienced the same thing again when she wakes up. Bourne then turned to Margot. How is Orin? Margot's face was streaked with tears, and she was somewhat delirious, but her hands were still pressed tightly against Orin's chest, desperately squeezing out the last bit of magic to heal Orin's injuries. Roman glanced at her and said, this won't do. We can only temporarily sustain Orin's life. I call my royal physician right now. We can't wait. Bourne picked up Orin. Let's go, to your place now, and arrange for treatment immediately. The group rushed to Harrington Palace. Roman had already made arrangements beforehand, and a room had been prepared. The royal physicians were also on standby. Bourne laid Orin on the bed, and Margot maintained the effects of her healing spell, keeping Orin alive and preventing him from dying completely. An elderly, frail court physician rushed forward. He examined Orin's injuries and gasped, such severe injuries, it's a miracle he's still alive. He immediately activated his magic, and a stream of water flowed out, entering Orin's body through his wounds. After a while, he beckoned to someone behind him, bring medicine. An assistant immediately handed over a medicine bottle, and the physician poured the entire potion onto Orin's wounds. A flash of blue light appeared, and Orin's wounds began to writhe, slowly healing. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the old physician remained deeply worried, not daring to relax for a moment. After a short while, the old physician's expression froze, his brows furrowing deeply. Not good. There's still powerful fire elemental magic remaining in his body, continuously damaging it. Everyone's hearts tightened again. Margot cried anxiously, what can we do? You must save my brother. The old physician pondered for a moment, then said to Roman, Your Highness, if all else fails, we have to use that. Roman frowned slightly. Isn't there any other way? The old physician shook his head. Unless there's a high-level healing technique capable of bringing the dead back to life, any treatment. It's useless. Margot was struck dumb, taking 2 steps back. Advanced healing spell. That, only the Saintess can cast it. The Saintess? Bourne thought of the fairy-like woman. She really can? Margot nodded. Yes, but she can't help us. She's a Saintess of the Holy See. Roman sighed. There's no other way. Go! Bring that over. A moment later, an assistant came running in from outside carrying a box. The old doctor opened the box and took out a pill. What's that? Will asked curiously. Chapter 499. The old physician explained, This is a priceless treasure of our Harrington Duchy. Only the royal family knows how to refine it. The refining process is extremely complex. It's a life-extending elixir created by the first king of Harrington. The resurrection pill. The entire royal family only has 3. However, this medicine has strong side effects. Although it can save lives, The person who takes it will fall into a state of suspended animation. The duration depends on the individual's fate. It could be 3 to 5 years, or it could be forever. Roman said, this is the only way for now. As for whether Oren can wake up, it all depends on his fate. Bourne sighed. Roman had already brought out the Harrington Duchy's most precious treasure. What could he say? He nodded to Margot. Margot could only cover her face and weep. Use it. In the end, it was Bourne who made the decision. Without hesitation, the old doctor directly inserted the rejuvenating pill into Oren's mouth. The medicine immediately took effect, a strange power enveloping Oren's body, continuously repairing his injuries, while simultaneously sealing off his consciousness, like a cage imprisoning his true self. Seeing Oren's condition improve, Bourne breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Annie lying on another bed. At this moment, Annie's eyes were closed, fast asleep. It was impossible to tell that this harmless girl was actually the culprit who started the World War, and also a super-strong expert at the third level of the Fengyuan realm. The old doctor approached, wanting to reach out and check on Annie's condition, but Bourne stopped him. Don't move. The power within her is beyond your ability to withstand. The old doctor paused, then looked at Roman, who nodded. She's all right. You can go now. The old doctor left the room with his assistant. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Will spoke first. What do we do now? Annie's condition isn't good. We need to find a solution quickly. Margot looked at Bourne and said, You're Annie's summoned spirit. You should know the situation best. What exactly happened? Bourne shook his head. I don't understand what happened either. I can't contact Annie at all now. Her soul seems frozen. This isn't a solution. Roman frowned. The war is at a critical juncture. Annie is the backbone of our alliance. If something happens to her, the entire situation could change drastically. Annie will be all right. Margot exclaimed. She's endured so many setbacks over the years. How could she possibly fall here? Bourne then looked at Will Neptune. Man, when Annie acted strangely just now, I noticed you seemed to have something to say. Do you know something? Will paused, pondered for a long time, and finally said, This is just a guess. According to ancient records, every so often, a human with a holy body appears on the continent. This holy body signifies that the person can merge with the corresponding element and wield it freely. But as far as I know, there is only one person recorded in history with a holy body, and that is the former Norma Emperor, known as the Water Holy Body, the strongest human being. There is no one else. Roman frowned and said, You mean, Annie has a holy body? Will nodded. I speculate that she might have a death holy body, but after all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Unless the ancestor comes to see it, the ancestor had a relationship with the Norma Emperor for a period of time, he should be able to recognize her. Are there any side effects to this holy body? Bourne asked. Will thought for a moment and said, the only side effect might be a tendency to lose control. If the mind is completely controlled by elemental power, it's very likely to become a mindless elemental spirit. Bourne frowned. He didn't want Annie to become some kind of elemental spirit. Is there any way to help her? I don't know. Bourne lowered his head, considering whether to forcibly awaken the blade maniac. Just then, a soldier rushed in and knelt before Roman, reporting report. 30,000 troops are gathering at the border of the Duchy of Reeves, and 100,000 troops are marching towards us from the capital, Bray City. Roman abruptly stood up. It seems the royal family is really going to make a move. Will frowned. If there's movement here, it means the war in the north has already begun. I probably need to rush back to Thompson territory to support Marshal Evar. But Anne is unconscious, and Oren is seriously injured. Who will coordinate things here? Who will guide our actions from now on? Roman asked. All eyes turned to Anne, who lay on the bed. Bourne frowned. What? Without Annie, you don't know what to do? You're all leaders of major powers. Can't you think for yourselves when faced with a situation? Will shook his head. It's not a matter of thinking. Right now, the alliance is held together by Annie. There's no direct connection between our various factions. If Annie is gone, things will become extremely complicated. The battle lines are already very long, and one slip could lead to an irreversible situation. Bourne took a deep breath. In that case, who among you can tell me the specifics of the situation? The group exchanged glances, and finally Will spoke. Since the start of the war, the demons have been attacking the Harry Empire, capturing the demon-suppressing military district and half of the Amaraz Empire within a month. The Norma Empire's army, led by Marquis Jonathan, launched a surprise attack on the Harry Empire, directly occupying the central military district. Simultaneously, their main force entered the country, engaging in direct combat with the Northern Frontier Military District's army. Several leaders of the southern unclaimed territories surrendered to the Veles Empire, willing to relinquish previously seized lands and compensate for losses, resulting in a ceasefire. At the same time, the Veles Empire launched an attack on the Harry Empire's coastal military district. Bourne nodded slightly. This was all expected. Will continued, the war on the Austin Empire side is stalled. The Divine Beast Mountain sent 100,000 Knights of Light, demanding that the Duchy of Harrington open a passage for them to enter the Leicester territory. The Duchy of Harrington, of course, refused. Incredible. They amassed 300,000 troops on the border, officially announced their withdrawal from the Austin Empire, and formed an alliance with our Endless Seas and the Duchy of Sharia. Simultaneously, the Duchy of Sharia expelled all papal personnel from its territory. Divine Beast Mountain was furious and publicly declared that the Norma Empire, the Duchy of Sharia, the Duchy of Harrington, and the Veles Empire had apostasy, demanding that all dioceses across the continent gather their forces to launch a punitive expedition against these regions. Bourne sneered, what a joke. Whether he issues this punitive order or not, the war has already begun. Will said yes, but the situation changed very quickly. A month later, the Emperor of the Austin Empire died, the second prince was assassinated on the day of his ascension, and the first prince fled in panic and was protected by the papacy. The third prince, Roy, became the new Emperor of Austin. At the same time, Prince Jack of the Harry Empire integrated the remaining military district leaders, forming a new temporary alliance to jointly resist the attacks of the demon race, the Norma Empire, and the Veles Empire. The most shocking development was the other shore flower. With lightning speed, they swiftly seized a portion of the territory bordering the unclaimed wasteland and the Austin Empire, using it as a base to launch a surprise attack on Divine Beast Mountain via the Duchy of Harrington, inflicting heavy losses on the 11th and 12th peaks. Divine Beast Mountain reacted quickly, immediately redeploying troops from other peaks, dispatching the Knights of Light and the Golden Dragon Knights to intercept the other shore flower. However, the other shore flower did not linger in battle, instead using the surrounding terrain to disperse and conceal themselves, engaging in guerrilla warfare. Originally, this tactic would have been useless against Divine Beast Mountain, as it was surrounded by the Austin Empire and its towns, making it impossible for the other shore flower members to hide. But now the situation was different. The Austin Empire's entire army had been deployed to the front lines, leaving few troops here, which made it much easier for the other shore flower members to conceal themselves. Bourne narrowed his eyes slightly. So the current Emperor Austin is Roy? Roman nodded. Yes, this guy is ruthless and cunning, he's probably been prepared for this for a long time. A smile crept onto Bourne's lips. So, this operation by Austin was also orchestrated by Roy. What are your thoughts? Bourne immediately said, Lord Neptune, I think you shouldn't return to Thompson's territory. Instead, unite with the Duchy of Harrington here and march directly to Bray City. Ah? Everyone was taken aback. Will frowned and said, without me in command on the northern battlefield, we might be at a disadvantage. If I don't go back, won't we just hand over the gains we made in the previous battles? Besides, how could we possibly reach Bray City? Austin is still maintaining most of his military force to protect the capital. Bourne confidently explained, you only have two routes to the northern battlefield from the Duchy of Harrington. One is by sea, and if nothing unexpected happens, someone is already waiting for you there. The second route is to go around through the Leicester territory, so by the time you arrive, the war will be over. Will was immediately startled. You mean this is also a setup, specifically targeting me? That's right. Bourne continued, Augustine will be here today, and Carus might be at sea tomorrow. Although Carus has been removed from his position as Archbishop, his strength remains. Even if it's not Carus who goes, another Archbishop will. In any case, you're doomed. Will swallowed hard. Bourne asked Roman for a map, pointing to it and saying, with Marshal Evar and the strongmen of your Endless Seas on the northern battlefield, there shouldn't be too much of a problem in the short term. This operation will consume a large portion of Austin's forces, with the main focus on naval battles. The goal is to kill the Sea King in one fell swoop and seize the initiative. We can completely turn the tables and send a fleet north by sea to draw their attention. On the other hand, Prince Roman, please arrange the 300,000 troops at the border in a line to confront Reeves and the royal army head-on. I will join the Sea King and lead 1,000 elite troops from the Gore family to directly attack Bray City. Can you command the Gore family's army? Roman asked. Bourne smiled slightly. Don't worry, they all know my identity. However, Anne and Oren will be staying in the palace to recuperate. Please take good care of them, Your Highness. Roman patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I personally take care of Annie and Oren's safety. Unless I'm dead, no one will touch them. Will felt reassured. He knew the strength of the Gore family's elite troops. It was these men who had taken over the entire Leicester territory in a week. Even the weakest among them were at the Li Yuan realm, and countless Qi Yuan experts were also present. Margot, you stay in the palace to take care of them. Leave the rest to me, Bourne said. Margot nodded. I know you be careful too. Bourne was slightly taken aback. Hey, this doesn't sound like something you say. Hearing Bourne's teasing tone, Margot blushed. What, do you want me to let you die out there? Bourne laughed. Heh, that feels right. Everyone laughed, and the previously tense atmosphere eased considerably. As planned, Bourne set off alone, carrying the token given to him by Roman, and arrived in the Leicester territory without any hindrance. After Oren accompanied, and to the Duchy of Harrington, the Leicester territory was placed under the full administration of Old Craft. Old Craft initially wanted to refuse, but Oren's persistent pleas forced him to agree. After Bourne revealed his identity, the soldiers of the Gore family dared not neglect him, and immediately reported to Old Craft. Old Craft knew Bourne's identity, and immediately came out to greet him. The moment he saw Bourne, his expression changed, for he too recognized the face before him. It was none other than Gander, the Grand Elder, who had betrayed the Endless Sea. Missin, what has happened? Where is the Marquis? Bourne secretly admired Old Craft. His intuition was indeed sharp, immediately detecting the problem. And Oren are both seriously injured and are currently receiving treatment at the Duke of Harrington's palace. What? Old Koff's expression changed drastically, and he immediately grabbed Bourne and pulled him inside. This isn't the place to talk, come with me. Sensing Old Koff's powerful strength, Bourne was taken aback. You broken through again? Old Koff nodded. Thanks to Missin, I'm so old and about to die, I never expected to break through to the transformation realm. The two arrived at the temporary command tent of the Gore family's army. Old Koff eagerly asked, What exactly happened? How badly are they injured? Bourne briefly recounted the situation, but only briefly touched upon the severity of their injuries. Even so, Old Craft's hands trembled. He knew their situation was far from optimistic, but he forced himself to remain calm. You come here specifically for something important, haven't you? Bourne nodded. I need to mobilize the Gore family's army, leading 1,000 elite soldiers straight to Bree City. What? Chapter 500. However, Old Calf quickly understood the reason. Are you confident? Bourne smiled and said, Not a big problem, but it's definitely not enough to truly flatten Bree City. They still have a Supreme Realm expert in the city. We're just intimidating that kid Roy. We're not really going to do it, but we must make a show of force. Besides me leading the team, the Sea King of the Endless Sea is also with us. He's a super expert at the 7th level of the Fengyuan realm, so don't worry. Do you need me to come along? Bourne shook his head. No need. We still need you here. You just need to bring the people. Just give it to me, I bring it back to you intact. Is 1,000 men enough? More than enough. I'm not going to attack a city. Fewer people mean less of a target, making a surprise attack easier. Are all 1,000 men at the Li Yuan realm? Old Koff nodded. That's right. After we conquered the Lice territory, we found a large number of secret realms within the Lord's mansion, which has significantly boosted our army's strength. Bourne grinned. That's great. This time I'm going to give that Roy a big gift. Henry, along with Rand and Greta, hurriedly fled back to Bray City. The first thing he did upon returning was to see Roy. Your Majesty, our operation has failed. Roy coldly observed the three men, then smiled slightly after a long pause. It's all right. This is a minor matter. If N had been killed so easily, this war would have been meaningless. Henry breathed a slight sigh of relief, while Rand added, although we failed, Marquis Henry killed one of their key figures, Anne's elder brother, Oren Gore. Furthermore, Anne herself is in very poor condition. I believe this is the perfect opportunity for our counterattack. Roy raised an eyebrow. Oh, Oren is dead? That's good news. But Oren wasn't very strong to begin with, so his impact on the battle wasn't significant. However, it's still a lesson for them. How's Annie? Rand said, Annie's situation is a bit unusual. She seems to be under some kind of mental control, unleashing magic far exceeding her own power. However, I don't think this is good for her. I expect she experience significant side effects soon. Roy was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Good. Although we didn't kill Annie, temporarily rendering her incapacitated is good enough. This will make our plan much smoother. Henry volunteered. Your Majesty, let me lead the team this time. I will definitely capture Will and severely damage the Endless Sea domain. Roy shook his head. You're not up to it. Your strength is still lacking compared to Will's. This time, we need to ensure everything goes smoothly. This time, Uncle will lead the team. Fry, sitting on the right, nodded slightly. Okay. Roy continued, Henry, your mission this time is to hold off the Duchy of Harrington, making it appear as if it's a decisive battle, so they won't have time to attend to other matters. Rand, go to your territory. Have some fun with Evar. Rand was overjoyed. He had long wanted to return to the Thompson territory to fight. It was originally his land, but now it had been occupied by others, and he felt a pent-up resentment. All right. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will definitely let them know the power of the Thompson family. Greta stood to the side with her head down, her eyes flickering, lost in thought. At this moment, Fry said, Greta, you and I will go to sea to intercept the Endless Sea. Greta hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I understand. After a brief deployment, everyone dispersed to prepare for the next mission. Henry returned without stopping to the border with the Duchy of Harrington. It was a mountainous area, not particularly steep, consisting of hills, making it relatively easy for troops to march. The capital had deployed 100,000 troops, and the Duchy of Reeves had deployed 30,000. Overall, the forces weren't large, but they were enough to deal with the Duchy of Harrington. The Duchy of Harrington hadn't experienced war for a long time. As Austin's rear base, its primary task was food supply, followed by economic development and improving people's livelihoods. The entire Duchy of Harrington only had about 100,000 men who could rival the regular Austin army. The rest were recently recruited soldiers, weak and inexperienced, practically cannon fodder. Henry's real concern was the Norma Empire's army stationed in the Leicester territory. That army had sliced through Leicester's defenses like a sharp blade, advancing from west to the far east, forcing him and Roy to flee, ultimately escaping through the treacherous terrain of the Duchy of Reeves. If it weren't for Henry, Roy would likely have been captured by then, and he wouldn't have become emperor, but this time was different. Without Roy by his side, Henry didn't need to be so hesitant. Moreover, the Imperial army still had some skilled warriors, especially the Dragon Knights, who were numerous and powerful, more than capable of confronting the Norma Empire's army. Sane, what's the enemy situation up ahead? Henry asked. Sane was originally the commander of the Dragon Knights stationed in the Kingdom of Sharia. After Sharia's uprising, he was expelled and returned to the Austin Dragon Knights as vice commander. After so much training, he had reached the Fengyuan realm. Currently, the Duchy of Harrington has almost completely committed its forces to the border, with a defensive line stretching over 100 kilometers. It seems they're determined to fight us to the end. Do they have that many men? The Duchy of Harrington has been biding its time for many years. While its actual military strength isn't large, its population is enormous, and its manpower is plentiful. Any movement from the Norma Empire? Sane nodded. According to intelligence from the Duchy of Reeves, the Norma Empire seems to have dispatched 5,000 men, secretly crossing the Petres Mountains in a surprise attack. However, the Duchy of Reeves is prepared, so there shouldn't be any problems. Henry frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Doesn't the Norma Empire have any other options? Crossing the Petres Mountains is extremely difficult, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to put up a fight. Besides, they still have 100,000 troops who haven't moved. What are they doing? Sane said, they only controlled Leicester for a short time. They have many things to deal with. They probably can't spare the time. That's possible. Henry could only think of this possibility now. Is our troop deployment ready? Sane nodded. It's all ready. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, we can advance tonight. Henry waved his hand. Good. Push another 100 miles. The army obeyed, advancing steadily towards the border. The oppressive force of 100,000 troops forced the Duchy of Harrington to be on high alert. Battle was imminent. This was the first time in many years that the imperial family had used force against the Duchy of Harrington. All the major powers were watching closely, eager to see how this battle would unfold. Henry did not rush the attack, but instead gradually increased the pressure on Harrington's army. For the newly recruited soldiers, the sheer power of the Imperial army was suffocating. They could only pray that war would not break out. Roman thought the same thing. Just as Henry ordered the entire army to advance another 100 miles, Roman directly ordered the front line to retreat 100 miles. This move completely baffled Henry. Looking at the empty valley, this was a strategic location. Had Harrington's army just given up like that? Sane shook his head with a wry smile. It seems we really overestimated them. Henry looked at the chaotic camp. It seemed the enemy had camped here yesterday, and today they had all withdrawn. What happened? He turned to ask, "How's it going with Reeves?" Sean said, "News came this morning that the claim that the Norma Empire crossed the Pedres Mountains was false. They actually sent 30,000 troops to attack from the west, but the attack wasn't very strong, and the Duchy of Reeves has already repelled the first wave." Henry pursed his lips. "Something feels off." Sean smiled. "You're overthinking it, sir. Now that Orin is dead and Anne's situation is unknown, the entire Norma Empire's army is leaderless. Naturally, its fighting strength is greatly reduced, and it's understandable that they couldn't defeat the Duchy of Reeves." Henry remained noncommittal, then ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot. "Send another team to expand the reconnaissance area, paying particular attention to movements to the west." Sane verbally agreed, but inwardly smiled bitterly. It seems Marquis Henry has been terrified of, and he's acting so cautiously now. Days passed, and the military operation had lasted a week. Apart from small-scale battles between the Duchy of Reeves and the Norma Empire's army, there was no movement elsewhere. During this time, Henry ordered an advance of another 100 miles, while the Duchy of Harrington retreated 200 miles, ceding large swathes of land. This made Henry somewhat unsure of himself. He didn't order the army to continue advancing, but instead halted at the border, remaining inactive. On this very day, the scouts he had sent out returned. "My lord, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened." A soldier rushed back. Sane frowned and demanded, "What's with the panic? What's going on? Speak slowly." The soldier calmed himself and said, "A monster charged past." "What?" Sane and Henry were both stunned. "A monster? Are you crazy? What monster could there be in broad daylight?" "There really is a monster, a huge castle. It has legs." It thudded through the forest and disappeared in a flash, faster than a dragon knight's dragon. "What?" Henry jumped to his feet. "Where did it come from?" "From the west. It seems to be coming from the Duchy of Reeves, but I think it's heading towards the capital." Bang! Henry slammed his hand on the table. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" He stormed out the door. Sane was completely dumbfounded. "My lord, what's going on?" Hen's face was frosty. "I don't know, but it's definitely not good news. We need to hurry and chase after it, and hopefully stop that monster." With that, the two mounted a fire dragon beast. The beast let out a roar, and then soared into the sky. Up in the air, their view suddenly widened, and they quickly spotted several figures flying overhead, the scout dragon knights they had sent out earlier. They were clearly chasing something. Henry approached and shouted, "Where's the monster?" The dragon knight pointed to the ground. A massive black castle was hurtling towards them at an incredible speed, its momentum no less than that of 1,000 troops. Trees felled and rocks flew in its wake. "What the hell is that?" Sane cursed. "Chase after it." Henry activated his magic, signaling to his dragon beast, whose speed suddenly increased again. However, even so, they hadn't closed the distance much with the monster. "This monster is too fast. This is illogical," Sane exclaimed in surprise. Henry's face was ashen. He could see that at this monster's speed, it could reach the outskirts of Bray City in less than 3 days, and no sentries or spies along the way could relay the news back to the capital in time, meaning the capital was essentially defenseless. "It's over." Henry felt like the sky was falling. Although he didn't know what the monster was, there was no doubt that it was the Norma people's doing. They definitely possessed super powerful weapons capable of penetrating Bray City's defenses, but now only 10,000 royal knights and 5,000 garrison soldiers remained in Bray City. The situation was extremely dire. "Stop chasing." Henry turned his head. "We need to quickly notify the other troops to return to defend Bray City immediately." Sane also realized the seriousness of the situation, but by the time they returned to camp, it was in complete chaos. "What happened?" Sane jumped off the dragon beast and grabbed a soldier, asking. The soldier stammered, It's Harrington's army attacking." "What?" Sane was stunned. Harrington's army had been avoiding battle, even voluntarily retreating and ceding large swathes of territory, yet now they were launching an attack. Henry asked, "Are they attacking from the front?" The soldier nodded. "There are about 100,000 men on the front, but it's said that another 50,000 are flanking from the flanks, seemingly trying to block our path." Sane stamped his foot. "How can the Harringtons be so cunning? Did they plan this from the beginning?" Henry's face darkened. "Is that even a question? We all fallen for their trap. I can't believe I was so careful, yet I still got caught." Sane asked anxiously, What do we do now? Henry waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go see what's going on and find a way to break out as soon as possible. If we're too slow, Bray City might be in danger. He immediately rushed to the front lines. He saw the soldiers of the Duchy of Harrington charging forward with ferocious shouts, as if their lives depended on it, while the Imperial army was retreating steadily. They hadn't been prepared for battle, and this sudden attack threw them into disarray, putting them at a disadvantage.